therefore carry the body to face the challenge and keep me in good health to be able to fulfill the dream and the aspiration of millions of our people. And that's a covenant that you have to really pursue. Other than that, why are you in politics?
That we brought before the court. We are not saying that the question must be resolved in our favor. We brought the question here to be resolved. We have a right to have the question resolved. Like I always say, hearing belongs to me, decision belongs to the court. You understand? So you cannot make the mistake of installing somebody unconstitutionally. It's an overthrow of the Constitution. That person, now if you read section 1, subsection 2 of the Constitution, it says, no person or group of persons shall be permitted to take control of the federal government or any part of it, take control of federation or any part of it, except in accordance with the Constitution. That section invests every Nigerian with authority to resist whoever is sworn in, that's right, yeah, contrary to the Constitution. That's right. Every Nigerian, yeah, in every station of life.
Second day, this group of traditionalists are patrolling around the city of Abuja, supporting Bola Tinubu. This is the second day. They are traditionalists. I didn't make a video yesterday. They were carrying a bow, sacrifice, and patrolling. This is the second day, showing their support. They are going around the city of Abuja. They are a group of traditionalists. We take back our country from every plan of the evil man in the mighty name of Jesus. The plan of God, we prevail over this land in Jesus' name. Whatever they mean by this, they are parading with their sacrifice around the city of Abuja, we cancel it in Jesus' name. They even have an ambulance following them for any eventuality or whatever. We cover this land with the blood of Jesus. We use Abuja as a point of contact to reach every area in this country. And we say it is well with Nigeria. In Jesus' name, we cancel every decree of the evil man and their cohorts. In Jesus' mighty name I pray. Amen.
Last day. Oh my God. Captain.
za ka ne mulki an yango gida zanini zauna da yanwa baba ina za ka ne mulki kai ka gawa.
Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are asking a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication until
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
no
took
more
my
going
time
to
to talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No,
Please,
I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry.
Alexi.
I'm sorry.
There is
Alexi.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. It's Saturday, May 27, 2023. It's Children's Day in Nigeria and all over the world. I hope you guys are having a nice day. It's a wonderful Saturday here in New York City. And we welcome you to another episode, an interesting episode of the show. We are 2 days away from the inauguration of Mr. Bola Tinubu, who will be the next president of Nigeria. And today we're going to talk about what happened and how we got here and what we are all expecting to see in the next few days. And we will welcome the people who are already in the studio joining us, and we begin the conversation. So let me welcome to the studio our regular people now, and I've been hearing about them a lot when I go out there. Ovie, welcome to the show.
I'm not regular.
Mama Echo, Ovie is the host of All Na Politics. Jonaba, welcome to the show. And Mama Echo is on the phone, obviously. So we have interesting topics today. Some of you who received my messages will know the topics. One of them is we know that yesterday there were people who were hoping that a miracle will happen and Tinubu will be disqualified, and that didn't happen. The Supreme Court ruled against those who were hoping that that on the 29th, there won't be inauguration of Tinubu. All right. Also, we saw the Nigerian Air just landed a day or 3 days before Buhari is leaving. And we want to talk about what it means. What is that? What is that plane? Is it Nigerian plane or something that was taken from Ethiopian Airlines? Interesting things are happening. Of course, Shehu Kuti was free this week, and he took off to for European tour. That's an interesting thing. Somebody who was the other day locked up, and Nigeria is wonderful. All right, we're going to talk about that, and so many other topics, So I want to welcome to the show, Ovia, welcome.
Assalamu alaikum, Jama.
Malaikum salam. So Ovia, is there any topic that is missing from the ones I...
Oh, yes. I mean, this week, let me start by quoting Vladimir Lenin that says there are decades where nothing happened, and there are weeks where decades happen. And that week where decades happened was this past week. Started by Monday when Ron DeSantis, former governor of Florida, joined Elon Musk to me officially give birth to what I call technocracy. For him to actually boycott all the mainstream media, the legacy media, and we're straight to the future. It's something that has never been done before, and it shows. Even the team when crashed down for the first 15 minutes. That's to tell you how many millions of people are just eagerly to see what tomorrow is like today. That one. Then back to Ondo State, there's a 17 years old Philip Solomon who broke the Guinness Book of Records by being the highest number of steps on one foot, beating the former holder from this country where Obidi always quit. But by the way, he broke the Guinness World Record, so that was 70 years old from Ondo State. And of course, the May 26th that you talked about, which is the one of the important days that millions of Nigerians led by obedience waited for their favor, but they decided to throw the case out of the court. So yes, those are the things that I think that will be that define the future for me, if I'm sure you put it that way.
All right, thank you, Mama Icho. Any topic of interest to you?
Yeah, Bangladesh. Sorry, somebody was correcting. The former record holder was from Bangladesh.
Okay.
And the Ondo boy breakout.
Okay. All right, Mama Icho, is there anything that we're missing? Welcome to the
Well, what you guys are missing are not being.
Hold on. Ike, can you mute yourself, Ike? Here.
Yeah.
Can you mute yourself? I think the noise is coming from you. Okay, no, it's not Ike, someone else. Okay, go ahead, Mama Icho. Let me see. I'll figure out who that is. Go ahead.
There is something that is disturbing that they are not even talking about at all.
Which is what?
Our children killing themselves in the name of courtesy. Too many killings are happening in almost all the states, especially the South and the West. Too many. And nothing, no news, nothing is talking about it. They are losing our children every day in the name of fraternity. Sapler is a danger zone. Abraka is another danger zone. In Delta State, Benin is happening. Lagos is happening. Enugu is tug of war. And we are not talking about it.
All right. So cultism and what's going on across the South.
Is a disappointment of the judiciary. And it's so sad. On Wednesday, they were supposed to give judgment. They claim they are doing conference. On Friday, they are supposed to do judgment. They are coward. And they tell Nigeria they are doing conference. I can only say to you, judges that were supposed to give judgment on Friday and Saturday, you are the biggest coward on earth. Look at my face very well. I call you coward.
Mama H, we've not started. We're just looking at topics that we missed.
I don't tell them my own small one now.
When we start, you can deliver. Yeah, they will listen to you.
Anyway, I dey call for I'm gonna wait for me today.
Okay. All right, Paul. Welcome to the show.
Thank you and good morning. Mama H just made me laugh at them, but Mama H fail to understand that blue is the reigning color. All of us in America that have green card, we always pray from the God of Bala Blue, Bala Blue, for us to get blue passport. So
I don't need their Bala Blue to get. I don't already get my passport.
those who never get still plenty where Mama H. Well, doctor, I don't really have anything to contribute. I'm just concerned a little bit. Is it Air Nigeria or Nigerian ASF? I don't even know. Kind of funny to me. The overnight airline that they launched, the Uber Green, that they just go borrow one plane and say they are commissioning a national carrier. It's kind of funny. That's my thing.
Paul, just because you cannot afford to fly on a luxury airline doesn't mean you should criticize it, okay?
That's why I call her Uber Green now.
All right, let's move on. I just want for now what I'm missing on the topic side. If there's anything big that we're missing, Prince, welcome to the show. Any topic we're missing?
Yeah, Dr. Rufus, good morning, and good morning, Mama H.O. and other panelists. For me, the interesting thing is, I would call it as a great exposition by Mark Ozekome.
All right,
he really
Prince,
well.
Prince, your line is not very good, so we have to let you go for now.
Okay. I'll come to you. I'll come back to you.
Yeah. All right. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show.
Chris and Prestige are the same. Democrats.
Man of Prestige, welcome to the show.
But anyway, good morning, everybody. It's not afternoon yet in New York, but can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I greet everybody. Yeah, I think what I'm interested in talking about, I don't know if you posted this about the guy and the guy in London.
Oh, yeah.
Selling out Nigerians. Well, that's the typical Nigerians. So that's what I'm interested in that topic. So
okay, it's on our list. So that's
it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Ike, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody on the panel. I don't have anything to add to the list you have. I think we have a good list today. By God's grace, we will.
All right.
Show you.
All right. Thank you. Kenneth?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I changed. I know. As you can see, I'm outside. So, just like Mr. Ike stated, I think you have a full list. But what actually kind of disturbed me this weekend was when I saw one stupid airline that they branded Nigerian Air, and I was quick to go to their website because they actually created a fake website. So I went to their website to try to see if I could be able to book a flight from maybe US to Nigeria. But it happens that the website is a fake one, so they don't even have a website. So you are operating an airline without a website, without address, without even contact. Let's say, for example, you found yourself into trouble. There is no way you can even call their customer care to lay a complaint. So this reminds me of 2019 when they touted during the campaign that they have what they call it, the Onisha deep loose port, deep port, whatever they call it, and it's all end up to be a fake, just like this airline or whatever they call it. So these people, in making Nigerians appear to as fools, they even went to an extent of lining up some, I don't want to call them touts, and gave them blue fever apron, they all line up with their blue fever, yellow fever aprons, right? And to welcome the airline. And it happens that the airline is that of Ethiopia. So 2019, we were giving fake Onisha deport. 2023, we are giving fake Nigerian Air. So this is the kind of thing you get from a useless country that don't want to wake up from their slumber. So I think you have a full list today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ike, welcome to the show.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, the panel. Dr. Jacqueline Damages, thank you for having me again. Hey, the only thing I want to say is unfortunately yesterday throwing out the case of PDP. That is just sad, and that I think that is setting what is about to happen in this trial. I
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
what happened?
And the people are a platform for him who are supporting him.
I don't know what happened.
Are you explaining what happened to Peter?
I don't know what happened.
I have no idea. Sorry. Go ahead.
So the idea of judicial system trying to redeem Nigeria, I think what happened yesterday is to set the tone what is about to happen. Judiciary is not going to do anything. Tinubu will be the president of Nigeria. Everybody need to get the reality check on that. But in the second term, I was thinking about it. What he did in Lagos, even though he didn't build Lagos, but what he did, based on what that guy was talking about last weekend, putting things consistency. If he can do consistency in Nigeria, I don't know how he's gonna do that. But if he can do some consistency in Nigeria, it might be a good thing for Nigeria. But the health part of it is the fundamental in all this. I don't know if he's going to be alive to do it. And the cabal, the word cabals, what the cabals will do is what nobody knows. Yesterday, I saw a video of him trying to fall down, and they say, shut the camera down, shut the camera down. You know, that is unfortunate. This is the leaders we have. But that is all I need to contribute to this. And thank you for having me.
All right, thank you. Mr. Shaw, welcome.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon from UK, because I've been hearing good morning. All these American people are far behind us. It's good afternoon, good evening. As you can see, it's evening. The day has started very well.
What is it? Is that
let's go hell.
Pure water.
We'll go boycott out.
Now pure water now. We go tell you as it be now, so you go fit change your, so you go fit repent last minute.
That's what I'm saying. We go boycott out.
So
I
think
just they call you the black sheep.
based on the things you said,
show they do. Ovie, no surprise you. Show will be gentleman.
I'll be gentleman. A gentleman, I'll be. Yeah. So Dr. Damages, I didn't join the show right from the beginning, but I'm not sure if you included, because I think you're asking, is there any news that you missed out that worth discussing? Well, I'm not sure if this is worth discussing, but Aisha Buhari asking that the wives of former presidents should be getting packages. We should be looking after them after they leave office.
Yeah.
If this was in the days of Gowon saying we have money and we don't know what to do with it, maybe one can overlook it. But in a country where we're told every day we're broke, we don't have money, and the wife of the outgoing president is saying that we should have a special package, that we should be looking after the ex-wife. Yeah, exactly. Retirement package for former first ladies. That's what she's asking for. Like I said, it's not about Aisha Buhari. It's not about, any individual. The office, I'm not even sure if it is in our constitution, if it is recognized. And even if it is recognized, we're a country that we're being reminded every day we're broke. We can't do this, we can't do that. So to add this on top of everything that we're already struggling with, I think is very insensitive from Aisha, and I'm not surprised.
So
So that's the one
we talk about that. I think it's important because the Jonathan's wife, we saw her recently begging for money to eat. Yaradua's wife begging. We need to think about that. All right, Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, for having me, and thank you, fellow panelists. I was so glad to see the traditionalist parading the street. The person that recorded the video, I don't know what he's talking about. It's restoring our value and our culture and our tradition. Why must he have a problem with that? By saying the name of Jesus. It's a foreign god, whether Islam or Christianity. That is not who we are. So I think this is a right step to go, and we are recovering our country back.
I don't understand. I don't know if it's
That's a pastor saying this. That's a pastor saying this.
No. See this brown
Pastor.
Doctor, Joe they drink. The thing they catch the Jonaba.
I don't know if it's Jonaba Luke or him actually say what he's saying as a pastor to one hour.
Tomorrow. Jonaba, what you go talk for church tomorrow? Jonaba.
Joe. If I say Jonaba, they hide from you. Joe, if I say Jonaba, they hide from you.
Dr. Nabeji, somebody in the comment section, Isaiah, said you should talk about Oni and...
the handshake, yeah. Oni and
Peter. That is something we're talking about, but okay.
No, but it's good. I think it's a good topic because it's not because of Oni and Peter. It's because how people see things. The way I look at it is how people see things depends on the perspective. We talk about it. I think there's something to point out.
Or the who, because photo of the same thing surface of
yes. With the Otedola did the same thing.
Yeah, the same thing. So nobody even know about. So that's why I say yes.
All right. We get that. We'll get to that. So who are the priest of man of president?
Femi Otedola. And Tinubu as well. Yeah.
Tinubu did what show? Show what did you say?
Man of prestige, you have spoken.
Yeah, I know.
I've spoken.
The Prince of Peace, your next.
Man of prestige, the war is
yes, well done, well done. I saw the.
Sorry, what I said?
I saw the pictures you have on this talking points today. Nigerian Air, Nnamdi Kanu, the JAPA guy, and our in quote a president-elect that will be inaugurated. There's a lot of talking points there, but first of all, I want to say that the obedient, they have tried. For the fact that they have tried, I give them kudos for trying to make sure that Nigeria is changed. But like I always said here, that Nigeria is irredeemable until we understand the foundation of Nigeria, that it's very, very flawed. That is when we begin to understand how we could be able to bring about a new Nigeria. Again, I went to the internet to check about this Nigerian Air. This thing it's still active. It belongs to Ethiopian Airlines. Does these people think that we are so daft? It is unfortunate. Again, coming to this JAPA guy, the JAPA guy,
the priest, we've not started any topic, so we're around and trying to see if we're missing something. So when we start, you can wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, on a general note, we are looking forward to see what is going to happen on Monday. We are all here. We will still be here. But the truth is, it is not going to affect me. And that is the truth. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. And on that note, I think we are going to start with.
Dr. Rudolph, I think you missed me.
You don't.
You also missed Ike.
Yeah,
you
Ike.
No, Prince, I came to you. You were not.
I know.
Okay,
I know. I was. So, like I was saying, for me, I think Mike Ozokames made a great speech. I believe it was yesterday. You know, I don't know if any of you listened to it. He really made a great speech. I feel we should talk about it. You know, if you don't mind.
What did he say?
He talked about the what they call it, the 1966 coup. He talked about the elections, and he talked about the judiciary and also the executive. You know, he kind of put things in great perspective. Oh, if you don't have it, I might see if I can forward it to you.
Okay, do that. Let me just remind everybody that if you're driving, we are not going to let you in the studio. You have to probably park the car, and then we'll let you in. You know, that's
I'm packed.
Okay,
For me,
I know you are. Janaba, are you driving? You know, I see your vehicle is moving. Raise the other hand. Let's see. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Please, don't kill some people there. No, I'm just kidding. Nigerians. All right. So who did I miss again? Ike, did you say I missed anybody else?
Yeah, you miss Ike.
Ike. Okay, Ike, go ahead.
No, I think I said something about the topics already.
Okay. So
you said we have not gone into discussion. So.
Yeah. All right. Okay, good. So what we're going to do, like you guys know, but for those who may not know, I will let everybody weigh in on each topic, and then we'll let people in from there are people inside the studio at the backstage. Let them in so that they will also weigh in on the topics. So let's start with what happened yesterday. Some people were very hopeful that yesterday would be the miracle day and everything was going to be a new ball game, and it didn't happen. So what do you make of the ruling of the Supreme Court?
Sorry, damages. What we are allowed to eat in the panel? Only water or what? I don't know.
Clear fluid and no food. We don't want you to eat food. If you want to eat, you can just get into you can go back to the backstage and eat, and then come up again.
Fruits are not allowed. Only water, right?
Yeah. Please, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to know.
All right. Show is still here? Okay, Show is not here. All right, Show, try to help me enforce this. Sometimes I miss it because I'm trying to do other things. Ovie, go ahead.
Yeah, what happened yesterday? Okay, let me start by the judgment. What the Supreme Court said that PDP don't have the right, are not in the right place to fight that kind of case. And that only goes to say, we as people, I always complain here that we pay attention to noise rather than the signals. If you want to go by that judgment, which in other words says that unless you are an APC and you contest with the president, you cannot actually take them to court. I remember clearly early last year, I remember I was in Georgia when that news broke that they've succeeded in saying that you cannot actually sue any of the candidates unless you participate in the process with them. Now, why am I saying we don't pay attention to things that matter is that knowing that this kind of judgment is there, and going by what happened after the primaries with Akpabio and Lawal, without even obtaining two forms, but at the same time, the school run and just nothing actually happened, no opera. We just kind of like, we see as if it's not important, right? Now, where I fought PDP is that, yes, our democracy is young, 24 years, 23 years. But they have been from day one. At this point, I expect them to have people who think outside the box, people who they pay. All they need to do is just to pay attention to all this kind of stuff. If they know that they have a case like this ahead, why did they allow the Fabio and the Lawan just go slide without? I'm not saying they can go against the Supreme Court, but the awareness should be able to actually be carried out more loudly among Nigerians before now. So the idea that now, millions of Nigerian bodies waiting for that the court, Supreme Court to disqualify Shettima, it's just something is ridiculous. I wasn't from day one as a man, this one will fly. So, but I was surprised that a lot of people are actually hanging on that something like that is going to happen. No, it was very clear. And then last year, around February or March, when that law was passed, that you cannot challenge any contestants unless you contest with that person. I could be wrong, but I'm clearly sure that's when the Supreme Court actually decided on this case.
All right, Mama Echo.
Well, the truth is, the judges are cowards, and they have been made coward, and they decide to be kicked out of that bar because they are not serving the interests of Nigeria, and they are a big disgrace to the judiciary, and a big disgrace to our constitution, and a big disgrace to the country. A judgment that will not take you 30 minutes to pass. On Wednesday, you said you have conference. Friday again, you say you have conference. Shame on you. What are you teaching the younger people in law school? That when there are issues that are paramount to a country and is bestowed upon you to give judgment, why did you not refute yourself in the first place to listen to those cases? What a shame. A shame to your children, a shame to your generation unborn, because history has this in record, and history will never forget this for any reason. That when we need you to stop the fire to burn after 29, you decided not to do it. But when the fire burns, don't think you will be free. And don't carry your bend leg, say they run come Western world. Because if we catch you for airport, you go not say Yawa go gas for your head. Coward judges.
All right, thank you.
You get boldness, personal. Kikagati pikin. The pikin they even get for belly, if they allow to come out to sit on your field, the pikin sabi say, what did they go on? He go quench by taking a good decision. But coward people like you, when he carry a year wig for head, no wonder you people and the people that they call SAN, when belong to the National Association of Non-Entity. But remember, when fire starts, it will consume everybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mama Icho. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, Doctor, the Nigerian Air, just laughable when I saw it. Some of us tried to check went to the website and we couldn't find anything there like a claim.
No, Paul,
we're talking about,
Paul, hold on. We're not yet talking about that. We're talking about the ruling on Shettima and double nomination. The Supreme Court ruling on Shettima.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, that one, it's I think one day you already said how they were planning to grant public holiday. So they come up with all these excuses, then finally they come up with what they want to come. I'm not so surprised. I didn't even think to even spend much time to scroll my phone so much to listen about it because I kind of saw it coming. So it's not a big news for me. Just pass it by news for me. So I don't really have much to say about it. I really, really felt bad for the country that we have and the country that we wish to have. Though, like I always say, abnormal is the new normal in Nigeria. So you that happen to be the normal people, you are the people who are the troublesome people in the country. Look at Mama Ishu. She's a very troublesome woman. These are the people that cause trouble in the country. If Mama Ishu go to Nigeria, I can tell you she's an American citizen, deport her back to America because she's a troublesome person. That's how Nigeria is.
My trouble. And if you want, I go give her to you today. Yes. Now the new title when you give me today, thank you. I not pay money for her. At least your mouth You know they pay my bill, and I like my trouble. You sweet me for belle.
Doctor, this is the new Nigeria. It's so bad that we even tend to debate this, to hear things like this. This is it's too glaring. At least very short precedent. We can use the Lion and Ederi, the Bayelsa State Deputy Governor, how APC lost that state to PDP. But it's so funny because of the deputy governor, not even the governor. But now we are seeing this judgment. We don't even know whether you can even use precedent to make a case in our law court anymore. Hey, it was so bad. That's my
Right.
take. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Ike.
Thank you again. To me, I wasn't surprised. And when you separate the emotions out of all this, until what is happening, and you remove emotions, is it not the Senate president that was double nominated and was elected again? So there's a president already. Nigeria, unfortunately, there's no law, nobody to enforce the law. The judges cannot enforce the law because all judges are indebted to their masters, whomever that is in charge of their career. But one of the things, like I said earlier, on this ruling, it's setting a precedent on what is about to come. Because what is about to come is really going to be huge, because the people that are supposed to rule on Thursday, they didn't rule because they said that they have a conference. How can you have a conference and you don't know it on your calendar that you guys have a conference on Thursday and you guys have a conference on Friday? That means on Monday, nothing is going to happen on Monday because they're going to go to the ceremony because judges will be there. So for me, I think it's a precedent of what is about to happen. And that is the reason why once this president was elected and named president-elect, I know that he's going to take a whole lot of things to unseat that president-elect. And I don't think they will unseat him because once he just swear in on Monday, he might retire all these 5 judges and put the new judges that will sit on the office. It's unfortunately Nigeria doesn't have a law. The law system in Nigeria is who pay the highest money. It's the same thing all over the world, but it's difficult to hold somebody accountable in Nigeria. So I'm not surprised. Anything that happens, I'm not surprised.
All right. Thank you, Ike. Let me go to John Abba because I took him out because he was in a car moving. I'm not sure whether he was driving or not. John Abba, go ahead. We're talking about the ruling on Friday.
Thank you. You have a good judgment. I was thinking that if we will be talking about Nigeria, it's like that, and you take me off while I'm not driving, then it's a long walk to freedom. But thank you. The judges are doing what they're supposed to do according to the law. It's very disturbing, and they look at us like we are stupid when we say things. The double nomination of Shettima. Go and ask lawyers and ask them, was it a crime? Was it something that after that you're supposed to be eliminated? They will tell you there is nothing he did wrong. You can hate somebody, but you cannot hate the law, and you cannot make the law to be in your own favor, and then you say it's against somebody else. It's a standard. So please, I don't think it's an issue there. They rule it because they know it's not an issue. If it's an issue, he knows. Shettima is not naive. He was a governor, he was a senator of Borno State. He has a good lawyer he's working with. So please, we can talk about any other thing, how things went, whether election issue, but double nomination is not an issue. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Man of Prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. Donaba, when you come here, you speak sometime, like you are not in America, double nomination, filling out wrong form and other kind of things, Those are something wrong. Are you a lawyer? I mean, you just come here and say double nomination is not an issue. I mean, Nigerian state, we are, a president is an abnormality, everything they do is very abnormal. So we don't have a precedent, to make any kind of judgment in the court of law. I mean, it's quite obvious. So, and John Abba is one of the people that kind of seconding nonsense here anyway. I'm not surprised about what happened. It wasn't an issue. Look at Lawa, and Apabwe, what happened to them, and they were reinstated or whatever. So it wasn't really surprised. I don't know why PDP filed that. That's probably the least of something to contest with, in my own opinion. So nothing surprising in that area, and Dr. Damage.
All right, thank you. Let me see. Prince, have you spoken? No.
Nope.
Okay.
No.
All right. So on this topic, okay, I'm not a lawyer, and of course, lawyers have different opinions on what is happening. But there's a lawyer who made this case that what they ruled on was on technicality, not that there is no merit to that judgment.
Yep.
Okay. So what do you think? What do you think?
For me, pretty much, the Supreme Court is a shame. Okay, where I knew these things were gonna happen is how come that they had is it investiture on Wednesday, before now, and when they were having investiture, is you honoring somebody with an honor, you giving somebody an honor, and you are already giving him the transition papers. It's so absurd. I don't understand how the judiciary works. It's a shame. I have an uncle who happens to be a magistrate right now. I can't even look him in the face because they're all liars. And not only that, are we talking about that? Okay, they can come out and rule on that particular one, and then the other one that he was being sued for what do you call it? Certificate forgery and birth certificate. The judge who happens to be a mother to a House of Rep person, APC person, is now awarding the people who brought it to court 17 million. How are those ones gonna pay 17 million for what? Because they noticed something and they brought it to court, and all they could say, oh, you guys are gonna pay 17 million to Tinubu and APC. It's a shame. It's a shame. To tell you the truth, APC and Supreme Court is tied together, and INEC, they're all together. And it's a truly a sad day for Nigeria. I will stop right there.
All right, thank you. Dr. Emdee, you are next. Just 2 minutes. I wanted to talk about the ruling on Shettima. Let's concentrate on that. But if there's anything connected to that, you can also weigh. And after you, Ovie will help me take care of the next people while I take care of something quickly. Go ahead, Dr.
Oh, it's my turn after Dr. Emdee.
I had to remove it because you were on the phone speaking loud, and while you were on the screen, you should have taken yourself or muted yourself. But that's okay. Dr. Emdee, go ahead first.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Damages. The thing is, what happened yesterday was something that I think is not surprising. So it's what is expected from the Supreme Court judges. So I believe it's what they've always thought about, and it's what they've already organized, that it will work towards this process. It will work towards this way. Let's take, for instance, So and we're expecting Tinubu to be sworn in like in 2 days' time, and they are passing a judgment just yesterday. So these things are all pre-planned. They are just dealing with the minds of Nigerians. So they know that they are fulfilling their plan systematically, doing it one after the other, so that when they do one, they will look at the reactions of Nigerians and see if Nigerians are going to react. If Nigerians don't react, they take the next step, they do something else, and wait and see if Nigerians will react. So if Nigerians don't react, so that has always been the situation since this petition something started. So it's nothing surprising about what happened yesterday. Is what is expected of them. So, and I don't really know much about how the law system operates in Nigeria. So if maybe the Supreme Court, they feel that that is the right thing to, and that is the best decision, it's left for them. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know about that. But what I've understood from what is going on is that all these things, they've all been pre-planned, and they are executing it one after the other. They are executing it one after the other. So it's not something new. It's what is expected of them to do.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Emdee Daniels. Next is Mr. Ike. Then I'll come to you, Nathaniel.
Yeah, I think for me personally, I wasn't expecting anything from the outcome of the Supreme Court already, because judging by what happened with Ahmed Lawal and Ababio, and I wasn't expecting anything different from what I had yesterday, but I completely disagree with John Abba, what he was trying to make us to understand as if he's a lawyer. I don't know who he is, but if they use technicalities to do it, like as I used to say here, I'm not a lawyer, but I think that we have a precedent, as they used to say it. But at the end of the day, you know, the oppressor uses the mind of the oppressed to operate. When they use your mind and you didn't do anything, so they use fear. They use fear. They use emotion, and they use illusion to work.
Please mute yourself if you're not speaking, please. Dr. Emdee, please mute yourself.
Okay.
Dr. Emdee, I think it's because it's coming from you. Dr.
Well, how is
Emdee,
it feeling now? Is it
can
okay?
you mute yourself, please?
Just ask him if he's feeling okay now. Just ask him if he's feeling okay now. His disturbance is too much. You know?
Dr. Emdee, can you mute yourself, please, if you are not speaking?
Ovie, just put him on the background, you know, if he doesn't hear. Just put him on the background.
Like tomorrow he'll bring another one.
I don't have that this thing from my own end.
Well, let's just watch and see.
Dr. Emdee, please, can you mute, please?
Bring what? I don't know.
Yeah, can you mute, please?
Well, there's nothing we can do. He's our patient, right? You can't have discharged him. People are still keeping him here. So what do you want me to do?
Now, wow, Dr. Emdee, can you, let us all wave at him. Let us all wave at him and see if it's going to see. Dr. Daniel.
Hey, my brother.
Dr. Daniel, can you mute yourself? Can you mute yourself?
Oh my God.
No, don't worry. Nothing to your God. Is that doing? Anyway, continue. It's like
so my brother, when you first spoke, you did point out on the issue of Ababio and Ahmed. You know, this is Nigeria for you, but for me personally, and from some patriotic Nigeria, I think this has nothing to do to decide the election tribunal. This is something I know that this is the way it's going to come out, because like somebody said that it is a script that has been written. But I want you to know that, you know, those who are in court right now, I don't know of any other person, but I know that from the very first day that Peter Obi joined Labour Party, Peter Obi started from day one preparing for court. So if people think that the law court of the case of Peter Obi in tribunal is going to be like what happened yesterday, you are going to be very wrong, because he started from the very first day. He declared that he's going to run for presidential election in Nigeria. He started from that day one, preparing for this court, because he knows what is coming after him. So what happened yesterday is not surprise. But for my brother Dr. John Abba to begin to try to tell us that that is what we are not supposed to talk about, it is completely wrong, because this is what we want to avoid: technicalities. Instead of the Supreme Court trying to follow their precedent, now they are trying to use technicalities to, you know, do whatever they want to do. So I wasn't really surprised. I wasn't banking on that. I wasn't hoping on that. But this is Nigeria for you. But that doesn't change my feelings or my stand on the, you know, the case that is before the election tribunal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ike. You see my bell being traditional. Anyway, Nathaniel, your turn. Unmute, yes.
Okay. Good day to you all. And I thank you for having me.
Oh, we are sorry.
Please.
I jumped Nathaniel to go to Ike because of he was here before, so I'll come to you after him. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. For the judgment, I believe that we need to start talking about what we must do to get a country that we want. Whether those of us that believe in Nigeria, I don't believe in Nigeria anymore, because nothing good will come out from Nigeria. And those that believe in Yoruba nation, Igbo nation, or Biafra, we have to do something differently, because everything about Nigeria is messed up. The judiciary, some of them may have a degree from Harvard, but we should not forget that the same Harvard, the best of Harvard, came from US to tell Babangida that he should go to IMF when we have more than enough to give to the world. And Babangida started borrowing money. So I'm not surprised, because every one of us has been messed up. So those of us who can now reason as human beings, let us think of what we do next, because Nigeria is a catch-up state. And those that capture the state, those are the people who are in their country. And we are kind of, we don't want to talk that this nation is evolved, this nation is evolved. We should not forget how John Kerry came, how the true Gulak out, though he was also a corrupt person. Everything has been messed up. And the best thing we should do is that, what can we do, not to fight for Nigeria to be good, but what we do differently, so that we have a place we live for our children, our grandchildren. And those of us that are in the US, just I was saying to Mama in another program the other time, there are still some good people in their Senate and their National Assembly in the US. You people should start mobilizing what you want, not a new Nigeria. People should start mobilizing those people. They still have conscience, so that they can help us, so that we can come out from this mess. Every one of us knows Shettima is not a supporter of Boko Haram. That is who they prepare for the system. So which judge in Nigeria to see a judge without lawyer to do Islamic activity? Boko Haram. So they always judge for them. And if we do not advert it, we do not want to break away from these people that have been captured because of this oil business and so on, it's going to be a mess forever. It's going to be a mess. So let us speak up. Let us do something different, so that we will be free from these people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Vie, for standing in for me for a moment.
Yes.
All right.
Then
I think the Prince of Peace, is it?
Yeah, the Prince of Peace. Then Isimiri will go in 2 hours. So
okay.
Just yeah.
All right.
All right.
Prince of Peace.
Thank you so much. Well, it seems like we are still sounding like we are surprised at the outcome of this pronouncement or the magistrate or the judge not coming to court to announce, to attend to that judicial proceedings. What I believe Nigeria should channel with is anger of indignation, pure anger of indignation, because whether you like it or not, every abnormality has become normal in Nigeria. That is number one. Number two, starting from 1999, PDP showed APC how to, capture both the judiciary, the security apparatus, everything. So it should not be a surprise to us, because what happened now, what we are seeing before our eyes, is a total and complete annihilation of the judicial system. It was bad, but now it is nothing to write home about. If we are expecting anything to come out of Peter Obi's petition, we know that he won. Everybody knows that. But if if we are expecting something to come out of it, we we are we are daydreaming. Nigerians should be daydreaming for them to think. The only thing that will make things come back, turn around 360 degrees is anger of indignation towards this hegemony and oligarchy that is holding us down. That is the only way. So I'm not surprised. So if anybody is surprised, good luck. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Similar.
Hello, Dr. Damages. Hello, panelists. Hello, Mama HO, my darling sister. How you doing today? I hope you're not keeping malice with me. I got no bond for that, my love. All right. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, fans. Please like, share, and subscribe. Don't just come and watch. Be part of this community as we forge ahead for a better Nigeria, hopefully. I'm not shocked. This decision is not lurid at all to me. It's expected. In hope that Nigeria will become better. I keep hoping that we would kind of, as Nigerians, elect or choose a better leader for us, because it is us that actually, one of us or amongst us, will be corrupt to collect some money to jeopardize the democracy that we have in Nigeria. So until we all decide that enough is enough, maybe if they give you money, collect it by vote your conscience and stand by it, whichever way, be the Nigeria as a country. But till then, this will continue to happen. And when I say that I wish Tinubu well, just hoping that for once we would have some bones to do something good. If not, then I'm happy to give him a of doubt since he's there now. I don't think the court is going to do anything about his mandate. He's definitely going to be the president of Nigeria, whether we accept it or not. I'm not here to tell anyone how to think or what to say, but this is my own contribution and my own voice. I only hope for a better Nigeria, and we can achieve that all together. Hopefully one day, but please don't give up. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Similar. Shegun, you're next.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to everyone. So it's nice to be here. So on Shettima's, on the Supreme Court judgment on Shettima, I think obviously we've kind of mixed it up a bit. I think there was one separate case that the judge did not appear. And then there's this case of Shettima and PDP. So, but basically, a bit of historical perspective to it, right? I wasn't aware of this case, but I understand that it has actually started since last year. It went through the Federal High Court, and then to the Appeal Court, and then to the Supreme Court. And all the judgments from the Federal High Court up to the Supreme Court have been consistent. I would say I wasn't surprised, but when I started seeing tweets from David Hundeyin about trying to declare public holiday so that the judgment won't go, it then looked like maybe there was a panic that the judgment could go either way side. But having said that, basically the judgment was just decided on technicalities, right? It is understood that there was a breach of the electoral law where there was a double nomination from one single person to two different positions, which obviously is in violation of the electoral law. But the court decided that because it's an internal issue and PDP was not a party to the external issue, they decided otherwise, that they threw out the case. Now, there have been so many cases decided on technicalities. I don't think this is good for our judiciary. There's so many cases decided on technicalities, both corruption case and all that. The judiciary needs to reform that angle. We cannot continue to have major cases being decided on technicalities as major as this. So it's not surprising, but again, it's also setting a precedence for what could happen in the final things that is in the tribunal at the moment, that a lot of those things may be decided on technicalities. But cases up to the Supreme Court should not be decided on technicality. There needs to be a reform that needs to be to address that. So for me, it wasn't surprising, but I don't think it's good for the country. It's not good for our development. It's not good for our judiciary. So that's just basically what I think about it.
Shegun, thank you so much. Let me ask you, because I wanted to know. I know you're. I don't think you're a lawyer. You didn't say you are, but one lawyer said that the Supreme Court basically, yeah, did this on technicality, but that what they said and their hands were tied. That the argument was that the PDP had no right to sue at that point. At the point they sued, that the cases that the Labour Party and the PDP Atiku campaign, their own lawsuits along the same line, that the Supreme Court will look at it, because at that point they were saying that when PDP sued, that it was still an internal party affair. But now that the people have gone ahead to run for an office, national office, that the other parties can now sue. So the cases that are coming up, that they will handle it. But the one that was sued, the one that they decided on Friday, they had no option but to say that the people who are bringing this, even though it may be a credible case, but that they can't do anything about it. So I don't know. I'm hoping that a lawyer, if you're a lawyer, you're watching.
There was a law passed to that
Yeah.
effect, that you cannot sue anyone unless you are in the same race with him. Earlier last year. So it's not that they know what they are doing. I mean, I'm talking about the politician now, because if you look at the case of Air Nigerian, who was actually successful, they got dismissed based on this same technicality they are going against now. They disqualify Air Nigerian from Imo State because of the same thing, collected the senatorial and the governorship perform at the same time. And the Supreme Court dismissed it. Then fast forward to 2022, we now saw Akpabio and Lawal skate through the same process. So I think that's where the contradiction is. So since those ones passed, there's no way they can go against the judgment that they passed just a couple of months ago and say, oh, let's adhere to this one too. So there's a lot of, one could say, changes within the politics, or one could say judiciary. What happened between Erin Wosu and today? What changed? What happened between those this short period? So, but
let me just say a bit. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm just my commentary just based on information available out there, and it's good you made that perspective, that obviously because this was still a party affair, so that's why they probably have thrown it out. But it would be good if there is a case that they can then be entertained now that they've gone on to the main election. I think there's clearly a violation of the electoral code. So if it's in the case that they are fighting at the moment, then that's good. I think so maybe something might come up again. But again, I'm just fearful about all technicalities, cases being decided on technicalities, not on merit of the case, which is not good for our country and it's not good for the judiciary.
All right. Thank you, Shegun. Professor Deta, welcome to the show. Professor, there's a lot of noise where you are. We can't hear you. We're hearing noise. All right, we have to move on. We have to go to Ndubisi. You can rejoin us again, Professor, and we will see what's going on with you. Ndubisi, welcome to the show. Ndubisi, welcome to the show. Meet yourself, Ndubisi.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, all right.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all again.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. About the Supreme Court ruling, most of us here say it's expected what they did. Probably, I have two opinions on them. Probably because some of these matters will still come up in the presidential election tribunal itself. So probably they wanted to shift everything to that tribunal, since the tribunal is hearing every matter, including the election issues proper. They wanted them to handle it. And then secondly, in the past, the Supreme Court has ruled that some of this, like the Shettima double registration, they called it a party affair. So I guess when it comes to the tribunal now, it will no longer be a party affair. It will be a candidate's issue, because some of the candidates are challenging that as well. So, but generally, my opinion is that the judiciary, being part of the establishment as they are presently constituted, it shows the rot in the Nigerian system, that the people are up against the entrenched establishment who are trying to keep things the way it is and make Nigerians feel insecure in their country, insecure in the sense that Nigerians are against the establishment. It is us versus them. They want to maintain things the way they are. I wouldn't be surprised if there had been some external influence on how the judges reached their judgment. Like my other friend Shegu said, they are now basing everything on technicalities, and I worry because I see some of these things rearing its head again in the elections proper. They may want to use that as part of how they are going to rule on some of the matters, even though the head of the tribunal said in his opening speech that they are not they will stay away from technicalities and all that. But as it is, I didn't expect the Supreme Court to rule otherwise. Arrangements have been made, advanced arrangements to sworn Tinubu in on Monday, and swear him in. He will on that day. The only thing I hope is that the tribunal will not be hoodwinked, will not be how do I, will not be afraid, that they will be courageous to look at the matters before them dispassionately and based on evidence available, give rulings in all the petitions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ndobesi. KJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, everyone on the panel. I'm just laughing, you know. If you remember some weeks ago, we talked about something like this, and I said these guys are going to go and execute all their plans. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So, if you are expecting that the judiciary is going to be changed or going to do something differently, that means you don't know the Nigerian politics. I said, like 3 weeks ago, I said, watch the commentary coming from the Southern of Sokoto and one other prominent leader of the North. He said, if we should go and you know, deal with yourself, just take it and go and prepare for the next election. That means it's already a concluded deal that they are going to do what they need to do. Look, this this morning, someone was discussing at Rise News. I think his name is Victor, one of the presidential candidates. He has been in court for almost 1 year now on this particular, some of these issues, and they never gave him judgment. So it's not a question of time. They kept delaying it. They kept delaying it until they changed the judge. You know, this new Chief Justice changed the judges just when he was about to get judgment, and the new judge started from the beginning. The same way they've done with every other judicial, case that has to do with government and anybody, even if it's individuals. So why, when you expect that it's going to be changed, when you expect that the court is going to do anything different from what was heard? No. Tinubu is going to be sworn in, and he will go ahead to have his 4 years. Whether he's going to complete that or not, that's left in the hands of God. But I tell you the truth, you see, nobody is asking the people you are going to swear in what has been their pedigree, what has been their, what is their history. Nobody's asking that. Okay, my brother Nnamdi Kanu have been languishing in prison for the past 2 years. What has he done that Shettima had not done? Here I ask a question: what's the difference between the ruling of INEC in Abuja and the ruling of the INEC in Adamawa? Is the same thing. What the difference is the power play. Government wants one, it doesn't want the other. So it's going to go on, and we will celebrate Tinubu. And by Monday, it's already a public holiday. Someone was saying whether the judges are going to rule tomorrow. Just 1 minute. It's already a public holiday in Nigeria Monday. So that is already gone. It's forgone that we are already in celebration mood. Whether a nation is celebrating or not is a different thing, but that's the situation right now in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, KJ. Let me bring back Prof and see if his line is good. Professor Deda, can you hear us? Can you say something?
Prof, that always still in 2020.
We can't hear you, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
Prof is under a waterfall.
No, maybe she's maybe this he's in this movie. What is it called now? Little Mermaid. All right.
Dr.
So
Damages, please, can somebody eat nuts or just water only?
okay, eat no. Just eat it's not much how you're eating.
What
That
kind
is
of nut are you talking about?
it's not the other nut.
Look at it.
La, la.
If it's not allowed, I can.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You go ahead. All right. So okay. So and now that we're done with that topic, I think everybody promise. I was trying to get promise in. I can hold on. Okay, just a minute, please. Let me see. Promise, can you hear me? Promise, are you there? All right.
Yeah,
some people.
Never fulfill any of his promise. That's why.
All right. So as of now, we now know that on Monday, Tinubu will be sworn in as the president. So we'll go around and give everyone 2 minutes to hold on. Let me see if Scribe wanted to say something. Scribe, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Scribe.
Hi, doctor. How you doing?
Good. So I know you are studying law, but you're not a lawyer. So what is your take on the ruling, Shettima?
We have to respect the opinion of the court. I think it's based on technicalities, but anyways, I'm still learning, like you said. Honestly, I haven't read it, so I don't know. I don't have an opinion.
Okay.
Another charge of being lawyer in the making.
Exactly. All right, I will honorably charge you and bill you.
All right. So let's go back now. So let's imagine now. So what will happen? There are issues. There are things coming up. There are still people who are believing that there could be a miracle that will stop Tinubu from being sworn in on Monday. And the security agencies are warning people. They are saying there are threats to that event. Let me go around 2 minutes, everybody. What are your expectations? What do you expect to see that day? In fact, they've turned in the documents, transition documents to him, and he already spoke to say that he's ready to carry the burden of governing Nigeria, because it's not an easy thing. One website, I think it was BBC, mentioned the 5 major things facing the incoming president. But let's listen to Tinubu speak.
That's a problem that you have to really pursue. Other than that, why are you in politics? So carry the body to face the challenge and keep me in good health.
All right, that was Bola Tinubu after he went to Aso Rock, and the president, current president Buhari, showed him around. He ended up making the following statements. So let's go around and see what people think about the next 2 days. Ovie, you're next.
Yes, the next 2 days. 2 things here. Just as you earlier said, some people are praying for it not to hold, miracle should happen and all that. At this point, it's a battle between the traditionalists and Jesus Christ's name. Who will succeed, right? There are a lot of people calling the name of Jesus Christ for a miracle to happen, for the man not to be sworn in. While the traditional ruler, to which I belong to that family, We are very much present in Abuja already, sanctifying and purifying every nooks and cranny of Abuja. So, but again, as someone who understands the spirit of betting exchange, I pride myself as winning the silver medal for Nigeria in relays. What happened? Yes, the betting has been exchanged, has given to Bola Tinubu. Obviously, we are going to see a very fast reaction. If you pay attention to relay, there's a zone to which you receive the button. As soon as it gets into your hand, you react like a bullet. So that's what is going to happen come that 2 days from now. I expect it to be very colorful. I expect the traditional people to come and display. I'm expecting a lot of Ashobi of all kinds, a lot of Owambe. So at this point, I think it's just the spirit of celebration that we are moving from one government to another seamlessly. But all the shenanigans that is happening overnight, the Nigerian Airways, the ministry, the launching, the asking all the appointees to remain till the last minute, it still boil down to that relay, right? You give out the betting. In a way, you are expecting the person to finish good, but at the same time, deep inside, you say, "Come on, if this guy do better than I did, what is going to happen to my own records and all that kind of a thing?" So it takes a very strong character to see beyond all that. So, but what I think the question we should be asking: this is not a government from one party to another like we saw in 2015. This is the same family. Say, okay, well, my papa say I don't think I have to take over, but with what they are doing, if you expect a lot of questions, are we expecting this set of ministers to continue? Because for him not to dissolve the cabinet as at yesterday, it has raised a lot of questions. Are we going to see a lot of these men that we are seeing now in Bola Tinubu's cabinet come next tomorrow? That's another question. Then what is happening? Well, are they trying to suffocate him again, not to take us to where a few people are expecting that change will come from him. So there's a lot of questions to be asked on that ground, but at the same time, I think there's a lot of hope that it's going to be very colorful. There are a lot of foreign representatives that are going to come. As we all know, the US don't prepare their own relay team to come and display an invitation relay now. Some presidents are already in the country. So with yesterday 26 behind Nigerians, I think for me, I'm just looking forward to how traditions and our rights are going to be in display for the whole world to see. Whether we like it or not, everybody is watching.
All right. Thank you. Mama Echo.
I'm not expecting anything.
Are you going to watch?
I said, I am not expecting anything.
I said, are you going to watch?
Watch you.
She get choice.
Watch Mother Thief. Have you watched President Select? That is against our constitution. Is that what I want to watch? The constitution says 25% of FCT. We broke the constitution. We tell the Western world that our constitution is non-entity. Is that what I want to watch? Is that what I want to watch? Is that the message I'm passing to my children? Is that the message I'm passing to my grandchildren? That you know what? The constitution of your country has no meaning. That the constitution of your country is a non-entity. Is that what I want to watch? Is that the language I'm speaking to my children? So when the Western world now invade us, we have no constitution. Because the person you are giving the mantle to broke the constitution to enter into seat. So when me and you pass airport and they negate us, we have no constitution to protect us. So is that what we want to laugh and celebrate? Celebrate non-entity? But you know what? It is not over until it is over. Because Buhari, Tutu is breaking our constitution. That means we have no constitution. We are dealing with corruption. That is not enough. We now finish it by making sure we do not have a constitution. What a shame. Shame on us. Shame, 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 shame. No constitution. So,
Thank you. Thank you, Mama Echo. Ike.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damage. I think, you know, if you know, if Nigeria can be honest to themselves, you know, I think the issue of this 25% in Abuja is a very simple case that the judges or the lawyers or the tribunal could have decided even before now. And I think that was what Shegu was trying to remind us, that when we are talking about the Supreme Court, you know, I think there is a case in appeal about Abuja citizens that went to court over 25% FCT, right? But the judges absconded. The judges were not there. And the lawyer was complaining yesterday that if they know that we are not going to see, why do they have to allow him to fly from Lagos to Abuja? You know, so he's talking about he's going to sue the judges also, because this is trampling on his fundamental human right. If they know they have a conference, if they know they're not going to sit, why did they fix the date? Because he doesn't stay in Abuja. So what I'm trying to say is that, can't we see that there is really no sincerity in the government and the apparatus of government? Because even the judiciary, this 25% of Abuja, I think would, if these people think that they really meant well for Nigeria, and if the government of APC and the present APC administration felt that they won this election clearly and they meant well for Nigeria, I think this Abuja case, they could have decided the 25% of Abuja. Because like Mama Echo is saying right now, I mean, every layman in the street is now thinking that this is a government of illegality, because this has been there. And I think it could have been more better for everybody that they were able to decide that. But look at, we are trying now to illegitimize illegality only in the name of trying to inaugurate. So I'm not a lawyer, I'll keep saying it, but I think it is very simple that if they have done that, clear that on the way, like they just cleared the one of Shettima and of his double nomination, I think that would have given more credibility to the inauguration. But that was not done. So finally, before you ring your bell, listen. On Monday, the government itself and the security apparatus is warning Nigerians: if you have no business in being at the Eagle Square, don't ever you near there. Then what is the inauguration of the president of a country if the citizens cannot appear in the place you are trying to inaugurate the president that is going to rule them, and you're giving them warning in advance? If you don't have any business around the Eagle Square, never you appear. The Inspector General of Police, the Director of DSS, the Secretary to the federal government, all the people have been warning Nigerians. So which people are there to Which people are there to inaugurate? Who are they going to rule? Where is the democracy? Where is the democratic norms of every nation? And this question I'm trying to drop, all these countries, including America, these foreign countries that are already in Nigeria coming to celebrate illegality, that the democratic principles and norms have been taken away from Nigerians, that they cannot go and witness the inauguration of the president that is going to rule them. Already there is a threat to every Nigerian not to go to Eagle Square. So my brother, I don't really know I don't even understand Nigeria anymore.
All right, thank you, Ike. Isimele, you are next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Within those 2 days, I think there may be unrest, even though the government have said people should not come out to cause some risk during those periods. But Tinubu will definitely be inaugurated. Some pro-Tinubu will be happy, and the other side of the election will still continue to be sad. Fortunately, what the deed is done now. I don't know how long it's going to take to heal, if there's going to be any healing at all. It may not, some might find healing somehow, but there is definitely going to be some uh, um, unappreciating attitudes one way or another, maybe some disruptions in certain areas. Insecurity may increase with time against the government. I don't know how it's going to play out. Um, we're in a trying time now because the country is highly divided, and we don't know. And I also have a kind of thinking that could Tinubu's presidency as a Yoruba man empower some Yorubas to, remember when Buhari was president, the people from the north, not all of them, use the avenue. Is my brother in power now. I wonder if it will happen from the Yoruba side. I hope not, that Nigeria should remain one. We shouldn't say because our brother is in power and then use it to antagonize others. We should stick together as one. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Shegun.
Okay, so between now and Monday, what could possibly happen? I think the two court cases that could have been like put a K-leg in the whole matter has been technically, pushed to the side. One of them decided on technicalities. The other one, the court refused to appear. The judge refused to appear in court. So legally, if there was anything that could possibly derail that, that's been put aside. So I don't think there's anything that could really derail it. Just like Ovie said, maybe in the realms of spiritualities, but for me, that's not a consideration for me. So I think the inauguration will come, and the inauguration will go. There's likely to be some pocket of protests. People protesting around in Abuja, no matter whether close to the Eagle Square or not. But I think the inauguration will come and the inauguration will go. One thing I just wanted to say was obviously following the week of activities towards the transition, I cannot but notice Tinubu's absence in some key events. We discussed this at commissioning of the Dangote refinery. He wasn't there. We gave some reasons. Now at the presidential inaugural lecture that happened today, he also isn't there. So I know we've at the risk of overflogging his health issues. For me, that's an indication of really that his health is really not too strong, which in eventually I think will influence his performance in government. So basically, just from now to 2 days, I don't see anything happening. And then just lastly, on what Isemele said about him being president, and some people feel empowered. I also suspect that there will be some bottle of people who will feel that yes, our man Tinubu is there, and they could, want to rub it in people's faces and do things that are not illegal. What comes to my mind is the boys in Lagos. My own thinking is, leaders in Southwest should really be speaking to everybody. Tinubu is the president now. There's no point anybody going to start, doing the same thing that happened during Buhari's time, where people feel entitled and can go ahead and do anything. So to checkmate that, leaders in the Southwest need to be talking to everybody. Tinubu is in the presidency. Let him do his work while the tribunals is there. Once the tribunal come and go, whoever then finally remains there should just continue to govern the country. So I think it's a valid concern, really. But the way to checkmate it is that people should start speaking against anybody taking advantage of that. So basically, I will be watching the inauguration. For me, it's a Nigerian event, no matter whether the process was mad or not. But again, it's good to be part of what is good to at least witness history, whether it's a good history or bad history, so that we can use it for further discussions and further lessons in future. So that's what I would like to say. So, Dr. Damages, I will drop off at the moment and watch from the background and then join back later. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, Shegun. Thank you so much. Let me just say that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have one of Obedient's favorite children. He's Dr. Haruna Goro will join us tomorrow, and we want to hear from him on what's next for people who support P2B. And 1 hour into that, I think we are going to join. P2B is having a
Okay.
midi press event tomorrow, also at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. So we are going to also join that at 5. And when that is done, we continue our conversation with Dr. Haruna tomorrow. All right. So let's continue the conversation about what will happen in the next 2 days. I want to know also people to weigh in on what has been going on, especially what the presidency has been doing, how the transition has been going along the way. So I think the next person is who is next? I think it's
It's me.
okay, man of
How are you?
prestige. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you very much. To be honestly, I'm not going to be watching. I mean, it's not that I have anything against Nigeria. I'm a Nigerian, so but I'm not going to be watching. I have more important things to do tomorrow holiday, so that's more important thing. But I urge people to watch Nigeria today in about, I think in about 50 minutes. Nigeria is playing Brazil in the World U20 soccer taking place in Argentina. So that's a very important thing to watch, because it's going to be a dual protest against racism, because a Brazilian player was abused. Vinicius was abused in Madrid. They abused him racially. So that should be very important. See how that transpire. It's happening today at 2 o'clock. So that's going to be a very interesting game. I'm going to be watching that, but unfortunately, I'm not going to be watching that. I'm not going to be watching the inauguration. I mean, be it what it may be. I'm never interested in that kind of stuff anyway, notwithstanding. But having said that, Tinubu is going to be sworn in. He's going to be Nigerian president, so we should get used to it. Whatever transpiring there, he's going to be Nigerian president. There's no doubt about it. So nothing is going to stop that. I mean, today is Saturday, Sunday, so I think that's going to be pushed aside. Whenever that's going to be ruling, of course, Tinubu is going to be president before the ruling come on. In that regards, I don't see anything changing in that space. Like Ovie properly stated, I think I've been reading some articles or whatever that most of the ministers right now is going to be recycled in Tinubu minister. That's what I heard. So I don't know how true that is. That a lot of them is going to be coming back to Tinubu. But it is whether they come or they not come. It's the same APC and PDP. So nothing is going to change in that country, in my own opinion. Nothing is changing. What is Naira today? I mean, like some people properly stated that whenever Tinubu come in because of his ingenious or whatever, dollar is going to be. I mean, today dollar is 760 something, so it's going up instead of trending down. So I don't really see. What's going to be an indication that Nigeria is going to get better. But what I'm going to say, good luck to whoever is the president. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Ndubisi.
Well, the next 2 days leading to his inauguration, nothing significant will happen. He will be inaugurated on that day. Everything will go well. There will be protests anyway, in maybe not at the Eagle Square, but nearby and all that, because some people will still want to protest to show their displeasure with INEC decision to announce him as winner. The only thing is that it is going to be a sad commentary for Nigeria. On that day, it will be another sad chapter in Nigeria's march to nationhood, that we can't get things right, that we circumvent our own rules only to favor somebody who is the choice of the establishment against Nigerians. So nothing really will happen. People, those who support Tinubu and who are members of the establishment, they want us to wave it aside and say, let's carry on. Only God knows what tomorrow will bring. But after the innovation comes the real job of taking care of the country. But a leopard never changes his spot. So I don't see any good thing coming out of his government if he's the way he is. That just at the tribunal, they will be courageous to do the right thing along the line. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Prince.
For me, is there anything I'm expecting to happen in these 2 days? Not from, certainly not from Nigeria. I think on that day I already have myself booked up with my kids. I'm gonna take them out on on some kind of outing. The only thing the people I really, my heart goes out to them are those people in Abuja. Since we have the movement of almost all the whole rogues from all corners, from Benin, from Lagos, from Port Harcourt, they've now moved to Abuja. So it will be a stealing galore. They'll be stealing people. People in pickpocketing and all that stuff. So I don't expect anything good to come out of it. Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Officer AK, welcome to the show.
Thank you, my brother. It's been a long time. Greetings to everybody. Good morning. I thought this was going to be 10 o'clock my time. So I'm in Central Time, so you are in. So you're like 1 hour ahead or so. But anyway, so I just want to quickly say that everybody has a right to show either their grievances or their support and joy for whoever they supported or voted for or against. And we have to remember the people in this live right now are not the only people who call themselves Nigerians. There are millions of other people who support different other people. So when we come and talk emotionally and curse this person because they support that person, let's remember you're not the only one who call yourself Nigerian. So moving forward, remember I said the last time on the show that so all this talk that we're talking, you are just marketing Tinubu more and more. I'm surprised Paul was not here today. He was a Lagos person. I was in Lagos in the 90s. If you knew who Tinubu was, the more you talk about him, Tinubu would tell his people, they're promoting me. Because you don't know who this man is, or maybe you don't know a lot about the politics in the Southwest back then in the 90s. The first thing he did when he came in was to take care of the magistrates in Lagos. So these people, they are conditioned, this, that. So first of all, you have to understand that the judiciary in Nigeria has a strong support base for Tinubu. Those of them who were appointed under him, they didn't want to leave Lagos. The people who were outside of Lagos wanted to come to Lagos so they can enjoy the benefits. So already that establishment has a big, what do you call it, sentiment in his favor. So that's number one. Number two, when we used to protest that time against, oh, we don't have this, we don't have that in Nigeria, Obasanjo this one, that. The governor of the state is the one that will tell people, say, put your emotions aside, carry it, put it to one side. Now take your brain and put it forward. Emotions will not let you get what you want. So these are some of the things that people don't understand. So when some people say, oh, he must not be this one inaugurated, so what do you expect to happen? Even the law, the constitution itself, like I said it, Father, I forgot my brother's name. He's not here today. We talked about this the last time, that even the constitution, the electoral act, says whoever has been declared by the INEC chairman must be sworn in, even if the court is going to come back later and say this and that, whatever. So even the law says he has to be sworn in. So what do you expect to happen? that Buhari's tenure should be extended, or that people should go and risk their lives in front of the military. So these are some of the things objectively that people should look at. So, and in terms of protests will happen. Protests happened in time of Trump. They went to Capitol. What happened? Those people were jailed. So what happened? So that's and on a final note. So what to expect? If I'm watching it, it doesn't matter. If anybody is not watching it, it doesn't matter. I'm here. I'm not there. But what do we expect? I don't know. We can expect anything. It doesn't matter. Is that going to change what's going to happen? So that's just my own submission, objectively.
All right, thank you, Professor Eke. Professor Eke, we have some rules here that you sit up when you are on. I know you've not been here in a while, so
yeah.
But
okay, sorry.
Thank you. Hi, go ahead.
Well, thank you. What I expect in the next 2 days, nothing really. The party begins and the party will continue, and all the Aboros will arrive in Abuja. Like the person alluded, people will get robbed, people will get get beaten up. But unfortunately, to me, he have awakening the thugs and the arboros of Nigeria, and now Nigeria people will be manhandled in everything. Look at what Jesus Kayamo said, that he couldn't believe that he's the minister of. It's against the law to be minister of whatever he is. That it's like he's saying it now. Can we go back and get all the money we allocated on his tenure? But that is the reality. And one of the concerns that I have, though, is that the media will not have. If the media, if a media that they don't like, they can intimidate them and they can go after them because they don't like what they're saying about them. I think that will happen in this person's tenure. But my concern is that his health is what is my biggest concern. I don't know how long he will be on that seat. I don't even believe that he will make it 4 years. But when people talk about what Tinubu did in Lagos or how he was that time, Tinubu then is not Tinubu now. Aging have catching up with him. He's supposed to be in the retirement home. That's where he belongs. I'm sorry to say. That's where he belongs. But unfortunately, Nigerian environment, if you're a governor, what is that? If you're a governor, you go to Senate. Why is it interfering?
All right,
Hello?
Go ahead. I'm trying to figure out where it's coming from.
Okay. So if you're a governor, you retire in Senate and you sit in Senate. Now, Asorok will be the old homes retirement place because it's back to back. Buhari look fresher than he was when he become the president. Even Tinubu is not even the president already, but he's looking fresher and fresher because now he's gonna fly to abroad and get treated and bring back and continue. But I don't know if he's gonna be in charge like when he was in Lagos. I don't think so. Age is a natural phenomenon. We can't run away from it. They have catched up with him, and that is what I have.
All right. Thank you so much. And let's go to KJ.
Thank you very much. And I want to start from my friend, the second speaker before I. He said, Tinubu was such a great man in Lagos. So what's the record in Lagos? You have running water. He's such a great governor who was in Lagos and controlled Lagos for 26 years. He still flies abroad to get medical treatment. the great work he did in Lagos. Lagos still remains a nightmare for people who drive. What are we talking about here? That somebody was able to, hold down a region and was able to put anybody he wishes in government is what we want for Nigeria, for 210 million people with more countless professors and people who have distinguished themselves in almost every sphere of life. What are we saying? What can't we wake up to reality? It's like saying, you know what, in my village, because I'm a graduate, and so I should control every other person who's going to go to school. Are we crazy? So that's how some of these things we said. Do we even think about it? Do we think about it? I was in primary school. I was told that we are the future of the nation. I'm 50 years old and I'm counting, and I'm still looking for somebody who I was reading as federal commissioner, still ruling me. And you are telling me that I should vote that person and come and sit there and watch him? To do what? You an Igbo man. Let me go back to the tradition. In our tradition, there is masquerade and they have grades by grade. There's one particular one they call Okato in my place, which means the scatterer. You don't give it to an old man, but you can give the one they call a Inze and whatever the other one. You can give that one is very graceful. It comes to just entertain and close the distance. The real masquerade people come to watch is the one that scatters everywhere and that chases all the people around. And at this age, we are bringing somebody who's almost at his, I'm not talking about his wealth, because he knows what he's going through before he gave himself to service. And don't tell us that somebody who comes into service, we're going to pay with our money. We cannot talk about his health and age and any other thing we want to discuss. If you were a private citizen, we will not talk about you. There are many private people who are billionaires who nobody's talking about. If you give yourself to service, I'm going to be paying from my tax. I should talk about anything I want. I can even insult you if I feel like. Don't tell me that. Does he have two heads? What is better? What has he done for the people of Lagos? Are the people of Lagos better now because he was president? I mean, was governor? What has he done for the people of Lagos apart from holding them down? We saw the mess he made of Ambode because he didn't like the policy that we do. That's what we want for Nigeria. That's what you want for your children and my own. That somebody will decide who should be who. One person in a country, people who have intelligence. Come on, there. Come on, let's wake up. What are we going to expect? Nothing. Olumo will become president of the National Association of Aburos. He will have an office in Lagos. I mean, in Abuja. Okay, to run the affairs from that point. Look, if you are expecting that something extra is going to happen, you are daydreaming. Okay, we're just going to continue to mark time until we wake up. We're not looking for strong men. We're looking for strong institutions. That's why the Western world is moving, because it doesn't matter who you are. The system felt Trump should go to stand trial. He went to stand trial. Nobody cares whether he was Trump or not. We are looking for strong institutions, not strong men. Strong men have not done anything for Africa, and it's not going to change with Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Ike, you're next. Ike, unmute yourself. Can you guys hear me? Can anybody hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, maybe I cannot. Paul, go ahead.
I can.
Yes.
Okay, Paul, talk. When you finish, I can speak.
Okay, Paul.
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir. So somebody drove me back into this forum and just listening from the background when he said Paul is not here. It was like funny to me because I remember when Tinubu became senator, 1992, 1993. I just get out from school. That's my first election that I voted. I just get out from high school 2 years before that time. So it was like funny to me. And this man grew to the tune of becoming the governor of Lagos. This Lagos that they're talking about, there's pipe-borne water running everywhere. You know, we have the fire service who was active. We see fire service. We see all those things. We see how Lagos was running. I am not talking that because I live in a middle-class neighborhood, but I'm talking about local, like real local places. They have pipe-borne water in places like Ajegule. They have pipe-borne water in places like Ijora. Badia, they have pipe on water. And this man came, I give it to him. He's one of our best. He opened the second side of Lagos, what they claim that the new Lagos. But guess what? The new Lagos. Jakonde built Lagos State University last week. Did he even put a satellite campus in the Aja houses like they claim? The answer is no. We saw Bagada, Lagos State Teaching Hospital, the Diaraba. We saw Bagada. Did he put another campus in Aja? The answer is no. But this is the Tinubu that they say they built Lagos. Is there pipe-borne water running in Aja? The answer is no. The people who even went with their hard-earned money to go develop the so-called Aja today, they say they don't belong to Lagos. You understand? How many Yoruba men will buy land in their houses? There are very few. And even if they buy land, they get good discounted prices because they go from Omoluabi, from brother to brother who you know. You get a highly discounted prices. You understand? It is the non-indigens that even buy this land that open those places. Let's tell ourselves the truth. When you look at the Aja, when you look at these beautiful houses that we pride ourselves with in Lagos, it is inside the house that is fine. You cannot tell me the neighborhood is anything to write home about. You just see the man inside the house like our so-called home video, the way they have been inside the house, not outside, no landscape, no master plan, no nothing. Then somebody said he built, somebody said he know how to pick people. This man that you are talking about, he lost relationship with Alegbesola who worked with Buhari. This man that you are talking about, he lost relationship with Fashola who worked with Buhari. This man that you are talking about, he lost relationship with Fowler who worked with Buhari. You understand? The man only did well on where he's controlling people. He hijacked Lagos State. You understand? That is where he did well. You understand? He did well by putting people under and oppress them, take care of the whole status of assembly. This is the height of stupidity. You understand? Where did Lagos grow? Tell me anything that happened in the so-called new Lagos that he developed. Jakonde literally opened Lagos. You know, because if you don't have money to send your kids to school, they will still eat at home. So Jakonde built schools all around you so that you will not come up with an excuse that you don't have money to send your kids to school for transportation. He opened Lagos. He built local housing, Aja. He built Ebeda. He built Maitu Central. He built and every other thing. So I don't understand. Let us challenge word by word things that he did. I can't figure anyone. I can't figure anyone. When people talk all these things, it just makes me laugh. You understand? Fashola that he give to Buhari, if you want to say he give Fashola to Buhari, did Fashola deliver? Did Aregbesola deliver? Doctor, do you know how much to do passport? Can you go online to say this is the amount if you want to renew your passport, get a new passport? You don't know. You understand? You don't even know how to pay tax. These are the people that work with him. So when they say he knows how to pick people, who did he know how to pick? If there's anybody who knows how to pick, I'll say maybe it's Festus Keyamo, who prosecuted 99 and started working for him today. That is the only person that I would say he picked very well. Yeah, that's my take. Thank you.
Right. Paul, thank you. Christian, welcome.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Damages. Yeah, you asked the question, what is going to happen tomorrow or next? Nothing basically, except those who are going to be making noise will continue to make noise, and those who have captured the society will continue to plan how to consummate their success. Now, sometimes when I come here, I really am surprised as to why people are so much emotional about the last election, because no election in Nigeria has not been rigged. From the very first one conducted by the white man, the British, and they rigged it for a purpose. And that purpose has continued to be today. So when people are saying, but what surprises me actually is when people come here, intellectual people who are intelligent enough to say, oh, they want new Nigeria. Now, and then those who captured Nigeria want one Nigeria. And both of you want one Nigeria. So what is the incentive are you giving, or what is the pain, or what is the reason you are going to give to the person who is already in charge to leave that's Nigeria he has captured for you to capture? So unless you start doing something different, and that is where I am really surprised when people come here and say, "Oh, we want one Nigeria, we want to be, or we want a new Nigeria or something." But basically, what it is that there is an establishment on the way Nigeria should be functioning, and nobody will be able to defeat a magician in his own card. So if the next election, in fact, this election will tell you that the next election will be worse. Okay, so I'm hopeful that Tinubu's election or his presidency will continue to open our people's mind and they educate them, just like the way Buhari's election had opened a lot of people's mind and educate them. So that's what my take on it. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, Christian. I was skipping the VC and Officer AK. They've weighed in on this. I'll go to Jonaba. Jonaba, you're next.
Okay, so what you are expecting in this administration? That is the question,
No,
right?
in the next 2 days, they are yet to start. In the next 2 days.
The next 2 days, the traditionalists will overcome the name of the Allah and the name of Jesus Christ in their own land and become more of who we are. And those that are going to church will stay in the church. And by God's grace, Jesus will come in the next 2 days and the world will be raptured. So we don't even going to have the election again. So nobody should worry. Jesus is coming for us and Allah is taking us to paradise in the next 2 days. So otherwise, the traditionalists will conquer and Tinubu will be the next president and we're all going to take it the way we see it. And by the way, to your brother that spoke when I'm not on the platform, if nobody is there, don't talk about the person because the person will not reply. Tell the Prestige that he already tore his passport, Nigerian passport. So I'm not going to be arguing with him on Nigerian any issue. And what I said is what I said. I hope he go and meet his pastor to pray or whatever he believes that 2 days to come will not happen. By the grace of God, those of us that believe in Nigeria and believe in what we see, Tinubu will be sworn in, and then we'll take it from there.
Your number, I don't know, say when you travel to Nigeria, you go collect your Igba to do traditional and drop a pastor cap. You not tell us, yo?
Well, we will talk about that offline.
Okay. So we go call consult.
Yeah, I will ordain you as the chief priest.
Because from
All
every
right,
indication,
thank you.
I go Nigeria, go do with that.
All right, let's hear from Mr. Scribe. Mr. Scribe, go ahead. Mr. Scribe?
So, yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I'm multitasking. Okay, I think for the next 2 days, it's gonna go like most people have said. It's no surprises. People have a right to protest. My only appeal to the powers that be is, please, sanctity of life. It is sacrosanct. So no matter what, please respect the rights of people. To protest, and let's not have so many casualties. And also to the people protesting, also understand that there are people that actually voted for Tinubu concretely. You have to also respect that they are also Nigerians. The same rights, the citizenship you have, they also have. So I think overall that's it. We wish Mr. Tinubu well. Albeit I don't agree with his presidentship. I believe in my candidate, which is Mr. Peter Obi. If I had the opportunity, I would have voted for him. But overall, what has transpired, I think I heard somebody say that, the British has been doing, from the census of 1956 or 1958, Nigeria was already molded to be the way it is. I remember this week I was part of my assignment. I was reviewing some of even the 1914 constitution and things like that. And the more you just look at this thing, you just look at, we're just, in Igbo, they say, Ahia, Aposa, Aposa. And what that means is like Nigeria is somebody is benefiting from Nigeria. So the more the better. The more we can kind of look at things from an aspect of continually requesting for our citizenship rights. Aluta continua, Victoria Seta. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. I mentioned at the beginning that I think it was BBC that listed the 5 major imminent challenges.
You're welcome. Okay, you're not
So people didn't even know that they are on air, they are in the studio, and they're having other conversations. Okay, so
Dr. Damage, before you go, another thing I know say go happen. Nigeria will wear black cloth tomorrow.
Tomorrow on Monday.
On Monday.
Okay.
So on Monday we are burying democracy in Nigeria. So many of Nigeria is going to wear black cloth, and a lot will cry.
All
and
right.
if that's not taken, some people will take their life because it's so sad. So instead of celebrating, there will be mourning. What a shame.
All right, let me play this. This is
Hey, Doctor,
Shettima.
before you do that, let me quickly. I'll just drop to the background. Okay, I'll be listening. I have to go.
Okay, who is saying this? Okay, all right. Let me play this. Shettima, the incoming vice president, made a speech, and he gave us a little bit of where his mind is. Let's watch. It's just 50 seconds.
Administration. I deliberately picked an Igbo man, a Catholic, to be my chief security officer. Stand up for recognition, please. For the purpose of inclusivity and togetherness, again, I deliberately picked a Northern Christian to be my ADC. So the so-called founder of Boko Haram is going to be protected by... Your Excellencies.
All right. That was Shettima telling you that he could hear what you guys are talking about him, and he's doing something about that.
It's like you peasant. It's like you peasant. You guys complain too much. See, I'm picking one of your own. Why are you guys complaining? You peasants. Huh? What's your problem? That's exactly how that come across. But again, I mean, now power now, so that we take we take so on that specific speech, or
yeah, in general, because we are getting a glimpse of what might happen and the impact of the commentary that we make across the social media and all the other platforms.
It's all, they want to place to the gallery, so it's all about the inclusivity, right? So inclusion, justice, fairness, and all that. If you remember what who said, yeah, is it Tambawa that said, let's win first. When we win, then we'll start distributing offices. If you remember, leading towards the, is that immediately after the primaries or before the primaries, they say something like that. And I mean, they are just staying true to their words. This is what they are promised. They are distributing office. And the man from Inugu should be celebrating. You have one of your son as a chief security officer. So I don't mean, it's something what stand up for recognition. It's like, you see, okay, as somebody who live in Georgia, right? Georgia remind me of so many this like remind me of during slavery time when master go come. You too stubborn. Come here. They will make him an example in front of everybody, so everybody could come. So that's exactly what is happening here. Be one of their own. Doesn't matter what office is, right? Now one office. This is at federal level. Should be happy. That's it. And that guy, yeah, family is on done better. And in Nigeria, done better. So I don't know why we're complaining. So that's exactly this like KJ they laugh. That's exactly what I'm seeing there. So We asked for it, we are getting it. We should be grateful. Come on now.
All right, Isemele, go ahead. 1 minute intervention.
Mr. Shettima, Professor Shettima, that is absolutely disrespectful. You don't have to fool us and tell us you're going to appoint Igbo, you're going to appoint Christian. We want you to do it not by your speaking, we want your action. If you come across this platform or someone shows you about this platform, please listen to the voices of Nigerians, regardless where they come from. I'm sure amongst your Fulanis, some are suffering, some of the Amajiris, listen to them, the Christians, the Muslims, the localists, the Yorubas, the Ijos, the Shekiris, the Igbos. Everyone should be included, and make sure you give them good positioning, not the ones that will go and be cleaning toilets, and you give better position to people who do anything. You need to be fair. So don't fool us, please. We don't believe that. Listen to us. Yeah? Thank you.
KJ.
Rudolph, since he picked Catholic, he will
Just 1 minute. 1 minute.
prayers at the opening ceremony, at the inauguration. Naboski will be there.
You know what he has done is not new. Remember that when Buhari was taking over, he told us that his cook is Igbo. I've been his cook for long, and he's a Christian. So this is just like he said this is just aesthetics for the camera. Okay, it doesn't mean nothing. It doesn't mean nothing, and people they misread what we are standing for. We're not standing that Tinubu and Shettima should not govern Nigeria. We're saying that if he had won us clear and square, nobody will be saying this. If the INEC chairman had, when reading out his result, waited for all the results to be collected, and people made their inputs, okay, we wouldn't be having this challenge. If he had done what he said on BBC and even in Chatham House, where he said the beavers are the game changers, and as they have introduced this now, there will be no longer need for anybody to try to read because everything will be done on real time. If he had done all that, I'm sure that whoever is obedient, I'm not obedient, but I stand for justice and equity, fairness in every situation. If that had been done, I'm telling you, nobody will be complaining. But people are making a mistake. The man who is coming to start governing Nigeria on Monday, 68% or about 60% of Nigerians disapprove of him, who voted against him, of the vote cast. Okay? In other words, you're already starting from a very minority angle. Okay? And then this charlatan is telling us that because he has appointed Christians and Igbo. So what? Okay? Are we after the tribe? Nobody is saying Northerners are bad. Certain people have hijacked Nigeria. That's what we are saying. And Christians made it very clear. We're not looking for this thing. You cannot hijack the system and you're trying to now give us biscuits and cabin biscuits and they say, are you not eating? Maybe biscuit to the given now. It's not what we are looking for. Let the system run properly. Put things in place. Whoever comes, and I said this thing the last time, I said the Igbo worldview is Egbe Boru, Ugbe Boru. Let the kite perch. Let the Igbo also perch. Don't say because you are big, you have everything should be done your own way. No, we're also campaigning for the minority tribe, the little ones who don't have more than let's say 100 persons, okay, in Nigeria. They are also Nigerians. If you want Nigeria to stand, let's be Nigeria. If you don't want Nigeria to stand, divide it. Me, I'm for division. I have never hidden this thing. I'm for division. It's not working. Thank you.
Okay, let me come back to you. There's something I want to help us understand. Remind us again, when Tinubu picked Shettima, what was the argument then? Was it that he was competent and that was what matters, not because of his religion? What was the argument that they made?
Yes, the whole thing was that the Muslim ticket, that Tinubu is ignoring the Christian and all that kind of stuff. So he came out to say he picked him because of competence, not necessarily because of the
okay, I just want to make sure that I remembered correctly.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Why wouldn't he say that I picked my chief security? What is it? Chief security officer because he's competent.
And a PA.
Yeah, because he's competent, and I picked my ADC because he's competent, irrespective of why did he say I picked him because
because that's I think that's the question we need to frequently ask ourselves. what to us? Is it our religion, our ethnicity? Because we seem to blow more, we seem to get more angry when those things are attacked. But when the real things that affect our daily life have to go ahead, we don't go over it. So these people understand that, right? So he's saying that it's not out of competence or he's stupid or no. This is politics. He has to tell you what you guys want to hear, right? We believe inclusivity. We want to be represented. This, that. That's all we all be asking for, right? So they are giving it to us. That man is from this.
So you think if he said that, we will be clapping? No. When there is no competency, when there is no integrity, when there is no accountability, when there is no honesty, when there is no trust. What a shame.
That's not the question they are asking, Mama.
What a shame.
So, and if you remember, if you listen,
so when I go place of work, when they begin to attack una, make una no vex o.
Mama,
make una no vex.
Let's stay on point. Let's forget about.
Which one say on point? I'm not there on point. Now you come there for.
Let me finish for God's sake.
Now you there point Aki.
Let me finish for God's sake.
Mama Echo, hold on.
Go beat down now, not be stand there, so you don't know where in there. Why they shout for me?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay.
So the guy, he was specific. He did not just mention where he came from, but his religion, that is a Catholic. So those are the things we want, right? So that even though in the recent, those don't mean anything. Just like what KJ is saying, that's not the point. But of course, that's the voice we keep hearing. Oh, now Yoruba ma, oh, now Osama, oh, now Fulani ma, oh, now English, oh, now Christian, oh, now Muslim. That's the loudest part of our complaint collectively. Both the educated, the illiterate, the young, and the old. Anytime somebody come attack that aspect of us, we are ready to go crazy. But somebody go carry our budget money, go and go build that for Dubai. Me and you get road to work again. It doesn't matter. Now who do and I matter? Oh, now that's why. Now, so that's exactly what they are giving us. Yes, Rudolph, we are going to see more of this in this administration. Now that's what we want. We all want to be included. I want my own person, my tribe, a source of person to be in the government. It doesn't matter if it's a cleaner or if it's it doesn't matter. It's serving. My brother did it. Right? My brother did serve as well. My Yoruba, my tribal person, 9 days, this office. That's all we care about. So that's a classic. Yes, I agree with you, Rudolph. We are going to see this. It's not about competency or anything, but all those ones are. It's about equity and justice.
Just one question, Rudolph. You remember what his reason for making Akpabio, trying to make Akpabio president of the Senate? He said something very interesting. The worst Muslim, the best Muslim, or he made a very comparison that the worst Christian or the most corrupt Christian is better to be a Senate president than the best Muslim.
Yes, he said it. The same Shettima said it too.
Okay, so what he's saying, let's listen to. You see, that's what's coming. Those who think there's going to be, El Dorado after they get sworn in, they didn't get ready. Something new is coming.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Isimile and then Maicho, then we'll go around. Mr. Scribe.
Maicho don't talk finish.
They're spoken now.
Yeah.
They're spoken.
Isimile, go ahead. Oh, you said you already spoke.
I'm using for Mama Hito if she wants to speak.
Oh, Mr. Scribe, go ahead.
Okay, I can go ahead. Please.
I thought you were going clockwise.
No,
hold on. They jump me now.
Hold on, Mr. Scribe, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to add, I don't know anybody who followed the Vinicius thing this week, and Shettima's speech is so similar to the speech by the president of La Liga as regards to this issue. And I know it's two different topics, but it just, when I was listening to him, I was just remembering, that press conference by the La Liga, though in Spanish, but someone was translating. The truth there is that it's not, people still don't understand what's going on. It's not that you choose Igbo guy, Ijo guy, and all those things. It's justice has to be there's a way Godi the barrister said justice has to be done and has to be seen to be done. That is what people are saying. There's already a backlog of you're coming into governance. There's already a backlog. There's already a tape. There's already things that you've said in public
Sorry,
domains.
scribe. That's what Shettima is describing. I want you to see it. That's why I asked him to stand up.
Yeah,
See the
exactly.
justice that is there, right there.
No, I get it, and I respect his opinion and his position on it. But the one I just don't understand is, what appears to be the equivalent of, you just saying, like in the case of the president of La Liga, we called you for meeting several times. You refused to come. You know what, that kind of thing. Whereas the person is in pain. You know, understand? Like he's still the wound is still fresh. You know what I mean? So, this kind of thing. Yes, you might think it sounds good to you and your praise singers, but not necessarily. And besides, if you really want to appoint an Igbo guy, it's not a guy that potentially is going to be in the line of fire to die for you. I don't know whether you see the kind of conflict in kind of those kind of things. I want to see your accountant be an Igbo guy. I want to see the guy that holds your passport be an Igbo guy. I want to see crucial people in your internal this thing. The guy who knows your itinerary. I want to see him be that Igbo guy. Then I know that you are very open, so to speak.
All right. Thank you, sir. Mama Echo.
Vice President, why you dey deceive yourself? Selected Vice President, why are you lying to yourself? So you look us finish. You can't say we be mumu. Not be mumu. I'm so sorry. You just treat all these grown-up men as a student in Kigagati. Stand up. Oh my shit. And those who kind of laugh, they just treated you like Kigagati student. When teacher go say, stand up, and you can't stand up. What a shame. Nigeria! As we dey intelligent reach, as we dey smart reach, this is where we reduce ourselves to. Make una nobody should cry, yo, especially in this Western world, because I know them. They will use all this against us. So make we buckle your bed when they treat you anyhow for your place of work, anyhow for store. Because when you go grocery store, they go treat you. So make nobody vex. And Chief Tinubu, let me tell you, we did not elect you. You are not our president. You only belong to the caucus of the people that rig you in the office. So you are not our president. And let me tell you, it is not over until it is over. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Similarly, Denise.
I think I've said a little bit about what I wanted to say regarding Shettima's comment. He was condescending and talking like a god, and his relationship there with the people he was trying to speak with is like master and slave. Regardless their positions, the way he, like Mama Hito said, authoritatively, commanding them to, stand up. I wonder if they don't stand up, what's going to happen? Will they be sacked? He's just trying to show his muscles. When he spoke during the Dangote's refinery speech, he went there and he was even shaking. He was, the way he was calling the names of the people, the president, as if they are going to unseat him, or Buhari is watching him and see if there's any mistake. He composed himself. So why can't he use that same standard of professionalism to address his fellow politician, regardless their position. It's not even the way he spoke, the way he commanded them, but the attributes to the names he called them out for, mentioning their ethnicities. For me, we are ethnic people. There is nothing wrong in being proud of who we are as from this particular group of people. And why I keep saying that people should, ethnicities are important as well. If there are intelligent people within ethnicities and they can source out to fill those positions. If we just go, we should have to find a balance. If we just go by people who are bookworms, yeah, but we can find them in those ethnicities within Nigeria so that all regions will be represented equally, but people who can handle the positions effectively. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Uzo, welcome to the show.
You jump over here. You know, so no say
No, okay, spoke already.
Okay, thank you. Let me give respect to those that deserve respect. My man, scribe, I hear you. Everybody, as my normal moral procedure, you see me, I hate you. I come out cap.
Just wake up and say, "What you have me this morning?"
I come out cap for everybody. Yeah, my point is this.
Uzo, 30 minutes is 30 seconds on, but go ahead.
Yeah, it doesn't, you know, as I told you, it doesn't matter. If I take my 3 minutes to greet, it's okay for me. So my point is this: we are not even observing what is going on in Nigeria. Nigeria is like, I would say like, first of all, when we started this program, one man totally removed that video where he was saying Tinubu is a criminal, is a thief. I know he may have called it to remove that video. You know, whatever is online will remain online forever. And he played earlier on where he was saying he is a criminal. He's not worthy to be a Nigerian president. But today he says he's the best person for the presidency. So that is whatever we say in life, we should remember that tomorrow he may come back to haunt us. I know by now he'll be regretting not saying those words. By now he will not saying those words. So we'll be careful what we said. That's a lesson learned. I heard that. I was like, this guy will be like calling the analogies. Can you delete this FSU? The man will say, no, it's already gone online. I can't delete it anymore. But no matter what I said there is, what I'm going to say is about what's going on. We all take our faith, actually. Tinubu and Shettima will become the president and vice president of Nigeria. As all of us struggle for me to go in there, but it didn't work. Now, there's nothing we can do about it. We can only pray Nigeria to be better. But I assure you that what Buhari is leaving for Tinubu is something, it's going to be a war. Just like the Air Nigeria that have no website, that it doesn't even fly. Now, Nigeria, if one of the things, he's going to like, I left Air Nigeria with Tinubu. I don't know it's going to be there. It's handover. I left Air Nigeria with Tinubu before I leave. I left an airways to Tinubu. And there's no aircraft to operate, no office to operate. Most of the things that he's going to leave. So that would be a war. But at the end of the day, if I will still blame us all, as more of us here, some of us are saying our mandate. And when we started doing this, they support Tinubu. Some people are saying that's what we need. Now, some people are saying our mandate. Guy, let's start working again for 2027. If we can go for one person that will deliver Nigeria. So that's just my own take here.
All right, Uzo, thank you. Henry, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Udo. Good evening, everybody. Meanwhile, Mr. Uzo, and also practice your move on 2027. How can you move on when the case are still in court, when there's no judgment about the election? It's easy for people just to open mouth and say move on. It's like you guys here are jokers. How can you move on when cases are still in court? It's never done anywhere in the world. Then the court said Obi did not win. Then we can move on. We can talk about move on. When people come here and the program starts to move on, you are jokers. You Mr. Ludovic, I challenge you as a journalist to go and investigate about the result. Who won the election? The election state, if you go to the result now, Tinubu did not win. Go to INEC, go and check it. He did not win. Then people will sit here and you people say you are smart and intelligent. I'm ashamed of you people sometimes.
How can you move on when cases are in court? They didn't pronounce already the case is over. People are complaining, laughing about Shettima calling people, give some people security, cleaner. This is going to be. People will be crying tomorrow. Nigeria will happen to all of you people. Those who are saying should move on. We should move on. Yeah. Me, I'm moving on. Where I work, nobody command me to do what I want to do. I do what I want to do. Nobody to tell me to stand up and say after me like Shettima command you people, all those intelligent people, professors, doctors, they all stood up like a fool. Zombie. They're all zombies. Some of you come here, bleach, start talking nonsense. You love your country so much. You are happy where you are, but you cannot go on freely, move freely. Sometimes people don't think. Move on. Guy, don't say move people on. doesn't think. That is not good to say people doesn't think. The
Move
way you
on.
see your W, that's the way I see my W. So
Can
you
you move
talk
on when somebody
about
stole
yourself.
your property? No book. That's why they attack people. You know book.
No, look at the way you see your W.
You don't know book like this. Make points. Stop attacking.
Let me finish. Let me talk. You can come on when I'm finished.
No,
You
you are
can talk what you
insulting
want to say. I did not insult you. I was saying something. So don't talk. That's not insult.
Breaking the
Keep
rules,
yourself
man.
one side.
Is insult part of it, the rule?
How
No,
can you
no.
move on? How can you move on when cases are in court? The judges, like the case of yesterday. Let me finish. Don't be ranting when I'm talking.
Ovie, let them finish now. Let them finish.
It's
Go
breaking
and
the
smoke your
rules.
joint and leave me in peace
It's
first.
breaking the rules.
So as I was
Yeah.
saying,
Hold on.
It's insulting
as I was
people.
How
saying,
many rule people don't break today when you not talk?
Rudolph,
The time when people they drive for inside motor, that they talk, una not talk. Oh.
So we call them out.
Rudolph,
Okay, yeah, we did. Hold on.
I could
It's
not finish
important.
now.
Yeah.
Because you don't know
You're
book.
disturbing
You
me.
don't know book to make points. You are insulting people.
Henry, hold
That's
on.
illiteracy.
Henry, hold on. I know that we have rules here and we do remind people to stick by that. And I know that sometimes
I
people
didn't insult nobody, Rudolph. I was
no,
just
but
saying
I heard you say something about people bleaching or something. I don't understand what that means, but
some
if you're
Nigerians, some of
referring
our
to
brothers and sisters who are bleaching, talking about
what
Nigerians
do you mean
move
by
on.
what do you mean by that? No, hold on.
Some of us doesn't think. When you say someone
Because
doesn't
they don't
think,
love
that's
the
an insult
country.
to me. Because they don't love the country. They don't love themselves. They don't love the
Manipulating
country.
my
They Someone
people.
doesn't think. That's an insult to me. That doesn't think. The way
So
you think, I think of
Henry,
Look at
It's
my
a
account.
Uzo, are you
classical
bleaching?
definition of an illiterate. When you cannot make a point, you are insulting people. That's illiteracy.
That's rude, man.
all right. So Henry, you can avoid all these things by sticking to your point, and there's no need to talk. I don't know when you knew anybody you knew so well that you knew that they were bleaching us. It's not necessary. You make your point, and I think there's a point to be made that if you have something you want to say and you can justify your position, you justify it without going to talk to anybody about personal. It's not necessary.
Anyway, let me move on, Mr. Rudolph.
Even to say that people don't think and they are not, you don't have to say that.
No,
You can say that
Rudolph,
this is your argument and this is the
we are
point.
in a country where we have a situation in court. It's never done anywhere in the world. When there's a case in court, you just okay, move on. Can somebody steal your property and let it and you move on? No, it's not possible like that. Like the case of about this double nominees by Shettima. The court ruled it up that it's over. Then that's okay. If they come out tomorrow and say 25% about this other Abuja residents who filed case about 25%, if they come tomorrow and say it's not standing like that, we should move. We'll move on. If they come, they find out they bring a proof that Obi did not win election, then we can move on. But not when the case are in court, people will say let's move on. It's not done anywhere in the world. It's never done anywhere in the world.
All right, Henry, thank you. The point is, Henry, before I go to Shegun, the point is that everybody has a right to come here and say what they want to say. If they are thinking
it's okay,
move on, they should be able to say that. And you can say that it's not right. So but I don't think you can stop them from saying what they think because you don't agree with them. So that's the point I want everybody to get.
I could not finish that. Let me finish first.
Yeah. No, you are done now, Henry. You're done. It's 4 minutes.
So people stopped me when I was talking.
Yeah, because you went to talk to them. We are talking about. We were not.
Dr. Damage, I have a question for Henry before I make my own comments.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to play the devil's advocate with Henry, right? So
Yeah.
if you say people cannot move on because the case is in court, what should they be doing between now and when the court case is resolved?
Yeah, Henry is
Henry's not there. Okay, anyway, no problem. Well, I think we're talking about Shettima's comments, and really, I don't really have much to say because
That's a very educative question. He cannot answer that. That's too smart for him.
well,
After him a trivial question, he will answer you.
Keep on dreaming, Rovi. Keep on dreaming.
Yeah,
Talk
so,
like junkie. Go and
so
smoke your joint and stop
you see what
misbehaving.
I talk. You see what I talk. To come here, the whole conversation is not.
okay, so let me just say on Shettima's comments about the guy. First thing is, I mean, the people working with him, if he tells them to stand up, what do you expect them to do? It's their boss that they will stand up. So it's not their own fault. But these are politicians, right? And they sometimes they get the pulse of what is happening, and they will try to play politics where they can. What Shettima just did is just to tell you, if you say we're marginalizing some people, see and see and see. So for me, it's what a politician will do at all points. I really don't have any comments regarding what he's done. Thank you.
all right. Thank you, Eddie. You've been very patient, and I know you came in. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Doctor. So jumping on first of all, let me ask, Doctor. I hope you have this show on Monday morning or so during the
Yeah,
inauguration.
we're working on it. It just came
Okay.
to me, by I forgot that day is Monday. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
because my reason for asking is I believe people are still believing that miracle will happen. Miracle no dey tire Jesus. So on Monday, you should air this show. So while the show is going on alongside the inauguration, and people will still be saying miracle will happen on the 11th hour. You know, so I want.
before they bring out the Quran, that the miracle will happen.
Yeah, because I know we have believers. So please don't just let.
And if it's not on TV, some people may not believe it happened.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the moon landing, you know.
And send the crack reporters should be on ground, you know, so we'll get breaking news. And on the more serious note, that for me, Shettima calling out that guy, his appointees. I don't think he started working with them just recently. Those guys, he's been working with them for a long time. But the thing is, if he's calling them out to say, I've got a Christian Igbo man, like somebody said before, that guy is on the he's now on the firing line. Like Mr. Scribe said, he's now on the firing line. Not just him, his family. You know, whichever village his family resides, he will be a target for you know who. And but these are things we're not supposed to be discussing. If you're Christian, if you're Muslim, if I don't need to carry an Ijebu man to be my maid or my aide, you know, it's supposed to be competent. But Nigeria, we've gone to that level where these are the issues that we play that is on the table. And one thing again, Doctor, you said these guys they hear us. The world has moved on so far that social media, whatever you say now, whatever we are saying, like you said, oh, you people say the founder of Boko Haram. On a normal 20 years ago, he wouldn't have even cared, but now he knows that you guys are saying he's the founder of Boko Haram. So these guys, they hear also, you should keep making the noise, and I'm sure they have their own babalawos or what that will be countering whatever prayers you are praying that they won't inaugurate blah blah blue on May 29. But yeah, we'll see.
All right, Eddie, thank you so much. I'll come to forefathers, but before then, let me catch open-minded because each time I try to get to him, he disappears. Open-minded, welcome to the show.
Good day, everyone.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Very interesting conversation.
All right, so we've been having some conversations here. Where do you can weigh in from any side? Go ahead.
I just want to weigh from 2 days before inauguration and Shettima's speech.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, even though I'm an obedient, but I will not be delusional and wishing that on Monday will not come to pass, or there will be one kind of magic that will make Tinubu not to be inaugurated on Monday. And then I will be lying to myself and having a false hope. So even though I have hope, but I will not deceive myself that on Monday will not come to pass. Definitely on Monday will come to pass. We will see him being the president. And for me personally, as he's running the country, I wish him well. I wish him good memory if he has one to run the country very well as the president. Why? The case is still in the tribunal, and we await what comes in the tribunal. If he goes the way of Obi, we thank God. But if he does not go the way of Obi, we prepare very strong for 2027. That is my take because, as we all know, obviously, Aisha have handed over the things she has as the first lady to the Tinubu, and the vice president is showing Shettima every other place in the villa. The president is doing the same. So there is a lot of handover. So which is the more we are wishing that it will not come to pass, everything is going so fast. Then on Monday we will witness history, which is normal according to the constitution. I heard my brother, what was his name? I forgot this. My brother that said the process should wait. The constitution does not have any provision for that for the process to wait. When the 29 comes, nobody waits. There will be a new president. Because if you say the process should wait, what do you want Buhari to remain there after May 20, or you want a military government, an military government? Because presently now there is no Senate president to take over. So what will the country be doing by then? The country will be in complete mess. So we allow the constitution to take its place, which is the inauguration on Monday, and that is it for that. But for the Shettima, you can see him standing now so high, so tall, speaking so loud, demanding, hey, this is my ABC, this is my chief security. So you can see the pride, you can see the ego that he has now as the vice president. You will have a glue of what to come in the future, in 1 year time, in 2 years, you will have a glue of what to come from this guy. So for me, I even wish that if case did not go to Obi the rest one, Tinubu should not die because if Fatima take that position, then we'll be in deep mess.
All right. Thank you, open minded. Forefathers.
Greetings, Rudolph, and to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers I mean. Regarding the Shettima this in case stuff, anyway, I wanted to comment on that. I think that PDP case was quite silly. I don't even know why they bothered bringing it up. Sometimes you see cases in Nigeria, they bring them up and they expect judges to just, I don't know, cheat and rule for you. I don't understand that. Because from what the judges said, that it's an internal party affair. So how does that? And I went and checked that what rules apply when somebody is double nominated within a party. It shouldn't be the issue of external parties. That's people from other parties, except they are appointed, this is nominated in different parties. That's when you can go out there. So it's a little bit weird that they brought the case up. And how does that injure them? I don't even know. It's just crazy that they expect to win. The same thing happened with their delicate one. Some silly cases are brought forward, and just because they rule against that this thing, some people are just assuming that Obi's case is the same thing as that. Don't do that because you don't know. And the trick of the idea is that I don't understand why some people just say people that are hoping that Obi's case he will win the case, they should just dismiss them. I don't understand that logic because people need to have options. Just like Obi's candidacy gave people options. You don't want them to end up on the street, do you? They could say the election was stolen from them. After all, they may be justified given what happened in Rivers State that is coming out openly that we know now. So I don't understand why you are telling them just swallow the nonsense and it's okay. You see, when people are wishing for anarchy, they don't even know it. If you treat those people like that, yeah, then they go and start burning the street up. Then you'll be happy then. Telling them that they should swallow nonsense just because the Jagaban is in office. I can tell you that from what I heard from Aisha yesterday, they are not moved. Whether it's in office or not, they don't care. It's what happens in that court case that they care about. If they win that court case, they will chuck him out of office. And then they will change, according to her, then they will change the day they inaugurate presidents. Obi did it as a governor, so it's not new to them. The key is that they have evidence. If they don't have evidence, the case will fall apart as it's meant to fall apart. So we should allow people to go through the processes they are meant to go through. They are doing the right thing. You want them on the streets? I don't know. Why do people just rub it in their face? Oh, make your peace with it. They are gonna swear him in. And why do you do that? Why? What do you gain from it? If Tinubu gets into office and does well, good for us. We should stop being antagonistic of each other, because the other side could win tomorrow and they will be antagonistic towards you. I've never seen the benefit of people just wanting to win and the other side just mourns. I don't understand that logic. I don't get it. Why do we always look for a way to knock the other person down and this person is standing? Maybe it's the nature of life, I guess. But when they are doing the right thing, they are following the processes in the country, allow them to follow the right processes. Than ending up on the street. Believe you me, it took a lot of debates. I was on some of those debates. These people wanted to go and tear the street up. You can say what you like, that they are crazy or not, anything is going to happen to them. It could bring a military regime into office. You like it or not. If they do it long enough, you are going to see military regime in office. And that one will cancel the election. There's not going to be anything else. Stop antagonizing people that are just doing the right thing. They are not attacking anybody. Stop mocking obedience, for crying out loud. There are people that the obedience were killed, attacked, burnt. Why do people do this? I don't get it. So I'll just leave that one aside. I just hope that people understand that there is evidence showing that the votes have been manipulated to an extent. At least in Rivers State, from what we've seen. So sorry, Ismail wants to say something.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, it's similar first then over here. Go ahead.
Forefathers, I am obedient. I've said it before. I'm 50% obedient and 50% with my brain, so that I can survive the oppression and depression, because everyone manage pain differently. This is the way I manage mine, and my voice is unique and must be heard. I am not saying I'm speaking now. I'm not saying people obedience should not mourn. This is how. When things happen to me that is not what I want, I accept it, and then I check the damages and see a way forward. That is me. I'm not going to tell people how to move on. So as I support Obi, I want a better Nigeria. But remember, before the election, I said Tinubu is walking like a president and acting like a president. People should have been there. I don't know what happened, but he wants it. Maybe the more he's got it, nobody is mocking the obedience. Who is going to take that from Tinubu now? We should be realistic. Should they go out there and lose their lives? I don't know. They make that decision. But for me, I know what I want, and I know how to heal best for myself. That's my voice. Thank you.
See, I accept that it's one thing for you to want to heal yourself and say, okay, because even I am not like my focus on this about the affairs of Nigeria is not based on one person. So I understand if you say, okay, it's an inevitable stuff. I just want to make peace with the situation. If it changes, fine. You can do that. But the idea of some people rubbishing the ones that have hope in the court case or stuff like that is not fair on them, because they are doing the right thing.
Who are the people that are rubbishing them?
You heard about what Eddie was saying about they are expecting some kind of miracle, and other people are saying this type of stuff. I've heard quite a few of it. Those are the same thing.
I wasn't rubbishing the point is that Obi is not the only candidate in the election. There is Tinubu, there is Atiku, there is Sowore. So what makes you think that if the court nullifies the election, Obi will be declared? What about Atiku? What about Sowore? So what are you talking about?
See, the point is, if they feel they've been cheated, and if you go by River State number, we are talking about a large size. We are talking about here. We are talking about flipping a result on his head and add some on top of it, kind of cheating. If that has happened, see, this is Tinubu has done this before. I think Osibajo was testifying to this in a video before. They've done what P2B is doing now. So it's not like new to them. They have done it. So why don't you just allow the side you claim to support to an extent finish their own process? Yeah,
The case is in court, but people are saying the country should stop, to stand still for Obi should be declared winner. How is that possible?
No. That's not going to happen.
In reality, the country has to move forward. So what's the mocking about obedience? I don't get.
I don't think anybody is saying that that they should stop the country. I don't know anybody that I've been on the channel with obedience there. If Aisha didn't say that, he said, let them swear him in. It doesn't matter.
All right.
They don't care.
All right.
The Obi campaign don't care about that. So the important thing is they win their case. If they don't win their case, then they will have to strategize for the next 4 years. So, and personally, I actually think that Obi is quite lucky that he's in Labour Party, because Labour Party does have instruments on the ground, which is the labor unions and all the other stuff that they are supposed to be allied with by default because of the nature of Labour Party. Like in the UK now, Labour Party is linked to the unions. And if you do that, and P2B is heading that party, they could help shape the landscape in the next 4 years, even before the next election. So people are already, concluding that, Tinubu is going to win the next this election. I don't know how people do that, but you're allowed to think whatever you like. Everybody's allowed to do that. But I just believe that we have to at least show some decorum in terms of the way we treat each other. Yes, some obedience go overboard. It's true. They even have a go at me for being a little bit on the middle ground. But there's no need to be insulted them, because they could go on the street. They could.
All right, forefathers, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Forefathers, your selected outreach is becoming more of a trademark to you. So you are getting agitated, you are getting angry. The verse says that they mock the obedience. All right? I'm just wondering.
I'm not happy about it.
Hold on, where you did? Where would they blah 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 blue blah blah blue all this? Which part of the world you did?
I was here.
And I pay back time now. So why you?
No. This one is different. You are mocking people that are following the law. Political jargon. See. They are calling people that. Come on, stop that nonsense. They were calling P2B daddy here. Did you hear me say anything about the daddy nonsense?
What was Tinubu doing when we are mocking him? Was he doing the wrong thing? He was campaigning. That's what law says you should do.
Yes, but see, hold on. Personal attack is something different from a process that is being followed.
You yourself use the word.
They call Peter. Hold on. Let me just say something. Can you let me talk? Can you let me talk?
Answer me. Let me finish.
They call Peter daddy here. Did you hear me complain about that?
Can I finish the question so you can answer?
They called Peter daddy here. Did you hear me complain about that?
Okay, since you don't want to
yes,
answer
daddy.
Go ahead.
No, but he's not answering that question. But he's saying that I'm talking about that is the same level. When somebody's being mocked as a politician, it's a different thing from mocking people that are following the rule for in a sensitive process, for that matter. This is a very, very sensitive process that could cause serious problems on the street. That's a very big difference. Can't you tell the difference?
You are not listening to yourself. When we were mocking, all of us were mocking Tinubu. Was he doing anything wrong?
I think something is wrong with your the way you look at things.
Hold on.
I don't know how this guy. How can you compare personal insults to people following processes in a sensitive election? I don't know. I can't help you. Go ahead. Help yourself.
Obi is in court to challenge the process. It's a continuation. You can't just demarcate it and say, "Oh, this one don't start. Let's continue from here." No. When you started, the day you started mocking somebody, regardless of what level, be prepared to receive equal measure. It is not over here. We are seeing election period, right? We see election move. We are in court. It's not over. So don't just get angry because they are mocking. No, they are not hungry. If you are not obedient enough, somebody will be able to tell you. This is equal measure. But it's time different, right? More is still going to come after the judgment, whether I like it or not. More is still going to come.
Thank you, Ovie. Thank you, forefathers. Austin, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, everyone. I'm glad I'm here, and I've heard you and I've listened to you. But beloved, I have a problem. The problem I have is that we have refused to grow and to be sensitive and to make comments that are below expectation. Do you know the implication when you say move on, when you have a case in the court? The implication is that our judiciary matters nothing. That is the implication. You can't say it in the Western world. Somebody is in court and you're telling the person you have no case with me. No. Look at how much this company paid somebody, how many millions of dollars, because he was threatening to take them to court, and they said, let's settle out of court. But APC and the supporters of BAT are celebrating that they are moving on. It's okay that the judiciary have kept Nigeria the way it is, but imagine what it means for any international company to move into Nigeria with the kind of judiciary you have. And I so much love the verdict that was given yesterday, where the judiciary was saying the opposition party are terrorizing them. So they are part of the ruling party. That's what judiciary told us. One of the Supreme Court judge said yesterday, the opposition party are threatening us in social media. That means they are part of the ruling party. It's a difficult position, but we don't know the implication of the terms we choose when we speak in public. And I love the way we are going. It's okay to move on, but I am not moving on because I believe that I was cheated. I invested my money. I bought a ticket. I left my job for 1 month to be in Nigeria for this election, and I saw what happened. Just give us what will happen, and we'll be okay. It's okay to say Obi didn't win. It's okay to say local standing. When we say local standing, but APC should be more worried now because PDP was not in position of judging that case or intermediately in that case when they did, but now they have, because elections are over, so they have a statutory and legal position to go for that case now. So Obi's position on double nomination is not yet over because Obi contested the election and he has the local standing now to judge that case. So what we know is that we mess up the law. And why do we mess up the law? You don't blame those of us that are not lawyers. You blame the judiciary because they keep coming up with conflicting judges. And I was asking somebody a few days ago, if the law is so difficult to understand, why do you expect everybody to obey it? Since I don't know the interpretation, why do you expect me to obey the law? Because every moment you keep telling us that is not the implication, and you want me to keep to those laws when you don't make them simple for me to understand. So I am not moving on. If we are moving on with the state of things in Nigeria, I am not. Because if I move on, I will forget Nigeria and find a way of bringing my family. But the problem we have in bringing our family, in the next 20 years, most of us will not have a place we call ancestral home, because every member of your family will leave and nobody will go back. Imagine how many of your children will go back to Nigeria, and the leadership is not seeing it as a point of duty. When we leave Nigeria, we celebrate. We give our kids to the modern day slavery, where they will have nowhere to call home, and we celebrate it. I am not moving on. If Tinubu won the election, I will move on. But if he cheated to be in that position, he can't earn my respect, because I believe in the rule of law. I believe in justice. I believe in fairness. If he wins that election, if you go and recount, remember, America has to stop to recount their election. So what is it that Nigeria will not do the proper thing, and we are moving on in iniquity? Thank you, Dr. Damages and everyone. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Sorry about Shettima. I didn't say something about Shettima's comment. Just because he's got an Igbo security aid, it doesn't mean he's not funny when it comes to them in politics. But that said, anyway, in Nigeria, I think the elites are the elites. I think Mama Echo said it clearly that, there are two classes in Nigeria: the oppressed and the oppressors, and that is the truth of the situation. The sooner we all realize it and remove ourselves from this tribal stuff, things are going to get better. That said, I think there was a bit of a discussion about religion, tribe, and allegiance of people. In general, the way people are controlled, I think tribe often tops religion. Actually, you see that this in all over the world. Tribe often tops religion, and that is what it's an instrument that they use to, divide people and get their way, obviously. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Igbo Basics, welcome to the show.
Good day, Dr. Damages and the rest of the panel. Of you, I see you there. Forefathers, it's good to see you. My brother KJ, before I get to you, better have to pass this work. I woke up this morning and what woke me up was a message that Chief Zebrudaya Okorigwamwobe, alias 430, he sent to me. And I looked at it, I sent it to Dr. Damages. It was an old man, boxing seriously. And the caption he gave to me was just a little laugh. They reminded me that yesterday I went to the doctor's office. So they checked my blood pressure, checked my EKG, checked this, checked that. The doctor said you are 91 over 90 over 51 over, you are good. I said, what do you mean by I'm good? So he who wears the shoe knows where it reaches. I'm going to go directly to the issue of what's going on in Nigeria now. We dey hear the talk. We no say if Babangida institutionalized 419 in Nigeria, Tinubu will vulturize Nigeria. In other words, what we are facing now is the vulturization of Nigeria. When those who eat the vulture meat, when they gather, they'll bring down the real deal. What's happening now from our vantage view? Elon Musk, I just looked up what does he use to make his batteries for the Tesla and everything else battery. It turns out to be lithium ion, something like that. So if Elon Musk come hold America for the place where they tough, and if France there for that side, they will work the war, and China they there they will work the war, all in the name of the same thing called Nigeria. They have gathered to make the feast for now, so that the suffering continues for our generations to come. What am I trying to submit here is that we, as Nigerians, no matter where we are, it's still upon us to actually take responsibility and control of our country for the benefit of the future. But when I talked about the vulturization of Nigeria right now, all them people where they there, they chop the nyafu, they are not even thinking about tomorrow. All they are thinking about, oh, it's my turn now, it's my turn now, it's my turn. But for the general purpose, let us come down to reality as we wish that country well. To realize that, say America they there for inauguration, say China they there for inauguration, all of them they there because they know their interest. It's all about economic interest. That's what they are dividing, to continue to divide Nigeria. Because if they let us go the way we are going, it's not going to be to their own benefit. So, folks, why I went through this route is for us to first of all calm down. And in regards to how we address ourselves here, if you go to CNN, if you appear on CNN, there is a way you make your jokes. If you appeared on CNBC, there is a way you speak without insulting anybody. So I am of the opinion that anybody who is coming on this program, for heaven's sake, talk reasonably and responsibly. How can you yab Ovie without yabbing Ovie? How can you yab anybody without yabbing anybody? Get the bureau, the place where they write bureau, they write Okafor there, not be your name, but the way you come across, it becomes insulting to a lot of people. So, my folks, my people, Monday will come. I think Monday is the day they send at the inauguration, right? I'm a traditionalist. You don't know whether my crocodile fly go there already. So we go there. Go. I'm a traditionalist. But all I'm trying to say is this. Monday will come. Monday will go. Dr. M. Akbara will say, if heaven will fall, let it fall. If the earth will cave in, let it cave in. I have not seen it cave in yet, oh. I have not seen heaven follow, not yet. Oh. So Monday is here. Let us judge. When Monday gets here, we'll face it as we go. I'm not going to predict anything. Thank you, Dr. Damages, for giving us a chance to come in here for now.
All right, thank you.
We are still custodians of the conscience.
Ibo Basics, thank you so much. Ike, did you weigh in on this topic? I'm not sure. The way you go in and out, I'm not sure.
No, yeah, I did not.
Okay, go ahead.
It's funny, you know. Listen, it is what it is, you know. That's Nigeria we found ourselves. That the vice president elect will have to bring somebody out in the public to show that he's talking about inclusivity in Nigerian nation, you know. For us patriotic and conscious Nigerians, it is insulting, you know. Actually, that is not what Nigerians are asking for. And that's why I honestly believe in the process. And that is why I am going to follow P2B, even if it takes 10 years for this case to go away. It is the process I am after. I am not after who wins the election. I keep saying it in this platform. I am only after the process. Because if the process of Shettima and Bola Tinubu, if the process was good, we would not be here. Even though if we were here, we'll be talking about how we are going to contribute to help the new government to succeed. But it is the process. Like Ovie did said when he was making a comment, when they choose Shettima, it wasn't about capacity, wasn't about credibility, wasn't about anything. It was all about the vote. Because they have gone around, they know that they cannot get votes that they want if they don't choose a Muslim candidate as the running mate. They know the consequences of what they were doing. They know the implications of what they did. It's not funny. They know what they did. It's just what I said from the beginning. The oppressors, oppress people by reading your mind and knowing what is in your mind. And when immediately they know what is in your mind, they operate you with fear. Because they know that Nigeria will only say, why did you check a Muslim ticket? Why is it a Muslim? They know that is where it's going to end. And that is where it has ended. But that's the point. So it wasn't about credibility of Shettima, that's why they picked him as running mate. It wasn't about his quality leadership, that was why they picked him. It was because of the issue we are talking about. Nobody was thinking Bola Tinubu is going. Everybody was thinking it was Sibanjo. But you see the way they pushed him away from the side. And Jagaban emerged. Pastor Emiloko. And once he said Emiloko, everybody disappeared. So this is what we are saying. Dr. Rudolph, if you read in the comment section, somebody was saying, I don't know how true it is. I read it a long time when it was said in the comment section that this particular guy they're talking about is from Kano, but he was grown and raised in Enugu State. That is not an Igbo man. I don't know how true it is. I read it in one of the comment section while this program was going on. Somebody was saying that I know this man very well. He is not an Igbo man. He's from Kano, but he was born and raised in Enugu State. So we have to be very sure, because politicians will always do what they are while they are politicians. So we have to seriously verify that if it is true, because I'm not saying it's true. So listen, if the election of this 2020, if Mahmoud has done what he was supposed to do, I don't think any of us will be here hitting our heads on the floor. Every promise that was made was broken. Every institution that was established by this election was established for the interest of the class of few people. It is a script that has been written. But what the new Nigerians decided to do this time
was to take the bull by the horn. And somebody was saying, I keep saying it here, Balotelli, when he was playing for Italy and Manchester, every time he scores a goal, he removes his shade and say, what is that in his inner shade? Why always me? Peter Obi was not the only person who contested the presidential election. We have so many of them. But why is everybody? Why is it that everybody is after him? If that man has not shaken the foundation of Nigerian political scene, why is it that if Rudolph and his friend go to the beer parlor and break a bottle of beer, they say it is Peter Obi? If something happens in Enugu State or somewhere else, they say it is Peter Obi. If something happens in Kwara State, they say it is Peter Obi. Why is it is Peter Obi? He wasn't the only person who contested the election. He has not caused any problem. They told him to go to court, and he has gone to court. And he said he's not challenging the man who won the election, but he's challenging the process. The process. And if somebody tells you that he's challenging the process, that means that when the process is right, if that person that was declared the president is the right person, that person will be able to bring his own contribution to see that the government works. But you cannot answer excellency in the foundation of illegitimacy and illegality. So that's the point. It is the process, and I want to stand on the process, because what Shettima is trying to do, because the process was wrong, so he was trying to tell us that the APC is going to work in what do you call it? They want to bring us together. You cannot fool us. We are no more kids anyway. Like my brother said, since I became a child, they tell me that you are the leaders of tomorrow. I said it here last time I was in this platform. By the grace of God, I'm 60 years today. And they're still telling me that I am the leaders of tomorrow. The same people that I met since I became a man, they're the same people that are there telling me that I am the leaders of tomorrow. Now, by now, I'm not even going to play politics at the age of 60 years. Because if I go into politics, what will my children do?
Thank you, Ike.
Find ourselves.
Thank you, Ike. Just a reminder, someone like Yaya Bello is in his 40s and he's been governor he's finishing 8 years. So the fact that we are not there leading, there are people who are young who are leading. All right, so let's go to there's this story in the BBC about Bola Tinubu. That's the last thing on Tinubu today. We have other subjects that we want to talk about. That there are 5 tests waiting for the Nigeria's new incoming new president. One of them is oil subsidy removal. The other one is, of course, the one that everybody knows, insecurity and kidnapping. They mentioned lack of popular support, that he has only 37% of the votes. So he has to do something to get the support of a majority of people in the country. Also, fixing the economy. And then I mentioned insecurity, and the other one is staying fit, being able to do the job, because people are concerned about his health. But let me play this video before we talk about oil subsidy removal. There's an interview granted by Fashola, and he says something interesting that most people may not have paid attention to. Let's watch him. I'm sorry, my computers are so slow. I'm not sure what's okay.
Okay? But the truth is that subsidy is policy driven by law and financing. The 2023 budget has no subsidy component beyond June. So as a matter of policy, this outgoing government has decided we can't fund the subsidy anymore. We are taking it to the end of our administration. As a matter of law, the Nigerian people have passed a law to end subsidy in June. That's my own perspective. Because it was made by the National Assembly, both chambers. Before then, the Nigerian people had passed the Petroleum Industry Act to say this thing must end. In my view, there's no subsidy to remove. It's been removed. A sunset date has been set for it by law. What remains for the new administration, in my view, is how to manage the impact and what it will do with the possible savings that come from not paying for it. Of course, it's another matter for the Nigerian people to tell all their representatives to go back and say we want it back. And it comes at a cost.
All right, subsidy has been removed. Most people are not paying attention, and so that's the first thing. That's the first thing that the new administration would deal with. They come in on Monday. By Tuesday, by Thursday, there's no subsidy anymore, and the oil price, the petrol price will go up. What happens over here?
He also said something to that. He said, two things he said, the law aspect and the policy. It is the law aspect that you pointed out now that the law has been passed, subsidy removed. Then what about the policy? And that's where the financing coming from. Now, if I want to use that of America, to which we borrow leave from as an example, who are those people writing these policies? Policies are written by special interests, largely by special interests, by lobbyists who also represent special interests and all that kind of a thing. So if you look at it from that angle, you say, okay, now, who are the special interests around the oil and gas sector in Nigeria? What influence do they have? How much do they have? And how far are they willing to go to make sure they bring policy that will keep the whole system going? So I think that's a angle that I'm more curious about how is it going to go. So the idea that yes, the law has been passed, Buhari is asking for what 800 million, which quote unquote they say is going to be subsidy for the to subsidize the removal of the subsidy in terms of giving people money and all that kind of stuff. So I will not be surprised if they could not chunk out the policy that will sustain the removal in the sense of both me and you getting the benefit or seeing it happening. I wouldn't be surprised if that don't happen. But at the same time, I'm curious to see how they're going to pull it off.
All right, thank you. Let me go. Let me go to where do I go? Let me start from the beginning now, so that I'll have the sense of order. Ify, welcome to the show. So, what do you expect in terms of dealing with this subsidy issue? The reason why it's important, and both even the Americans and the British government and the French are telling Nigeria that you have to do it, is that there is no money. The country has no money to pay people in June. It's not that they want to do it. There's no money. Okay, so what will happen, especially with a government that is not popular, with the state of the country today? How will they pull it off? Telling people you wake up sometime in June that the petrol price is now double what it is. What will happen? We can't hear you, Ify. You have to unmute yourself.
Oh, are you asking me?
Yeah,
What's going to happen? Things are already difficult in Nigeria. You're asking me what is going to happen. It's going to get worse now. The masses are the ones who bear the cost of everything. The price of fuel is going to go up. Transportation, inflation is going to increase inflation more. So I don't know how that's. Honestly, I don't know. I just feel sorry for a lot of people in Nigeria. Honestly, I just feel sorry for the masses. Some people cannot even afford to eat 3 times a day. And then when you remove the subsidy, how much is the minimum wage in Nigeria? The
They said,
minimum wage.
if they said that part of the $800 million loan they got from the World Bank will be given to part of the money will be given to 50 million the poorest Nigerians, and they
Are
will
you
get.
among the 50 million? How
No,
much have
no,
you received?
no, they are going to give them 7,500.
Where is the evidence? The ones they have given before. Where is the evidence? Where is the proof? Why do are this are we do we even look stupid to these people? Who are they even talking to? Who are they talking to? Have you gotten anything from Nigeria? All of us are poor. Forget about the fact that we're in abroad. All of us, if we're living in Nigeria, all of us are poor. I am among the poorest people. So why will I not get the money? So
All right.
I mean, it just doesn't make no sense. They need to stop talking to us because we have more sense than those people in the leadership, honestly speaking.
All right. Thank you.
If you call yourself poor, it's like you laughing at my cousin in Damaturu.
But Ovie, forget about the fact that we are living in abroad, but you know where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I know. They talk to themselves. They are not talking to us, obviously. Just to answer your question, who are they
Okay,
talking
they know
to?
who they're talking to anyway, because they cannot come here and tell me that they borrowed 800 million and they're gonna give it to what is seven? Okay, hold on. What is 7,000 naira in Nigeria? What is 7,000 naira gonna do for you? 7,000 naira is like $10. What's $10 gonna do for you in Nigeria? No, I'm asking you, Papu Doka. What is 7,000 naira gonna do
I
for
think
you?
that was one that.
Abu Doga is very Nigerian.
All right. No, no,
asked me a question.
you have a good point, but that's a statement made by the Minister for Finance.
The one that has sense or the one that doesn't have sense?
So the question is, yeah, is it every month that you give that money? And even if you give it every month, would that
Even
take
if you give it every day,
let's say
even if
increase
you
in
give it every
transportation for. All right, so let's go to forefathers. Forefathers are weighing on this. This is the first challenge that will face the incoming administration as from Monday, because we blame Tinubu from Monday. Whatever goes wrong in the country, he's the one we're going to blame. What do you say?
Yeah, I think in a way he's lucky that it's happening at the start if he's going to make it up to the fourth year, because you don't want this sort of stuff to be happening 2 years into your administration. And also, from what I gather, the budget that was passed didn't make any provisions for subsidy. So clearly, the subsidy has been removed, and the price is going to go up. And even in Nigeria, the way we are operating, because of it, I'm even trying to move towards solar panels now, because you don't want to be buying fuel for generators when subsidy has been removed. So, and I would advise Nigerians that are using generators, you really want to start thinking about investing in solar. And the government should be incentivizing the banks to give people loan to this move to solar. If they do that, that is going to do a lot of good, because this the impact of this removal is not going to be as severe if they do that. This is the problem with them. They will just want to give people money in their pocket, and in the end, business will just fail. That cannot, because a lot of businesses rely on generators. They won't be able to function if the price go up very high. And I think Tinubu, the way he's going to manage it, as long as he makes it in next year or so, the Dangote refinery is coming on stream, and the Port Harcourt refinery is due to come on stream too, if I'm not mistaken, sometime this year. And the Kaduna one too. They're all lined up to be coming on stream. And if those come on stream, Nigeria might be experiencing a turning point. If Tinubu doesn't go inside the shop and start tearing everything up, Nigeria might actually have a turning point, might be seeing a turning point in this period. Because if our refineries come on stream, that is implying that we don't need fuel subsidies. We don't need it. We can, generate our own refineries. What's if are you against the refineries now? Why are you
No, no,
shaking
no,
your
no,
head?
no, 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 no.
Okay,
You are making points. I mean, I'm just like shaking my head. You're talking
okay.
about refineries after Tinubu, after Dangote built his own refinery. Is that when Nigeria will wake up and start, repairing the ones they
Abdusalam
have?
will still launch his own too.
Huh?
Abdusalam
I,
will still launch his own too.
I think the forces that are responsible for Dangote being able to build that refinery is the same forces that are responsible for Nigeria being able to fix its refineries now. You have to remember, people, the things, Nigeria has a window. There's a reason why I say some of the things I say. We have a window to take control of our destiny right now. That is the reason why all this is happening. It's not because they didn't try to do it before. They kept failing. But when the environment is suitable, you see that you will see all these things start coming back again. And it's for us not to go and do the nonsense we did in the 60s and 70s and start doing first stack and partying when we should be building. And this is why I also support the fact that people are not ending up on the street, destabilizing the country, so we don't end up in the state that Sudan is this experiencing. I say Tinubu may be one of the luckiest presidents going. He may be one of the luckiest presidents because he is coming in when the others have laid the foundation. And if he doesn't come in and just start tearing everything up, because right now he's walking around with people following him, and even his agbada, somebody has to help him lift his agbada to his shoulder. I don't know. As long as he doesn't mess things up, even if he just sleeps and just allows people to do the job, maybe the country will be okay. But some people, they won't let it be. They will just get in there and start ruining the country. And let's just hope that things get better. But I think it's better he has it now than later. And I think Nigerians should get rid of it now rather than later, because that gives us another $10 billion in our pocket. You can see it as a form of tax to the people. And it's a shame most of the money goes to paying debt anyway. That's the problem with Nigeria.
Hold on. So when you say Dangote, I've had the argument made by people that Dangote refinery will be in and then we won't have to import crude oil. But you know that it's not just about that. When they talk about oil subsidy, even if you don't import crude oil, okay, the fact that the cost of production, one of the factors in the cost of production is the cost of crude. So today, there might not be any subsidy. Let's say Dangote could produce and sell at the price that Nigeria is mandating. But at that price, I don't think Dangote today can produce and sell at that price that Nigeria is mandating.
No.
He will. So that there will be an increase. Definitely.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
If the government decides not to be involved in the process anymore, if there's any increase in the price of crude, international price of crude, there will be an increase in the price of the PSM in Nigeria. So it's not going to end the subsidy. It has to be taken out, and the price will go up definitely, because despite the fact that we're producing in Nigeria, we are making you understand what I mean?
It depends on how we look at it, because Nigerian government has about 20% share of the Dangote refinery, and Dangote refinery can produce about twice the need for Nigeria, which means equivalent to 40%. That the share of Nigerian this in the company is equivalent to almost 40% the need of fuel that Nigeria has. So it means that it will reduce, even if we kept the subsidy, it would have reduced the amount we paid into subsidies. You see what I mean? And then when you if you take that into account, then you bring the Okrika, this in the Port Harcourt refinery into account, that the River State one, you bring the Kaduna one online, you can see that the money Nigeria has to spend for petrol, the way we used to do before, will disappear. You see what I mean? So it depends on how you look at it. And from my doing the numbers, just Dangote refinery alone will reduce. If let's say the fuel subsidy remains, it would have reduced the fuel subsidy by about 40% or so, just by that alone. So I think if the other refineries come on stream, the price of petrol doesn't have to go like skyrocket, and Nigeria should just be fine, and we still save the money that we used to spend on subsidies. You see that? You see what I mean? So that's why I think that Nigeria may be seeing a turning point if these people don't steal and rob us dry. And this is why I keep calling for transparency. We have to be demanding to see what they are doing with our money. Because if you let them do this thing where somebody will just buy oil, and let's say we'll give Dangote, no, Nigeria government is going to be giving Dangote crude oil. We don't know whether Dangote is going to be paying us back, because at the rate they do the things now, they can just give. I learned that they gave somebody $1.4 billion worth of crude oil, and the person didn't pay Nigeria because the NNPC chair is in bed with them. So that kind of stuff, we don't need this sort of stuff happening. We have to be checking them regularly. And this is the job of the unions and the people in politics, the obedience, the Labour Party. We have to be checking them so that we don't squander this opportunity. This is an opportunity Nigeria is experiencing now, and it can close. In the next 20 years, it doesn't necessarily mean it will remain like that. We were here once. Thank you.
Thank you, forefathers. Mr. Scribe, there's something that Alexander wrote about honeymoon. Is there no honeymoon in Nigerian politics?
Alexander? Who is Alexander?
Alexander. Yeah. So the point is
Oh, okay. I didn't read it. Sorry.
yeah, honeymoon. Is Tinubu going to get any honeymoon period?
Oh no.
He's not going to be
Is it
blamed for everything.
No, there's no honeymoon. He has to. Well, maybe the honeymoon before June, according to Fashola. But the subsidy thing is a good thing in a way because 7 trillion naira is going to go into the government coffers, reduces government expenditure by servicing that subsidy, whatever. And then I think from a fiscal angle, I was reading this thing during the week. I'm just trying to recall what that article was saying. From a fiscal angle, it increases. Hold on, let me see if I can find that article real quick. Yeah, it's in my feed. Increase. Yeah, government revenue reduces budget deficit. Yeah, I talked about that. That's the fiscal angle. Then the macroeconomic angle is, the fuel prices will then be market driven, right? So the removal of the subsidies will then allow competition, just like it is in North America, at least as I've noticed, right? Where the market is determining how the market cartels, will they determine the price of fuel. Then it might have a short term. There might be some short term inflation from a macroeconomic standpoint. The fuel prices will increase, blah blah blah, removal. But from a microeconomic standpoint, is where there is trouble because the man on the streets is going to be impacted. So the article was talking about impact on consumer prices and things like that. That is where there's going to be trouble. So where people will start feeling the pinch, and people won't be happy. People will possibly hit the streets. But there's something I think the government can do. You've given Dangote the rights to refine oil. Hopefully this doesn't go overboard. But don't be surprised. The article is speculating that things might get so bad that people might actually start their own local refineries. Fuel will be so expensive that it will be cheaper for you to just go and steal fuel and refine it yourself.
So they've been destroying those kind of refineries, those small they call it I forgot what they call it, but they don't let you do that.
Well, I don't know, but that's the speculation. It's speculation, right? It may not happen, right? So it's only looking at if the prices go to a point. I mean, Nigeria is in fever pitch. The things are really expensive. People are really, really suffering, and so if it goes further, like times two of what it is right now, it might actually you might start seeing people being innovative. I think Forefather was talking about solar panels and things like that. It might actually be cheaper to then, install solar panel. We're blessed with so much, especially in the northern part. We're blessed with so much sun, right? So that's what I think this article is talking about, like how it will affect, it will affect the man on the streets, and they would have to, resort to alternatives. They'll become, they'll have to think of creative ways. I think the final point is changes in consumer patterns. High fuel increase may encourage consumers to adopt more fuel efficient. Yeah, I already talked about that. So that's basically that's the way I see it. I think this article touches it to I would say, a very large extent, and it's going to be tough. If you have, another thing is if you trade Nigerian naira to the dollar, you already know what to do. That's all I'll say. Because they're already giving you an expo. You know what's going to happen in June. You're going to make money.
Thank you. Similar.
Okay, I'm just going to speak briefly on it. The way the economy of Nigeria is right now, a lot of money.
What happened to your line? It's not where you connection with me.
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Is it better? Can you hear me? Hello?
No, it's still not good.
I'll come back.
Okay. Over here.
about the subsidy, right?
Yeah.
I think I'm the first person. I was the first person to actually.
Oh, you ready for? Oh, yeah, that's true. I forgot. Yeah. I'm getting. Oh, there's so many things going on. Thank you so much. Igbo Basics.
Okay. Earlier on, I talked about the lithium. You're talking about subsidy. What I see here is that a lot of us have heard about austerity measure. If you haven't had it, austerity measure was around, and Andrew checked out from Nigeria. That was a popular commercial. And we've had a Jokute still.
Was it one made Andrew to leave?
It was the austerity measure.
I didn't know that.
The austerity measure was a part of why Andrew checked out. And many more followed.
Was that the time you left?
The time I left was after the Export Promotion Council. That's after 9 years on the ground. Okay. And seeing that it was a circle going round and round and round. We came with the American mentality of trying to help. We must help, do things the right way. And they taught us that in Nigeria there are a couple of ways, and it's still happening up to tomorrow, up to today at least.
All right.
It's either you join them or you exit. But if you want to change them, you have another thing coming.
Are you talking about Nexim, the days of Nexim? Or?
You could call it anything. I'm talking about in the 80s. In the 80s, and Andrew was checking out. I was talking about the Ajokute steel rolling mill. We've had that. We've had the agricultural revolution. And the austerity measure that we talked about. What am I talking about is that in terms of subsidy, that is what we're talking about. The masses are going to feel really the real brunt of the whole thing. And as of what Tinubu would do, let us not forget that the man Tinubu had on Monday, he would have fulfilled his life ambition, which is just to become president of Nigeria, even for one moment. After he has done that, all this other grammar where they speak, the man is delegator in chief. He has already started delegating. He talked about it in Chatham House. How he would delegate to Air Nigerian, delegate to whoever. He go tell you, say that will not be my own wahala. I have become president already. Why am I making this statement? Is that when you're talking about, when I said something about lithium, when I talked about Elon Musk and Tesla, when I talked about the fact that the world has moved on to, or is moving on to the new energy. Oil industry will never go away. Don't forget that we used to have coal in Quantum, which is why Enugu became one of the coal capitals of Nigeria. Now we're talking about lithium. The man Buhari was too smart. Let me put it this way. He refused to sign some things to the international community. But the man Tinubu told us he was going to seek for investors. I wish so. We forget so quick. That was about a couple of weeks ago or thereabout. He went to look for investors to come and invest. Are we sure that he has not signed over the lithium reserve of Nigeria to the forces that so much want it? How are we so sure? Of course, that is a question for Tinubu to answer. Why I laid out on the table is that remove subsidy, get money from lithium, equalize, and the masses will not suffer. But if we continue to deceive ourselves that there is going to be magic made, when all their hands are in the cookie jar right now, it is their turn to chopulate chop. We have another thing coming. I beg, let us continue to pray for Nigeria. If that prayer on Monday, we'll see what happens. After that, let's not think that magic is going to happen. The man would have fulfilled his life ambition. If he died the next day, he doesn't care. He would have fulfilled his life ambition. Blame it on his followers. Blame it on his people he has delegated, as he has already been delegating. What are we talking about? The man would rule from delegation, from the point of delegation. So our prayer is we Nigerians have to really, we have to systematically, I have not talked about P2B, Peter Obi came and he talked about he was going to convert the whole of North into an agricultural revolution. Did the international community agree with him? So that we can now begin to export grains? Go and look at all the signatures that have been signed by different countries, particularly African countries. And then you see the repercussion of what we are going through. When those international communities, who it is their own place to continue to put us where we are, that's why I talked about virtualization of Nigeria. When they have gathered for the celebration, the big one, so that next how long, let us step back for a moment, ask ourselves, what can we do, particularly on our ruling class? Because they are not listening. What can we do so that Nigeria become what it should be? And that's my case for now.
All right, thank you. Listen. So what do you think? What do you think is a way? Because the government, they are actually struggling to find a way to make sure they reduce the impact of this crude oil subsidy removal on poor people. What do you think is the best way to do that?
Well, there is always economic argument for subsidies in every nation. You know, for instance, in Nigeria, people can make the argument that we produce oil, therefore we shouldn't be buying it very expensive. But unfortunately, that's not the argument or the kind of argument that we do have in Nigeria. What they actually is having is whether it should be the what is it called? The marketers that are supposed to be subsidized, or whether they should put the subsidy where it should actually be put, say like in mass transit. Okay, that's where the subsidies ought to be put. But we are not doing this argument, and there's no proper argument for that. Now, what I noticed is that there's no coincidence in Nigeria. The oil people have talked about the Dangote oil refinery and then this removal of subsidy. You know, we were here last time when they removed when they banned the cement importation and then handed it over to a monopoly. So we are going to have another monopoly in oil in Nigeria. And this has been one of the northern establishment intentions. But beyond that, you know, I don't see much Tinubu could do in this, you know, for one, unless he has this policy trying to subsidize the mass transit, which will help the people. But if he is going to talk about removing of, subsidy removal, well, obviously they are not going to pay. There's like what's this man, the minister said, that they have removed the subsidy, and then the policy is for Tinubu to now make. So yes, they have made the law to remove the subsidy, but the policy is for the Tinubu to make, either to continue subsidizing the mass transit, where the subsidy ought to be, or to move it to monopoly, which is allowing Dangote to run the show. That's what my take. So it's their choice.
All right, Ike.
But let me say something. There's this the last speaker, you know, said something about Obi, you know, turning the north, you know, into agricultural destiny, and people haven't actually said how can you do that when the land are invested in the governors and not in the president. And if the governors said they wouldn't do anything about it, so what would happen? And then, you know, you remember Amajiri schools built by Jonathan. Many of them are in the distance. So we shouldn't be taking this, having this hope of new Nigeria, you know, because I keep on saying it. The only problem we can see here is that we are fighting the wrong battle, or we are spending our energy going the wrong way, you know, because we want to see somebody that is saying the same story that we want to hear, you know. But unfortunately, that is not the case. Okay,
All right.
I'll let you.
All right. Thank you. Ike, oil subsidy removal. What Christian was saying is what we hear from the minister and other people in government. They will subsidize mass transit. But that's not the only issue that will come up. One of the issues is that people who are selling tomatoes and beans in the market, they have to pay for transportation of their goods. They are not going to use mass transit to move their goods. And if they have to pay more, they have to increase the prices of their products. And that's where the problem starts. Once that is done, landlords will increase the prices of the rent, and then on and on you go. And that 7,000 you are giving to the poorest of the poor won't be able to do anything for them. And then what happens?
My brother, one of my friends, he used to say, I beg, make the enter house. You know, you said by June, we don't have money to pay salary. And they are talking about $800 million for removing subsidy. And Buhari is demanding about 1.something billion, or 8.something billion. He has about 2 days to go. The members of the House of Representatives are going to share 300 billion naira. They are fighting over there. The people that are going to be leaders in the House of Assembly and the Senate, they are distributing millions of dollars, you know, buying people. And we're saying we don't have money to pay. You know, we're just deceiving ourselves here. It's a Nigeria doesn't have money. And somebody is telling you now that they're going to get $800 million that they will share to the poorest people. The ones we have been getting from 1979 till yesterday, where are the money? Nigerians have been buried already. They're only just looking for the remaining sand to cover every Nigeria. Because I want to assure you here that all of us that are here right now, if all of us are living in Nigeria, it's only 1% of us who will have a job. Most of us will not have a job. No matter what your qualification is, if you don't know Mr. A to know Mr. B to know Mr. C, you are still carrying about your file and your shoes are broken because you don't have a job. And by the time you discover you don't have a job, you are 50 years, 40 years, probably you are not married. You don't have the kids of your own. You don't have even a house where you are living. Maybe you are still living in your parents' house. This is the country we have found ourselves. Like my sister said here, because we are here, like somebody is saying, like when you call $7,500, $7,500 is like it's big. When you change it to dollar, it's $10. How much is $10? What are you going to buy with $10? Even where we live right now, what is $10? When you go and buy Kentucky, it's about $7.50. So listen, it's all these politicians, they should enter house. Nigeria have money. Well, Peter have said that it is a criminality. He said that those people they call illegal oil producers, illegal whatever, give them license, let them produce that oil. Let's have it everywhere. Those people that are calling that they are illegal, they are oil bunkers, this and that. He said that if there is oil stealing, it's the people in government. Because the ship that comes in is the government. The people that sell the oil, they are the government. Now, if you say that illegal oil minings and the rest of them, say give them license, let them be licensed, so that we have oil everywhere. And let's stop all this story we are talking about oil subsidy. This is the way that they have milked Nigeria. We are dead already. We are buried already. Nigeria is buried already. It is RIP. So, like my brother was saying, Tinubu said that he's the president. He said it in Chatham. He's delegating already. See, he's delegating. What program has been held for this week? Two of those two celebrations, he wasn't there. This is the man that is going to be sworn in on Monday. He has already beginning to abstain from work. From the first week of his administration, he's abstaining from work. And you're here talking about the removal of subsidy. Listen, Nigerians have been there is nothing you do in Nigeria today. The common man in Nigeria is going to cry because we have cried. The water has dried. It is blood that is coming, even though that are still living. So everything in Nigeria is already what it is. If tomorrow you said that from going from Yaba to Yimbo is 10,000 naira, it doesn't make any difference than the money they are paying now. It does not make any difference because at the end of the day, people must travel from Oyimbo to Yaba. People must travel from Olu to Owerri. People must go from Enugu to Ebonyi State. This is Nigeria for you. So all these politics of oil subsidy and oil no subsidy. Look at the people who have been in the National Assembly that did not achieve anything. They are struggling. There is no money. They are going to share 300 billion naira among themselves. And the criminal who is going to be the president of the Senate, they want to impose on Nigeria, he's going about distributing millions of dollars for people to give him support to become president of the Senate. And you're talking about these people has anything they want to offer you? Or they have, you think they are thinking about you? Come on, my brother, let's forget about Nigeria. Let's forget about these people.
Thank you. Ife, are we forgetting about Nigeria?
It's gone, dead and buried. Long time ago. I mean, of course, we all know that. I mean, what he said is true. I mean, we're just here, just having fun, like I always say. Nothing is going to come out of this administration. It's not that I hate Tinubu, but I mean, I said on Monday, I'm going to call my sister and ask her how much one bag of rice is. And then we're going to wait 4 years from now and see how much it's going to cost. And we are in 70-something trillion debt, right? Then after 4 years, we're going to know where we are and see whether we are moving forward or moving backward. So let's just have that in mind. We are not going nowhere. I just feel so sorry. I feel so bad for people living in Nigeria, honestly speaking. Even if you give somebody 7,000 naira a day, every day, what is 7,000 naira a day, every day? Multiply it by 30. 7 times 30, about 210,000 naira. If you're spending 7,000 naira a day, it is nothing. It's just because we are converting it. It's just $10. What is $10 a day? How are you going to pay your school fees, pay your rent, eat, feed, and all that stuff? If they remove the subsidy, everything is going to go up. Who is going to pay for it? Who is going to suffer most? The masses. Like he said, people will still travel. The cost of transportation is going to get high. If I want to go to Lagos by transportation, it's going to be double. Where is the money? There is no job. The economy is getting worse. I don't know. Next week, we'll come back and talk about the same thing. 2 weeks from now, we'll come back and talk about the same thing. Nothing is going to change.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Fee. OCO, welcome to the show.
Good day, good morning, good evening, everyone.
Yeah. How are you?
Fine. Man, you have to give me a little time because I was watching from the other one. You guys took me away from Tinubu. You switch over to this.
When you said you were watching
topic
from the other room.
Yeah, you changed.
Not from the other room. Okay, you said the other.
I was laughing because I could see he was boiling. The guy, he's been restless.
Yeah, because what you guys did to me is like killing somebody and asking the person not to cry. But it's okay.
Go ahead.
I'll try to be as brief as possible.
Okay.
Let me start with the subsidy. Let me leave Tinubu alone for now. The subsidy, honestly speaking, my heart bleeds for Nigerians. I can guarantee you that even Buhari is not aware that the subsidy has been removed. That I can tell you for sure. Tinubu, there's what is called human psychology. We have all said it. I don't want to be repeating what everybody has said. When you see the facial expression of Tinubu, whenever he's receiving an award or reading his accolade or congratulating him, it's like somebody's telling you, oh, you have made it to heaven. You can see the joy. The mind is an ugly looking human being. You can see, without due respect, but you can see the joy that emanates from his face. To tell you, I don't care about Nigeria, I've achieved what I want. Now, this subsidy that we are talking about, the Nigerian people are going to pay for it. But the sad news is that you and I in the diaspora are going to spend more by helping our people. Whether you like it or not, it's on us. That's the basic truth. Because as of this day, let's take it by data. We are owing 77 trillion naira, which is more than $100 billion. This is not a small money. I can guarantee you that no matter how we pay it, my grandchildren will still be paying it. It's an endless debt. Now, there's the option. I'm glad that different damages was struggling to. He couldn't even articulate the options they are giving to, which means that the vision is not even clear to damages itself, because the damages could not even articulate his point where these things will be. It's like robbing Peter to pay Paul. That option is not going to work. And trust me, there is something P2B always said, and I want to rephrase it now. P2B said that we are playing with fire. People tend to listen to his accent. They don't listen to the wisdom and the things he's saying. He said the Nigerian people are frustrated, especially the youth, that a time will come when you drive in the street of Nigerians, that this young Nigeria will start killing and lynching them. It's not going to be a case of robbery. It's a case of eating, because people will be eating their fellow human beings. Nigeria is getting to that point. People who are passing so much pressure, in my opinion, removing that subsidy now is going to worsen the whole situation. Because Nigeria is working on auto cruise. Now, how do you want to remove a subsidy without making a proper, feasible option for the people? And I was so angry when somebody was saying that Obi was talking about how he will cultivate the north, how he will bring agriculture without telling us how. Meaning that you are one of that people that are biased about Obi, with all due respect, because you don't listen to the man. I had the opportunity of going to Brazil. I've had the opportunity of going to India, and I have seen mechanized agriculture. Mechanized agriculture does not take anything to put in place. I don't know about you. In my village, you have so much mango trees. The mango go all the year round. Nobody care about it. It's not that nobody care about it. The government should have equally participated in all those things that we don't care about. And Dati is from the north. Dati has already said, if you can vote my government, if we can come to power, I will speak to my people to the way they understand. Remember what Obi said. Obi said that whenever allocation is being distributed in Abuja, the problem is not in the distribution. It's the making sure that the right people get the money. From Abuja to the state, that money is being not given to the right people. And that is where the problem starts, because from the Abuja, they start stealing and siphoning the money. By the time you get to the state, there is no production. But on paper, Nigeria is doing well on agriculture. They just to say they will implement it. That is on one side. So, on Tinubu, my brother Igbo business has already said it all. Tinubu has achieved his life ambition. There is nothing Tinubu is going to do that is new. The time I knew that we were in trouble, I have people in Nigeria, a friend of mine, he earns about 300,000 naira a month. And he is telling me he's still one of the ruling class in Lagos where he's staying, that he can make it up to 350. And when I calculated it to dollar, I said, oh boy, you are barely making less than $500 a month. Is that what you are saying you are living big? He said, hey, don't say that too. That is a lot of money back home, and I understand. But when we have subjected our people to that level, the population is overwhelmingly increasing, and it's a total shamble. So, in my submission, I will say that Tinubu first 100 days in office, Nigerians are going to pay for it. Nigerians are going to, whether you vote for Tinubu or you don't vote for Tinubu, the country is gone. I will say this. If you are here listening to me, take your time. If you have never done it, go and do it. It will make you not to have high blood pressure about Nigeria. Read this book, Animal Farm. Read it very well. When you finish reading it, read Ali and the 40 Thieves. These two books, I don't know whether the writer had Nigeria in mind when he was writing it. Just feel free to read it. And let me be honest with you. The end of the thing that happened in that book will definitely come to pass in Nigeria. That is not a prophecy. It will definitely, because everything that happened in that book is playing out in Nigeria, from chapter 1 to the end. Ali and the 40 Thieves, and equally read the last book I just mentioned. Thank you.
Is it Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves or Ali and the 40 Thieves?
Ali and the 40 Thieves and Animal Farm. It's two books that I just mentioned. I have read those books 5 good times. Every character in Nigeria is in that book. Go and read it.
All right, thank you. Similar.
Okay. This in November 2021, when the federal government decided that they are going to remove
Sorry, Simiri. It's Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, not Ali and the 40 Thieves.
Ali Baba, yeah, Ali Baba.
Ali Baba, our Rastafarian here, man. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm just joking with you, okay? Yeah. Don't take it personal. So if the federal
I love you too.
Bob Marley was only 30. Bob Marley was only 36 when he left, but we are still talking about him up to tomorrow. So Ovie handed the baton to somebody who ran the silver race, and Ovie got the silver. I would drink on that the day I see you, Ovie.
I got gold myself.
Hallelujah.
Nigeria. Yes.
I'll be looking for you so we can share.
Thank you. In the past. Like I said, in November 2021, the Nigerian government boldly announced that they were going to remove subsidy and replace it with 5,000 naira kind of transport money for poor Nigerians. Who are poor Nigerians? The ordinary Nigerians that they have actually kept in poverty, to be used as a political ballot during the political times, like they kept all the baggages during the COVID-19 kind of palliative stuff. Even when we had subsidies, the companies in between are the one enjoying it and still decided to increase and not to sell the fuel to ordinary citizens in good amount of money, so they will still have money in their pockets. They ripped off the citizens, they hoard the fuel. I remember someone that I know died during this fuel scarcity, being on the queue for a very long time. He had a heart attack and died, unfortunately. So that's the result of giving us fuel subsidy, but as well not actually giving the masses that need it the fuel subsidy. Now they remove it. What happens to Dangote? Will he still get help from the government? And if he's gonna get help, where will the money come from? The government are in so much debt. How are they going to fund for the affairs of the country? When they say they are removing subsidy as if we are living in a society with subsidized rates, capacity helping the citizens to live an equilibrium kind of life standards, which is healthy enough to sustain the average people in their localities and in villages, spreading the money around so that people can survive regardless their social strata in the society. This for me is rubbish. We never have our oils or things subsidized. We are living in debt, and I don't know what's going to happen. If the future, let's see what happens. Thank you.
All right, thank you. KJ.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody who has contributed so far. I want to start with an Igbo proverb that says that the frowning of the he-goat does not stop you from taking it to the market. So some people are making comments and say we should not, be analyzing probably giving some critique concerning the government that is coming. Well, it doesn't matter how long you shout and what you say, we will say and we will criticize and we'll continue to do that even when it gets in. That is the reason why if you give yourself to public to service to the people, you cannot collect job from me and expect me not to ask you how far. All right, having said that, I just wonder a bit. How come is the minister that's only the one who has been able to identify that subsidy has been removed? I don't see other people talking about it. And then if we go down the lane with this history of subsidy removal, the subsidy have been removed so many times in Nigeria that I don't even know what they are removing right now. Okay, and so now what we as Nigerians should be asking government is, now if you remove subsidy, that means that it's now free market. Are you going to allow other players to import fuel and sell at whatever price they like? Are you going to allow state governments to build their own refineries also and run the same business? Or are you going to restrict it just like they have restricted cement? I remember when BCC cement was on, then the MD was Gamade, all right? And the cement was so good and it was cheap until it was sold to Dangote. Now, the same way we concessioned cement, we concessioned sugar, we concessioned even other things. And it has not become so cheap in Nigeria. I don't think this one is going to be different. I don't think this one is going to be different. And Dr. Damages, I want to call our attention to something that is happening now, but we're not taking attention to it. You see, we are gradually normalizing anything goes. We're gradually saying that, the end justifies the means. So if we can do Ururu to the answer, then that's the answer. You can just live with it. Very soon, motivational speakers will be quoting Tinubu. Okay, it will be in the lexicon of Nigerians that Emiloko means that once you say it, you can realize it in whichever form or shape it comes, and you have to live with it. I don't think life is lived that way, and I don't think that is going to help our children. We must teach and try to educate, and that's the reason why you see, let me tell you, the biggest challenge they're going to have, this government, is they still think that NTA is the only form of media that people can get information from. So when their ministers write news and send to NTA and is read, and then that is it. Any other source is wrong, which is totally what they cannot control. So we should be, when we are talking about this, and another Igbo proverb said that when we gather in the village square to tell the moonlight stories, not because each of us cannot see the moon from our houses, but because it is good to come together to take a stand. So when we are saying this, we are saying it only because we want the Nigerians to move forward. They want the situation to get better. Nobody is really better. If Nigeria was going well, nobody, since I've been here, I've not asked them who is the governor of this state. I don't even know him. Okay? And that is the way it should be. Thank you.
All right, thank you. KJ, just to make a slight correction, you were saying that
okay.
You were saying that they only watch NTA. They think the NTA is the only media. If that is true, I don't think Shettima will be worried about people calling him Boko Haram founder, because NTA will never call him that. So they watch other things. They know, they know the other.
No, but I will not agree to that. You see, he's not coming to government yet. So now they are browsing through the internet. Remember that when Buhari was coming in, they used the internet. They used us to canvass for votes on the internet. But eventually, when the Twitter problem, the internet became enemy, and then the Nigerian youth all the time tweeting situation. Now they are coming in. When they get in, they want to block those sources they've used to come in. It's been there. It's not the first time it's been playing out.
KJ, Shettima na Lagos boy. Na Zeneba again growing like work in Lagos. So na Lagosian.
Forget that thing, bros. Forget that thing. Let me tell you, I know the guy that they're using to monitor Dr. Damage's this thing. I know the guy. Forget it. Dr. Damage, let me tell you, I watch your program, if you don't know, I'm telling you now.
You're just telling me now after so many months. Eh?
Why they blow my cover now?
Why you already know now. I told you the first time I came to this platform that your platform is being noticed.
Why are you doing my cover now?
He didn't want me to behave myself. Okay, Igbo basic. Yeah.
yes, my brother KJ. They established leprosy colony in Uzuakole, which is where my brother here comes from. If they had a chance to establish COVID colony, I don't know where they would have established it. I just had a question for my brother here. Last time I passed a couple of years ago, the rail track at Uzuakole, I actually stopped there to buy some achicha and some good stuff. Do you know when was the last time that a train passed that rail track? KJ. Okay. I was asking KJ a question, Dr. Damages, if he knows the last time that a train passed that Uzuakole.
I think it's about 20 years ago.
Okay.
Or more.
Okay. So we're talking about subsidies and stuff like that. And I'm going to just take it in a scoop from tomatoes to cow, where they roll through our streets and stuff like that. When the British left us with walking infrastructure, the train used to run from Aba, from Port Harcourt, Mboko through Aba station, through this particular place I'm talking about. An uncle of mine lived in Haimufu, and he has to walk 12 miles from Ibere to Uzuakole. And every time he gets up, all he says is, I go. And once he says, I go, he's going to Uzuakole to catch a train so that he can go to Haimufu, etc., etc. All ties back into the subsidy and stuff like that, the mass transit that we're saying that things are going to happen. The government is not serious yet, because if they provide us at least that rail line that some of us enjoyed, the first time I traveled to the north, I went by train. The first time I went to Haimufu, I went by train. If they provide that rail line truly, all these things we are talking about, there will be less people traveling by road. Over here in America, for instance, people travel from here to everywhere their rail lines walk every day. The problem we're having in Nigeria is that the vultures have gathered again. The vultures that gathered, they have come to do what? To deliver equipments today for the inauguration. And right after the inauguration, they will cut away all those equipment and deliver it to another place. That is what is happening until the political class. You're talking about subsidy, and you're talking about Nigeria $800 million. Are you trying to say to me there's nobody in Nigeria that has $800 million? And I go back to all UK, Roger Zokalo, who at some point when Nigeria said they were going to borrow money from IMF, and he came out and challenged the Nigerians. That's before he became whatever you think of him now. He challenged them to say, if we, as Nigerians, the rich ones, can bring out money, we don't need to go to the international IMF to go and borrow money, because we'll be paying for the rest of our lives. So my question is that those who so-called have money, those who have taken our money to Saudi Arabia, the United States, and bought houses they are not living in, the UK, including Buhari and the rest of them, why don't you repatriate some of this money so that we don't have to go and continue borrowing? That is my submission to the Nigerian ruling class. It's time to bring back our money.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Man of prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think this is a very complex situation when it comes to Nigeria issue. A lot of us are missing the main point. Okay, the purpose of this fuel subsidy is not to alleviate, the the economical problem facing Nigeria, like particularly when it comes to the when it comes to the fuel. How do we utilize fuel in Nigeria? Is it not through transportation? Is it not through ordinary people driving everyday car? Not only that, people use gas for daily life in Nigeria. We don't have electricity. So we're talking about removing this fuel subsidy. People are just looking at the impact for maybe transportation purpose. We're not looking at different angle. So how are they going to be able to subsidize those people if they remove this, if they remove this fuel subsidy? Tell me how much they're going to be able to. Are they going to borrow money to subsidize those? I mean, look at where we are right now. We're already on a high inflation. That's going to increase the inflation to begin with. I mean, it needs to be removed. But Nigeria government, they don't have the capacity to know how to resolve this issue, So it's going to be a problem, in my own opinion. But is it the right thing to do? Probably not. But I don't see I don't see this present government doing it, because I've not heard it from any spectrum except Fashola came here and speak about it. Has anybody heard it from anywhere? And I don't think they're going to remove it, because they already said it like about 2 months ago. They have no intention of removing it. So I don't know where he's getting this. Maybe I'm wrong, but if anybody have heard any of the government said it, except Fashola that came on TV and made that commentary. So I don't know how they're going to remove it, in my own opinion. It's going to be a problem in that Nigeria, because Nigeria is in a precarious situation, in my own opinion.
Man of prestige, if I may intervene, they printed Naira. They printed new Naira, right? And they immediately adjusted when the people started what they know how to do, which ATM became something that you go to and then you burn it down, right?
Right.
We're waiting for subsidy removal.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Igbo Basics.
But no, let me finish. Talk about the budget. Okay. They're trying to say they're going to borrow about 3.something trillion, in order to subsidize some, for this removing of fuel subsidy. I mean, where's that going to come from? That's going to be part of the budget. I mean, we're already behind when it comes to budget. Is that another money they're going to borrow? Even I thought they borrow money, I don't see anything how it's going to resolve this, because people is still going to be stealing oil and everything. This is a very complex situation. So we see what happens. I don't know how that's going to help Nigeria, but I don't see them removing it, in my own opinion.
All right, thank you. It's a good point, whether it will actually happen or not, because I know that at the beginning of the year, the outgoing government said there was no subsidy. But when they tried to do that, they found out that it would be very difficult to do in an election period. So they suspended it again. So it's up to Tinubu to decide once he's sworn in what to do about that. But as far as the budget is concerned, it's not there. All right, Ike, go ahead. Ike.
Yeah, my brother, I think I really do not have much to say on this, because I think I've spoken my mind, because
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yes, I did say something already on this.
Okay. All right. So we move on. The other story that I want us to look into is something that I think is similar. It's something that happened out of United Kingdom earlier in the week. So there is this Nigerian blogger. No, I think it's YouTuber. Let's watch him.
You're talking about Emdee, right? Emdee.
Yeah, let's watch.
UK. It will mean foreign postgraduate students can no longer bring family members with them unless they're studying on specific research programs. The announcement's been made 2 days before official statistics are expected to show net legal migration has hit a record 700,000 this year. Our home editor, Mark Easton, reports.
Lights, a front room in the West Midlands. Camera, a YouTuber helping Nigerians come to Britain. And action.
Hi guys, welcome back to my YouTube channel. It's your boy E to the M.
Among Emdee's hundreds of videos are guides on how to get a student visa to come to the UK.
Because there's new information regarding the student route to the UK.
Last year, a fifth of international student visas were issued to Nigerians. 120,000 people in total, half of them students, half their dependents. But Emdee believes many are actually coming not for a new qualification, so much as a new life.
So the student thing is not real. It's not like they need the degrees. They need the degree as an access route to come into the country. So a lot of these people get their priorities shifted real fast.
So it's really about getting into the UK.
Exactly.
And
It's
then to
not
stay
about the
here with a
education.
job, hopefully.
It's not really about the education.
Nigerians have a word for what's going on here. JAPA, escape, doing whatever it takes to leave Nigeria and start a new life somewhere more prosperous. And JAPA may explain why the Shropshire town of Telford, with its University of Wolverhampton student campus, now has more than 300 Nigerian residents.
All right. So he has become the number one enemy of Nigerians. What did he do?
Look, as somebody that went through this same route, I was a student. I went to the UK. Look,
Did you bring your dependents, your family?
no, I didn't. I went to. I was very young, so I didn't have I didn't have a wife then. But anyways, that's aside, bro. I think, look, people should just. I can understand people's anger, but I think they should just calm down. Um, the guy has said what he has to say. I think he apologized. Let's just move on. Even if that guy did not make that interview, the way I know the UK, they will still make that. They will still make that policy change. I'll give you a personal story. I was almost going to convert to HSMP before the Tories won in 2010. So they just came in immediately. They swapped it because before that was Labour government, right? So like everything was very pro immigration. So there's the point I'm getting to is that immigration in the UK, it's a very, how would I put it, snake oil salesman kind of thing, easy thing that the likes of Nigel Farage used to scare the ignorant white people. Okay, so we shouldn't just look at it like it's just Nigerians. There is always, in my view and experience, looking through the years at immigration policies changing. At least I can count almost 30 waves, in my time of living there and observing things. This thing is not something you should just look at as a Nigerian thing. This thing is deeper. It's more about ignorance. It's not more about bigotry. It's more about people trying to push an agenda rather than the Nigerians. So the Emmy guy just kind of, if he had known, he shouldn't have done that interview. He's now the scapegoat. They've used him as the scapegoat to this thing. But behind the scenes, would that policy would the Home Office have brought out that policy 100% without that guy's interview? They would have still brought out that policy. Anybody who's lived in the UK and applied or seen waves of this thing knows what I'm talking about. Maybe not.
No, Mr. Scribe, hold on. Are
Yes,
you
sir.
saying that you did not go to UK to study and after studying you stayed there? Is that what you're saying?
No, I went to the UK. I studied. After I studied, I converted. I went.
What do you mean by that?
No. Did I give the wrong impression here? What? No, I'm not against anybody who wants to say, please, before I put myself in that position of that Emmy guy, please stop.
What I'm saying is that people are attacking the guy because he said that when people go there to school, when they finish, they stayed. Is that not what he said?
Look, I went there. I studied. I gave my all to the crown. Okay, and I lived there, and I became part of the system, and I contributed. I was a tax-paying person, right? There is absolutely nothing wrong there. People who are doing the same thing, it is not illegal. There is a legal route to citizenship, and they've gone there to explore those routes, right? There's
Why are
nothing
people
wrong.
attacking the guy? That's the question.
That's what I'm saying. I'm now sort of like saying, look, whether that guy made that interview or not, if you look at the the news and everything that the build up to this period, it was already inevitable that something like that was going to come in.
All right.
So that's what I'm saying. That that the guy just kind of he doesn't have there's something I want to. I don't know how to say it, but when you live in the UK, there are two sets of immigrants. There are the scaremongers and they're the very positive types. So when you are amongst scaremongers, you may not kind of see things very well. But when you are when you surround yourself with certain types of ways of looking at things, you may look at things slightly differently.
All right. That's right.
My position, I hope I'm not, please don't, I'm not supporting anybody.
We're moving away from you. We are gone.
I'm one of you.
We are gone. You are not any good. Isimile, I'll come back to you, Ovie. Let me hear from Isimile. I'll come back to you. I want people who live in the UK first to tell us something we don't know. Isimile, go ahead. Because we don't understand what you people are doing over there.
Although I'm not an immigration lawyer.
The guy was not.
I know, this is my own voice now. He spoke for himself and he went through what he's going through now. So this is my own voice. I'm not an immigration lawyer, although I've passed through the immigration system. It's not really easy to live here as a foreigner, but it's better to be legal in this country to make life easier for yourself, particularly here in the UK. I don't know about America. And any law that is passed here has to go through Parliament and debated rigorously. It takes weeks, months before the law is being passed. It has to go through stages. The Brits don't just jump into laws because of what anyone says here and there. There will definitely be in the House of Commons and where they debate, there are always oppositions on the other side for immigration, and there's always against immigration until they strike a balance and make a valid decision for the success and protection of their country. I believe in a positive immigration in any country, and I believe that migrants should positively contribute to wherever they live and treat it like home as if it's theirs and not to break the law or the rule. As for the guy, I can't say anything about him, but this is my own stand now. Thank you.
All right. Ovie, so this guy makes money from helping people come to the UK. And then he went to BBC and told them, oh, well, these people don't actually come here to school. These people come here to stay. So what is he thinking? What happened there? I don't get it.
First of all, Scribe, did you just say Naja Farage used to square the ignorant white people?
No, he's a snake. He's a snake oil salesman. that is known. Have you forgotten during the Syrian migration through that was before the build up to the Brexit vote, right? Where he had that background of they are coming to attack us. That was classic sales oil salesmanship. Classic. Nothing else but to deceive. Nothing else but to cause. To fuel the ignorance into bigotry.
He had his own party.
And, the UKIP, I saw this. Look, okay, not that I saw it. I was working for the government at the time, so like, don't forget it. So I just observing some of these things.
No, it's just funny the way you phrase it because Naja Farage is pretty much in line with Donald Trump and. The opposite side are referring them as the deplorable. So for you to phrase it like that just sounds very funny to me.
No, he's a snake oil salesman. I'm not the only one who has said it.
Like a politician.
It's a public. Okay, he used a picture to breed fear, unnecessary fear.
Mr. Scribe, would you say you're talking as a politician right now?
I'm talking as myself. I'm not offering a personal opinion, but as much as possible, we can have book.
All right, Ovie, go ahead. You guys are running away from the topic.
The guy is what's his name? What's the guy's name again? The subject matter. The guy we are talking about. I think it's for me. I think he is a victim of what they call information warfare. Right? It's ridiculous. I agree with Mr. Scribe that. I mean, it's ridiculous to even think that based on one person interview. I don't care who that person is. that these people, these Oyibo people, America or Britain, whatever, that we have to make it pass a law based on one person interview. It's ridiculous to me. So that's why I say it's the victim of information warfare. They succeeded in channeling. Just imagine without the guy in the middle of all these things. Nigeria for done the hammer, their consulate, and every other person. They will be having it hot. They will have to be coming out from every 5 minutes to be giving a press conference to be explaining how they come about the law and all that. But now they do them a favor, carry innocent guys, because the guy just decided. You can easily tell he just decided from the way he's answering the question. Somebody, I mean, I won't say all of us, but a chunk of us will actually fall for that trap too. You know, a new guy will just come as a YouTuber and all that. Boom, BBC comes. I mean, you will see, you are not careful, you will say anything that you don't even know you are saying. So it's just a victim. The guy did not say anything wrong. It's not because of him they enacted that law. Those guys don't care. They don't do their way just because of how we feel open. No. They do whatever they want to do at any time. But people know they lie. We are going to Iraq to finish Iraq. When they know Iraq, they go tell you what they want to do. It doesn't matter what you think. As far as it's in their own interest. Forget about you. So that guy now is innocent.
Of your lies is not about color, man.
Hold on, guys. Let's watch a little bit of the reactions.
Like Daddy Fils has rightly pointed out several times. Okay. Now the question is, I'm going to be very truthful right here, and I'm going to say this. Did the UK government already know about certain things and reasons that Nigerians are choosing to migrate? Absolutely, yes, they did. Of course they do. Absolutely, yes, they did. However, did they need one of us to confirm this information? Yes, they did. Now, listen to this, John. John, listen to this. So many other Nigerians, aside from this person right here, have been interviewed and asked the exact questions that he was asked. Why are Nigerians migrating in large numbers? Some of the responses have been, oh, Nigerians are family oriented. We have large families and we all want to come in together. We need support. It doesn't matter if they are lying. There is a sense of patriotism. There is a sense of patriotism. You do not go out on national television and admit to our slave masters that do you understand? Do you understand that? Oh my goodness.
Please, can you moderate, please?
Sorry, Rudolph. Sorry. I kind of.
All right.
Sorry, Rudolph. One thing. Just although just wanted that the guy say that I kind of disagree with where he was saying that Nigerian don't need a 15,000 pounds degree. What they need it for? That was like, nigga, excuse my foreign language. Who are you to tell anybody what kind of degree he or she need and how much is it going to cost that person? So that's why I kind of like say, okay, that's why I say this guy not just he's just too excited in front of
All right. So that was the kind of reaction I was expecting from you guys, but everybody was just being
No.
Damages. I have to bring the guy here. In fact, we try to get him today.
The damages you should have fielded a majority of people here have their stay already.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so Scribe, thank you for thank you, Scribe. You got the real terminology I was looking for, a scapegoat. But to be candid with you, for you to say that that policy would have still go on without that interview, yeah, but he's a suspect at a point. Do you know why I say so? In Texas, those of us that live in the US, you know what happened in Texas? A guy was caught and asked him, why are you doing this, your paper through marriage? Instead of defending himself, he gave the immigration officer that asked the question list of other Nigerians that are in the same route with him. Today, go to Texas and ask them what they are going through, what they are suffering in getting their papers. So
that one are out of witchcraft. That's an act of witchcraft.
so it's the same game. It is the same game. So, but because of that, they had to start making it difficult, rigorous for people living in that stage. But am I blaming that guy? No, it is just one of us. That is exactly what we are doing. If not these politics, I never knew that people, even when governors sponsors people for overseas studies, they only do that for political gain. So that during election, they will come and campaign with the number of people they've used the state fund to take overseas for studies. And that makes them credible to become our leaders. That people who do charity use it for their own personal gain. So when a country runs out of individual personal gain, it leads us into this problem. When we don't have that commonality, in 70s, in 80s, in 60s, communities will come together, contribute money, and send somebody to go and study. It becomes a community project. But now, none of us here can stand 30 minutes to defend the other person if it is not going to put a check on my behalf. It is always individual interest, individual gain. Even look at our politics. Somebody is standing up to vote somebody that is, in your consciousness that this person will not do well just because he is related to me, he is connected to me, he will favor me as a person. So this is a general problem that we really need to work on. We can't just blame that boy because in the other flip, we are all doing the same thing. So we need to come back to the table and say, what can we do as a common people? Are we really common? Are we really together at any point? That's the point I'm looking at this situation. Most of us overseas, we tell the white people, our people are living on the street. Our people are they are suffering because we want to get something individually from these people.
Let me shock all of you, right? In the Home Office, there are Nigerians who work there.
Yeah.
In the Cabinet Office, there are Nigerians who work there. I worked in the Cabinet. There are Nigerians everywhere, civil servants, right? If this guy isn't the reason why that policy was passed, I'm being very, very honest. His interview was totally just the same way. That's why I use the word snake oil salesmanship.
Yeah.
This is a way to just sort of like do a hurrah, justify it, make the British public to back it up. That is the game. We've seen this over and over and over. Okay, if you cannot read patterns, then that's your problem. Okay, this thing is a regular pattern. Wait. There's one more point, please. Okay.
Can we see one at a time, please?
My point. You have to be available for them to use you, though. You have to be available for them to use you. They can
no, he made himself available. Yeah, you have to accuse him for that.
So, Dr. Scribe, remember that some people from the House of Commons, some people were against that policy. But when this interview was uploaded, most of them are now aggrieved because they can no longer defend it. So that's why he's an scapegoat. Because UK, I learned that every April they try to revisit their policy for the next year. So, but because this interview came up, the people that were defending that they shouldn't do what they wanted to do can no longer defend it. But this is a game of our own slave masters. They need us, but they want us to beg them to come and do the work they don't have any other person.
They need to manage the polity. And that is why that interview was important. That's why I'm trying to make the distinction that guy, he does not understand the environment where he lives. If he understood it, he would have not done that interview. And not that they did that interview solely to drive an agenda so that those MPs in the House will not have a strong enough voice. That's what they try to do. They manipulate the system. This is what that BBC interview was achieving. They don't care about the Nigerians who will go under the freeze and they are shouting. They are like, it's on you to focus and start looking at how you can sustain your stay. They are here shouting. You might be ready now. Wait.
All right.
So, I have one point.
Hold on. Let me say.
In the early 2000s, wait, please don't be annoyed. In the early 2000s, let me tell you how effective Nigerians in the government can be. In the early 2000s, you could not take yam, oil. Like if you're coming from Nigeria, sometimes we travel empty, and then we go with our suitcases and we bring our foodstuffs, right? I know the group of people who actually work with UK border office, and they began to facilitate discussions and things like that eventually allowed you, when you land in the, if anybody who traveled in the early 2000s know what I'm talking about, how embarrassing it used to be when they pull you over at the side so that they will examine your things, they'll tell you this one is going, this one is quarantined, all that nonsense. They'll even take you, if you go to Heathrow, once you get to Heathrow, there's a far left office over there. They'll go there and search you. You know, that kind of embarrassing things. So we went through this, okay? Real talk. Like, this one where Peter B. We went through it. We were the ground guys that went through every single process of this visa, legitimately, without marrying women, got our well-deserved citizenship. So I know this process. I know it very, very well. I go gov.uk/check a UK visa. I built it. Okay? So I'm not guessing the visa process. I know it. So what I am trying to say is that this guy is they just pushed an agenda, and the timing. Sometimes when you look at things, you look at the timing, you look at the way things were done. This is snake oil salesmanship.
Wait, Mr. Scribe, you've been saying this. Who is selling? Who is the snake oil sales? Who is doing
the UK is largely politically divided into two: conservative Tory, side, and then we have the liberal Labour Party. Now it's most likely, also you have the the SNP and all those Scottish Party, right? It's most likely that the ones who will be more sympathetic to that will be against or vote against this law that is against Nigeria will be the left. But then the right would be, in my suspicion, at the core of this agenda. And when I look at the timing of the interview,
hold on, don't go far.
I'm a little suspect.
Are you saying that the far right went to BBC and said, "Give us"?
I'm not saying. I'm alleging. I'm speculating based on precedents.
Are you saying that's what happened? Give us a reporter that we go out there and find a Nigerian.
Not necessarily.
That we now say something that we are going to use to justify what we are.
No, I wouldn't put it that way. I would say, like, how would I put this? Over the years, I've seen patterns, and that is based on it's somewhat feeling. I know when they do certain things, I just look at it, I laugh, because I know what the underground game is. The underground game is not necessarily, the underground game is to try and suppress any kind of, this thing is, what they are doing, morally is wrong. They know it. What they are doing is morally wrong.
So politics.
Morally. Remember, my word, morally wrong. What they did by picking on Nigerians and telling them that they cannot bring in this thing is morally wrong. But now, the agitations, the ignorant whites in the hinterlands are beginning to say, oh, where are all these people coming around? Why is the rent? Have you checked the rent in the UK? Why is my rent? People are asking these questions, and they are beginning to relate it. They're not stupid. They're beginning to relate it to migration. So in order to do these things, there has to be some kind of social media drive in order to make people say, I feel good. Dr.
Damages, your original question was, why is this guy so hated?
Yeah.
In one word, the guy exposed the Appian Way. Appian Way has been in existence from Tanimo River. Having said that, let's not kid ourselves. During slavery, there was the Underground Railroad through which people passed to safety. We seem to be forgetting what is the root cause of all these things. Somebody was discussing how they used to send some people off. When you are going village, you gather and send you off. When I went to the US, it was celebrated that I was going to the US. Right? So my brother, they saw me off, took me up to the airport, and I left to a place I've never been before. Having said all that, there is things going on between governments. During Shagari's regime, there were a bunch of people, amnesty was being offered in the United States. A bunch of Nigerians brain drain and all these things are interconnected. Some Nigerians left, went back home after they finished studying. Their parents had money. Some of them placed others for good, so they couldn't come back. Government will not tell you when they swap some kind of agreement to block. If you go back and check, Nigerians were not allowed to leave again during that period of time. And a lot of people were victims to that. So let's not kid ourselves. Blame the young man or not blame him. He just exposed the Apiam way. These things will continue. We are in the United States, and you are seeing the southern borders. Right now, with people marching down, if they have a chance, they will stumble the place down. There are barbed wires all over the place for people not to come across. It's immigration issues. And being immigration issues, all I'm saying is that Nigeria, because of the way Nigeria has made our home, nobody wants to come here and stay. If Nigeria was good,
all right,
believe me, we'll be back in Nigeria enjoying the good sun, the good mango, the good angara, the good everything else that comes from that land. But because our politicians have so stumbled the place, stolen the place blind, and that is why everybody wants to leave, because things are not working in Nigeria.
Thank you.
Let's make it better.
Man of prestige.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come from a different angle. This guy is what I call a know-nothing or a bonehead. You're looking at him, and this guy was a police officer in Nigeria. I don't know if you have seen the picture. So he's not somebody that just came out of college, maybe about 20 or 18 or 19. No, I mean, I don't know how old he is, 30 or whatever. So he has been a policeman in Nigeria, and he happened to get the opportunity to go to British and went over there, and sell us out. If you understand, he hasn't been there up to a year. Go and look at what happened. He hasn't been there up to a year. If an Indian man is not going to do this, we're not the highest immigrant. Anybody from British can come here and correct me. But from the data I had, we don't have the highest statistics in British. Probably the people from India and other Asian countries have this. But this guy went over there and sold us out. Having said that, I think a lot of people from electricity or whatever, electricity hasn't spoken. Some of the people in British has already said it. In British Parliament, they have to debate something for a long time before it came out. So they've been debating about this already. Maybe like some people said, some people are against it or whatever. So they use this guy as a scapegoat, to paint their narrative. Of course, after they paint the narrative, the people who are kind of not really sure if they want to vote for this, they decided to come out and vote for it. So this is what happened. This is some of typical Nigerian people were saying. This is why I came to this channel the other day. I spoke about some people here saying that what's his name? Trump is a good person or whatever. Trump is the people who don't want people from Nigeria to come here, and other kind of things. I spoke against it. But people like Ovi and some other people say, no, he's doing the right thing. We're supposed to support our people, whether they come here illegal or illegal. But, because of what's going on in Nigeria, they come here to survive. So, but you have some people here who wants to sell them out. This is exactly what that guy is doing. He doesn't know anything. I mean, he's not like somebody young or whatever. He went over there and sold us out. So let's not equivocate about that. They need to flog him wherever you go. If I see him, if I go to the party or whatever, I see him, I'm gonna talk to him. I'm not gonna fight him, but I'm gonna tell him that you're doing the wrong thing. I'm gonna bully him. Yeah, he needs to be bullied. I'm in support of the bullying. Thank you.
All right. Similarly, I'll come to similarly. When you see him at a party, what are you going to do?
I'm going to give him a hug. As a brother, I will never deny my brother, whether he's right or wrong. After all, blood is thicker than water. But it doesn't mean that I believe in what he's done or not. I am not going to be, they said no one is 100%. There is room for error. As long as it depends on his state of mind, where he was when he was giving that interview. And moreover, in the UK, especially when there is political period, the news source their items to use for their own political gain for votes, and the people suffer for it. So yeah.
All right.
Hey, Isimiri, stop it, Isimiri. Go look for him, okay? Stop it. Go look for him. I'm bashing.
All right. Electricity, welcome to the show.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm going to go backstage. I don't know. I would like to be on the comment to monitor the comment after I finish. Is that okay with you, Dr. Darknage?
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna, like, in respect to what is the guy, Mr. Tiamiyu, this thing, I'm gonna go from a different perspective, and I believe some of you are gonna bite my head off. Okay, so let's be honest with ourselves. We all know this thing in our heart that is what is happening. It's just that I kind of are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
No,
we can hear you.
It's just unfortunate that it came out from his own mouth and from somewhere that will blow it out, that has the means to blow it out. Now, let's flip it around. This anger that Nigerians have and channeling it against him, if we turn this anger and fix our country, won't it be nice? If Nigerians decide and say, in the next 1 year, we are not going to apply for UK visa, to hell with them. So I don't see why we want to bite his head off. He made an apology. I watched the apology. As far as I'm concerned, the apology is worse than him giving that first interview. If we pick this energy and channel it to the right place and fix our country, if Nigerians decide not to apply for UK visa for the next 1 year, write it down today. Except by miracle, that embassy will close down. Don't forget, the embassy, the airline, they all work together. If you don't give people visa, they're not going to travel. You have to understand the economics of it. If you have to understand, if Nigerians stop traveling, I guarantee you some airline will suffer a great setback. Take it or leave it. That's the truth. So let's leave this guy alone. Unfortunately, he's the one that bears the cat in that area. Unfortunately. But in our hearts, we all know. We all say it in our hearts. It's just that it came out from his own mouth. Unfortunately. So let's channel this anger to our own country and fix it, for crying out loud. Are we not tired here? Who is not tired here? Raise your hand if you are not tired being abroad. If you're not tired, okay. If you are not tired, then stay where you are. Let those of us.
No, I thought you said those who are tired. I thought you said those who are tired. So I was quickly going to raise up my hand.
Electricity.
No, I said those who are tired. Who are tired?
Remind me where you are. I know you're in Europe. Where in Europe? Are you in UK?
I'm both in Dublin and UK, so I shot to both places.
Okay. All right.
So I'm going to go out and just go backstage. Is that okay?
Yeah. Thank you. It's okay. Very good.
All right. I'll change the system. Thank you.
All right. Forefathers, you are in the UK.
Yeah,
we want to. I'll come back to all you Americans, but let me just hear from people from the UK. Forefathers, you are in the UK, and did he speak for you? Did you feel like going there to grab him, and what was your feeling about our man?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a mixed feeling. I think on one end you're saying, oh, Nigerians are always going there to let Nigeria down. On that end, I was like, he's just a young guy saying what he thinks he what the question they're asking him. And the truth is, whatever he says, it doesn't even matter, because in the end, it's just the basic truth of the situation that Nigerians are going there for the purpose of just wanting to be there. So if he wanted to even go further, he could even say more deeply that we have such hatred for our people. We want to come here and live forever. We want to even marry your women. He can even go further. I'm telling you, the truth of this situation is quite disgraceful. Some of the stuff our people are doing, and I can tell you that I'm one of them, because we most of us come here not only because we want to come here and study. We want to come here and live their lifestyle. We want to forget our own home countries. Those days anyway. But when one thinks about it now, you start realizing that, okay, that was a terrible mistake. You have to correct something. He's a young man. He's made the mistakes that most of us have made, and where the important thing is that we correct it, isn't it? So he's doing his thing, and I don't think people should be threatening his life because I can understand the frustration of people that are trying to come through, that they feel like he is the one ruining their stuff. I don't think he's the one. The UK needed people in the country, and they brought a lot of Nigerians. And I think at least 150,000 Nigerians have come into their country in the last 3 years alone, which is the highest in more than a decade. And they need the workers. If they don't need the worker, they will close it. It doesn't matter what he says. It doesn't even matter. Because you saw that video when they were interviewing him. The next day, the law changed because they were already looking to change some of the laws. So it's just, I don't think it just mixed feelings. The area I was a bit frustrated with him on was just about the way Nigerians talk about Nigeria when they are overseas, and even on not overseas, they just badmouth the country in such a terrible way. Like I feel bad for that because if they took their time to realize how badly other nations treat their people too, and if you look at historically the terrible things their nation, most of those nations we like to admire today, have visited on their people in the millions, if they realize that they maybe will temper our the way we talk about our own country. Because thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me just say that beyond this conversation, it's also an issue of this what some people touch on it, an issue of when you are facing the media. Most people may not know that interview could have been 3 hours, and they just play that few seconds or few minutes of him speaking.
He said it was 30 minutes,
30
and
minutes,
25
30
seconds.
minutes.
Oh, okay.
30 minutes.
Okay, yeah. So that's how it works, and if for people like everybody here now, please, if you're not speaking, can you mute yourself? I think I'm getting echo from you. So for everybody here, what we're doing now, we may think that this is not important, but you are being trained in answering questions, in thinking about what you are saying and the implications of what you are saying. It's not something you learn; you are born with that. The way people react to you when you speak here, you are everybody, even me, anybody. You are learning. We are conscious of that. So I don't think the guy has been put in that kind of spotlight also to learn that how will this play out? What will be taken out from what I'm saying now, and how will it play out when it's out there? So those kind of things. If you don't have a lot of experience, anybody can fall for that. And
Doctor, you recall when I started joining there, I wasn't very willing to join and continue doing it. But when I started noticing that, when I started going back, watching what I said, looking at the comments, I began to see that I can iteratively actually improve some of the ways that I say things. So I would say that it's one of the main motivations of coming on here, because by coming on here, saying things, you in your shell, it's one thing. When you come out and other people are challenging it, and you're seeing how people are reacting to it, it forces you to reflect. It forces you to look at things, and then also listening to other people, you kind of have you can filter some of the things that you would naturally emotionally say. So I cannot say how much of how much of a benefit such public speak. I used to downplay public speaking. Like people who work in my sector were not very good at communication. It's software engineering teams. If you've ever been in a software engineering team, the most chaotic set of people, smart people, but everybody wants their way. So it's kind of good because by coming out, you just you begin to see actually there's room for improvement.
So that's I think that's one aspect of it that is important.
Sorry, Dr. Damage. Can you take me out? I don't know how to take myself. I want to sign it back in a different.
Okay, and no, please. That happened before.
He's out. I took him out.
Okay, all right.
He's out. I took him out.
All right. So Ike, go ahead.
Well, damages, I don't know how to put it, but no matter how all of us are legally living where we live today, we all remember we left Nigeria for a better life, either through education or through whatever means. And I don't think is everybody that is in the United Kingdom went to United Kingdom through schooling. There are people who decided to relocate to live in United Kingdom, and there are people who use their education to have the opportunity to remain in the UK. So it's unfortunate he became the victim, as somebody said here, but it's not something that we have to kill him for, you know. What we're talking about process, what we're talking about, doing the right thing, trying to lay a foundation to do the right thing at all times. It doesn't matter the cost. It doesn't matter if your brother or your sister is involved, but try to do the right thing. So I think that, most of us who live in where we live today, maybe we pass through one way or the other to get where we are. But today, probably by the grace of God, you are citizens of the country where you live. Like where I live, if you don't want to go through the process of examination and test and stuff, you have to live for 15 years before you can be able to get the passport. But if you're ready to go through the process of examination and all the tests and all the tests and all the tests, depending you're intelligent in learning the languages and the stuff that you need to do, probably it might take less years for you to become a citizen. So, in this case, Nigerians that are trying to, kill the boy on social network, on social media, I think what he has said it already, and I think, like somebody, electricity was saying, we all know these things, If you live in your place, when you travel around the world, you see there are so many Nigerians that are illegal everywhere, I live in a very small island, but every year I travel to so many parts of the world on vacation. And every time I travel, I try to locate where I can see Nigerians. And I have to. The echo is coming up to me. Can I speak?
Okay, you can carry on. Yes, sir.
Okay. So whenever you go, you meet Nigerians that are illegal or stranded in Europe, you try to listen to their story. You will discover that it is we Nigerians ourselves that put most of them in the situation they find themselves. Because they were lied to. And most of them are forced to sell everything they have in Nigeria.
Who lied to them?
The people that make them go to wherever they are.
Who are the people that made them go?
The agents you have in Nigeria, the agents.
No. You have to wait.
Wait.
Stop. There are personal responsibilities.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know how you left. I don't know how anybody here left there in Nigeria. But you have a responsibility to make your own research and know where you're going to. And
exactly. That's my point. I know.
That is the fault of some agents.
I do understand what you're saying. I know. It's not everybody that is that for that victim. That's what I said from the beginning. A lot of us travel through the normal process of traveling. Legally, you travel, and everything you did it accordingly. But there are a lot of Nigerians, just like what we are saying here. A lot of people leave Nigeria for a better life. It's some of Nigerians who didn't live in with their good eyes, live in Nigeria. But it's because of situation, and they're told anything they believe. Look at when the process of going through the desert and the sea and whatever. How many we lose every day, every week, every month? Nigerians that are dying in the high sea in the process of trying to leave our country. So, it is what it is. It has happened, and I think that it's not just because of what he said. I think, like you said, those who live in the US, in London know that in the month of April, politicians, they talk about immigration or they review their immigration laws. So I think he ended up becoming a victim that everybody now is turning against the guy. So I think we don't need to be killing. We only need to try to bring him back, and he has apologized. And I think we should just let it go. It wouldn't stop any Nigerian who want to go to London legally not to go, or somebody who want to go to school not to go to study. I mean, I don't think it stop anything. You know.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Janaba, welcome.
Thank you for having me once again. I want to go back a little bit, if you give me time, about the to talk about this subsidy of a thing. Do you want me to talk about that before I come to this quick?
Are you in the oil industry? Do you know something we don't know?
The subsidy is defined only by the people that are in the oil industry, or is it subsidy?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, when we talk about that subsidy, and where people are, of course, I believe in freedom of speech. Everybody should express themselves. But subsidies, that whether they remove it for whatever they remove it, but in Nigeria, I have been advocate of removing the subsidy for a while, because it's not serving ordinary Nigerians anything. It's still the crook people who say they are doing this and they are paying this. So people do subsidy in all over the world, even America. But is that the system here is good enough to hold people accountable if there is any kind of dubious or any kind of corruption. But in Nigeria, it's the elite that take the money and keep it to themselves. So oil subsidy is a talk, it's a paperwork. It does not benefit ordinary Nigeria. Say you are subsidizing for oil to reduce the price of the oil in a filling station, as they call it in Nigeria. So if they can find a way where the money can go to Nigerian citizens directly, it is better, even much better than any oil subsidy that they are crafting for. So that is all about that.
Hold on. Okay, you just said, I thought you were going to say something we've not had before. But the people against oil subsidy are the ordinary people, the poor people we are talking about.
Because they don't know how it works. All of them that they believe that thing reduces the price of the oil in the filling station, and if they do not have that, then it will be more expensive. That is what they told them. But that is not the reality. Go and look down on it. For the past 3 years, go and find out where the oil money goes. I'm not going to tell you as a journalist. I don't want to say something.
So the other question for you, John Alba, is the elites, they've been talking about removing this subsidy. When it's done, when it's removed, how do you deal with the consequences? They have not been able to define what they are going to do. They have not been able to convince the nation that they can manage even the resources. If Buhari could not do it, why do you think that Tinubu could do it easily?
Remember, Buhari is the minister of the
president and minister for petroleum. Yeah,
exactly. So it is, and remember that he himself campaigned to remove it when he was campaigning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's all about the elite take the money. When he came anti-corruption. Right now, if you go and check his DNA, maybe it's not that kind of person he said he was. But I'm not going to go there now because his time is over. I hope you have bought the last plane to Sudan or Ethiopia or to
all right,
wherever he went. Then let's come back to where we are on the issue of the guy. Are we not ashamed as a Nigerian home and abroad when we talk about, somebody betrayed us? They said that the guy that attended the interview in UK, and they said, because he said that people that came there, they come with their family, they are not going back. When are we going to go back to fix Nigeria? When are we going to go back and be part of the struggle? Rather than to stay on the internet and we can't vote. Even when we do not vote, we say all kind of things. When are we going to be part of the struggle of ordinary Nigerians? Then from there, we all can have the God to speak. When last do you go to Nigeria to say, okay, I'm going to do this to change anything? I mean, people serve in another capacity, whether they go for volunteer work, serve their community. But what the real change that you and I cannot be part of this modern slavery. So it's a slavery still. It's still a modern slavery. If you don't believe it, it's you. But then they have enough people that they can use, and they're now trying to pause it. And when that gap is filled, whether it's a natural thing that the generation want or our children blend, how many of our children is going back home? it may be very few percent. So until we have that core belief, and that's what I used to say to you on this platform, we all can come and talk about politics and all of that. Politics also demand number. Are you going to have one wife, 2 children, and then you tell me you're going to struggle with people that have one wife and have 4 wives, and they have plenty of children, and they stay in Nigeria, and you stay in abroad and vote, and you talk all the kind of vote that you even end of the day, or your expired passport, you tear it, say you don't want Nigeria again, but you want to talk about Nigeria on the internet. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Eddie?
Doctor, I don't know if you gave me American visa. This one, you've placed me with the Americans. I live in UK as well.
I'm sorry. I forgot. I should have given priority to you. Yeah.
No,
Instead
okay.
of listening to John Alba, who has no idea how the British passport looks like. Go ahead, Eddie.
It's okay. First and foremost, I need to put, I don't know if you guys know, it's not just Nigerians. It's the entire, what's it called? The entire postgraduate students, with exception of people doing PhD. So let's put it clear, is both Indians, for the highest numbers, you have the Indians, you have Nigerians, you have the Chinese, and the rest. And immigration is a very serious, like Mr. Scribe has said, immigration is a very serious issue in the UK. Not just, and education is not just the only route to move to the UK. Education is not the only issue on immigration we have. We have the Channel crossing, the Mediterranean crossing. You have the migrant from Ukraine,
Cali,
Syria,
France.
So it's a big issue in the UK. Immigration, it can sway an election either way. So, and it's not because of this young man that they had to pass that law. If I listen to the news, I'm on BBC. It's been on the pipeline. They've been making policies almost every almost every 2 months. They make new policies. So this would have happened. I knew about this long before they made the announcement. I was just waiting for the day because the way the UK press work, the way you know about the policy the government will announce, and they will give a date that the government will announce social policy. So we knew about this. This was coming. So, or like the other guys, they've said, this is unfortunate that this guy has been made a scapegoat in the Nigerian cycle. But if you go on YouTube, there are loads of videos just like his. There are loads of videos from Asians, from different people. So let's put it there. And what it's really unfortunate that this young man, but I think they shouldn't crucify him. He's made a mistake, and yeah.
What was the mistake? What was the mistake? What was the mistake?
He's made a mistake not to focus on what he came here to do and make his
No,
money.
he made a mistake by not understanding the environment.
You can make videos on YouTube and say whatever you want. You can't just make videos, and just like I'm making videos now promoting far right or far left. I'm going to be in trouble eventually.
No, he didn't make any video. He was interviewed, and he said,
he's a YouTuber. He's a YouTuber.
I know.
These are the videos. So
that's different.
The intelligent, and like I said, the British people, they know about all these things because they are the ones, at the end of the day, they are the ones issuing visas. They are the ones. So these numbers didn't just come up from the sky. They issued the visa to these people. So they know, they have statistics of these people entering. So it's something that will happen, that would have happened, regardless of whether he granted the interview or not. So
okay.
Yeah.
All right, Austin.
I greet everybody.
Yeah.
So my point is, I just want to talk about the young man we are talking about. I don't think for me I'll crucify him. The British have their own policies. They have their own policies. Generally, if I want to talk like them, if you need something, you open your borders. People come in. Once you get that thing and it's filled, like when you are harvesting, maybe you are carrying water. When the water fills, you go close the lid, and that is it. So maybe they have gotten a lot of what they want, and that's for this. Okay, let us reduce this. As Eddie was trying to say, when people come settled in the UK with time, you realize that they may start being eligible to vote, and election may go either way. And now there's something I look at that press release. They had to make sure that they still keep their skilled labor open. And that is why they insisted on the PhD students. So they still need the PhD students that much. So for me, I will not crucify the young man because whether he speaks or not, the policy will still go on. It's normal for everybody. Everybody, even in your house, people are liable to survive. So your daddy may take a policy. This is what I'll do and do and do. But when he gets what he wants, the policies now may be shelved. So I don't think the guy should be crucified. If you say, okay, you want to flog him, the only thing you can say is that you don't. I think the only thing is a victim of circumstance is that maybe when you're in position of authority or when you have gotten such privileges, you want to throw your friends under the bus. That's the only thing I can say. Maybe trying to make it that these Nigerians, when they come, this is what they do. He had that statement in him. But apart from that, I don't think we should crucify him because without his words, the policy will still stand. Because the British look at what they want. When they get it, then they remove the policies. That's just it. So I don't see anything crazy about what he said. Yeah.
Austin, the argument most Nigerians were making wasn't even about whether he was responsible for the policy. It was that you shouldn't say certain truths about Nigerians, especially when you are talking to foreigners. So in America, they call it snitching. What is your take on that?
So whether certain truths, if you say certain truths, I don't know because these people already know what you are doing and how you want to do them. So it's not like it's even hidden. They do that. Even Trump said that we come back, we come do things here in the US and go. I refuse to go back to our huts. That's what he said. So it therefore means they already know all these things. As I said, you should not reveal certain truth. The truth, they already know it. The white people already know all about this. So it's not like I'm trying to reveal anything to them anymore. So I don't see why people should throw stones at him that he's revealing truth. Which truth are we talking about which the white man doesn't know about it? After all, they have all the data to back their claims. So it's not like saying that he said that they come here and don't go back. That is why we now need to put a policy for them not to come. If you see very well, they are still protecting their interests. That's why they say, okay, we hold the PhD students because they are skillful. Others don't need to come, but the PhD students can come. So I don't see anything as if our brother betrayed us or this or that. I don't see anything. Without him or his words, they will still put the policy. As you just said, the only thing is that we should learn how to present our case when we are faced with such situation. Because I saw that interview, the journalist has a way of putting words into your mouth. Just has a way of putting it. You force you to say it. So that's just what we need to learn. But apart from that, I don't think I'll flog him that much.
All right, Janaba, what's the problem?
I've been to court several times, and I don't know how many times I will be in the court. When you come to that, the young man, whatever UK said they will do, they may have done it, but they will need some evidence and some things to say, okay, this is what their own people say, because the little I know about UK, they will debate this thing in their hall where they talk their crazy UK talk, and they will say, okay, if you go this way, this is clear from the horse's mouth. This is what they do. It's about witness. It's as though you have a proof. So I understand that they will do it.
All right, Janaba is gone. Osio.
Janaba, go and put better internet on your house. Which kind of internet is that? On a lighter note, let me say something so we can use our attention. You know, I always have problem with the Igbo people. Our people were not ready for slavery. They came and pack us with the ship. Now our people are ready. After so many years, our people are ready to come to their town. They refuse to grant us access. No, they open down borders. Our people will come in because when we are not ready, they force us to come to their land. That's
a new idea. I've never heard this before. Yes. So you are saying that since they forced us,
our people were doing well in Africa, very contented, catching their cruise. They forced them to their land. Now, after so many years, our people said, "Oh, we are ready to come to their country," and they are still blocking the border. They open that border. We are ready to come. I thought they will bring more sheep to come and take more of our people. That's on a lighter note. But what I wanted to say that, like forefather said, it was a setup on the guy. The guy fought for it. And to be honest with you, you and I, we can equally fall on the kind of stuff the guy said. And that makes it equally pointed it out that is for you to know the things you say. But for me, what they did to that guy is not fair. I listened to the whole interview. They did like cut and paste. They paste where, like I call it the catchy moment. And Jonaba like said they want to use it as an evidence. Because in the court of law, they are not going to hear the whole interview. So that statement was so important to them. And that's the main joke for the interview. We Nigerians, I will be hypocritical to condemn the guy. My conscience, no. Trust me, I'm with that guy. 100%. You may hate me for that. What that guy said is the reality. If you do not want that guy to say it, and which Tinubu will do, they will ban social media. And Tinubu is coming in. But that's the reason you can stop the people from speaking their mind, saying it the way it is. The guy said the truth. Just that he said it came out of his mouth. What he said is what you and I know is the truth. In fact, Canada is watching. The next destination now is Canada. They are going to do the same thing. As soon as they have our best, they'll block it. There is a city in Canada. I have forgotten the name of that country. I knew people that went to that place. They were begging immigrants, if you finish your master, when you settle there, they will pay almost like 25,000 Canadian dollars. Nigerians trooping in that place. And they have gotten the number they want. They stop paying that amount of money to Nigeria because they need people. The land is vast. They have more land than United States. So they need to fill up their country. And human economy is something you cannot buy anywhere. And we're giving it to the Western world free of charge. It's not that they don't. Anybody, watch all the people that comes out of Nigeria. No Itiboribo can succeed in embassy. They always take the best of all. And that's why when we come here, we are saying, I don't blame them. They come and take the best. But for me to come out to condemn our brother for saying it, I will not do that. No, I'm getting somewhere. What we are doing, if we are getting angry over what the guy is saying, then we should only get angry about the Fulanis invading Nigerians. But every day we come to condemn them. Oh, they are coming from the north, all over, they are taking over Nigeria. And yes, they are saying we are taking over Britain, we are getting angry. But we are the same people saying that the Fulani are taking over the whole lot of Nigeria. Now, somebody is saying Buhari is not even in Nigeria, he's gone back to his country. So meaning that we are being hypocritical. If we decided to condemn the guy, then we shouldn't be complaining over what's happening at home as well. Because we know that the reality is what the guy said is the truth. That nobody wants to say it. And I like him he said like what Trump does. Trump will always say the content of every white individual, whether Democrat or Republican, they don't want to say it. But he'll be saying it and they'll be nodding their head. And that is what the guy just said. Just that we didn't like the test of that truth. I will say, let's turn our anger to those that send us to economic exile to Europe, not to that very guy. Thank you.
Sorry, can I just ask something quickly about? Sorry, there's this thing making noise. Yeah, it's regarding the amount of Nigerians that are traveling to these countries. They don't pay tax to Nigeria, which is something that is very unusual. Most nations, they tax their citizens that go overseas. So that, to take care of that, there is this thing that they call tax treaty that nations sign. So we don't know how much Nigeria is getting for the people that are traveling overseas, and nobody has ever bothered to ask the government because Nigeria does have a tax treaty with the UK, but we don't know what conditions what that involves. We're talking about 100-something thousand Nigerians that have moved overseas. In other words, they are all working for the UK, not getting any benefits in the UK, but they are not paying tax to the Nigerian state. And the same thing in America and Canada and all those other countries. There's a lot of money involved in all these things, but nobody is chasing them up. I just thought I should highlight that because that's something that I think the Nigerian government should be made to make it clear to people whether they are getting money on behalf of Nigerians that are overseas. And if they are not, why not? Because Americans do the same. When the Americans go to Nigeria, they still have to pay tax to their country. But Nigerian government have to somehow offset that with the Americans when Americans are working in Nigeria.
All right, thank you, forefathers. And forefathers, you can actually start by paying taxes to Nigeria and ask other people to support you.
I'm already doing that. What are we talking about? I'm already preparing for fuel subsidies. How do you think? Why do you think I know so much about fuel subsidy, the consequences? I'm thinking of shifting to solar because of it.
Forefathers, I wanted to ask
you. Your line is very bad. When you turn your audio, it makes that noise. So please don't. He should rejoin us. Don't. Let's not bring him up again. That's the source of the noise. All right. So, so you're already paying tax. What percentage are you paying from your income to Nigeria?
No, I'm not paying tax. I'm paying tax in other way in terms of me paying into the Nigerian economy. Almost the truth is that's compared proportionally what I get here that ends up in Nigeria quite a lot. If that's something I can tell you, it's reasonable percentage, disproportionate amount. Yeah.
I wanted to ask about you. You mentioned that Americans that go to Nigeria pay tax to the American government. That may be true. You added up a case of negotiating with the Nigerian government. I don't understand what you mean by that.
Because normally when they want to sign these treaties, they have to negotiate what the amount of tax that needs to come from the citizens from either country. So, but America doesn't even have any tax treaty with Nigeria. It means all Nigerians that are in America don't pay anything to Nigeria for it. But the UK, they do. But there's no, we don't know the condition. You can't see the document. I tried to find the document. There is nothing. So, in other words, what is happening right now is that we're just transporting our people like the way they used to do them with ships before. This time, just our people are the ones running over there, working for them. And about 5% of what we make actually make it back home. So we are basically going there to serve them, but instead of our governments to be ensuring that these people that are going overseas are paying back to the economy, so that we are not totally losing, because most of these people are educated in Nigeria. Their petrol and everything was subsidized. So Nigeria is just getting poorer and poorer on all fronts if we are not tapping into some of all these things. Every little money helps.
Okay, the point is that I wanted you. I think you clarified a point. I don't think Nigeria has a tax treaty with the United States, because the times we have five taxes, I noticed that Nigeria doesn't have any tax treaty with the United States, at least for now. But you mentioned the second point of trying to make sure that the things that the businesses Nigerians do abroad, even if it's 0.05%, find its way back to the Nigerian government. That is now what those who are intelligent can do. Not people who don't know how to manage the government. Because I was thinking of like what you just said is, even if it's 0.05% goes back to Nigeria, it will be a large sum of money. Besides that, there are other things that people have learned that they can still repatriate funds back to Nigeria for, but the policies are not there. That's why I keep on saying that for the country to develop and make progress, most of the time it's not like Buhari will say that I have given order that the economy should stand erect and expect the economy to stand. No, it is policies they will take that will make things to be okay.
All right, let me before we continue, Femi, I'm coming to you. Femi should be next, but let me play this because there's someone who answered that question, a similar question in a different way. Let's listen in. I have this kind of computer that you have to hit like TV before they work. We're trying, my video is trying to play. I hope it comes on. We'll fix it by next week, hopefully.
Let's see. JAPA. We can go, and I can't do that for you. Where is our water? So is a word that describes the entrepreneurial spirit JAPA is a word that describes the entrepreneurial spirit of Nigerians, and in that same word, it means that Nigerians, with all our content, all our gifts, skills, products, we want to export them. Including exporting ourselves.
All right. So what he did there was to answer the question, what is JAPA, which could be a setup, which is similar to the question that was posed to our guy, and he gave an interesting take on that. Femi, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. So, in answer to Mr. Tiamiyu, I kind of, I've not gotten the whole picture of the entirety of his interview, but the snippets, especially in regards to where he answered questions as to the reasons why Nigerians seem to be flooding to the UK, especially under the guise of citizenship. I found it kind of interesting in the sense that, I mean, migration has always been a human thing. It's not like it started today. I mean, we're in one way or the other, starting from the times of our forefathers, humans have always been migrants. But to speak specifically to how we answered those questions, I think, in my opinion, initially I was kind of upset because I didn't think it was in his purview to answer per se the way he answers. I mean, he has his rights to answering that way. But even at that, when on reflection, I kind of just still look at it this way: that whether he said what he wanted to say, just like others have averred to, whether he said what he said or not, I mean, see, these people will still come to Nigeria to get the best brains, whether we like it. It's not going to change. This is not going to change anything. I just feel, of course, there's politics involved, and of course, like others have also, there's people in Nigeria they're not going to leave Nigeria no matter how bad we think Nigeria is. There are people that are still thriving, illegally or legally. There are people that don't give a damn about Britain or America, and there's as many of us that are abroad as well. That really, if we had if we that really want to go back home, so it's not like the abroad in quotes is that special. I mean, if Nigeria were to be where we're supposed to be, by the way, maybe these other countries will have their own people going to our embassies and queuing the way we are queuing. So it's really not their fault, and I don't really blame the guy because you've said it, Doctor. He probably could have answered just the way the guy that spoke to the JAPA thing answered, you know. And I can understand why people are angry because, I mean, like you said, Nigeria, people are not smiling right now. So we can say all we want to say right now. There's people that they're not smiling at all. Things are bad. Things are bad. So I'll just keep it that way.
All right, thank you. KJ, while you answer this, I want you to look at it a different way also. When Trump called African countries shithole countries, we had issues with that. When the other guy said Nigeria is a fantastically corrupt country, we had issues with that. When Buhari said Nigeria was a lazy youth, we had issues with that. So is this a continuation? What happens? There's this idea that American presidents should not go abroad and criticize America. In America, people take issues with that. Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, I will agree with you totally. My late father used to say something. If your son has bad character and you go to the village square to announce it, will you be surprised if somebody in the market accuses him of being a thief? No. First of all, you correct your son or your child in your house. okay? And it's not for you as a father to go to the village square and say that your child has a bad character, okay? No, the question we should be asking ourselves, and I've heard so many opinions, even though I was behind, is this: why have the Indians not told Britain their mission in England? But we know that they almost have 10 people staying in one flat. Why have the Chinese not told the Americans their mission in America? But we know that they turn themselves over and over, getting themselves into this place. Why have the Middle Easterners not told us why they are building up Dubai and now Saudi Arabia trying to make the same construction that that was in in Dubai? Why should it always be us who will now tell everybody what our mission is? How many of such people tell us their mission in Africa? How many? Very few of them. So I'm looking at it from a different point of view. We should have something that is, I'm a Christian, and the Bible says something very interesting. It said the children of this world are more intelligent than those of us who are Christians. What's the reason? Because sometimes we are easy to tell you, just go out and blow everything that's in our mind. And let me tell you one thing that I learned from a Muslim friend of mine. And I'm not saying this because I have any issue about them. He said, but it's difficult for you to be able to determine for them when they're angry, because they've been taught to keep a straight face, whether you like it or not. You can be blowing up, you can be somersaulting, you're just there and you keep a straight face. This is what they've been taught. And I only got to know this because of the level of my relationship with this individual. Now, what am I trying to say in essence? We must not be always willing to say everything. Just throw it out. Look at what's happening in the Obi camp. Okay, they sometimes they have meetings and somebody just comes to the social media and types everything in. This is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do. It doesn't make sense. Okay, the guy, and somebody say we shouldn't blame the guy. Why shouldn't we blame the guy? Is the only person at Jakarta before? If you look, a time came, the people of Israel asked Jesus. So tell us about the Father. He said, I have been telling you about the one that is on earth, you have not accepted it. What about the one that is in heaven, you have not seen? Why should I tell you about it? You first of all deal with this one. So there's always, just like the last clip you played, there's always a better way to answer the question without giving out everything. Okay? Because they're also coming to us with their own agenda and they don't tell us. A friend of mine once told me that whenever they come back from our side, they debrief them. I'm sure that Dr. Rudolph, you know that. They call them for debriefing, especially those of them who have gone to specific places. They go and give debriefing. How many times we call Nigeria to go and debrief us? Government call you, travel to an important country and they call you and say, oh boy, tell us what you saw. Tell us this, tell us that. How many? We're just everywhere. There's no national strategy on how to get where we're going. But these other places have all, they have national strategy on where they're going. And that's why one person coming into England, who is an Indian, can get more than 10 people living in one flat, and they're all living happily until they resettle everybody. We don't have that kind of state system. That's what I'll say for now. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Electricity, I'll skip Ike for now. Go ahead.
I just need a bit of clarification from Mr. KJ. Mr. KJ, in respect to your argument, are you suggesting that in respect to the Indians and the Chinese, are you suggesting that it's a national thing for them to, or it's an individual? I'm a little bit confused. I need to know where you are coming from, please. Okay. I need clarification.
Thank you. There's unwritten ethos, a character of people, the behavior in the community. Okay, there's certain things that the community that is done in the community. I'll give an example. I lived in Tivland for so long. There are some Tiv traditional customs, and I will not say it here, that you cannot read and you cannot hear except you have lived in Tivland and have come across that custom.
Are you talking about when they give you their wives for?
No, that one is not even true. But that is one of it.
I'm just playing. I don't know what you are talking about. But just that you can say anything. You don't have to.
No, that's not it. there's a thief tradition I will not want to reveal here. If there's any thief man here, if he feels like revealing
Where
it,
is
he may.
Jonaba when you need him? Huh?
No, Jonaba is not thief. Jonaba is
I know he's Udoma.
probably it's Doma. Now,
Yeah,
that tradition is not written that nobody should reveal it. Well, they don't reveal it to you. But it's still happening even to today. It's not about killing anybody, so that I don't think that they're killing people and eating their meat. No. Okay. So what I'm saying is that a people who are conscious of where they're going, let's dial back a little bit. At the end of the war and the Japanese, after the Hiroshima event, and they decided to say, okay, we're going to go for this technology and get it at all costs. Did they hold a national meeting? No, everybody just knew what to do. And today, half of the world is depending on their technology. Half of the world, I mean, if not everybody. Okay, so when we take this flight to England, everywhere, we're not going there because we love the place. Come on, I love my village better. Okay, but I'm here because I need to get quality something for my son and myself and my family, and then move on. That's what I'm saying. We mustn't come out to reveal everything, because when they come to us, they don't also reveal everything. They don't reveal
All right.
everything.
Thank you for the clarification. See, this guy is an individual. Let's even argue that he made a mistake, which I don't agree with. He has come out to apologize. Let's just argue that he made a mistake. But now I will not throw certain questions back to you, the way you put questions on the floor. Why haven't we looked at our constitution as citizens and invoked Section 68, Section 110 of the Constitution? Why haven't we taken our legislator to start to invoke the section that says the act of gross misconduct of president, vice president, of the senators, legislators? Why haven't we start to do that as citizens of our country? Can you please weigh in on that question for me, please? If you can answer it, Section 68 and Section 110, because we are throwing questions now.
Thank you very much. Electricity. Let me tell you something. I have studied this thing. I'm not a lawyer, but I just, those of us who grew up in the 80s, who were, students of, went to secondary school and all that, we are taught to read wide. So some of us read so wide that there's virtually every area we touched them. Now, we discovered that the reason why they will not do those things and why those things are not called up is because certain people are written the constitution to suit them. When Obasanjo was taking office in 1999, according to then Minister of Information, John Wodo, he said they didn't have any clean constitution to even swear him in. It was paper they put together. Okay? It was paper they put together to give them to be sworn in. So in other words, why he said that, he was saying that so some people, individuals, sat down and wrote the constitution the way that it suits them and gave it to them, okay, which we are still having today. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say that is why certain elements will not allow us to discuss these things. The section you are talking is there. Okay? For instance, I give another example that you can equally go and look at. The constitution does not mention Christianity anywhere or church. But other religions, I mean, like Muslims and mosques was mentioned, in several places. The question now be, how would that be? How did that come to be? Okay? So, and then we are saying now, let us sit down in the National Assembly, or let us sit down in a conference and discuss these things, and you are saying no. The Nigeria, it's sacrosanct. You can't go there. That's the question. So if you ask me, I'll ask you back. Why have the government not accepted those things? Why have they also not given the...
Sorry, are you saying... Sorry, I just want to clarify. You said something about the constitution mentioning Islam, but not Christianity. Is that accurate?
Yes. Go check.
Can anyone confirm
can
that?
You refer? Can you? The question I want to ask is: are you familiar with the Constitution, sir? Have you read? I mean,
Christianity or church? Go check.
Sir, you've read it. Can you refer us to it, please?
I have just said what I said now. Hey, take it.
Yeah, but you need to refer us to it. You need to refer us to it. That's what I'm saying.
I don't have a particular page, but you see, Google is right at your front there. You can.
Okay, Mr. Skype.
The section of I'm looking for it, yeah, but I wanted to say that the section of the Constitution in the letter of the Constitution, the Constitution is supposed to be a secular Constitution. That's what I wanted to say. I'll look for it. If there is any mention of it.
Okay. The Constitution said, and I'm sorry, I'll take it right now that I'm lying. KJ is lying until you.
No. Nobody's saying.
Hold on, sir. Don't be in a hurry. Now, Even if you go to that same constitution, you find out that the Grand Alkali is lifted to the same level with the Chief Judge of Nigeria, and you have the same the same Islamic law coming to the same level with your Supreme Court. Am I right? Check it. So, in other
Sir,
words, what are we really practicing? Are we practicing the secular? Are we secular and we still have a Grand Kali, or are we do we? So how do you place it?
okay, thank you. Dan, you want to respond to that question?
Oh, well, if you can.
The Constitution is a book that is used to govern a nation. Okay, now it's subject to amendment. Okay, and for us to get certain things amended in the Constitution, we have legislators that represent us in our constituencies. Now, it is not by running away from it. Let me come to your side to say certain things were written in the Constitution that suit certain people. But at the end of the day, the larger part of the Constitution affects you and I. So if we want to get these things fixed, it is not by running away from it. We have to amend it. There is no constitution in this world that is perfect. Ask anybody, even the country where you are, they look at it at every time and they keep amending where it is necessary to be amended. You've highlighted some part in that constitution that you think is not right and should be amended. My question to you is, what effort have you personally put to see to that section that section is amended? We are here condemning one man who went to the British district to speak, and yet we have a problem right in front of us that we are not addressing, that are affecting us, that are making millions to leave the country and making millions of our children not to go back to that country. Why don't we fix it?
Mr. Electricity, if you listen to what I said, I didn't even come to condemn the guy. I'm only saying that we as a people should have been able to outline what we want and certain things that you shouldn't or should say. It's in every society. Apart from that, you're asking me what I've done. You're just seeing me on this screen. You don't even know who I am. You have no reason, you don't met me nowhere. You're just meeting me here. So you can't simply just meet me on the screen and know exactly what my life has become or has been in the past, what effort I've done or what I've not done. Okay, so asking me that question, I think it's a little bit off, but I will not go there. All I'm saying,
Sir, don't take my questioning in a bad. I apologize for interjecting you.
I don't have a
The
problem.
reason why I asked you that question is you said, if we play the tape back, that the Constitution was written for certain people. You gave an analysis of whoever was sworn in. You highlighted you highlighted it. Okay, which is there. The shrine is in the Constitution. It's there in the Constitution. But you know these things. That is the point I am trying to make. Now, if you feel my comment asking you what you've done is offensive, it is withdrawn. Now let's move it at let's put it on a plain level. How do we amend that constitution now? I've changed it. How do we amend it?
Okay, hold on, guys. This is why I like us to stick to the topic. Sometimes people go far away and then they lead to a different conversation, and the other people have no weighed in on the one we were talking about. So people watching at home will be confused, like, how did we get here now? I thought we were talking about. And it's also good that next week we have this swearing in ceremony. So we will be free from all this, and we can pick on issues now and talk about issues like this. Is very important what you're discussing, electricity, in terms of constitution and what people can do. But I think we have to have that conversation as separate conversation so that it doesn't move us away from what we're talking about.
I am with electricity here, and I want to say something.
Okay.
Do you know that we can open source the constitution? We can. So we can. The constitution, we can. What I mean by open source is like have sort of like an online sort of like repository where we now contribute and iteratively discuss the constitution to a point. It might take 2 years, 3 years, but we will get there. Just like we did the rules here, Dr. Damages. We can start like as concerned Nigerians. It's not treasonous. by jurisprudence and the fact that the majority of people are outside Nigeria. So don't be scared about that. Anybody who's going to prosecute you, he has to prove the geolocation of where you did it. So when you look at these kind of things, I've actually lost that idea. I was like,
all right, it's not a bad idea, but
Markdown is a popular internet language. It's just to teach people Markdown.
You know, there was a time we brought Adeyinka, I think, one colonel who wanted to,
yes, he wrote his own
constitution. Yeah. We but I don't think a lot of people read what he wrote. But you can start.
I did.
I know. I'm sure you did. But you can start that, and we will, make it a subject matter.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I would prefer that somebody.
We get some lawyers. We used to have this lawyer who was always here.
I make a cock up of it.
What's his name again? And somebody just said something.
Berechi.
Yeah, there was something that happened, and he stopped coming. But anyway.
What happened? Okay, no, okay.
Yeah, there was something. Someone just. But anyway, the conversation we'll get back to that conversation. Let me go to Ike and let's round up on this issue with the BBC interview. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I have said something already about that.
Oh, you did? Okay, so I think everybody, we're done with that. FME, you said something about that.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. So I think we are done with that. There's something I want us to talk about before we even talk about. It's very important. This Nigerian Airways. It's called Nigerian Air. Is that what it's called now? That flew into the country, and people are celebrating. I think their first flight. When is it? Do you know, Mr. Scribe? And what country will the flight go to?
They don't have a first flight yet.
I have no clue.
But we're laughing, but this could bring down the cost of flight out of Nigeria.
No.
That means I miss Nigerian Airways. Nigerian Airways. You know what Nigerian Airways would have been for us? Nigerian Airways would have been. It was a pride. I remember. I was young, very young. Just the fact that if you live in the Ikeja area, you just see that. There was a joy it used to give, you just see that it was very bold when the plane. People used to go to certain locations close to the airport just to watch Nigerian Airways or generally the planes go. And then when you see other Lufthansa, you see all those ones. But when you see Nigerian Airways, there's a certain. I'm just nostalgic here. There's a certain feeling Nigerian Airways used to give. It's so sad that that thing is no longer there, So it's unfortunate, but I don't like the name Nigerian Air. I think they should go back to Nigerian Airways. The thing had weight. Not Nigerian Air. It's like it just feels like it's not that weight. I love Nigerian Airways. I just love that plane. It was fantastic.
Femi, did you fly Nigerian Airways?
I did, and I have fond memories of everything from Nigerian Airways to even Cabo Air. And my flying went as far as the C-130 Hercules, the Nigerian Air Force carrier aircraft, because I went to an Air Force school. So that's one of the reasons why I had so much. I had so much longing to want to be an Air Force pilot. But of course, Nigeria happens to all of us, and it happened to me as well. But with respect to the fact that it's flying, I mean, I'm sure you've been following the drama of how Sirika has been trying to make sure that this thing comes to pass. Because remember, it's been years now, probably going to more than 4 years, that he's been talking about the fact that Nigeria is going to come into being and fly. And she's been trying everything from trying to get the South African Airways involved before finally Ethiopian Airways became a willing partner. And of course, it's really funny. It's really, really funny but sad when you realize the fact that Ethiopian Airways, I think they have about 41 or 46% share in the current Nigeria Airways. And they're the ones that actually donated the plane, if you will, or maybe they leased it. That particular plane that flew to Abuja, to us. And just because it kept hammering on the fact that Nigeria Airways is going to fly, it's not flying nowhere right now, because all they've done is fly it into Abuja. they still have to go through in courts, getting approved by the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority and some testing, and then it's still suggesting on behalf of the incoming administration to start with the Abuja-Lagos routes. One plane leaves from Nigeria Airways, and there's still the backlog of court injunctions that has to do with workers from as far back as Nigeria Airways. I remember the way it got liquidated, and not only was Nigeria Airways liquidated at the time, you know, it started with Nigeria. I don't know if you remember National Freight as well, Dr. Midges.
No.
It started with, that was the precursor to the current to just before you know, remember you never had Dangote trailers. You used to have, what you had then was National Freight, because my father was actually the chief claims officer for National Freight. And then for some reason it looked like when you now transition to National Shipping Line, I know I'm trying to divert from the conversation, but it's all connected. National Shipping Line as well, just as you had Nigeria Airways, they had about 20-something ships at the time. But just as we ruined Nigeria Airways, ruined the refineries, they also ruined National Freight and the railways. And of course, you still have a lot of court cases with respect to the workers of Nigeria Airways that have not settled. That's on one hand. The liquidation process, which we don't even know, it never finished. And then you still have other people that have taken them to court. I mean, there's all kind of, it's scandalous that in the same country that you have the judiciary, you have the Senate, you have the ruling class. At the same time, we claim to want to follow the rule of law, but we're also breaking the laws. There's court injunctions that ordinarily should have stopped even this Nigeria Air from being a thing. But the guy kept saying, no, it's going to fly, it's going to fly. And of course, trust Nigeria. They brought a lease aircraft to Abuja.
And you know why they have to do that? Because they've been spending money. And when there's an audit, you have to explain what did you do with this money?
Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. Remember the unveiling? Was it like 2 years ago?
Yes.
They had a website that
I don't know how much till tomorrow. Yes. That is what they told us, but we know better. But
all na politics, nothing like Nigerian Air. All those in na politics. We are just wasting our saliva here. There is nothing like plane. We don't have any plane. We don't have nothing. We have this in our politics, Mr. Femi. Okay, we all know this. You said everything that I wanted to say because I lived in Lagos. While all these things are going from Nigerian Shipping Line to air freight to all this crazy stuff we are talking about here right now, we know. So all this, they go and bring Ethiopian Airlines, they go and borrow flight, give them 45% share, and now they fly it to Abuja. And now they are telling you tomorrow, maybe Tinubu on Monday will enter the Nigerian Airways. They fly from Tongrad, Egu Square. They say we have a plane. My brother, let us enter house. We don't have any, this is our politics.
Electricity. Let me ask you, because Otedola said in one interview I saw this week that the government has no business involved in businesses, that they should just leave it for private sector. Why is the government insisting on having an airline? Go ahead.
Yes, actually in my earlier broadcast, this issue came up. I had my broadcast earlier. To a large extent, government don't have. What the government role is to put policy in place for checks and balance, to guide certain things so that everyone behaves responsible. Now, government may have certain percentage in it, but the most important thing is putting policies in place, checks and balance, where everyone is accountable. That is a major role of government. Now, but if government needs to have business, if they need to run something, then so be it. That means they have the capacity to run it. But regulation is that is left for government to do in most cases, to have a balanced society, so that nobody is cheated out of business, or the small person is not cheated out. So we experience this. If you have a complaint or a consumer complaint, you go to about something you buy, you go to the consumer section, which is the government. They put these regulations there. If you go to the somebody's mic is on. If you have issues with the airline, you know where you take the matter to. There are regulations everywhere. In Europe now, if your flight is delayed by 3 hours, you get a compensation. If your train is delayed by 30 minutes, you get the government is there to regulate. Okay, that is my own take in that respect.
Can I interject to just further push you all to reflect a little bit more? Everything that you've said, don't you think it's a matter of ideology and governance structure? Because in a state like China, government doesn't only do regulation; they also run.
Of course. Like I said, government can run if they have the capacity or but regulation is very, very, very important, because if there's no regulation there, forefathers can own something. I'm a small person around there. Forefather will push my head down because there is no regulation. If your regulation is very, very important. Now,
So
I wanted to say something.
in terms of types of regulations, can you reflect? Can you go deep into the types of regulations? Yeah, very specific.
For example, now let's look at the customs in Nigeria. Now, people ship things in and everything in. There's custom charges. There's everything. Now, this is regulated by the government. Yes, you bring your things in and everything, but we know for sure that even though they are there, nobody is policing it. Everybody, you send something in, as far as you can bribe somebody, your goods will come out. That is, all these policies are there to safeguard revenue in the country. In Western world, they thrive on their revenue to the extent of 1 cent. They thrive on it because that's what they use in fixing things. And all this comes down again to legislators, to putting things in place. And if we don't put these things in place, it will keep getting bad and getting bad. I mean, what I wanted to say before you ask the question is, when I was scrolling through the comment section, someone asked a question that I don't know if we miss it. 29th, Tinubu will be sworn in. Okay? I've said it I think last week that I was here 2 weeks ago. The Constitution vested power on the president to appoint INEC chairman. Mr. Scribe, that is for you to look at.
I'm not going there.
No, I'm just saying.
Publicly, I'm not going to go there.
No, you have to.
I know where you're coming from. Don't get me wrong. I'm just.
So, we need to address this matter. The more I say this, and I'll say it on record, take it to the market. Not until we citizens, I'm very optimistic. I believe in God. I believe in miracle. I have experienced it. But like I keep saying, miracle, God don't operate where people practice stupidity. You will never see it in the Bible.
Absolutely.
Nowhere. So until we start to address this issue of constitution and hold our legislators under checks and balances. Take it to the market balances, checks and balances, nothing is going to work. It's not a prophet of doom. It's not a prophecy of doom.
I've always been of the opinion that even with a Tinubu in power, I mean, this sounds crazy, but exactly what you're saying, even with a Tinubu in power, if the citizenry is able to track assiduously, I know this is near impossible in a country like Nigeria that is very easy to distract. But imagine an ideal situation where, yes, we have a bad government, but citizens, they have public galleries in these legislative houses, right? You live in the UK, like if something is very, very important to like disabled people, the whole public gallery will be filled with disabled people. You will go there and you will make your voice heard.
Don't go to the judiciary. Don't go to the judiciary. You're wasting your time.
Go to the legislature.
Go to the chambers. Go there and protest.
And not necessarily protest, just exercise your citizenship rights. that
Okay.
way, sorry, I think
It's like you guys have left Nigeria for too long. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You have left Nigeria for too long. Because if you decide to, even you as able now as you can walk by your feet, with your legs, you want to go and protest in National Assembly, how do you even get in? Because
Sir, you see,
when people went out,
don't say. The other time.
Listen.
Go
I'll
ahead.
tell you what is happening right now. I'll tell you what's happening right now. The other, not from too long ago, some women wanted to go and protest in National Assembly. The police won't even let them cross the gates. Because that is the system that is there. And and when I say this, it's not that I'm trying to criticize, but that is how the system has been built. Okay, you can criticize from your room, it's okay. You can talk to your neighbor at where the newspapers are gathered. You all can gather there and make the noise you want. It's okay, as long as when you finish, you go to your room and soak your gari and drink. But the moment you want to cross to the 3-arm zone where you want to go and protest, then you now have a formidable force waiting for you. Just like they've told you tomorrow on Monday, do not go near the 3-arm zone. If
KG,
you go,
can I give you a historical perspective to where
Mr.
we are
Scribe,
coming from?
Mr. Scribe, let me interject.
Okay, go ahead. I'll go after.
I need to leave, please. It is unfortunate, sir, respectfully, that we are putting on the same kind of a shirt here. And we're on this.
But it's too far away for me to reach.
And we're on the opposite end of this. I'm on the opposite end.
Opportunity to sneak up there and get one of our and
we're at the opposite of each other's truth here. But you see, there is a statement that says we are well able to overcome. That is our motto in the group that I form. We are well able to overcome. Okay? There is a protest that can take place in what? In the arms, in the chamber. There's also what Section 68 and Section 110 also highlighted. But the truth of the matter is, not until we start it, we will not achieve it.
I think you have made quite a lot of powerful points today. I don't know what you had. You did regarding the idea of amending the constitution. There was 44 amendments in just one page that I read about the amendments that happened in Nigeria last year. We amend the constitution all the time. Even these exclusive lists, it required amendment of the constitution that allowed states to take control of power generation and whatever involves in power. So that's a very, very powerful point you're making. And you are talking about participation and protests and ensuring that people do stuff. See, KJ, you can't just disagree with stuff just because there are obstacles today. Nigerians have not really been organized. If we're organized and pursue specific goals, one at a time, they will succeed. And I understand your frustration that maybe things are not, have not been going very well for Nigerians in terms of seeking change. But it can be done, especially with the help of the diaspora. You can organize yourselves to succeed. And for me, where I differ a little bit from electricity is that it tends to focus mostly on protests and stuff like that. But I think there are many ways you can go through protests. You can go through direct contact, lobbying this thing. Protest. You can even use, you don't have to go to the House of Assembly. You can stalk them at their house, their churches, everywhere they go. You can be a nuisance and really make sure that they know that you are there to stay. You can liaise with the military, you can liaise with any organization that they are involved in, whatever stuff you're dealing with. You can work with all the groups to pressure them so that they know that this stuff is paramount and very important to Nigerians.
Hold on, everybody. I want to welcome Show. Before you go, electricity, I want to say this. And forefathers also said something. Said you can. He was talking to KJ. You can do this. I think the language is that we can, or I will. What you can do. This is not a job for one person. If you check the Western society where we live, there are so many non-governmental organizations that are involved in all the changes you see. I've gone to Albany, which is the capital of New York State, to lobby with a group. And I've seen how they do it. If you go there, you see so many groups will be there and pushing for their own agenda. It's not going to be easy. So like KJ is saying, but you have to start it and you have to sustain it. And if you sustain it, that's how you make change. But it has to be everybody. There's enough room for everybody to form an organization, whatever you believe in, and push the agenda. And that's how you make change, you know. All right. I know you want to leave electricity, I think.
Yes, I have to leave. Just a bit of pushback to what forefather said. Section 68 and Section 110 that we campaign on has got nothing to do with protest. I recognize protest, but Section 68 and Section 110 got nothing to do with protest. I'll give you an example. We've elected Rudolph to go and represent us in the House. If Rudolph falls below or is after his own selfish interest, then we can now invoke Section 68 and Section 110. We are well able to do it. I yield the floor. Thank you for having me. And God bless.
Sorry, can I ask a question regarding when you say Section 68? Are you talking about from your organization or from somewhere?
No. It's the citizen, the constituency, not organizers. We are pushing that message of Section 68 and Section 110. We are creating an awareness for citizens to understand that we have the power.
Are you saying?
Yeah, that is the recall. We have the power. It has never been tested. It was only tested once, and that was on Dino Melaye. But they used it to settle scores, and it failed because Dino Melaye said INEC went to get names of people that were already dead. So that's that it was from his constituency, and that was why it failed. That tells you that they know the power. The people who are the chamber.
But it does have multiple stages, though. You have to go through about 2 to 3 stages to remove one person.
We have to start from somewhere.
Dino Melaye that has been tried. It has been tried before. I'm trying to remember the guy's name. But the same system in the National Assembly frustrated it. They frustrated it.
Maybe you should fight to simplify the process instead of telling people to go through that, because it's about 3 processes to recall somebody. Maybe you want to simplify it so it's like 1 or 2 stages just to remove somebody.
The most difficult part is the part that his colleagues, those in the National Assembly, will have now to approve for it to be carried out. But if you have a way,
no. It's not like that in the Constitution. Now, okay. Mr. Scribe, can you highlight that Constitution again?
Oh, you mean the section what?
Section 68 first.
Okay. Let me find it. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. I still have it on my tab.
And KJ, by the way, the Constitution did mention Christianity and Islam. You know, just
no, Mr. Forefathers. It's only the closest thing that he mentions is Sharia courts, and that is.
He does mention Christianity in terms of being.
So can you guys see the
federal
screen?
character?
Yeah. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, you have to make it bold.
Okay. Hold on. Is that bold enough? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so you can direct me now so that I can get to the section or the section.
If you are in Section 68, if you now scroll down to go to there are different sections. Go to 3, Section 68, 2.3, subsection 2.3.
2.3.
Yes.
68 subsection. This is it now. Subsection 2.
Yes.
2,
so
3.
If you
a member of the Senate or of the House of Representatives shall be deemed to be absent without just cause from a meeting. No, I don't think this is what you want.
No, that. Okay, go to section 110. That is more explainable. That is more. Section 110. That is more.
110. Okay. Huh?
Yeah. Just start from.
May be recalled. A member of the House of Assembly may be recalled as such a member if there is presented to the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission a petition in that behalf signed by more than 1/2 of the persons registered to vote in that member's constituency, alleging their loss of confidence in that member. And the petition is thereafter in a referendum conducted by the Independent National Electoral Commission within 90 days of the date of the receipt of the petition, approved by a simple majority of the votes of the persons registered to vote in that member's constituency.
Yeah, so
it's good.
So there are three stages. You have to get the half of the people to sign. Then you have to send it to the to INEC, and INEC has to check it and approve it. Then the referendum has to happen. The referendum has to happen.
INEC don't need to approve it. Once the petition has been signed, a copy will be given to the member.
Now. They have to check it before they approve it. They can't just, otherwise you can do Jagaban or whoever, I don't know, it's not fair. You can do anybody and just sign signatures and go and give to INEC. They have to check. Sometimes they will reject it.
That was what happened in the time of Dino Melaye. But what I am saying now is, let's look at it that we here right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, we appointed Rudolph to represent us in the House. And we lost confidence in Rudolph. We signed the petition. We lost confidence in Rudolph. And the letter is sent to INEC chairman. The INEC chairman is obliged by law to forward a copy to Rudolph. Oga, your people said they've lost confidence in you. It will come to the constituency. And this does not happen within 4 years cycle. It can happen anytime. That is the good part of it. It can happen any time.
My brother, are you talking of a system that works or the one that doesn't work? Because
if we don't try it, how will you know it works?
That has come. It's just going to oppose everything. Don't let that start with you now.
Guys, this thing is serious. Let electricity finish, please.
If you don't try it, how will you know it works?
Yeah, I agree with that. But I think this is something we can make a topic of discussion, and we can after this thing happens on Monday. I think we should kind of formalize what we do and pick on an issue, and even bring experts in to weigh, not just
everybody should get a copy.
May I just say,
you can get a hard copy.
May I just say that Nigeria has come to that point where we need to be serious, and if it means crowdfunding, or what I would call, this is what scares me. But anyways, crowdfunding, sort of like very quasi, energetic, sort of like movements, I would say, in isolation of maybe any other one. Maybe I'm daydreaming, but that will then focus on, say, for example, something close to this section 110, and start. By the time you unseat like 4 or 5 senators, people start sitting up. By the time people start using the public galleries by attending these, hearings of bills that concern them, or if those bills are being put under the carpet, you are staging, protest and saying, look, why are you blocking why are these bills not being heard? So I think it may sound to the ordinary Nigerian that has been conditioned what electricity is saying may sound impossible, but they said a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step, and I think we haven't taken that one step. So why can we just live in doomsday prophecies and say no, it's not going to work? It's there, it's written. You've not used it.
There are some challenges on the ground. Like if the governor is in support of that candidate, or let's say a senator or House of Assembly member, they could cause problems. Remember, they are immune. They can cause problems for whoever is taking that position. Those are the kind of forces that are at play on the ground. That's why some people that's why it's not always good to just dismiss people outright. There are forces on the ground. But I still agree with the idea that if we can find a way to set an example with 1, 2, like you said, or up to 5 senators or House of Assembly members, they will sit up. So the principle is correct, but you also have to be aware of the realities on the ground and how to navigate them.
There's an Igbo proverb that says that if the crowd cook for you, you cannot finish it. If you cook for the crowd will finish it easily. We should cling on that core ideology and understand that the power belongs to the people. These things have happened. Oliver Cromwell did not just behead the king just like that. There were several insurrections. So things like this in modern day with the electronic devices and everything, there are various ways that can be leveraged. Seriously leveraged.
Thank you, Mr. Austin, go ahead. At the point I'm trying to make, Mr. Sorry, you have a point. All of you have a point. That's not the issue. The issue is not debatable, but it has to start. And instead of talking a lot, which we do a lot, is to start doing things. And I'm willing that we make it a topic of discussion one day. And if you need to give the audience the opportunity to know more about what it is, but you have to set up something already by now. If you care about this so much, set up something and then begin the process. That's how you do it. Go ahead, Austin. You can't win everybody on a medium like this. Austin, go ahead.
So I think, as we always say, that there are parts of the constitution which are very beautiful. But when electricity and everybody was talking, my point I always say is that the strength of every nation lies in its people. Nigerians are too divided. That is the point. And we the average Nigeria, let's say our basic standards is too low, in such a way that I discussed with Dan that look at what we need to do. And this can be done by the constitution. We have the numbers. Suddenly, somebody from somewhere drops the Naira note and you see division among everybody. I repeat, it's in Nigeria that when you do the right thing, you'll be hated.
Thank you.
It is the same in Nigeria that you who does the right thing, you'll be hated. This morning, I was just doing some things, and one thought came to my mind. Somebody asked me a question. I always make a reference. Why is it that is a child of the poor man that is always skillful in this thing or skillful in that thing? You see the big boys get angry over it. Why must he be the child of this poor man that can do it? So my point is that those at the grassroots are not united. Suffering has not even taught us any lesson. Evident in this election that came up. If we need the nation to be good, we need the nation to be better, we must learn to say the truth, whether it favors us or not. And that's why I keep on saying that corruption, like I always say, if corruption favors me, I am not happy. If it does not favor me, I am not happy. That is when we start doing the right thing. By the time you call, as you said, you call 1, 2, or 3 people out of the Senate, you see the rest will sit up. But Nigerians, I don't know how we do our things. It is somehow too pathetic. And that is why I think one of the problems Rudolph just mentioned is that sometimes some people don't even know about these powers. They don't even know about it because I would say that we don't read much. And maybe because of the literacy level also, people don't read about it. But if we keep on talking, now everybody has a Android phone. The more we keep on talking about it, the more people get to know that these are the powers they possess. Maybe it will help to unite us with time. But the first thing I want to start from the basics is that Nigerians should learn to support the truth, whether it favors you or it doesn't favor you. It favors your brother, personal interest or no personal interest. That is just what I need to say for this section.
All right, thank you. Let me hear from Shaw before we Shaw, we missed your view on the issue of our friend what's his name?
Tiamiyu.
Yeah.
Emdee Tiamiyu.
Yeah. So
well,
I
was out and about. So I only just got back not too long ago.
You didn't want to wait, so you decided.
No. I mean, I was even trying to reach him to see if we can bring him on the show, but I think he's had enough media publicity. He's a BBC boy, so we're small boys. I don't think he would honor our request. He's talking to BBC. With the guy, you see, with the guy's situation, you can look at it from many angles. One of the first things that got him into that situation is he's new in the UK. I only found out that he's been here since September last year. So he's very new to the system. I think he got carried away. He got excited and he didn't know when to stop. Because if you look at it, the guy actually sells coming to the UK. So he wouldn't have wanted to block it on purpose.
Exactly.
So he got carried away. His YouTube channel, I only found out that he tells people how to JAPA. So if he's going to block it, you can tell that it wasn't intentional. But people have the right to be mad at him because people would see it as the one that closed the door. You've gone in, you've shut the door, right? Now, the UK are very clever. The government are clever. See, the latest they can have the election is 2025. So election is coming. This is their own Yoruba Runu moment. It is UK Runu moment. That's what's happened now. So basically, they found somebody who is a willing tool, and they've made him sing like a canary and installed them XYZ, everything that they already know. But they needed someone, one of us, to say it. So every Nigerian that is not granted a visa to bring their family and their uncle and auntie would look at Tiamiyu and not the UK government. They would blame Tiamiyu. Only a few people would see through the surface and scratch beyond the surface and say, this was already the plan. See, this is beyond Tiamiyu's pay grade. He's not influential enough to affect things. It's beyond him. But somebody needed to do it. And unfortunately for him, it's the face that people would see every time they are told you can bring your family. So Tiamiyu saw the camera, BBC, was excited. My YouTube channel is going to grow. And can I please beg my brothers and sisters from Nigeria coming to the UK, the ones that have just arrived? I've seen some of these things. People have joked about it in the past over the last 1 year that the people going to the UK, are you busy? Do you have jobs? Because we don't see people in the US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Nigerians who've just immigrated, opening YouTube channels or TikTok and all these things. People have always complained jokingly that what's the problem with the people going to the UK? You go to the UK, you go and find a nice turtleneck t-shirt, turtleneck for £10, £20. You buy a ring light from Amazon, and the next day, welcome to my YouTube channel. Welcome to my YouTube channel. Welcome to my YouTube channel. What is it? Why? I'm not trying to form within in the UK.
You're not getting recommendations. That same thing is happening in Canada. There are a lot.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, probably. But the UK one, I think for whatever reason,
on my street, we have a YouTuber.
It makes so much, it makes so much news that everybody in the UK is just welcome to my YouTube channel. Let me tell you 5 things you have to do when you get to the UK, things you should bring when you're coming to the UK. Don't bring palm oil, all these things. Everybody's YouTube, and eventually they would have found, and if Tiamiyu wasn't the one, they would have found someone else. And don't be surprised if they interviewed many people, and Tiamiyu is the one that they picked to televise. Don't be surprised. So there was there's a video that's come out now that Nigel Farage interviewed a gentleman, an Igbo guy who's a doctor. Farage was asking him about immigration, and the guy gave a very good answer. He said Nigerians are family oriented. He said his father came to the UK as a surgeon, and he brought him and his brother, who are dependents. Now he's or maybe his sister, he's a GP. And Nigel Farage said, oh, you're an exception. He didn't get the answer I was looking for, and that video never trended. So they've interviewed many people. Yesterday, today, and forever. The one that suits the narrative is the one that they will publish. So if it's not Tiamiyu, you'll be somebody else. The UK needed people. See, since Brexit, the Polish and the whoever, Swedish and the Spanish, who would come to the UK and not need a visa and can stay forever, can no longer do that. They can only stay for 6 months at a time maximum. So they need people to work. They opened the border. They've gotten enough. They needed to close it. But they needed to give a reason to close it. Tiamiyu was the unfortunate one. That's all that happened. COVID killed a lot of people. Brexit has done it. So once the aged population die, when they die off again, and they need more people, they would open the border in whatever name. They will give it another name, something scheme, something points. How many degrees do you have? Do you have this? Did your father, work for government? That's a point. Did your mother marry your father as a virgin? That's a point. They would count all the points together, and people will come again. And once they have enough, they will close the door. They will find somebody else to pin it on. That's what people need to understand. But unfortunately for Tiamiyu, not everybody would see it that way. They would just see him as that guy who went in September 2022 and locked the door because he's selfish. Tiamiyu he wouldn't want it to end. That's his sort of, maybe he has a proper job, 9 to 5, I don't know. But if he has a 9 to 5, that's his side hustle. Or maybe YouTube that's all the hustle he has. He's killed it now. That hustle is dead. So that's the way I see Tiamiyu. And also, like I said, it's their own Yoruba Ronu, UK Ronu. They're taking over your land. Because people in Sunderland, people in something, share all this, people that voted Brexit, all these people, they're the ones who are most worried. If you speak to an average Londoner, they're happy. You understand? People from London don't care. London voted to remain. They voted to remain in Brexit. It's cosmopolitan. But the people far away, they're the ones that wanted Brexit. They're taking our jobs. You ask them which job, they can't articulate it. But it's the sound bite, the dog whistle. So these people, it is the moment of Yoruba Runu, UK Runu, so to speak. So the Conservatives have to sell that. I mean, look at that Scottish MP who's gone to the parliament to say, this is going to affect Scotland. We're making 800 million, I mean, was it 80 million, on the international. Even the universities are complaining already. We need this money. Don't stop it. But the government have to do what the government have to do. So Tiamiyu, this is beyond his pay grade. It's not. I know he has YouTube channel. He's welcome you to my YouTube, but it's not that influential yet. He will get there eventually. But Tiamiyu is not the reason why they will stop anything. So that's that for Tiamiyu. The Ethiopian airline. I know somebody was asking in the comment section. My usual suspect, as soon as I came on, he's already said, "Oh, is there any update on Twitter?" Yes, the airline, the plane, is back in Ethiopia. It's been tracked, and it's that plane you saw has been tracked and is now back in Addis Ababa.
Are they repenting it already? Back to the.
They are taking off the nonsense green nonsense that they stuck on it. You can track it yourself. I know people will say it's news.
Was here when I said
maybe he just flew back as an exercise. What? How do you know?
Sorry, I what did you say?
Was here when
maybe he just flew back as an exercise of testing the plane or something.
Right?
You can track it. Anyone can track a plane. It's free. Track that plane. It's back in Addis Ababa. The plane is gone. The owners have taken it. So when people, and this takes me back to because I wasn't here when you started I don't know what led to the debate about constitution. And I know electricity was saying you have to do it. It would don't. I agree. We have to test these things. But you can understand if the people have been beaten down so much, if there's a deficit of trust, that we can't trust these people that brought airplane, and this is big 2023, and we'll be everywhere shouting, we are big. We'll talk down on Ghanaians, we'll talk down on Kenyans. I don't think you understand what they're doing to us as Nigerians. And for fathers, this is to you as well. When you say we should, launder, maybe not launder might be the wrong word, the image of Nigeria. Look at what they've just done. Imagine somebody who's not Nigerian sees this news. They said there's Nigerian air. They brought it, they showed you. You saw people in Agbada, old men in Agbada and suits, taking pictures, about 30 of them. And the plane is gone back to the owners in less than 24 hours. This same man who did this is the one that bought 10 firefighters. Remember, less than 6 weeks ago, for 1.2 billion. And people questioned, is that true? Did you actually spend that much? This same guy that did this plane charade. So when you're doing this on the international stage, look at the amount of damage it would make, it would cause. For you and I to now repair that damage, it would take a long time. But imagine this Nigerian Air was the legit deal. No shenanigans. The fire truck, no shenanigans. That is how you build our image, so we can stand up tall, chest out, and talk to people. When Ghanaian will see this tomorrow and laugh at me and say, sure, now I see this your airline. It came and disappeared. What do I say? So when people have been dealt with in this way, when you now tell them to go and recall a senator and they say it's not going to work, you can understand why they have that defeatist mindset. It's conditioning. Nigerians have been conditioned over the years not to believe. We've been told that we have no powers. We can't do it. This last election was the last straw for a lot of people. Not for me, but for most people, it's the last straw. It's like, you know what? It's done. No matter how much we try, we're never going to win. I don't believe that. I believe we'll win eventually. It will take time. But for a lot of people, they've lost all hope. We're dealing with criminals, hardened criminals in suit. Because they are the politicians, people don't see, this guy, what's his name? Wike's former boss, Rotimi. He said until you start stoning us. I know that might be drastic, but these are the biggest criminals. When I see EFCC tweet and say we arrested one boy, we arrested somebody, it's fine. Please arrest them. They are the ones, adding to the bad image. But what happens to our politics? They are the biggest criminals around. And if you say something now, APC guys will come and say you don't like their party. How is this me not liking your party? You showed me a plane. The plane has gone back to Ethiopia. Is that how is that my problem? But you say you don't see anything good in it. I've seen some of them say, "Oh, you are bragging that Buhari was going to die. Buhari is alive today." If Buhari didn't travel for any foreign medicals, he'll be dead today, most likely. Yeah, everybody that died in Nigeria.
Going to Ethiopia doesn't necessarily mean it still doesn't belong to Nigeria.
And what are they going to do with it in Ethiopia?
maybe
About
some
to remove the
follow-up
sticker.
servicing
or
or whatever they
they went
do
to
to
remove the
aircraft. How
sticker.
do you know?
Fuck,
You are
they
not
didn't
there.
take
You
it
can't
there.
just
They just
assume
go there
with
and
the
remove,
view back
take out the
that,
sticker. They went there,
so we have to reserve judgment on
But
these things
fathers, I
now.
don't have energy. I don't have energy. I beg,
I'm
I
just
beg.
being fair. I'm just being fair. We don't
Fair to
know.
who? Who are you being fair to?
No, fair to the situation, because if they brought the aircraft to Nigeria and say it's our
From
aircraft
where did he bring it from?
from Ethiopia, like you said,
Why did he come from Ethiopia?
because Ethiopians have aircraft lying around. They've been operating airlines for a very, very long time.
Okay,
So,
hold on, guys. So let's not go far into this. Let me welcome Roman. Roman, welcome to the show. Roman, welcome. Can you unmute yourself? And I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah. I'm trying to. It looks like my phone is frozen. Good evening, everyone. I'm calling from the UK, so I will say good evening. I don't know what it is in your area.
It's nice to have you.
Yeah. It's been a while. Not that I've not been following you guys. I am always here as much as I can, but I don't think I can devote the amount of time some of you devote to stay here all the time. Okay, but great conversation. Very useful one for that matter. But why I joined in is this. Majority of what you guys speak about here are the ills happening in Nigeria. And then when it happens to us, for example, here, it's as if it's a lesser crime. You've been talking about this guy that Rudolph, you used the term snitched.
No, I don't know. It's not my term. I use it, in describing how people feel about it. Yeah.
Yeah, that is actually my constituency. I can tell you how many people that come into this country to school and how much they pay and how they bring in their families and how they do that. Now, every country has what is called managed migration. At any point in time, they will allow certain conditions for people to come in. Not that they don't know what is going on, even if that condition is subverted. So it wasn't this guy's interview that triggered the change in the law that you eventually saw. It was because that particular program has come to an end. It served its purpose. They know what they were doing. There was a time it was that if you have a child in this country and the child is 7 years, you get regularized even if you're illegal. They do these things from time to time. Germany brought in 1 million Syrians when there was war in Syria, and the West will always want to bring in skilled individuals, even semi-skilled individuals. In the last 3 years, for example, in this country, people have migrated from Nigeria and so many other countries as caregivers. Rolling old people on the street, visiting them to check if they are okay or not, and they've been allowed to come in. So there is always a managed migration that every country that is developed use to bring in people, and this is just one of them. So it wasn't this guy's interview that caused the change in what happened. Now, what I want to say is this: to come in here to do a second degree or a third degree or a fourth degree as a means of JAPA is unconventional, but it's not illegal. People do it. This is I can probably give you an equivalence of it in what you people always discuss about the politicians in Nigeria, like over invoicing. Like hiring their own kinsmen as their aides and don't pay them, or pay them less than they should have been paying them, or constitutional or constituency projects which they don't carry out. You see, those are unconventional, maybe not criminal, and we criticize them. But when we then come here in the name of coming to school, when we already have a second degree or a third degree, But we only use that only to come in here and then bring in our family, and someone criticizes it or says something about it. You want to crucify that particular person because you think it's a lesser crime. Listen, Nigeria has gone so corrupted that sometimes we are so immune. We've developed an antihistamine that we don't even know what corruption is any longer, whether we are doing it here or not. In the UK where I live, I know so many people, born again, if you know what that means, tongue talking, spirit chasing individuals, but they will go and tell the government that they are single when they are married in order to get social benefits. These are believers, and they don't even see that as unconventional. They don't even see it as a crime. But if it is in Nigeria, they will criticize a politician that is using that same system to get constitutional or constituency projects, or maybe get some stipend from the people they're supposed to be, overseeing or monitoring what they are doing. So we use the same systems everywhere as Nigerians. In some cases, we think these are lesser crime. It doesn't really matter. Let's get the politicians that are doing it in millions and crucify them. Until we all change, until we all begin to see even the small crimes as crimes, my brothers and sisters, if there are any of you here, it will take us a long time. There has been an arrested development, a capture of what's supposed to be the norm in Nigeria, and it appears everybody's involved in it. Some of us will go from here to Nigeria to say we are going to have to change what is going on here. Guess what? We join them. We become like one of them, and we begin to do exactly the same thing. You can name one or two people that have come from here to say that we're going to change Nigeria, and they have joined the politics and have joined that same system. So we will have to start with ourselves here. Before you come in, is that KJ? Let me just comment on just one more thing about recalling our representatives. The reason it hasn't happened, or may not even happen as of now, is because the electoral register is overbloated. For you to get the number of people to recall a constituent or a legislator might be very difficult, because those people that's supposed to recall them don't exist in reality, even though they have their names in the electoral register. That is probably why it hasn't worked in the past. Unless they now sanitize that electoral register so that you have real individuals that are registered that can also be identified with their names, then we can start what electricity is suggesting to begin to recall people. Then that would work. Otherwise, seriously speaking, when you want to recall people, you won't find the individuals that are in the electoral register to sign the petition for you. In that case, it might be difficult. You can do it now.
Thank you, Roman. KJ, I'll come to you. KJ, go ahead.
Raymond, I'm sorry. I like what you've said, and I want to ask a few questions for you. First question I want to ask you is, I agree with you what you said, the problem with Nigeria and all that, and the reason why we shouldn't use the back door to get that and get into the UK, and that should, that we should see that as a problem. I want to ask you, do the UK also think it's a crime to buy oil from backdoor in Nigeria? The oil, bunkering that's going on in Nigeria? Do the UK also see it as a crime when they receive the money that our politicians have stolen and put it in their banks and refuse to release it back to Nigeria? 3, do the UK also see it as a crime when they take our politicians, let them buy houses in London, house their children there, and give them the comfort of life which they don't have in Nigeria? have the government ever thought of doing the reverse so that we, that you are now saying we are going the other way, back door to get in, we can now streamline our own character to line up with their own, the law that the UK people are presenting? Thank you.
KJ, you're not in competition with these guys. What you have just said is what is called force equivalence. These are developed nations, and we are in an economic war. Maybe not a real war, but economic competition. There is something they call comparative advantage. Nations will always concentrate on those things that they do better than the other ones. Okay? Listen, these people have developed to the extent that they don't have to solve your problem for you. Their interest is what they always put forward when they are dealing with you. And you don't have to do something because you think they are doing something related to what you are doing. They have developed to the extent that what you think is a crime or unconventional way of doing business in their sect or area is actually a crime in your own area. It doesn't work like that. Yes, they circumvent some laws.
Sorry, Roma, because just a few days ago, we received the Benin, artifacts that have been stolen from us. Okay, they've been stolen from us. Is that not thief? It's not called thief. It was stolen from Nigeria. It had been housed. They have, in fact, as a woman said it, they took the things from us. They made them. They removed the language, the Benin language they used to speak, gave them English, and now they're returning it back to us. They can't even hear Benin any longer. Is that also not part of what we should be concerned about? Okay.
Oh, but at least the
nation, and coming, you are saying that developed nation, and so the laws that we, the primitive people, are having doesn't match with their own. But these same primitive people, you have stolen so much from us, and we're only looking for a battle to get in and be able to level with you. You are now saying that is a crime.
These people don't make laws on morality. They make laws on the values that they hold. You see, you are speaking, I heard you say you are a Christian. You don't have to do what they did 200 years ago because times have changed. You know, they must have stolen it, but you don't have to steal back because they stole, because you are living in a new era. You are living in a new dispensation where you now profess Christianity and you are being guided by morality. That's what I'm saying. So we don't have to do in order to avenge what they did 200 years ago. We must set new order. We must set new examples. We must live differently from what they did to us, supposedly 200 years ago. Okay? We're not in competition.
You don't understand what he's saying. What he's saying is that when we do things that they don't like, we don't necessarily have to apologize about it because they are not apologizing to us for what they do to us, even till this very day. That's what he's saying. If he's not saying that we should not be moral, especially like you said, they set the rules for themselves based on their values. Our values can be the same for ourselves, but when it comes to dealing with them, since they are dealing with us with this type of nature too, we should reserve the right to reply in kind, because you will be disadvantaged yourself when you are the one upholding virtuous principles, while they are not doing that. Their own virtuous principle is for their own people. Anything that gives them advantage, they will do it for themselves. That is what we too should do. That's what he's trying to get you to understand.
All right. No, I don't think so. Forefathers, you've said it in a different way. That is not exactly what he's saying. He is giving an example of what they did to us wrongly many years ago. Yes, and therefore, we have the right now to also use that same principle to get what we want from their own enclave. And I'm saying, no, that shouldn't be the case.
The first time he asked the question, he asked it in a very, very simple way. He made it fundamental. He says, why should we not be able to do the kind of stuff? He gave an example of there are people coming to Africa to take oil and all the rest of it that they are doing till today. So why should we abide by a different morality? when it comes to taking advantage of their own system.
I would argue.
Yeah, can I come in a different angle, please?
Hold on, guys.
Just a second. I just want to
Doctor,
have
this is a very important debate.
KJ.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on, Kenny. So,
okay.
Roman, are you willing to take questions? I'm concerned about some people who are here and they've not said anything in the conversation we're having. But if you're willing to take more questions from people here, I'll open it up.
I have no problem with that. No.
All right. Okay. All right. So, Okay, Kenny, go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
Please, I will come back to you. Okay, we'll come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Roman. I think I agreed with some of the things you said, especially when you gave an example with some so-called Christians that will come to UK, maybe other European countries, and tend to lie about their marital status in order for them to get, get some benefit from the government. That I've seen, and I think I felt the same way. You might have felt about that, but this is it. When it comes to this issue of trying to compare what the UK did to Nigeria, and maybe trying to put it that Nigerians are not supposed to do the same thing, but this is it. The Nigerians that are migrating to the UK, we are not actually stealing from the government. They were actually going for, seeking for greener pasture. They work and get paid. They are not stealing the resources belonging to the government of the UK. But here, on the other hand, you find an organized criminals. When I mean organized criminals, I mean the UK government coming to Africa, not just Nigeria, to steal resources. In Nigeria particularly, they steal our oil. And it's because of their criminal activities in Nigeria, for example, that has contributed in rendering that country economically valueless. And now the citizens are now scampering, going out in search of better way of, livelihood. And this, they found themselves in UK. So they are not stealing, but the government has an organized system of stealing from from Nigeria, rendering Nigeria useless. And then the country is not comfortable for the citizens. And now the citizens are now migrating back to the UK, where they amass our resources in search of greener pasture. So I don't think you have to compare these two different divergent issues. On the other hand, they are stealing from us, and we are going to work. Now you are trying to exonerate that guy. What if the government of the UK is just looking for a Nigerian citizen to confirm that suspicion, and this guy happens to be one that confirmed that to them, for them to have taken that decision of banning Nigerians from coming to the UK. So for that guy, mind you, he was not the only one being interviewed on these particular issues. Others were interviewed, and they were very diplomatic in their responses. They tried to set the record straight. But this guy, I would say that he has a basket mouth. Maybe for the first time he's seen cameras before him, so he just opened up his mouth and begin to blab. Even the ones they didn't ask him. I don't know if you've watched that interview. He said a lot. He said a lot. And mind you, he also came to the US as a dependent, right? And now blocking the road for others to migrate. What is there in coming to the UK to even start? You are coming there to even help them.
I don't know if you're asking a question and making a comment. First of all,
just comment, but you can respond. Yeah.
I'm not sure the government connived to steal our oil. There are criminals everywhere in this world, and they can use every means, including with the connivance of the people. With the connivance of the people.
So he made a comment that I think needs to be corrected, that government did not sponsor the stealing. I think that is a fundamentally flawed statement to make. If you go and check history, the UK, I won't say UK government, I would say, what will you call it now? The government that was there before even the recent history. Government of the UK, let's use the UK government. I mean, it's not correct, but I will use it so that we can understand. Government in the UK sponsored piracy in the high seas. Not only that, there is no any colonial person that came to Africa that did not have the backing of his government. Whatever crime they have committed against us, it was fully backed by the government. The fact that
sorry. You are referring to the colonial era. Yes, in the colonial era, you could call that stealing, but it was stealing by conquest. They first conquered us before they started stealing those things. So that was a loot of war, if you want to call it that way. But in recent times, it has always been criminal gangs. It could be drugs, it could be oil, it could be all kinds of
Roman, I don't think you have to.
Can I wait?
Okay.
Calm down. Do you know the precedent that followed the conquest through neo-colonial structures that we suffer from today? What would you call that? Would you call that legitimate interest protection? I'm using your words. Or would you call that continuous implicit conquest stealing?
Wars are never legitimate until somebody is defeated. There is no legitimate war. When you have an interest, economic, political, or otherwise, and you invade a sovereign nation, it will be seen as illegitimate in the first place. But if you succeed in what you want to do, then you take the loot. It's happening everywhere. It's even happening up until today. So it was looting that time as a conquest, as a conquest of war. That's what was happening. It wasn't outright stealing. But now you have.
I agree with you to the point that two wrongs don't make a right. And I was following you. But I think there has to be a line drawn in the sense that when my main departure from I've been following you. I agree with most of what you said, but my main departure from your line of thought is that this continued, say, pillaging. There's no better word for this. This is pillaging. This continued pillaging of our resources. For the fact that there are no meters. Many of the people who work in the oil industry have confessed that there are no meters in our oil pumps, right? There are divergence of oil pipelines that have been connected to certain groups. And when they trace them, these documentaries are all over the place. YouTube, Hulu, you can watch them. These things are implicitly connected to what they call family trusts that are now linked to certain people of power and influence in these advanced economies. How did this thing start? It started with that conquest, and that conquest led to falsification of our census in 1956, 1958. The manipulation of our political structures, which I term, in a simple way, neo-colonials. I don't know why I keep using classical. Neo-colonial structures that have snowballed and affected us today. So that's why I differ in the sense that I think if they continue doing that, my question is, how then, what other thing do we have to do? These things are the reasons why people are japaring. These neo-colonial structures continue. They are pesticides. It's not a symbiotic relationship. They are sucking the blood out of us. How do we?
I'm not against japaring. Seriously, I'm not against japaring. All what I'm saying is that when people engage in the unconventional way of doing it, it has to be criticized. Okay, that is one thing. If you go back to what you were saying, remember that some of the operators in these industries that you have mentioned now are independent, commercial, profit-oriented industries. They are not government industries. Yet, when they make profits, they pay taxes to governments. Okay, so why won't you, in your own enclave, monitor what these people are doing in your own land? You are a scribe in tech, and you should know that we should have developed our own ways of making sure that these people that are operating in our enclave do not siphon or circumvent what we have agreed with them and take more than we have agreed with them. Listen, majority of what they're doing, they are exploiting our inability to control what belongs to us. They are exploiting our greed. They are conniving with our own people, I mean the independent industries, to do all of these things and pay tax to their government. I would agree that their government sometimes look the other way because it benefits them economically, which is what I said earlier on. We are in an economic war, and everybody is always doing what is in the interest of its own citizens, whatever. That's what I stand. That's what I know about all of these things. But no matter what, we do not have to then circumvent proper ways of doing things in order to get back at them. And then when someone comes to say, oh, this ought not to be the case, or this is the reason why we're doing this, you say, no, you shouldn't say this. When our own people are using exactly the same system in our own enclaves, and we are criticizing them in our own enclaves, why must it be right here and not right back home? Why? That is my question.
Thank you, Roman. I like this intellectual conversation. What we're going to do is that we're going to go to Maska and then Dan, Dominic, Shegun, then in that order. I want everybody to be involved in the conversation. I don't want it to be just two people. Maska, go ahead. Unmute yourself, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. And thank you, Roman. I think you brought up a very important debate. I think it's a fundamental debate. Look, I will start from the fact that I had supported you to a point. If the argument is an argument of morality, I will support you. Two wrongs morally cannot make a right. But you have extended the argument to say that this is an economic war. And people will tell you in war, generally, almost everything is okay. But I will say that we're even missing the point. These people that are migrating is not an economic war, it's survival. Let's all remember that for you to leave your people, to leave your country, it's a matter of life and death. If you follow the history of these people, it is truly a life and death situation. For you to sit with somebody who is facing a life and death situation and start lecturing him on morality, I think that's the height of being didactic on a person. The two do not even coincide, but
insensitive.
Let's put that aside. I'm saying that you can't sit and lecture somebody that is facing life and death or morality. But coming back to the argument between what the white people are doing and us, really, sincerely speaking, maybe don't look at only Nigeria. Go to a place like, say, Democratic Republic of Congo. Go there. I've worked in that country. Go and see what people are doing. If you see what they are doing, you cannot come back. This is a small tertiary issue. It's not that somebody come and is walking, is cleaning your dead body, you're paying in peanuts, and you're going to still have the audacity to lecture in morality. I think it's an insult. If you go and look and flip the coin and see what they are doing on the whole continent of Africa, not only Democratic Republic, go to South Africa. They own all the land. So, I mean, sincerely speaking, I think if it's a morality issue, a morality lecture, we may agree on that. But we are dealing with completely a different animal here. It's not about morality. It's not about law. It's about survival. These are the people who are fundamentally, like somebody said, who are putting us where we are, and they still keep us there. Going back to that Democratic Republic of Congo, a CIA agent, which is the highest level of a government involvement, agreed on TV that they were the people that killed Patrice Lumumba. They even explained how they liquidate his body. Where do we want to go to say that these people are really criminals? And this is not something that I'm talking about history. This is something that in my own TV, in my own life, I sit and I watch the guy either, I think, on CNN or something. So let's leave this argument, sincerely speaking. We like to batter our people. These are people that are looking for how to survive. So let's not put morality on their neck. If we fix our country, then we can have this argument with them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Dan.
I want to say respect and greetings to everybody. And anyway, the argument started through this Nigerian problem. And my brother forefather would always argue that I'm on the opposite side of things. But I'm really on the side of the brother from UK. I don't really know, I can't see his name, who has been taking questions. On the point of when we look at how we are living in Africa, to me, really, I don't want to go back to history because the time all these things started, most of us have no education. You understand? So we have been educated enough to know what is right and wrong. And the problem on the ground now, to me, is what we should be talking about. Not taking me back to history, Molumba, and all those things. These are what the present politicians of Africa today is using to steal our own money, to destroy us. When somebody comes with a positive move, we start going back. I want to repay. This is what they did to me. I have to do it to my own people. The people who did all these things to them, some of them are dead. We are talking of present today, Africa of today. How do we move forward? Not what they did to us, we condemn it, and we still do it to ourselves. This is my point. Somebody can tell me, oh, this man always is on the other side. I'm not talking, I don't want to go. Most of us here, we say we are religious. In fact, Nigerians, when you talk about their characters, they will say Nigeria is a very religious country. This is the first thing they will tell you about Nigerians. But we refuse to live in the proper way. They have stages. Some people think they are here because their father looted. Some people think they are in the middle because they don't have any helper. People like us, we're on the bottom. We came from the street. We know how difficult it is to survive in Africa if you are really from the street. So I'm sorry, doctor. Just give me just 30 seconds to round up. When people come up to today's date, for example, look at what that brother was talking about. We can recall people from the Senate. He knows it's not going to be possible. Who put them there at the first place? They put themselves there. How can you recall people you don't even have a control over? That's my point, brother. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Dominic.
Before Dominic speaks, before Dominic speaks, let me just make two comments on Dan's and Basker's points raised. I don't know why Masker wants us to remove morality from what we are doing today and then do not refer to what they did in those days. And Dan has just summed it up. Listen, have you? Oh, okay. Let me just make it very, very, very fair. Only few government people, legislatures, cabinet people have left their posts and gotten job in proper industries. The reason is there is none. The reason you see so many people going into politics is because that is the biggest industry. Masker, you can call that survival, isn't it? So if that is survival, then they have the right to do what they are doing because they don't even have pension. Therefore, they have to steal enough to keep money for their children and children's children because that is the only opportunity they have. You call that survival? Okay, seriously speaking, I know it's difficult. Most of us coming to this Western world through that same way. I'm not denying it. But the country that we are in have the right to control their migration. Some will get in, some won't get in. But to blame someone's interview or comment for the reason why a law was changed is what I'm saying, that is not the case. Controlled migration has always been a strategy that developed nations use all the time. That's all I'm saying.
All right, thank you, Dr. Dominic.
Hi, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I assume from the tone of the previous couple of speakers, you guys are talking about the gentleman, MD, I can't remember what his name is, who had made a comment about the Nigerians coming to the UK via the route of studying.
Yes.
I mean, I don't think just one person, one YouTuber making a comment is enough to change a government's stance. The government knows most Nigerians are coming in via the education routes. It's just that I think it's just a coincidence that both of these things are happening at the same time. In terms of whether or not I support people migrating, I mean, I myself am a product of immigration to the US, so I won't castigate it, and I've been doing well because of the opportunities I've been availed to. I've been availed in the US compared to if I was in Nigeria. Who knows? I would have been a Karasala, but I'm just kidding. Maybe something better than that. But long story short, I would never ever knock somebody Japan, because at the end of the day, yes, like forefathers, you have to support nationalism and all of that stuff. But everyone is their own, each and every person is their own man and their own woman. And at the end of the day, people will always seek greener pastures. It is simply natural. Time memorial, if you're someone who believes in evolution, the first men and women were in Africa and they started migrating. There's always something that's going to make people to migrate. Back in the days, in the Stone Ages, it's either in search of water, food, there's desertification, people are moving away from harmful areas, there's storms, things like that. So there's always going to be natural and artificial things that are going to cause people to migrate. It is only natural. But if you decide to have this strong, inflexible nationalism that prevents you from appreciating the value in having people migrate out of your country, then you start to have a very myopic view. For example, the low-hanging fruit in this is a lot of the money that ends up coming to Nigeria wouldn't have come into Nigeria if Nigerians weren't living abroad. That's the first thing. Second thing, the exchange of ideas. I'm sure there are a lot of things that are doing a lot of things that we've been able to achieve because we've had people think outside the box, because they for a lot of people, they escaped the Nigerian mentality. Think of people that have changed the economics of Nigeria. Is it Okonjo-Iweala and the sort of places that they've been at in the war stage? Think of people like Obieze Kwesili. I mean, I can go on and on. Think of the exchange of ideas, right? For me, I don't go very far because my father is a product of such a thing, sponsored by the UK government, physician in the UK, sponsored there, and then came back to serve his country. By the end of the day, he wouldn't have been as good and as successful as he was and be able to teach his juniors to make changes in the healthcare field if he hadn't immigrated to the UK to, sort of study and learn those ideas. I see forefathers having this smirk in his face because I know he's ready to counter. But I'm here all day, every day, man. If you want to talk, we talk. We break things down. But having that inflexible view is not a very good thing. I mean, I've known you for what? For a while. So whenever we talk about this topic, everybody knows that the person that will counter against this is always forefathers.
All right. Can I just respond quickly to this? Because I'm quite, jackparing, I'm agnostic to it, because the truth is that when people jackpar, it depends on what you do with it. Right now, my concern is that when we do it, we don't do it to our own benefit, like the way the Chinese, the Taiwanese, and the others did it. They did it to benefit their nation. I talked about tax treaties. We don't even have them. We are losing. We might as well be slaves, surrendering ourselves there. The money you talk about coming to Nigeria, if you look at how much those diasporans are generating per annum, it's less than 5% that comes back to our nation. So that is not a good thing. We can't, from that point of view, that's why I criticize it. I'm not looking at it like, oh, it's a diabolical thing to happen.
Wait a minute. You mean less than 5%? Mr. Scribe, can you look into this while we are talking?
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. What am I looking into?
He's saying
out of
that
the billions that are sent by the Nigerians from overseas, about 5% of it is what makes it back compared to how much they actually earn when they are overseas.
No. So is that in relation to the treaties between the UK government?
Right, your job is to calculate how much Nigerians make and then find out
how much gets back to Nigeria per annum.
You know what? Before you even go ahead, that is actually a very I see a bit of fallacy or deception in what you said.
Let me try.
It doesn't matter if Nigerians wait. Remember, when you put out 5%, it seems like it's so small. What you are saying is irrelevant. What you are saying is that Nigerians abroad only remit about 5% of what they earn. It doesn't matter if they remit 1%. If that 1% is such a large amount in affecting Nigeria's economy, that is what matters. It's the
you see, you are looking at
not how much they remit back.
You see, that's the problem. You sell our people so cheap. The people, when they go to those countries like the UK now, they spend 1.5 trillion for themselves. Why are those our people not generating that resources in their own country? The point is, when your people go overseas, they need to be able to, whatever they are doing overseas, need to empower your own people, not to go and back the other side's engine to grind your own nation down. That is not how it's supposed to work. And that is what I'm criticizing.
Forefathers, let me help you, forefathers. What you are trying to advocate is a situation like the Cuban system, where the government themselves send those people overseas. When you go out on your own and probably illegally and then regularize your stay, you don't have no treaty with the government that you are coming from, or the government that you are now regularizing your stay with. It doesn't work like that unless we have a system which Peter Obi was advocating, where you export expats. Those expats are the ones that would then remit part of their tax to Nigeria, which means if tax percentage is 20%, 15% will be paid in the country in which they are.
But that is what Nigerians are doing right now. They are exporting. They've been exporting about 150,000 expats from Nigeria in the last 3 years alone.
No, you can only
any money from it.
You can only export expat that you actually contributed in training.
Yes,
you don't train them.
The people that got
You don't train them. They exported themselves, so you don't expect any tax from them even.
Okay, hold on.
You shouldn't even expect any tax from them.
Something when I start talking, muting starts. Everybody was talking a moment ago.
No. I'm worried about. I just want to get to. I want Shegun to weigh in before, because otherwise it will be just forefathers and all the people who Shegun, go ahead. And Ike, and then you can go back to the normal people.
Hey, Dr. Damages, it's supposed to be my turn a long time ago. I was here when he got back here.
I just hold on for me.
I don't know. I'm going. Okay, Ike, you're next. Don't worry. Go ahead, Shane.
Okay. Thanks for having me back here again. I hope I'm able to articulate my thoughts on this matter. Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I hope I'm able to articulate my thoughts on this matter, because it's been flying up and down there. The first thing is, I don't want to amplify BBC's intention on this matter, which for me is to say that Nigerians kind of try to defraud the system through backdoor and come into the UK for purpose of just immigrating to the UK. I take that as if is an intention to just demonize Nigerians for doing that. But I don't think that's a wrong thing. First of all, immigration is a natural phenomenon. It's been around for decades. You cannot stop immigration, but you can control it. But however, even if we try to consider Nigerians come through the educational system, I would think there is a balanced view where you put in the benefit that these Nigerians put into the UK economy. You can't just say they come in through the back door, their intention is not to school. Even if you say that, let's even look at it. Somebody just gets a course and comes into the UK. When he comes to the UK, he pays the full school fees. He goes through the educational system. It's not like I say I want to come out of school, and once I get to school, I abandon my school and then go in search for something else. These people stay in the UK, finish their course, pay their school fees, contribute in other ways to the economy, and then try to find how to stay. So again, the educational route is not an illegal means to come into the UK. It is one of the ways to come into the UK. And then if you satisfy that means, you come into the UK, you from there can decide whatever you want to do as long as you stay within the guidelines of the immigration requirements that brought you to in the UK. So my first aim is I really don't want, for me, I see a form of demonizing people because of the way that news was carried to say it's a lie. They really don't want to come and study. They just use that to come in to study and then find other things. Now, again, if you look at the contribution they make, there's been a report that says that Nigerians contribute about £2 million in a year to the UK economy. This is from school fees, this is from rent, this is from visa application, this is from contribution to the national.
Hold on, you said 2 million or billion?
£2 billion.
Okay.
More than that.
£2 billion.
Okay.
No, well, that's the report I've seen. It says about £2 billion. Now, this part of it also is a contribution to the national health scheme, which is a national asset to the UK. They also contribute manpower to jobs that UK citizens are going. So it would be a better comparison when they say Nigerians come in through the educational system and this is their contribution to the system. Now, just to stop at that bit, which is the part that I feel that they are trying to demonize. And for me, I don't think Nigerians have done the wrong thing. They have not come through the educational system illegally. It's a legal means. They've satisfied the process and they have come into the system. And that is what it is. Now, I know that they are already pushed back to what the UK government is trying to do. Associations of universities are already kicking to say this is not going to work because they know that these students will find their ways to other countries if you close this door. For example, when they stopped the 2 years post-study, Nigerian students stopped coming to the UK. The university stopped, they suffered for it. The other sub-countries like Scotland that needed manpower suffered for it. Why do you think it was reintroduced back? Because they knew that if we don't reintroduce it back, these people will not come and they will not pay this money which we get from there. An average Nigerian pay about 3 times the school fees that a home student pay in the UK. So you can imagine where the bulk of this money comes from. So there's, for me, even more benefits which the Nigerians contribute to the UK than just saying that they come here illegally. So for the only thing I see this is going to happen, I suspect, now this is my postulation, right, that they won't stop the dependents from coming, but they might succeed in making the requirements more stringent. No matter how stringent they make it for, what I see is that there might be a delay of 1 or 2 years, but after some time we will still be back to it because I know Nigerians, if we want to go for something, we'll go for something. An example, there was a time when they introduced a visa entrepreneurship. They say you must have £50,000 before you do it. They thought Nigerians wouldn't raise £50,000. People raised £50,000. It got to a stage they were fed up with it. They said, no, we can't do £50,000. They raised it to £250,000. Now, I know that there will be Nigerians who will raise £250,000 to meet it. We will meet your requirements as long as it's legal. So that's just the part I want to say. But lessons for me, right, is I don't know whether you people have experienced it, but is that we as Nigerians, when we speak about our countries, especially with the Western world, they know a lot about our country, but I have learned a few lessons when I first came into the country and the days I was working. And then when they asked me about Nigerians, you know the way it is, before you know, we start talking about the negative things. And then I just realized that these people are looking at you like the negativity you are portraying on your country, invariably you are portraying on yourself, right? And from there, I learned that there's no point, as long as I'm speaking about my country, especially to an outsider, it's always going to be the best thing. I'll speak to it for them. Again, I've noticed that when, especially like in the UK, where you meet a group of Nigerians, before you know it, we're all talking of Nigeria and the bad things that Nigeria does. I don't think all those things are really necessary. We know where our problem is. No matter how great a nation is, they have their own dark side. They have their own bad side. But it's not for us Nigerians to be going to be portraying bad things everywhere. The Tiamiyu guy just for me appeared to be naive, though he said so many things about Nigerians, but obviously I've not seen the full interview, but BBC have succeeded in only extracting what they want to use to fulfill what they want to do. So again, that's some lessons. But as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing wrong in any Nigerian that follows your process. You say, if you want to come to my country through study, this is the process, and I follow the process, and I come into your country, and I contribute the amount I need to contribute. The best argument is to put the benefit and the cost. I'll give you another example. Students pay close to about, I can't remember the exact figure, but about £500 for visa application. Now, when UK was going out of EU, there was concerns that what about the EU citizens that are here? What would they do? And there were process about, okay, they will need to apply for, if you have stayed there for 5 years, you could stay continuously. If you have not stayed for 5 years, you need to apply for visa. The visa application that time they put to them was £60, I remember. And do you know that there was heavy cry that they had to debate in the parliament to take out that £60 because they feel it was too expensive for EU citizens to pay to come to the UK. But we pay £500 for one person for visa application, and you want to negate that contribution to the UK. I just think the narrative is actually unfair.
Shegu, the average person from students to citizenship spends at least between 12 to 20,000 pounds, depending on if you use a lawyer or not on your journey.
I don't want to say the amount I personally have spent. You understand?
You have to go into it.
We all have different stories of the amount.
Yeah.
So you see, we contribute to this economy seriously, and so that should not, be
should be respected. That's why I have a beef with it. That they don't. These things are, they do it to rile up the ignorant people who have lost their mining, who have this legacy. There are those Brits who are in the hinterlands that, mining jobs have gone. Those old industries have gone. They've lost it to China. And the government is looking for a way to continue managing their ego. And this is where this Tiamiyu, I question the timing around the Tiamiyu and, the release of the legislation. And that's why I'm not saying what he did he was naive. He should have thought through certain things. He walked into a trap, clearly. I mean, I don't need to be with him in the same room. He walked into a trap. He should have managed it better. But the higher level, as Sho has already said, as Roman has already said, as yourself has already said, is about, that snake. What doesn't sit well with me is that snake oil salesman craft that the politicians, they use to continue to manage things. Election is coming. An election could be called anytime. They have to ratings. They have to keep their ratings. Something can happen. Keir Starmer can cause. Something can happen, and an election will be there in the next 2 weeks. Right? Everybody will go to the polls. So this is what most those Nigerians that are reacting emotionally. This is the bigger picture that they don't see. That I hope that through this discussion they can kind of understand how these things kind of work and just see. Look, you're better off not. Just castigate the guy a little bit, but don't be too emotional about it. Focus on the huge battle before you. That's my position. Anybody in the UK giving you advice has given you the best advice.
Thank you.
Shego, they are not trying to stop students from coming here. I earlier started that every country has what is called managed migration. My other life is also a politician. I used to be a member of the Conservative Party and I've contested election in this country. There is always what is called net migration target, including that from students. Now, to come here as a student is not cheap. The least you can pay for a master's degree is about £14,000 in low-level universities. And you must have about, if you're coming from Nigeria and you have about a family of 4, you must have run an account of about 16 to 20 million naira over the last 6 months before you are given a visa. So it's not cheap. My sister was even asking me yesterday, Why do people have to spend this kind of money to come over here where they can start business in Nigeria with that? So, oh, don't worry, they're looking for a stable economy. That's why they're coming here. So seriously, nobody's trying to stop students from coming here. What they are trying to do is to stop the amount of dependents that follow the students to come here, so as to manage the migration, so that their target of net migration will be at the level that they want them to be. Let's stop tearing out shirts here.
Yeah,
you know.
Roma, let me just say, now you've mentioned that you're a conservative party. I think the major driver for the current one is because...
I used to be.
Well, okay, good. The major
driver... philosophy.
Imagine, I was about to come for him for that, just being a Tory, man.
Well, okay,
hold on. We have to go to Ike before.
Yeah, let me just finish this statement and go to Ike. The major driver for the current one is that your people in the Conservative Party has put as their manifesto that they will reduce immigration. They have just put that at a blanket page, but they have not really looked at how they want to reduce immigration. The war in Ukraine, the various wars in Ukraine and somewhere other places, if you know the amount of asylum seekers that are entering this country at the moment, they've not been able to tackle it. The migration through the English Channel, through Dover, to Calais, they have not been able to tackle it. It is now the skilled students, because they are skilled immigrants. These students don't come, they are skilled immigrants. It is those ones that are becoming your target. And I know I keep saying this, but again, the idea is the way they present it demonizes these people. And they're
not stopping the students.
Yes, but if you stop the dependents, it invariably affects the students from coming. There is a principle of family life in immigration. I know they are no longer part of the EU, but it used to be an EU law about keeping the families together for as much as they come. So now you want to go back and split the families. Is that what you want to say? Because if you prevent the dependent from coming, then the student can say, "I'm not coming." Invariably, you're stopping the student. Well, that's just my contribution. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. Let me say, Shegun, you were mentioning BBC and how they picked only a part of the interview that they wanted to put in the broadcast. Let me just say that that's how the media works everywhere in the world, even in Nigeria. You don't interview somebody if you are going to be part of a news broadcast and put all the interview. You just put the parts. Even when you read the newspapers, when you see that somebody says something, they don't quote everything. They just pick the part they wanted. So it's the same thing. It's not that they did it because of this guy, but it's the normal.
No, Doctor, I know you're a journalist. You're trying to defend them, but there is it stinks of moral. This particular case, NCC, the Ocho, and it stinks. This particular one stinks. They did it. The timing was so deliberate.
No, okay. About the timing,
but this particular one, Mr. Roman is here. He's a member of the Conservative. He knows what I'm talking about. They are very skilled in this. He knows what I'm talking about.
I've never seen you this way. Hold on. When you talk about timing, look at the way it works in the media. When Parliament is discussing something, that's when the meetings they will have, production meetings they will have at the BBC, will say, okay, they're discussing this. Why don't you go and talk to people who are actually helping these students to come here? Let's find out. They may not even narrow it down to say, get this for us. But they go and talk to the people, and they found this guy and talked to him, and he actually gave them material. They go back and decide that this is the point they want. This is something they are looking for. That's how it works. They may not have an agenda.
But Dr. Damages, before talking to that Emdee Tiamiyu or whatever he called himself, they actually talked to some other Nigerians, and none of these those people actually revealed to them what they want to hear, because they have a target. They want to hear something, and like what Mr. Shegun stated, trying to counter what Roman was saying about not after the student, but the immigration of their dependent. just like Shegu said, you can't separate these two. We Africans, especially Nigerians, we are family oriented, so you can't separate that. And that is actually what other people that they interview were actually pointing at. You can't separate these two. But this guy, I don't know why we are even arguing this. The guy, just like Scribe said it, was so naive. He said a lot that he wasn't supposed to say as a Nigerian and as somebody that has also benefited from immigration through the dependency or whatever they call it. He said a lot.
All right, thank you, Kenneth. Ike, go ahead.
Well, for me, thank you again for this topic, and thank everybody for their contribution. But for me, I'm coming to this in a different perspective. What does this say? What does this say about us Nigerians? What does this say about Nigeria as a country? That we export intellectuals, export a lot of. I'm one of recipient. If I was in Nigeria, I would still be able to Inopi Weka up to today.
Was that what you were doing, Ike?
That's what I was doing when I was in Nigeria. I didn't go to high school. I didn't go to secondary school, but I have 3 degrees in this country. But I can go home to showcase what I have learned in Western world because of how Nigerian system work. People that I know, people that I worked with in OP, 80% of them are dead because they were killed because they were armed robbers or they died because of HIV. But for me, what it is about Nigeria, that once you get out of Nigeria, your talent, your intellectual come up. If you come to US today, which is where I live, in the healthcare sector, who control it is the Nigerians. And when you talk about Nigerians, the doctors, the pharmacists, the nurses are uncountless. The money these individuals are contributing into this American society, into this American country, I don't think any other country contribute that. So it shows that is the reason why Nigeria can never work. Because what do we have? If you come to Western world, we have the bankers who control the country where they are. If you come to US, the healthcare people who control the health sector. But at the end of the day, these individuals cannot go to Nigeria and establish things, because once you go to Nigeria to establish things, what happens? You put sand in Gary for somebody, and that person will find a way to eliminate you. So for me, all this argument about chain migration, the reason why we have chain migration, because Trump wanted to stop it in US. The reason why we have chain migration is that people are not coming to US or go to London or go to England and have the education, have the knowledge and go back. They can't go back. Once you JAPA, you don't go back. All of us who are in Western world, if you're planning to go home, which I was planning to, unfortunately, we are setting back because this election set things back. Because if you're planning to go back in the next 10 years, I don't think that plan will work anymore, because what we're about to see in the next 4 to 8 years is beyond human control. Then somebody was talking about, why are they not charging people who live in Western world taxes or whatever, treaty, whatever that. So if I come over here in US and I owe student loan and I went to school on my own, I came to US on my own, and you expect me to come and pay tax for who? Which tax am I going to pay? Who is going to control the tax? People are on gratuity, which they contributed to in Nigeria, that they're not getting paid. I have somebody who retired 5 years ago. She's not getting her gratuity. She's not getting her, what you might call it. She's not getting her retirement. How is she going to live? So all these things is, unfortunately, the system have failed the people. And that is the reason why. Do you know how many people that call me every day that they want to come to US? They want to do masters. I said, you cannot even afford to go to US and do masters. Because your student loan, even if your father sold all his land, he cannot raise the money to pay for 2 years of master's degree if you do it right. So, but people are still raising funds to go outside Nigeria to do something. But all those talent that was exported can never come back. And that is the reason why Nigeria's system cannot work. People like me who got lucky and left Nigeria, and I can rightfully say that I have studied very well from where I came from to where. But if I was in Nigeria, I guarantee I would die as an Aburu man. I guarantee you that.
All right, thank
so,
you.
That is my point.
You'll be the driver and I'll be the conductor on the Molu.
Electricity, Ernest. Go ahead.
Yeah, I actually came in because of Mr. Dan, because I was watching from the background when he made reference to what I said. But unfortunately left. Mr. Ike has also left, for crying out loud. Yeah.
And Dan.
Okay. Mr. Dan, you made reference to my statement about recalling people that in the house, that how can you recall people that we did not elect? Am I correct in that?
I was muted. You're right, but let me let you land, because I have something to say. I don't know.
Okay, land. I've landed.
Okay. Why I tell you, I always give myself as a reference point, because so you know who I am. I'm from the street, and when you grow up from the street, my brother, you cannot. If you didn't die in the street, you won't die again. So you know where I'm coming from. And Nigerian system, we just saw one on the 25th of February. You did not put people there. How can you recall people you are not in control of? That's my point. Thank you.
So, what solution are you preferring, if you don't mind me asking?
After, brother, do you know what they call me in this platform? Mr. Revolution. If there's no revolution in Nigeria, I don't know the form. I don't know the form it will come from. Me, I'm saying let's hit them the way they are hitting us. But people say no. When we go that way,
I keep an open mind. How are they eating us?
Bro, where are you living? Are you in Nigeria? Sorry to ask you.
I go to Nigeria often. That's why I'm asking you this question. How are they eating us?
Are you? That's why I'm asking you. How? Okay, let me tell you how.
You are saying they are eating us. How are they eating us? As
I want to talk about myself.
H-I-T-T-I-N-G. Am I correct?
Yes. Let me talk about myself,
how?
because when I say hitting, you didn't get my point. So
Okay.
let me talk about myself. They hit me so much below the belt that even to have a meal in Nigeria, I could not afford it.
Okay.
A meal. I don't tell you breakfast though. Even a meal. I will walk around Lagos that time. I don't beg, but I will any building site in Lagos, I will branch there. Sometimes you will work for some people, they will not pay you. Until God helps me, I managed to get out of that place. And I got out that place. Maybe some of you are lucky, you go straight to America or England. Some of us go through African countries, suffering, before eventually somebody will spot you as a talented person or as a good-looking man. In my own case, I was spotted as a talented and a very good-looking man. This is how my wife brought me from that place here.
Double whammy.
And I will never forget that woman till I die.
Okay.
Mr.
Dan.
Hold on.
No, listen.
So now you get my point where they hit me.
Okay, go ahead.
I've just told you the level I was.
For the record, you are not the only one that lived in the street. Okay, if we all start to narrate our history, how we grow up, how we trek with sleep. Let me finish. I allowed you to finish. Can you allow me to finish?
I want
okay,
to
go
tell
ahead.
you. Let's go to the point that we are here for, which you challenged me. You asked me, how can, the point was, you can recall, we can start somewhere. And I tell you, you cannot control people you didn't put in a place. We did not vote all these people in the Senate House. We did not put them there. They're not representing you or me or any Nigerian. So I've told them, revolution or nothing. That is my point.
If you're saying revolution, you need to be clear as to how this revolution, what you are proposing. I mean, I'm not here to play.
Revolution is revolution.
No, revolution is not revolution. Revolution comes in different
to tell
ways.
you that there's a different definition of revolution. Revolution is simple. Revolution is revolution.
While you are away, I think I answered part of the question he debunked, because I said before, because he's still standing on probably the time when we didn't have a good register of voters. But I think now there is a proper and cleaner register of voters that you can account for the people who are in that register and proper individuals on the street. So the recalling can work down now, because if you say there are this number of people in this particular constituency and a particular councillor won with this kind amount of people, you can actually get those people live to recall him. But in the past, it never used to work because they had over-bloated electoral registers, and when you want to get those people to recall somebody, they are nowhere to be found because they didn't exist. That's why I answered.
But you see, he contradicted himself because, Mr.
Does he
Dan,
allow it? The system on the ground today, does it allow anything positive?
have you tried it?
But we just did it on the 25th of February, for God's sake. What
So
happened?
if you try it once, doesn't mean you cannot try it again.
But with all the new technology they brought up on the 25th of February, where are we? Can we stop?
We've actually made progress. If you look at it closely, we've actually made progress. Because one, we can confidently tell that IREV was a first iteration. Let me use that term. Like, so in the next iteration of it, we already know, at least we already have a reference point. So the next 2027 election, God willing that we get there, that we now know that, okay, there's something called IREV. Imagine a situation where something like during the election on that 25th, Mark Okoye made a mockery of himself and released that letter. I wasn't the only software engineer that called him out. Lots of Nigerians came out. Those who are better than me, who are well advanced into this, came out and called it for what it is, BS. So you should know that these things are iteratively improving. So you cannot just say that because you didn't, the expectation didn't meet it and they were this thing, doesn't mean that progress wasn't made. I would argue that a little progress was made.
You see, let me just further buttress Mr. Scribe this thing. I was on ground, so I was there. I voted, and that gave me confidence, even though it did not turn out to be the way we expected. And I strongly believe that if we follow that trend and push for this Section 68 and Section 110, in this we'll find people who will not buy into it. And for crying out loud, I work with a bricklayer. I play lawn tennis. I hawk fish. I hawk paper. So if you want to talk about living in the street, everybody have history. But no matter what, I keep saying this, I think somebody said that earlier, no matter where you go, Nigeria will reflect on you. So if we don't fix it, so be it.
Let me ask you how.
But I just
back to you. How?
You said revolution. I keep an open mind. Revolution meaning that we should pick.
Give your own point. That was my point.
I already gave my own point. You said.
I didn't get that. Can you just say it again?
Sorry. Hold on, guys.
I just want to say something. I want to go. I want to say something and go, please.
No, you are not going there. You're not going.
Repeating the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, hold on, guys. Let me hear from Ife first. And Ife.
All right, I'll yield the floor.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Good evening,
Oh, you
guys.
don't know, if he doesn't know what we're talking about. Okay. KJ, go ahead.
Okay. You know, I appreciate what electricity has said, and Scribe also have said. But you see, I want to come from Dan's angle. Right now, Labour Party is in court, and for the past 1 month, they've been asking to be given the IREF, order given by the Court of Appeal to be released to them. As we talk, they don't still have all they need. That is in the custody of INEC. That is a public, not a private, a public institution paid by the people's money. That's the system we're dealing with here. And the judges have not been able to force INEC to give to the lawyers, and not give to P2B, the lawyers representing Labour Party, the materials that is in their possession. That's the system we're talking about. These guys don't give a damn about the law. So you see, when we talk, like I said earlier, it's like some of you left Nigeria, for a very long time. I'm just leaving, so I am very averse to what's going on. Okay? Oh, you want me to go back? There's a lot of court judgments that are pending, even up to the appeal court, that the government has refused to obey. I don't know how you want us to bring that to bear. Is it by what he's saying? What he's saying is simply correct. These people don't feel like you elected them.
Sorry for interjecting, Mr. KJ.
I'm coming. Sorry,
Okay.
sir. Because I'm going away.
Right.
They are only going to give you that, make you feel that you are in charge, but they're not actually in charge. Look, even if the Supreme Court comes tomorrow and say Tinubu will not be sworn in, he will be sworn in, and he will do as much as he wants. And even if he gets sworn in, I can assure you that everybody on that panel may be changed. There's nothing anybody can do about it. We have seen this thing play over time. And so, what am I trying to say in essence? What he said is totally true. You cannot recall anybody. If you finish collecting your letter and INEC refused to reply to it, what do you do? What do you do? The man who was on Channels TV, and you can Google it, Arise News. Okay, Arise this morning. He was the presidential candidate of one of the parties. He was in court for 11 months. 11 months. They never gave him judgment. On the day I was supposed to give judgment, the chief judge changed the judge, took him away. And they had to start from afresh. Till today, they're not giving judgment. So what are we saying? This is the system we are. When they talk like something, well, again, I don't know, how.
Well, sorry, my brother. Okay, if we go to Pidgin, we'll go Pidgin because I speak Pidgin very fluently. Okay, there's no be today. Yash day back we get pattern. I hope you understand what I mean by that.
That's why the Igbos have a proverb: a man who swallows coconut must have assurance of his anus. So he has faith in his anus.
Let's.
I be true Igbo man.
Okay.
This is a battle of proverbs.
If I get what I won't use the word everybody. I will use KJ, Dan, and Dr. Dominic Andres. What you are suggesting, let me use the word suggesting, is that it's a waste of our time trying to find a solution outside calling for a revolution that we have to carry arms. And is that what you guys are suggesting?
I haven't said anything. You're putting
No. You agreed with Dan. We can play the tape backwards.
I can agree with 1%. I can agree with the whole thing.
I need to run.
No. Listen, we're trying to. My job. Let me finish. 1 second, Mr. KJ.
Okay,
my job is to convince you. Okay, that is my job, to convince anybody.
And it has to happen today.
But also, I have to keep an open mind. Okay, so. That is why I'm saying now, just to have it on record, because you'll be surprised. This tape will be played back 20 years from now.
When
you'll be very surprised. You know what? You know why I said so? The video
Can I leave now, please? Thank you so much, guys. It's been a nice time with you guys.
Roman, I don't know if you can leave. We wanted him to convince everybody. Okay, you can leave.
Let me say a few things.
The first video I did was 6 years ago. and was about the Nigerian constitution. And I completely forgot, to be honest. I gave up. It was someone who reminded me and said, do you know the first video you did was about Nigerian constitution? Funny enough, I have the t-shirt. So I said, I'm going to frame the t-shirt that I use in doing the video. And I will still continue to stand in that path. However, should the country go in that way that you are proposing, I hope you'll be there to pick up arms with them and fight.
Let me say this quickly before and I'll leave. Let me tell you something. If I wasn't here, by now, I would have been one of those picking up that arms you're talking about.
Well, you can as well go. You don't have to say. You don't have to.
We will go when they call us, brother.
When they call?
Yeah, the call will be made. You are laughing. You're asking for a solution. Nigeria's got to a stage now that any moment from now, that call will be made. And I will be one of them. Willingly.
All right. I wish you the best, but like I said,
because that's the only way. That's the
we
only way.
We are criticizing somebody who gave an interview to BBC, and we are here also
criticizing anybody.
Let me finish. We are also here calling for harms, for war to happen. May war never happen in Nigeria, as far as that is my prayer.
Let me correct. Maybe you're getting it wrong because, like I said, I have only 1 minute. We are not calling for arms.
Thank you.
What are you talking?
Listen. Buhari who told Jonathan that when they are looking for peaceful change that is not available, then the inevitable will take place. You people didn't say it was calling for arms. Arms that time. You didn't say so. But now anybody who talks will say he's calling for arms. You have refused us to discuss the constitution on how to make amends. You have refused to allow people's votes to count. You have refused to allow even the people who are seeking to go their way. You say it is illegitimate and it's unconstitutional, even though it is not. What other way are you giving people to be able
The
to
other way I have proposed.
This way you're talking. We have tried it before. It doesn't work because those authorities. It's a check.
No.
So they know that they're going to wake up one day and say you want to recall KJ, and so they put it that way. Even when it gets to INEC, it dies there. It dies.
Right. You know what? I feel like I should step in here,
Can I take this opportunity to leave? I'll be on the background, please, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
What I find interesting listening to Electricity, Dan, and KJ is, I feel it sometimes is disingenuous for us not to make a distinction between what is written on paper and what is practical. We have laws, we have rules, and at the end of the day, there's something called de facto rule, right? Which means a rule that may not be written, but in terms of how things have been running, this is what is apparent in terms of how things work. And so to say, oh, you can recall this person and recall him or her, that's a rule that's written on paper. Quite all right. But when you look at precedents of how people have gone through those things, you draw up what seems like a de facto rule. I am not saying that you should not do the recalling thing. I think the part I agree with you is you have to start educating people that there's such a thing. Right? Many people don't know about it. That's good. That's quite good and fine. I, on the flip side, don't think people should be discouraged from not pursuing such an agenda. Where I find a middle ground is understanding that, yes, you have to play the civic responsibility of educating people, but you also have to make it realistic that, for example, if you're trying to recall someone, right? Let's say for a particular election that elected, let's say Dino Melaye was elected by 100,000 people. That means of those 100,000 people that are registered, I don't know if is it half of registered or half of
thereabout, yes, 50%
of registered voters.
Yes.
Okay. Let's say there are 100,000 registered voters, right? That means you have to find 50,000 registered voters. The first thing you have to start thinking about is, how do I even get to figure out who is within those 50,000 voters? In a country that functions, where would you first go? To INEC, right? But INEC will not give you access to public information. So how will you even start trying to find those 50,000?
Okay.
It's easy
You
for
want me
some
to answer?
but
It's a question.
the practicalness of it, like how would you even go about it in the first place? Give me a
Okay.
scenario. How would you even start? Let's
Okay,
say
thank you very much.
in local JAM, you're going
Do
to
you
go
want me?
right?
Do you want me to respond to your question?
Go ahead.
You want me to respond? Okay.
Yeah.
You started by saying we have to educate people. If you were here earlier, that was what we actually said. That is the drive to create awareness. Now,
100%, absolutely.
good. Now, by the time we create awareness and people becomes aware of this, don't forget that 50% is 1 out of 2. Am I correct? 50%. 100 is a whole. So if we say 50% of 10 is 50, am I correct? 50% of 10 is 5. I beg your pardon. So INEC need only 5 registered voters. So meaning that if it's just the 10 of us here that are registered voters, and 5 of us says, okay, we're tired of Rudolph, we need to get rid of Rudolph.
That is simple enough. When we go into the real world, that's what I'm talking about.
I'm answering your question that you put before me, and I'm telling you that this is the process. The first thing we need to do is to create that awareness, that drive. We are human beings. We are subject to change our mind. With much education, that was exactly what happened during this 2023 election. The drive was there.
I don't think a man like Dan would disagree with you on the educational part. When where he has a gripe is when you start talking about the practical nature of it.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
But the education brings about the practicality.
In which country?
Have you thought about, first of all, the Dino Melaye? Okay, let me not use Dino because he may be watching.
No, it's Dino Melaye. Go ahead, use it.
Dino Melaye. Let me take us. Okay.
No.
Okay,
that is the practicality of it.
Have you forgotten how? Remember when we had NSAS movements?
No. Let's focus on Dino Melaye. Is the recall?
Wait. Just hear my analogy.
Okay. Sorry, guys. Doctor, I'll need to drop off now. It's midnight here, so.
Yeah, I know. Shogun, thank you so much for being here, and we appreciate you all the time. And I will also take my leave at this point. I know that this is a very important conversation, but I have to reach out to our guest tomorrow, who's coming on the show, and take care of some other things. But thank you so much.
Guys calling you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and everybody who joined us today, thank you, and you continue the conversation. Dominic is here, Forefathers is here, Scribe, and everybody else. Can I?
Yeah, Mr. Electricity, please, I have a question for you.
Let me finish.
But before then, okay, go ahead, Dominic.
The reason why I brought
is there no order anymore? Because I've been silent waiting for my turn to talk.
Yeah, no, I've not said anything since.
You said there was order. You silenced me. Then there's no
I
order.
haven't said anything since. I was even delegated to the
Dominic.
I don't understand.
Dominic,
you muted me because you wanted it to be ordered.
We are trying to quench it.
That's true. Forefathers should speak after Dominic. Forefathers.
Okay.
Oh,
I
yeah, now.
I feel like this example is very clear. It will be very clear to the viewers and to all of us here in the audience. When we had the NSAS movement across multiple states, what did the government and the wicked people employ? They started to sponsor people to counter those things. So have you thought about the politicians sponsoring people to claim that, first of all, that they are registered voters? So let's say you've gathered you magically were able to gather 2,000 people. Have you thought about the politician? Maybe out of those 2,000, 1,000 are sponsored by the politician. They're not even registered voters. Have you thought about that? Secondly,
do you want me to answer your question?
Yeah, talking about it as if the politician would just lie like that, would just lie back and allow you to move.
I will be the most stupid and foolish person to think that way.
Exactly the point.
But at the same time, may I finish, please? At the same time, I still strongly believe that no matter how hard the opposition is, because this is our country, because we have good intentions, we are able to overcome. I'm not an idiot to think that the challenges in Nigeria is just something you can easily push under the carpet. No, I'm not. I'll be living that would be an illusion. But I hold the view that whichever way you want to try it, Dominic, whichever angle you want to take, it's never going to be an easy angle. Take it or leave it. Whichever way you want to do it. Even some politicians will not want that country to go into war. Why? Because it will not benefit them. So they will fight anything you come with. Anything you come with. Even if you say, okay, let's go with this revolution. There are people that will tell you that Dangote will tell you that revolution by war will not favor him because he just built a refinery. He ain't going to favor him. So there are people that will kill whatever idea you want to bring.
Excuse
to go
me.
to that.
When revolution wants to happen, you don't look at anybody, you know, because those are the people. And it's true. You cannot look at
Mr. Electricity. Recently, there was a national election, right?
Yeah.
And some people use war actually to win the election. For example, in Lagos State, some people sent out their touts against some ethnic group to stop them from voting because they know that they were going to vote against them. And that gave them a sort of leverage to maybe winning the election. See, I understand what you're saying. In a sane country where things work, what you're saying obviously will work. But in Nigeria, recently, the obedient group were, kind of protesting in Abuja, over the judicial process. And a man, Asari Dokuba, was recruited to bring in Niger Delta militants to counter that protest. So this is the kind of thing you see in Nigeria. See, I agree with KJ when he's saying that, see, a lot of us, we left Nigeria for a very long time and we think that things work normal in that country. That country is an abnormal country. So everything that will work there...
I will have to push back because I go to that country.
Hold on.
No.
In Igbo, right? Hold on.
No, respectfully, you have to take it back.
If things work abnormally in a country, that means the country is abnormal.
No.
I'm not taking it back. See.
Okay, all right. It's your prerogative.
Let me land. Just a second. Let me land.
Would you say that the clamor for moving power generation to states actually worked from the point of view of the Nigerian people? And like you would have advocated that last year, that they moved the power from the center to the state, and they've done it now. So what electricity is trying to do is actually the right thing. Sometimes just because things are not working, we have to try to be constructive in the way we approach these things. And Dan, you keep talking about revolution. Can you give me a modern revolution that has happened and tell me where it ended up?
Mr. Forefather, when I make my point, sometimes it looks ridiculous or somebody will not understand it, especially those who will eat and clean mouth. When you come to talk, they have eaten, but they will just clean their mouth like that. We are tired of those type of system. Nigeria is a country, nothing works. So if you're asking me now, which revolution am I talking about and which country has it worked? The UK you are living, when we go back to
modern one.
Bro, which one is modern? Okay, modern one.
Father, let him finish. You
are talking of Africa, modern one, where...
No, the reason why, because the context of the world is very different now. And
okay, let me answer
UK, that's why I wanted you to tell me something that has happened more recently.
People like you who used to have a different style like our own, you will always give me that question where you will like to crack my brain, and I will crack it. If you want to change
I'm just trying to get to something that is actually constructive.
No, that's what I'm saying. You're asking me now, modern. That is where it happened yesterday, or 2 days ago, or 1 year ago, or 5 years ago. That's
in
what
the last 20 years.
Last 20 years.
Sri Lanka. But they didn't actually carry arms, but the
vice president took over. That wasn't a revolution.
I was trying to crack my brain.
It wasn't a revolution because the vice president took over.
In Senegal.
But they wanted the president out, not the vice president.
But that's not a revolution, though.
When we talk about revolution is not only war now.
No, it's changing the system. It's changing the system and overhauling of the system of governance.
And that was done in Sri Lanka. That's what I'm saying.
But that is not an overhauling. You
They
just remove
wanted
the head
the
of state.
president out because
Brother,
the
even in
president.
Senegal, here Senegal of our West Africa. Go and check this.
No, nothing happened in Senegal. When did it happen
No,
in
wait,
Senegal?
now make I give you what happened for Senegal.
Okay.
In Senegal, when they removed one of the legislative arms, that he was chopping their money, or he was not necessarily. Check this out. They
Senegal is under the under the control of the French till today, and they are still just as poor as
That's
they were.
what you people
So
say,
I don't know
but that is not on
what is
paper.
the difference. Senegal is still functioning basically the same way.
No.
When we say revolution,
No.
transform the system.
Ask me a question now. Let me learn.
Yes.
In Senegal, they had two upper houses like we have in Nigeria. And suddenly they realized that it was a waste of money. They attacked it and they destroyed one of them to reduce. That was what Peter Obi was saying, to reduce the cost of governance. Nigerian system is impunity. And when we are calling for revolution, I've said it many times, when you mention revolution, people will always think about war. Revolution is not only war. There's a system change that we wanted to bring. Obi and the obedient, dirty Professor Patu Tommy, the real people, we went so far and the people stopped it. So now we have done peaceful revolution. What is now left for us now is either we allow the so-called brothers.
So, but what you're calling revolution, it means that what electricity is talking about is even more revolutionary.
That is a dream. That is
the strange thing. You see, when you ask them this kind of business question, you find that what electricity is talking about is actually more revolutionary.
No.
You see, Dan,
I don't know how to help you here.
Dan, you are contradicting yourself.
Listen, you people think I'm contradicting myself by saying revolution is only war. Revolution is not only war. Revolution can be a system change.
Okay, I agree. It's a system change.
Yeah, but what he's talking about is more effective. He's going to make the senators sit up and House of Assembly members sit up.
And that's why I ask you, in which country? Is it in Nigeria? Never.
But okay. If you say never, but you are now highlighting what Peter Obi and Dati. Is it not what Peter Obi and Dati was trying? That means you don't even believe in them as well too.
Did it work?
Okay, so it didn't work.
Worked, actually. I consider it to have worked.
Honestly,
they got a lot of votes, even by the cheating.
So where are they now? Where are they?
Mr. Dan.
They are in court. They are in court. And they are still there to transform the system.
The first judgment they gave on this case, what was it?
Mr. Dan, with due respect.
Live in reality, you know.
I'm a very realistic person.
No, sometimes I can imagine the way you people are talking about that country, that we all know what is happening in that country.
We know there are challenges.
Tinubu will sit there for the next 8 years and live, and nothing will happen except we forcefully remove that system.
How do you want to forcefully remove it? That's the question.
Don't worry now. There's always a beginning of something will trigger it.
See, I told you about force. Force often doesn't go that far. Look at what the Arab Spring did. It just they just doubled down on the kind of the same system that they had before. So I think electricity. I think what you are doing is actually commendable, and I think that because the fact that you are putting a group together to actually do something on the ground, he acknowledged that he's going to face problems and is looking to adapt to those problems. He's trying to do something the right way. How can you be against that?
Revolution is also a proper and a right way. I know I wanted to give you a good answer. You refuse me to go to history. I should just base it on recent times.
See, so, if he's nodding, whatever if he starts nodding,
I don't understand.
He's up to something, man. You'll be like, let's break Nigeria out. Let's just go our own way. Everybody go their own way.
No, if his position is very clear.
I'm watching business. I don't really,
but I don't know how it will work in Nigeria. Nigeria needs to be broken up. But will it work? And which is part of that revolution we are talking
Let
about.
if you speak, Dan. If you are speak, you'll be nodding your head.
Then
Dan.
GGO can say something.
Electricity, I wonder why you don't know where I belong and what I stand for.
Please
Are you the
educate
only
me.
person? Huh?
Educate me, please.
Educate you.
Yes, please. Where you
Please
stand.
educate electricity. Forefathers,
Huh?
educate him.
she will talk about all the problems in Nigeria. Then the conclusion is let's just go our separate ways.
Dialogue. Okay, wait a minute. Which dialogue? What are we dialoguing since 1960?
Okay.
What are we dialoguing?
What are you proposing?
Everybody go your separate ways.
We all go our separate ways.
Yes.
Okay, so how do you propose we go about it?
So that is where the problem is. You asked me, and I said that, and Dan said revolution. Revolution can be peaceful. It can be by the other way around. All I care that if it has to be peaceful, let it be peaceful. But honestly speaking, no matter how much you want to laugh about this, I'm serious. Electricity.
Yes,
ma'am. One Nigeria, and I'm telling you, if it's working, if this country called Nigeria is working for all of us, I have never seen the exodus of Nigerians leaving Nigeria with the number of people leaving Nigeria on a daily basis. I have never seen that. If that country is working, let me give you an example. 7 years ago, my girlfriend's mom filed for her children in Nigeria, right? About 4 of them. The 3 of them said, no, they are not coming. They are not interested, right? Except Onyinye, the last one. She's going for her interview next week, Thursday. Now, the other 3 siblings, children, are regretting it. Because then Nigeria was so good, they said, no, they don't want to come. What am I trying to say? Nigeria has gotten so bad that people that don't used to ask you for money will call you or even text you, and you begin to wonder, who is this? Who are you? That is how bad. And I keep telling you guys, let us be honest with ourselves. There are certain groups, not because I'm Igbo, I just want us to forget about tribe. When Wike said after the South, it will be the North, is it only North and South? Is it the only 2 distinct that we have in Nigeria? What about the East? What about the West? I just don't get it. So you're telling me that there are a certain group of people that are being marginalized in the same country. How do you want them to feel? How do you want me to be part of this country you're telling me now? Let's talk about it. Because
you asked me a question. Do you want me to answer your question?
Yeah, okay. Answer me.
Answer
me and tell me what you're gonna tell these people living in Nigeria every day, looking for better opportunity, for better life. Tell me.
Let me start with your last point. There are certain people being marginalized. Which am I correct in quote? Am I quoting you right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go by the definition word marginalized. These certain people you are talking about, how are they marginalized from in the respect to basic living necessities?
Everything.
So who are these certain people, please?
So wait a minute, don't make me look stupid, electricity, because I don't want to fight you like I fought Paul. No, I'm not.
If you don't fight him.
You can't fight me because my voice is very low.
Don't make me look stupid, because I'm sure I'm not stupid.
No.
Even an average person that doesn't understand what is happening in Nigeria will tell you the same thing.
With due respect, I'm going by what you said.
We're not fighting. Don't raise your voice on me.
No. I said with due respect, I'm going by what you said. You said I have challenged many people on this issue of marginalization. So you are not an exception. So if you're not comfortable talking about it, I am going to withdraw it. If you're not comfortable,
where are you from? Where are you from, Mr. Electricity?
I will withdraw it.
It doesn't matter.
That is not necessary. So
it doesn't matter.
Because
no.
Dan, let him speak.
No.
Let the GD of say something.
Are you the clawback?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Electricity.
I wish everyone good luck.
Yeah,
See, this
why
is
don't
the
you
reason
stay
why,
and make your case? You are
electricity,
here,
sometimes coming to
electricity,
this place
to
to
make
speak
your
is
case.
just,
So stay and make your
very
case so that
annoying.
people hear what your vision is.
No, I don't understand Ify. She asked a question. I want to,
But you were
because if
answering
you
it
say
in a
there is
wrong way. You
marginalization,
are
going
asking
by
it
that,
as an insult. You were
the
insulting,
Igbos,
man.
1 second, down 1 second. The Igbos always say that they're marginalized. Even
Where are you
Paul
from?
was
Where
here
are
one
you
day.
from?
Wait, no, it's not necessary. Where
It's
I'm from, it's not
necessary.
necessary.
It is very necessary.
A
Tell us where
Nigerian.
you come from. If you are
It
not
doesn't.
an,
I don't
if I
think
tell
it's
you,
important.
where do you come
Brother,
from?
No,
please
that's
listen
not
to
fair.
him
Let him
now.
speak.
if I tell you where I come from, I
Let
will
Tell me.
claim a lot of marginal. I'm an Ijaw person.
Electricity, go
Say
ahead.
it.
I'm an let me finish. He asked me. I am from Bayelsa State. Okay, so if you want to talk about marginalization, I can also claim be marginalized.
Thank you.
However, I am not campaigning on that because what is affecting me is equally affecting everybody. So if you talk about marginalization, I have a right to respond to that. And if you don't want me to respond to that, and you claiming that I'm making you look stupid, then I'll leave the floor. I don't have to be here. I have my own channel I operate. I was there this evening. I can go and do whatever I want to do. So I yield the floor back to you, Fofada. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's okay if he can be feisty sometimes, but she's just trying to get you to express yourself better. Gideon, go ahead, please.
Jidafor, hold on. Why is
Okay.
Jidafor, sorry, my dear. Why
No,
is
it's
it
okay.
that
It's okay.
whenever this issue of why is it that whenever this issue of everybody go their separate way, you cannot tell me otherwise? I'm not trying to convince you to, to change my mind. I'm not trying to change your mind to join the revolution or whatever. I have never been a fan of dividing Nigeria. But after seeing what happened during this election, my mind changed. I have never been a fan of Nnamdi Kanu. But after seeing what happened during this election, I began to have my second thought about this one Nigeria is not gonna work. So when I tell you I want to leave Nigeria, I have a reason. And everybody, we know that no matter however we want to find this, Nigeria is not gonna work for us as a country.
But to be fair though, Ify, a Southeasterner ran for an election, and from 8 months ago he just started, and he, even by the cheating result that they provided, which we know from River State result that is clearly cheating result that they provided, that he got 1/3 of the way. He won 12 states in Nigeria. That is, and he has people he has structure now. So it's not zero, He actually, there's quite something progress there. It's not zero, and we know elections are rigged in Nigeria. Many people have been cheated. Buhari was cheated how many times? He was crying. So it happens.
Does that make it right?
No, it doesn't make it right. But the point is that what I'm trying to say is that, does it mean that you should want to break up the country? I don't know, because other people went through the same situation.
But
Buhari cried.
For how long are we gonna go through this? For how long will you?
You have something to build on. It's too close. You have something to build on now. There is that's he might win the case. So let's not forget there is a court case going on right now. PWB might still win the case, even if he doesn't win it, it has a structure. It has Labour Party. Labour Party is very powerful. Labour Party has access to unions that they can use to control events on the ground. See, if you see it from the way I see it, I see a lot of potential there, and I hope that you don't necessarily see it like it's glass half empty. For me, it's glass half full. So let me just let you say something. We've been shutting him up for quite a while now.
Jide, sorry.
No, my sister. I think. Good evening, guys, or good morning now. Yeah, I've been in the background. I mean, I've been in the background all evening, listening to what you guys have been talking about. So I mean, it's quite interesting, to this extent, and the Nigerian question, is something that we all, all over the world, Nigeria have been, the Nigerian of our dream, which we all,
all over over the years been, harboring in our mind, at a certain point, people should be thinking of going back home instead of the exodus, continue living. So with the recent event, the last election, and that we all thought, okay, since we are not really talking about breaking up, even though that would have been the perfect, thing, maybe that could, save the people trapped in Nigeria, because when Dan was talking about revolution, and my sister there is talking about, breakup, I mean, it's not something strange, going by the, the events, and the happenings in Nigeria. Nigeria is no longer, I've been planning to visit home even before the election, but, with happenings, even before the election, with all the insecurity and everything, the height of it, even from my own southeast region that had never been so, troubled, until, all that. So it had got to a point where you say, okay, if we're not gonna break up, okay, at least let us have a decent, election, or a way of, bringing in these politicians. Because to me, I know the major problem in Nigeria is actually the evil, oppressive politicians, and the weak institutions, public institutions we have, and probably the constitution. So, but since the emergency of Obi and some other, Kwankwaso and other politicians, not being part of the main APC PDP, thing, and then we can have people from other parts. Okay, with the new, the INEC whatever, the INEC chairman preaching about the electronic transfer of result. I mean, you can go to INEC page. You can see where he continue repeating himself that we will have an real-time electronic transfer of result. From the all the polling units. So
But the problem is that it seems like the electoral law gives INEC too much power, and I'm not sure why we didn't see that coming, because they are allowed to change the rules almost willy-nilly.
Yeah, that is where Nigerian was. That's where the robbery took place. Even me, I never knew that. Because the INEC actually, the law, just like every part of Nigerian constitution, when they say we, the Nigerian people, made this constitution. I started to look at all these things over the years, so that there's never a time like all these our constitutions that was returned to the people for, to vote, or kind of is that referendum or what, to vote for the constitution, like how it's done in the Western world, any laws made, then they will send it to the people to have to know if they want it or not. I never know any time in history Nigerian constitution was actually sent back to the people, who are actually the people that these politicians or these government people or whoever are actually serving. Like public service kind of. I never know at any point in time Nigerian constitution had been that had been done, or where the Nigerian constitution, okay, even this 1999 constitution, as I mentioned, actually it was the military, I think, that prepared it and handed it over to the civilians, right? The 1999 constitution as amended or whatever, then it became as amended by the Obasanjo era, So, but my point is that actually Nigeria, if you continue looking at Nigeria, it seems like Nigeria is irredeemable. Even with all the potentials, the intellect, the people, the quality of people. For me, I even though as an Igbo man, and we are even moving from like a third, we have the three major tribes, then the minorities, which is even not supposed to be so in a real federal character. It should be every tribe is equal and whatever. But Nigerian situation have made it that we have the three people they call the three major, like the North, which Hausa, Fulani, the Yoruba, and the Igbo. But if you look at this setting now, it's like the Igbos are now losing out in that third structure, making it. I think they're bringing in the South to replace the Igbos. If you're going with the recent happenings, especially the APC.
But
Yes.
don't you think that one can argue that they are using the Fulanis to replace the Hausas? Do you know that no Nigerian president has been identified as a Hausa president in this country? Even if in the census, 27% of Nigerians claim to be Hausas. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. But how did the Hausa allow the Fulanis to dominate them to the extent? Because I learned that the Hausas are the owners of the land. The Fulanis are people that came. But how did they intermarry in everything to the extent that they are now being suppressed? And the emirs are all. I think the emirs are all Fulanis. Emirs of all the Hausa lands and Hausa towns.
the way it happened was through religion. I think when the Fulanis arrived, from what they claimed, at least that's what the emir was saying. This Sanusi, or I don't know what his name is. He was saying that the Fulanis are the glue that holds the northern Hausa groups together. That when they came in, they were fighting each other. So they used religion as a glue to, put them together. And then they are the heads, and that is why you see most of the top positions in the country that come from the north, they tend to be held by Hausas. That's the Fulanis, which is unfortunate. So they too, even outside people are being marginalized in the north too. But because of religion, you don't hear a lot about it. And and the south is missing that. I think the south, if they were playing it smart, they would be looking to form alliances with that other parts too. Because there are some Hausas that don't like it.
Forefathers.
But they're not speaking up. They're not speaking up like the Igbos are actually. If you watch, for me, I actually was thinking, if you go by the Obi thing and everything, even if Obi didn't win, but at least let's have a decent election where IRF and whatever they say will happen, and let we upload the result in real time, from the polling unit. I mean, that is like a robbery. They, open even the destruction and the beating, everything that happened. I mean, it broke my heart as a Nigerian, because even though I'm an Igbo man, but I still think maybe let us all of us be Nigerians, since we cannot go our separate ways.
Man, during that period, all those killing and burning, I will not forgive Nigerian leaders for what they did during that period. They remained silent. Almost all of them. Man, they are awful people.
And you are telling me that this is the one Nigeria we are talking. You see, these are my.
No, but the Igbo leaders were not coming out too. All of them were silent.
All of them. I'm not saying exception.
So plague on all of them.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not
politicians.
saying exception.
Yeah, politicians.
The politicians. Even religious leaders. Where are the imams? Where are the pastors coming out talking constantly about this? Stop killing each other.
You're talking about
religious leaders, politicians, all of them. Anybody that has a leadership quality in Nigeria, they should have come out and said, no, we shouldn't be fighting each other over religion or tribe. No, they didn't come out.
Let me tell you a question, forefathers. Remember when this girl was killed, the Deborah girl?
Yeah.
How many people said something? How many people said something about that girl?
To be fair, a lot of Southerners criticized, but in the north, there were a lot. Many of them were silent in the north, and that's another problem.
That's what I'm saying. These are my question. How can all of us unite together? This is somebody's grown child.
Yeah. Okay, my sister, see what I'm thinking.
Will go to north and visit somebody without me watching my back.
Sister, I think Nigeria is about the maturity. I think what is putting us back is the politicians. Because even for my own village, we have a lot of big politicians from my own village, and I know these people have friends up north and up southwest there.
Scribe, what are you doing, Scribe? Hold on, sorry. What is Scribe doing?
I'm cleaning my board. Sorry, I should have taken off my camera.
No, it's okay. I'm just curious. I'm just watching you.
So what I'm trying to say, in effect, is that these politicians gang up. They all gang up. Once even ordinary councillor, is already seeing himself as a potential, maybe house member, senator, or governor at some point. So once you become a politician in Nigeria, you are already. That's why when Obi started his style, actually I have to even research, ask questions regarding people who, because he will be keep talking about go and verify, go and verify. For me, I've already given up on Nigeria after the government of Obasanjo and the Goodluck Jonathan. From because I was actually leaving college. I was actually leaving college, about to start do my NYSC 1999 when Obasanjo was come. So I was with all this high hope that we're gonna get it right. Nigeria gonna transform. Obasanjo have seen it all. He have even been on a prison, about to die, and Abacha just died. Because I actually did my I studied during the time of Abacha. I did a 4th-year program that I work in the FCDA, the Federal Capital Development. So I did 6 months IT there because I'm coming from the construction industry. I did construction management, and did project management. So I did my IT, 6 months IT there. So I was in Abuja when Abacha was alive, and even Jerry Seni was even a minister for whatever. So I saw a lot of all those happenings with tender documents, with the way people move about looking for, even people who are not contractors were moving around area 11 with contract documents, with tender documents, looking for contractors. I mean, I can't even believe it that somebody who didn't even have any education, not an engineer, no, have nothing to do with the construction, will be a brother from inside the secretariat or inside FCDA will give maybe a project to have a water plant installed or whatever at Jabi or whatever, and somebody, so the whole mess. So when Obasanjo came in, I was all high hope, and I
was
was,
your director Okorafor?
of course, of course,
Okay.
of course, yeah. So I was high hope that this is we're gonna hit it. Obasanjo spent all the 8 years. We can't even have ordinary light. You see, then my mind. I thought I never have intention of leaving Nigeria. I have never had intention. Even when I have opportunity of going to do, I told my sisters, no, I'm not coming anywhere. I can make it here because if you look everywhere, we have infrastructural decay or nothing. So I said, why not? This is my field. We will build up this country. It's gonna build up everywhere.
Forefathers, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Jide, sorry.
No.
You can speak. But forefather, question. Can you tell me one question? I've asked this question so many times on this platform. Tell me one thing with all the money we're borrowing. Tell me one thing we have achieved so far in Nigeria with the money we've been borrowing.
Sister, can I say something? Can I say something that effect? Can I just give you before father will maybe round it up? Borrowing. Okay. Obasanjo failed. Goodluck came and failed and all that. See, Buhari as a leader. That's why you don't see these senators or the Senate president criticizing or not sanctioning the when this request for loan and all that, when it's about, because the northern Nigeria believe that they need somebody that will upgrade the infrastructure of the northern Nigeria. I'm not saying it just as a way to criticize the northern Nigeria, but I'm talking about why this loan keep on happening, because they are trying to use this money to build up, the northern space. Because if you look at the dichotomy in terms of infrastructural development between the northern and the southern part of the country, apart from Abuja, that was actually, very well built up in terms of everything. But the infrastructure in the south and the north, you can see that the north is actually, apart from the capitals like Kaduna, the major capitals, within the interior, you can see there's actually little or nothing compared to the south, where people like in my own side of the country, people have like a self-help, like communities people will raise money without even government and build up electricity and all that, bring all these things to their place. While up north there, people still wait for government to do all this things. So these loans was actually an agenda of this government by the whole north to continue to build up this, to bring this money to get the railway, the rail lines, get the road network, get all these things, and actually upgrade the northern Nigeria. So yeah.
And you
So
are
I
still
think that
telling me one Nigeria, right?
See, let me just read out what I think has been the achievement.
And you're still telling me one
Dangote
Nigeria.
refinery is one of them. Remember, Nigeria owns 20% there. Hold on. Niger Bridge, and this is the rail track from Abuja to Kaduna, and from Lagos to this thing. I'm not sure where it goes. Now it goes through Delta State, if I'm not mistaken. There's rail tracks there now.
Your mouth, forefathers. The way you're even saying
see. I'm trying. See. Because
I'm not even ashamed. Look at how you're
I'm just trying to be that's to read it as it is.
Okay.
So there are a lot of infrastructural development, like airports have increased.
Which airport?
The number of airports in the country. They built more airports in the country during this period. And what other stuff that happened? Okay, if you want to include Nollywood and Afro beats and all the rest of it, you will slap all of them into it. But that said, if you want me to rate
Nigeria Air, what of Nigeria Air?
Okay, no, that one happened yesterday. So if you want me to rate what has happened in Nigeria for the last 20 years, I would say we have not even moved an inch. I don't think we've moved an inch from 1960 to today. However,
we are moving back. We moved back.
I think we are moving back to where we were in the 1970s. See, if the refineries, the River State refinery could be coming online this year, Kaduna refinery could be coming online next year.
Do you know that still paying people working in those refineries?
Jide, hold on. Are we not even ashamed, forefathers? A country, we own oil in that country, but we don't have any working, functioning refineries.
Oh yeah, we are ashamed, all right.
When?
I think we should be ashamed.
Are we not ashamed?
I'm ashamed.
Keep borrowing. Can't we use it to repair at least one or two refineries?
We are still paying workers.
The first refinery created in the world was created in 1901 or so, and it's still functional to today. Nigerian cannot get four working.
And we have four. Is it 4 refineries or 5?
4.
We have 4, and none is working.
None.
And we have staff, and we have engineers. So
one of them is coming back this year. Like the River State one, I'm sure that one is coming back this year.
Look at how you're even saying it. I'm even ashamed self listening to you.
I see. You're not going to take yes for an answer. You want me to be telling that everything is on fire? Where do you want to start from? You have to take some positives with the negatives. So I'm not impressed. Don't make no mistake. I'm not impressed at all. But I'm just reading out the positive things that are happening. And remember, Nigeria doesn't have a lot of money in its pocket.
The easiest thing you can buy here, Venezuela here, is gas. It's gas in Venezuela here.
We are still flaring gas.
You can buy.
We flare gas in Nigeria.
You have oil in Nigeria.
Are you not seeing a turning point, though? Are you not seeing a turning point? Nigeria is not going to be buying petrol the way we were buying petrol before. To me, I see a potential turning point for Nigeria, and we shouldn't miss it. See, it's like what you said about the OB and what is happening in the election. Sometimes we miss the advances that has been made. We miss them because it hasn't reached the point. And sometimes by having that kind of mindset, you don't get to the final stage because it's like, oh, nothing is working. Let's just straight away. It's like somebody that just did a job 3/4 of the way. Everything was working, but they just thought nothing was working. They just chucked it out, when it just required 25% extra effort to complete the task. From what I see in Nigeria, things are moving in the right direction as we speak. Maybe politically for some people it's not moving in the right direction, but in terms of development, because it just takes a little bit of addition, it will become, for me, security. If you fix security and the refineries come online, Nigeria will be transformed, I tell you. Because that money we're using for subsidy is terrible. It's a lot of money.
We're gonna pay more. We're gonna pay more. We're gonna pay more because Dangote have already said this company is actually cited at the export-free zone. Export-free zone. So it's not gonna be controlled by the Lagos state government in terms of Like Nigeria is not within the Nigerian economic space, as in with the taxes to
But
be
Nigeria
paid.
owns 20% of it. I understand what you're saying, but Nigeria owns 20%. So whatever they are making, Nigeria has 20% of it. So
Yeah,
and
but they're gonna be selling. They're gonna be selling to
hold on
us. They're gonna be selling at us according to market price. If I mean,
Yes,
I,
but they're going
so
to be selling something we already own. That's what I'm trying to let you understand. See, Dangote can
what we
generate
own.
twice the amount of petrol fuel that Nigeria can use twice. So it
How much do
means,
we buy it?
and we own 20%. It means 40% of the money we spend on subsidies doesn't have to be spent on that anymore. We just for that alone.
How much do you think a liter will cost?
I don't know. I really don't know. I've not done. I'm
It,
not into the numbers.
they said they're gonna triple. They're gonna triple because Dangote is gonna be selling to you at market
I
price.
don't think I don't think it's going to triple now. See, they were saying it's going to triple when Dangote was not on stream, but now that Dangote refinery is online,
Okay,
then
go
it's not
back
going to
to
triple anymore.
go back to Dangote again and look at his page where he was talking about people should not expect this because it's gonna be a market price. That what international
Well,
what
yeah,
is the
but it will be. But what I'm telling you is that it's like when you are part of a company, even if you are, because whatever profit you are making, you are part of the business. So you will
Nigeria?
make the cost to you is not going to be that much, especially if you are buying something in the context of Nigeria. Nigeria will be making money, 20%.
But
Whatever Dangote is doing,
but we never
Nigeria will
see
be getting
Nigerian
20%
money.
of it.
Me and you never see Nigerian money. Me and you have never felt impact of
I've never
Nigerian
seen
money.
a good question.
Which road did you travel from? Did you fly? What road did you pave through? Which airport did you land? As ugly as that airport is, somebody built that airport.
There is no light in the airport. The toilets smell like
Somebody built the
pit
airport.
toilet.
The
They are
Niger that you crossed.
using laptop.
Nigerians, we always act
There's
as if we don't know
no
what's happening. See,
internet. I mean, come on.
Forefathers. Okay, Dan,
Dan,
sorry.
Dan, say something.
Let me keep quiet. Dan,
Okay,
sorry.
Dan.
Let me keep quiet.
I
Sorry,
want to
guys.
just remind you guys. You see this Dangote refinery. Have any of you thought that this is a mafia game at Dangote at the top? This refinery is not owned by Dangote. These are our politician thieves. They own it, so they can be able now to really eat us up as Dangote as a figurehead.
They are already
It's true
eating.
now.
They are already
It's
eating.
true,
They need Dangote
forefather.
refinery to eat again.
So what is the one they can do now? They left our own 4-1, the one that we own. They left it dead. And
To
suddenly
crash.
somebody brought up one new one. And you are telling me this?
See, we know the shareholders of Dangote refinery. It's a lot of money. Nigeria don't have the money to invest that in that. Dangote refinery costs 20 billion. Where does Nigeria have that kind of money to be investing?
Tinubu, do you know how much?
CBN invested 9 billion, right?
Sorry, there's a noise coming through.
Forefather, how much is Tinubu worth? Tinubu alone.
Tinubu, I don't know, maybe 5 billion or so. I don't think it can
And
worth
then
any
you say in
more than
Nigeria,
that.
what are you saying? If the final refinery is 20 billion and Tinubu is worth 5 billion, that is all.
I'm not sure it's worth 5 billion, to be fair. I'm not sure it's worth 5 billion, but if you say so.
If they repaired our Ford refineries, I'll be more comfortable than using this private one. They say it's a one-man show.
Yeah,
because
but
that one-man show he will dictate.
But Dan, don't. What I said that the refineries are getting fixed. All the 4 of them are getting fixed. So why don't the refineries now, as we speak, they are already happening. You should check it online.
But I bet make you know they sell all these kinds of stuff.
You want me to bring? I can put information up. I can put information so you can see it yourself.
Now,
I want to ask you. I want to say something before you. Okay, I'm not trying to break it down.
Hey, Loco. Hey, we are complete now. At last, we are complete. Our Dada brothers are now bet again. Yeah. I hope you enjoy when we put them around. Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think? What do you actually see? I'm seeing, apart from with respect to the court cases going on, but if Tinubu comes on board, I have no problem with that because I know that Nigeria is poor. Nigeria is very, very poor. Not only poor, very, very poor at this moment. I'm seeing Tinubu 4 years to be a catalyst because some of our sorry, I want to say Yoruba brothers. I'm not. I don't try to be sectional or whatever, but I know that every politicians have their base. Tinubu have base in the southwest, and even though a lot of Yorubas voted for Obi because Obi couldn't have won Lagos with Igbo vote alone. Clearly, a lot of Yorubas, voted for Obi, and a lot of other non-Igbos. Igbos couldn't give Obi vote in the West, in Lagos, and Kaduna and the rest of Jos and the rest of other places. But what I'm trying to say is that because I believe in progress. Even though the way the court case is going, at the end of the day, Tinubu was able to continue. Obi said he might stay 3 years uh, going out to Supreme Court. Okay, that is he's he can do that. But what I'm saying is Nigeria is poor, very poor now, and Tinubu is not the healthiest person. Even people are saying that suggesting that Buhari might be healthier than Tinubu. I don't know. But what I'm trying to say is
I
that
think Buhari was healthier than Tinubu. Needs somebody to carry Zagbada up now.
yeah, because he had been avoiding interviews, he had been avoiding talking to people. When he talk when he talk
Yeah,
to people,
I was very
when he talk
concerned about that.
when he talk to people, he tried to even he plays a lot. He's a funny guy. He tried to even move away from like he didn't hear the question. So I don't know how he gonna be the president for 4 years, going to UN, running because being a Nigerian president is not an easy matter. Look at Buhari is actually running away. He just want to hand over. Even he want to throw it away and run away after 29 because his Nigerian presidency is the most difficult job in the world apart from money making.
It's
But
not
to
only
rule,
Nigeria to be a
yeah,
president. It's not.
yeah,
Obama did the same thing. I remember when he handed
yeah,
over, he
yeah.
was
So
so
it's
happy
not.
to leave.
It's,
It's
it's,
not easy.
you will turn gray. Even Obi is turning gray hair already from this all this going on. So I know Nigeria is not an easy place. So if Tinubu should be there for 4 years, imagine how people will be because I know that Nigeria is very poor and will continue borrowing. I mean, who are those guys going to continue lending money to Nigeria to even beat its day-to-day paying of salaries and sharing of money to the state? Because Obi already
I
let me
think,
finish.
okay,
Obi,
so that
Obi,
the others can
you know,
come through.
yeah, Obi already had a part of Nigerian would generate our money. Like Obi is trying to crush those sharing formula by making every state like the north, like the lands in the north and everywhere, and the whatever in the south, everywhere will generate their own money. It's not gonna be sharing formula, but it's gonna be production formula. He had all these things going on. That's why I even followed him. But will Tinubu still continue with the sharing formula? Where is this money gonna come? So I'm seeing, and this like the Southerners are more easygoing people. But when this sharing thing and the Northerners are not seeing enough of Tinubu and not seeing enough of the project that they started that are incomplete before this man leaves, and Tinubu being a strong head, a stubborn man, that may not give in to the Northerners to continue with this way of carrying on with all these things. I don't see the Northerners supporting Tinubu or by the next, after this term, because there must be a fallout because he is very stubborn. He always have his way, no matter what. He always have his way.
I
So
think people are being very presumptuous. I think somebody said earlier on that Tinubu is going to have 8 years time. People forget that politics, they have political cycles, and generally when you run for 8 years and maybe 4 extra years, people are fed up of that party already. You've been exposed, and then people want you out. And Tinubu is not exactly the hottest campaigner, so it depends on who is running against him, I guess. Let me allow Professor Data. Oh, thank you for coming in. What do you think about what you've been hearing? There is a bit of noise on your line. There is static.
Are you hearing?
I can hear you, but there's static. There's this sound like.
Let me come back.
Okay, good. All right then. All right. Loco. You see, you came in right on time, and you're welcome. So, what do you think about what you have been hearing? Clearly, the fortunes favor you because the guy has static on his line, and so you can go now.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everybody, wherever you're watching from. Ify, Ikwanu, Alpha, don't taste more. You know, Dano, my twin brother. How do you go to do? I'm glad you do for. I think first time I'm seeing you, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I greet you, sir.
So now, my rival, forefathers, which way?
You know we are one now. No rivalry here.
I know. You are sorry, I've been out. I've not been following anything that I've been on. I think I only watched 10 minutes when doctor came on, and I've been busy. So I just woke up to like, let me just go to the bathroom. Or like, oh, you guys are still on. Okay, let me just join and just follow up and see what's happening. So you might help me, I would abreast with anything that you'll be saying. So no, I don't know. Yeah, I think I saw about the other boy, the Korofo guy, we say Nigerian students don't need visa, something like that. Yeah, I think but I know you must have talked that issue way past. So let me know whether myself going back to it. So let me know with anything fresh. Let me see what to say. I don't know before I go to sleep. Help me out.
Okay, it's generally they were talking about the prospects of the like I think the last question that was asked was if you're asking what are the good things that has happened in Nigeria in the last 8 years, or let's put it 20 years since the democratic system started. So do you have any clear answer? I gave some very I like to think good answers, but even if I actually think those answers are barely any, from my point of view, I don't consider them important at all in terms of where we are. So, but they are actual tangibles by Nigerian standard, what has been done. So, I don't know what you think about that.
Oh, okay. If you say maybe the good is anything good that has come out from the last 20 years, compared to what we know individually and collectively, like as in humans, what we are exposed to, like what we've read, what we've seen, places we've gone to, things we expect, to have be experiencing in Nigeria in this 21st century. I would say in Nigeria, we failed woefully. You understand? I would say nothing good came out, because if you say something good, it's like you are saying we are used to leaders scoring 10% of governance, and the next person came, he did 20%. The other one came, did 25%. In the category of failure, they all scored F9. You understand? So, but you say, okay, maybe this one did well more than this one. No, 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 no. They're all failures. You understand? Judging from what countries now, Japan, Saudi Arabia, India, and China, what they be running to Africa to live it to. They're looking. They were looking. In fact, Africa was once their greener pasture. You understand? So now it's the opposite. So since then, we've failed. We failed because individually
So, would you know, like some of the things I read out included Nollywood, Afrobeats, and Niger Bridge, rail station, Dangote refinery,
Look at your mouth,
fertilizer. I'm just naming the fertilizer plants and roads upon road.
On behalf of Nigerians, I'm
Onitsha
ashamed of
changed.
you.
No. When I left Nigeria, Onitsha, you couldn't cross Onitsha. You sleep at Onitsha Bridge.
Okay,
But
see,
now,
let me take it one after the
clean.
other, right? You said Nollywood. The only thing Nollywood has succeeded in doing is promiscuity and baby mamas and divorce here and there. That's what Nollywood has succeeded in bringing. For the terms of the Afrobeats, yeah, they are. You think they're making Africa proud only in the Western world, because the Western people are having a plan deliberately to make us become redundant. You understand? Look at America, for instance. We're only good at sports like basketball, football, making all the money. But people are in China producing things that change the world. Doing breakthroughs of breaking barriers. But we are here breaking bank, just getting the money by playing sports. What has sports got to do with world power? What has this is got to do with world power? What has Grammy got to do with world power? Nothing. You said, like you said the other time when they had the Equilibrium. I remember the last time we discussed about Equilibrium. Like, what do we have to bring on the table? You remember Shaw said we are not even close to the restaurants. We are not even at the table. Don't talk of bringing things to the table. You get my point? So we'll fade. You understand? Trust me, we'll fade. You understand? If you say Dangote refinery, when they are saying the next 20 years they're about to stop cars from using fuel, it's not that we are
Why you want us to start using lithium? We have not gone through the petrol phase.
Okay, wait. Is it bad for we to be the first person to say, oh, okay? I remember in Benin, Benin City, Edo State. I remember, I think Edo State, they were the only state that were using CNG in powering vehicles. CNG gas empowering vehicles, while other states were using fuel. You understand? PMS. But the government did not even think, oh, okay, let's make alternative. Since we have issue of PMS coming out, okay, let's make alternative of CNG. Cars using gas. You understand? We only have 4 stations in Benin then. You understand that we're having that issue. Even taxis, how is that, and cars that were going from doing transport from Warri to Benin, they were all using that car because that facility, because it was cheaper for them than fuel. But what do we have? Nobody decided to invest in it. You understand? So that's why I said we failed.
It can be quite explosive because gas is very expensive. Maybe that's why nobody tried it. Nobody used it.
Because see, let me tell you, in case you don't know, you see that car, even if you have accident with that car, they've told us several times, that gas, the canister is in the boot, it will never explode. Even if the canister is exploded several times. I'm telling you, for trust, ask anybody. Do your research and find out. It will never explode. You understand?
If that is the case, then they should have made a bit more noise about it. If I can hear about innocent cars.
See, if you know this, what's it called, as big as these NAPC mega stations, right? That's how big in terms of space, landmass they had in those 4 stations in Benin. Then I remember you have one in Sapele, one in Bowo, one in, I think, mid central Benin. I think like 4. You understand? Like that, using gas. But nobody ever thought of, like, okay, let's do alternative for petrol, because it's an investment. When you bring investment to Nigeria, you want to kill our market, then they gang up and use political
we have train line. We have a metro line now in Lagos. You know,
metro line.
We have metro line in Lagos. And so Nigeria, you know, if I go to the southeast, I've seen a lot of improvement in the southeast. I have to say,
we have monorail in River State that is just there, like
no, that monorail one, yeah. I think I saw that one too. But the southeast, anybody that has been to the southeast recently will know that is not the southeast of 20 years ago, not at all. The roads have improved a lot. I didn't go to the houses. If you want to check the houses, the houses probably improved, but it was the roads I drove past, so the roads have improved a lot. So that's what I know.
This thing you claim,
I hate what they say. What they say, roads is infrastructure. I hate what they call roads infrastructure. I hate it. I don't like it. Trust me, because whether the road is asphalted or not, even if it's earth road, as far as it's smooth and motorable, fine. At least that's the minimum. As far as even if it's earth road, not asphalted. So when they call roads as if they don't make up projects, it's beyond my understanding.
No, I'm not describing that mega project. I'm just describing that as my own experience, what I saw on the ground when I went past Onitsha. I was shocked how quickly we just went. There was not one traffic, like the road was straight through. That is something that we used to sleep on that road. The erosion on that road there, it will swallow cars before. And you have
when last did you travel, forefathers?
In Onitsha, I think 2020. That was the last time I went.
You need to go back again, because I just came back in December, because I met the traffic, except when we went through the new Niger Bridge going to my village. But from Onitsha to Asaba, now Wahala again. Traffic.
Okay, I think maybe
bridge to pass just from Asaba, Opiweka, to pass that bridge. Hey.
Maybe it's season now then.
Is it the new bridge or the old bridge?
No, the old bridge. Yeah, from Asaba to, going to.
No. It's supposed to be like that now. It's supposed to be like that now.
Let's allow Prof Data contribute, because he was here before you, Loco. And
Okay.
welcome, Prof. Data. You seem very, very steady
Are
on
you
your
hearing
lifting.
me?
So yes,
Are you
yeah.
hearing
Okay,
me?
now you have moved. Yeah, we can hear you.
My laptop has
It's
been a
breaking up
problem. I
though. It's breaking
connected
up
earlier.
a little bit.
Eh?
Mm.
Are you hearing me?
Your data is breaking up a little bit. How is that even possible when you are Professor Data? Eh?
So are you hearing me now? Are you hearing
Yeah,
me?
it's breaking up a little bit. Sorry. Okay, but okay, just talk. Let's see how much we can gather from what you're saying.
Okay, what I just wanted to say is number one, you said there's some improvement in the southeast. I don't think that is fully true. I was there last year for my mom's burial, and I know what it took me because I came back. I spent time in Oka, got my passport, went to my in-laws' place in Enugu. I know what it took us on the Onitsha Enugu Express. They now use the old road. If you're conversant with Anambra, so they use the old road. And even at that, there was sometimes I had to travel from Enugu to Oka. I remember on one instance there was so much go slow. We were lucky we came to Oka. So what we did, we had to go. Let me call it Ufuma. If you know Anambra State, Ufuma too.
Ufuma.
Back to Enugu. So it's not truly well, but let me tell you the truth. I
Urumba.
like the
Urumba
Ufuma.
local government, right?
Urumba local government. You come out at Enugu State. Forefather, I like the points you said about what the government has brought out. But all the same, if you compare it to their errors or where they didn't achieve, they didn't do well. They didn't do well in the sense that number one, Buhari mentioned so many things he would do. He didn't do anything. He brought about insecurity. Most of what brings me now, they to inaugurate a man that constitutionally he did not win the election. That 25% Abuja makes him not meant to be sworn in. You understand? So that is very bad on that side. I keep telling people, see, Nigeria, I mentioned it on this platform, saying that Nigeria can't be. It's failed. The only thing that gives me possibility that it can be repaired is the hot factor. Outside that, it has fully and faithfully failed. So, it's just a pity. Then I would like to ask Ify, because of that bridge, I have not been there, but where does that new River Niger bridge connect Anambra? Because I learned it connects
from Asaba down to Oba. No, Opiweka, no, from I think we started from Asaba when I was going. We took it.
It's close to Obosi Road.
Okay, thank you.
Obosi.
Yeah, boom, to Obosi Oba.
Watch Mazi Njenje. Google Njenje Media, second Niger Bridge. He did a comprehensive.
The day I watched him on that bridge, I didn't start from the beginning to know where it was. But I remember now you said it reminds me, a pastor friend of mine told me it comes out to that Obosi area, you understand? So it's just a pity.
Oboko is completely out.
Yeah, it knocks off a lot of traffic jam.
Did you see like any of those like erosion, like destroyed roads that you normally get?
A lot of erosion. I attended Nnamdi Azikiwe University, AK Unity. It pains me. This is a school. When we're going home, we go through the express. But that express, they can start planting farm, corn there. That is how the road is. And as far as I'm concerned,
what roads did we drive on them? Because the ones I saw straight through Onitsha. Okay, the time I went during that time, I think it was around April or so. So I don't know, maybe it's seasonal. So it was straight through. Then the rest of the road, there was a lot of roadblocks. That is true, but the roads were smooth and nice. Even the bus we were using broke down.
Let me ask you, where did you go to?
I went from from Asaba, straight to Port Harcourt. So you have to go through
that one will be different because I worked somewhere in that Ihiala a long time. So that road is quite good. You got Obosi, Yeah, all those towns, Obos, Ozobolo, or Kija, those roads are okay. I don't think it would have damaged them. But let me tell you, see that on the Enugu Express, hey, it's not a funny thing. No? On the Enugu, till they repair that road, and also the Enugu Port Harcourt road, they haven't done anything in the southeast. So it's not the best of that. This government, if they say they did well, then the Dangote refinery, I'm happy someone made it clear. That thing is just a mafia thing. I agree. Dangote is Nigeria that made him rich. It's his friends that made him rich.
Yeah, boy, it's America that made Bezos rich. It's America that made Zotenberg rich.
So now, you see, they own the refinery. You see,
forefathers, the government, politicians, they stole our money and give to
now,
him to invest.
someone mentioned here that they will be selling international.
But it's Alfred. See, let's see the thing about. Okay, I think finish what you're saying. Then Augustine has to say something because he's been here, very patient.
I think I will stop here.
We can relay Paul for a bit before we. Augustine, please go ahead. What do you think about what you've heard so far?
No, I was just. I think I was just listening to the projects. The first thing I saw online, maybe I came to talk about was the issue of the National Assembly bending the laws for Buhari to borrow money in these last few days. So I think $800 million are involved here, or maybe it's involved here.
Isn't that for the subsidy stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
Generally, I don't know why this.
I thought that was a grant. Where did that become a loan suddenly?
It's a loan. That's what I can see here. So I think Arise posted it on their page. I don't know why it's always borrowing, but you don't see what they use the money to do. And it's sometimes very disheartening that the people don't consider the future of the children that are coming after. Because all these loans, trust me, there are conditions. And some of these conditions are stringent. And what makes me uncomfortable about it is that our leaders don't even read the conditions. They just look at it. You know, when some people they want to activate Microsoft Word, they say read acceptance and conditions. You know, if you read them, Siri, I'm not talking to you. So when they say accept, sorry, I don't know, this Mac, I don't know why.
The mic got better, actually.
So the point is, we don't read, they don't tell us even, they don't first read the terms and conditions, not to talk of even telling us what's the terms and conditions of these loans. So sometimes I don't know what our leaders used to think. And as I said, we have the best human resource, but we have the poorest of them leading us. So I just saw that thing and it was very disheartening. The second thing I wanted to talk about was this issue of this Nigerian air issue. I think I didn't talk about it when Dr. Damages was here. I don't know why they are hurriedly packaging this Nigerian air something, because I don't know, they don't have a website. I don't know whether they have recruited staff for them to operate free, maybe operate very well. So somehow, I don't know, they are trying to just force it in such a way that it must be done in Buhari's time to just complete the
now you've answered the question why. That is exactly why. And they want to give you a feel-good feeling. Now that fears of this is coming up, Nigerians are going to be feeling the pain. So I think that's why they are doing it.
And the funny thing is that you will just be surprised Tinubu will come in and tell you that there is nothing on ground. That's just my problem with some of these things. The way they are making it look as if, you know, that a kind of case where you are running away from war, and they say, okay, carry the amount of food you can carry. The way this transition is going, it seems as if it's an opposition that is taking over from the ruling party. But these are all people of the same party, the APC. The way you carrying everything, even putting in your armpit and carrying this one and putting all to carry and go, what's the problem? So everything doesn't look good as far as this transition is concerned. It seems as if somebody is trying to clean every carpet and everything in Aso Rock, including the rock, or let us carry it home.
There's an element of that going on. See, my suspicion of what is happening here is that Tinubu is going to, if he comes into office, I don't know whether that man actually cares about. People keep saying he's going to stay 8 years. The way he talks is like, I'm so happy. Yeah, I'm so happy. I'm pleased. So it looks like he just wants to be president. He doesn't care whether he stays for 8 years or so. So, and because he's coming in now with fuel subsidy removed, and he, from what we know about Tinubu, he likes to take his tax. So he's probably going to find a way to increase tax taking from the Nigerians, and that there's a lot of negative things that's going to happen in his first years in office. I don't know whether Nigerians can take it.
I don't know. Do you realize
No.
that there was something that President Buhari recommended? You know, before you sign the budget into law, there is this fiscal, I've forgotten the name again, the fiscal act you are supposed to sign that goes with the budget. That tells you how much you tax the companies. So Buhari signed the budget without signing that document. That was one of the legal bases people were criticizing the budget. That it must go together.
Interesting.
So in
But
that
you know, Jagaban likes to tax differently.
So in that budget, in that recommendation, that there is a recommendation for increasing the taxes of companies. And people were now saying that if you increase the taxes of companies, they will pay, but they will push the burden on the consumers. And that will be more hardship for Nigeria.
So Nigeria should get ready.
So that will be more hardship.
And that is my concern is that, hey God, how is this guy going to do this? I just hope he doesn't go and trigger the revolution himself, because at this rate he might just do it himself. From the direction he's going, from the way I know he operates, he likes to take taxes.
Yes.
And they've just removed subsidy, which is a form of tax on the people technically. So that is a lot of difficulty that he's coming into face. So we'll just watch and see.
Let me ask a question. Was subsidy removed?
Yes, it's been removed.
No.
No.
It's not been removed.
It has been, it was removed in June, but it was postponed by the Buhari administration.
No, it wasn't postponed, because the reason why I say it wasn't postponed is because the new budget doesn't have subsidy allocation. Yeah, there's no subsidy allocation, and technically it's been removed already. That's why they are moving ahead with the 800 million what do you call it, to support lower income people.
Pushing the effect.
Mr.
But it's not been removed.
It expired.
The effect, it hasn't taken effect. Maybe because the previous year's budget is still active right now.
Yeah.
But when the new one comes in, it's gone.
The 800 million they want to take to help poor people. We are 200 million people in Nigeria. Why they don't give everybody 500,000? Make the whole thing go like that.
800 million.
They will still have 600 million left.
800 is 200 naira or 22 naira or something. $800 million versus naira. You're talking about
200 million, 200 million people.
Yes. So each
why they
person
don't
gets
just
what?
give us 500,000 each? They will still have balance.
It's not the 500,000. Where your maths now? Your maths is fuzzy.
Excuse me, wait, make I clear myself. They have $800 million for poor people, okay? And these poor people, they are maybe, maybe we call for the poor people I'm talking about. Maybe we know
selected poor people.
Selected poor people. We know maybe with 2 more we will be around 120 million people. Abi, and they have $800 million. May they just change them to naira, give all of us 1 million.
It's $4 each. $4 to naira is about how many thousand naira? 2,000, 3,000 naira.
Okay, make we go break into naira in the dollars.
$4. You're going to give $4 to each Nigeria. You are going to have trouble on your hands.
The most difficult part of forefathers, let me tell you, when I was studying in Bauchi, that was 2015, 2016, there was this Malam who was arrested. He has 45 accounts. And those 45 accounts are being paid as active workers. So that's the point. So you see this 800 million you are talking about, the rule says that they are going to use it to take care of the poorest of the poor. That is what
it really says.
What is the criteria to judge the poorest of the poor? And this will just go a situation where you have a politician with 100 bank accounts, and each of the
Austin. I think BVN will take care of that anyway. BVN.
Are you sure?
BVN.
No, it's true actually. I think it's correct, because Nigeria. I hear that Nigerian government are able to take tax from people's accounts even. So Nigerian government, if they really want to collect money, and if Tinubu does that, if he chooses to do what he wants to do, He's going to be very unpopular. But personally, I think because I believe it's the right thing to do, I think let him take the hit and just get it done. And I don't think Tinubu cares about being popular. That guy doesn't care about being popular, because the way he conducted himself during the election, he was very, very disrespectful to the Nigerian people. So maybe he's the man for the job if he wants to go and, start taking more revenue from Nigerians and dealing with the subsidy removal issues. Maybe he's the man. I don't know. But depending on what happened in the court, I guess that one will resolve itself. Listen, Augustine, if you want to close out so that's finished, so that Paul can go. Paul probably has strong opinions on these things.
No, I think Paul,
you will give us for Nigerian Air, not Nigerian Air, Sabi.
Exactly, he knows about Nigerian Air, that's for sure.
And I just read something from the famous David Hundo in that a plane that was paraded 2 days ago has finally returned to Ethiopia today.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
But why do we do that now? He could have just gone for servicing. Why do we not just give our people the benefit of the doubt? Okay, this is a good way for Paul to come in. Paul should know better. What is our plane doing in Ethiopia?
Exactly.
No, it's not our plane. The plane belongs to us and Ethiopia. So it's not our plane. First of all, you have to understand Nigerian government is partnering with Ethiopia. So we partner with Ethiopia. I think Ethiopia is buying almost 21% shares in Nigerian Air.
49.
Yeah, from 21 to 49. That's why they take the federal government to court, because the paper is not being clear. So we don't even know the memorandum of understanding. So it's a problem. So right now, they took federal government to court, but I don't understand why ID Sirika just did this.
They already started going to court.
They already started going to court.
For play, we'll never carry one passenger. We will never say one ticket.
Oh God.
Then also the aircraft has to go back to Ethiopia. I know people might not like that part. It has to go back to Ethiopia.
I like it.
Where do you want to put the aircraft? What hangar is Nigerian Air hangar? Like the way you have Air Peace, you have Aero, where is the hangar? No place. So you just want to park the aircraft there and started paying for landing. Then you started paying for people to manage the aircraft. You've not even employed anybody, nobody. So the Ethiopian guys are still in Addis Ababa over there. So they just want to do is to say they launch aircraft with no
so like 419.
Proper,
it's a 419 game.
With no proper website, no nothing.
They can't use pure water to watch the airplane. Can't use pure water to watch the airplane.
Funny enough, that is the tradition. They did that part, so that is the tradition all over the world.
I know. That's why I call them pure water now, because not the work.
No, the airline is actually Ethiopian Airline. The ET, if you check if you track it, the ET is actually Ethiopian Airline.
That's exactly where I'm going. They didn't do a good job because
it's not Nigerian plane at all. It's Ethiopian Airlines.
Because it's partnership now. See what Paul says, a partnership. So any Ethiopian aircraft can be, they can draw the Nigerian Air on it, and it becomes Nigerian Airline.
Not like that. Not like that.
This airline is supposed to run local. If you check the agreement, it's supposed to run local before international. That's why the people are protesting. It's supposed to be a local airline, not an international airline.
So the funny part of it, whether local, whether domestic, regional, or international, the problem is that, first of all, if you, the minister, said it's Nigerian Air, it doesn't carry our AMO. Because Nigerian Air, what we register to Nigeria, you see 5 November. It doesn't carry that 5 November. So it's not a Nigerian Air. So that is an infringement to other people that want to argue with you. Because if it's not a Nigerian Air, that's why if the aircraft parked in Nigeria, like you see that aircraft, they'll be charging that aircraft as foreign aircraft because it's not registered to Nigeria. That's why you see all the Nigerian guys who buy private jets, none of them carry 5th Nigeria. They already start those aircraft in South Africa. So that way it's going to be easy for them. It's going to be cheaper for them because it's a South African aircraft, not Nigerian aircraft. So there's everything wrong with it. As we are talking, federal government literally own ARI. Federal government literally own Aero. aero contractor. Why
Everybody.
don't you match aero contractor and I that already have the AMO? Why going to Ethiopia? If you get Ethiopia, you would have get Ethiopia on the proper way. The proper way simply means the part that they refuse to do continuously. Bring Ethiopia to help us maintain our aircraft. Right now in Nigeria, the whole expatriate is Ethiopians and South Africans. These are the guys that manage aircraft. We don't do even we can't even do proper
What
A-checks.
is wrong with our people? Why is it that anytime they ask us to do something, we just want to rip everything and just go and sell and make our money for ourselves? This is what is causing all this problem.
Father, the biggest problem that is wrong with Nigeria, a professional will do things not to please professional. We only do things to please a layman because they can easily fool the layman.
Local
That
hero
is what is wrong with Nigeria.
I call it local hero syndrome. We see
You
that
understand? That is what is wrong with Nigeria because anything you say, they'll just buy it. Oh, we need our own this thing. Now, even though if they stand up and go to Boeing, go to Seattle to go bring 100 aircraft to Nigeria, those aircraft will not last. Will not last the test of time. You understand? For the fact that you take Naira to fly people and you want to service your aircraft with dollar, how can it be possible?
We don't pay landing rights. We don't even pay landing rights
This is what makes Aero
anywhere in
live for
the
so
world.
long when every other airline were dying. Because Aero could manage to do proper A check, B check. You're partly C check, but they can't finish C check. The way aircraft don't need to have fault. You fly certain hours, you have to go for C check. Because the plane don't have parking space on the air. You understand? So it costs you a lot of money until we strategize ourselves to go back to where Nigerian Airways used to be, where you'll be managing aircraft. What gives Ethiopian Airlines to make them 67 or 69 years old right now? It is the C check that they are doing in other sub-Saharan Africa, in fact, the whole of Africa, all the way from South America, people take their aircraft to Ethiopia to go do C check. That is how Ethiopia makes money. It is not the passengers that they carry. They use that name to sell themselves for people to see them. You understand?
For the benefit of myself and the viewers, what is C check? What does it actually mean?
Corona check.
See, okay, so that's why I explain it. So let me explain it in the most layman way ever. C check is where they do comprehensive check. The way you just take your car, you drive 2,000 miles. You take your car, go give proper listing to check everything.
Is it T as in Tango or C as in Charlie?
C as in Charlie.
Charlie.
So we have A, we have B, we have C.
Charlie.
Okay. So this is where they check everything. This is where they check everything, and you also see everything that is about to expire on that aircraft. You take it out, put new ones. So
Bro, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something before you continue. See, Nigeria cannot manage an airline. Nigerians have a system of every business of government must fail because of weak institutions, the policymakers. These people, there is a loophole for every venture of government to fail. Do you know that Nigerian Airways, most of their airplane was seized in the US, in UK, anywhere they land, because they don't even pay landing rights. They don't even pay anybody. They don't even pay basic things that an airline operator should do. They basically take the money and put it in the pocket of one Alhaji politician, whatever. So Nigerian system of operation of things, especially the government, not private individuals, is designed to fail. Sorry to say this, is designed to fail. So when you see Nigerian, that's why I'm even prefer somebody like Ethiopian who has like 69 years experience, or other people like a British, people who can manage
Egypt, you have to start somewhere, and the question you should be asking
we are not ready. We are not ready. We are not ready now.
I wanted to ask Paul.
The mistake, the Ethiopia partnering with Ethiopia, I can tell you confidently that it's a very good thing. You understand? But where do you put Ethiopia? You understand? You put Ethiopia purely to help us manage those aircraft. You understand? At the same time, you are training Nigerians. But we don't lack the training. We don't have the equipment to even do those things.
Can Ethiopia then transfer the C-check technology or know-how to Nigeria? Can they do that?
You know, the beauty is, like as Fashola would say, in the most layman's way. These are things you just buy. You just have an anger for that. Just have an anger for that.
So you can do it now. You can do it yourself. If you have the resources. Then why a private person should do it then?
Exactly. You know the funny part of it. Private companies like we have.
Just 1 second. Me, I'm signing out. I'm not. What the topic you people there inside? I know, Sabi. Make her listen on the ground. Make her listen on the ground.
No problem. When we talk about something you are interested, you are always welcome to.
Thank you.
Come and set us straight.
I'm just.
Good night.
Thank you, Dan.
As well. Oh, let's look at all these things. Do you think government have any business with managing aircraft first?
This is where I always talk. I know I don't like it. Even the so-called America, the so-called UK, they don't manage. They regulate properly. They don't manage. They regulate properly. Just leave. What government do? Government give Delta Airlines 45 billion during the pandemic. They give United 40 billion they give America Airlines. You know what government do? Go and look at these companies.
How is that that's just giving them free money. That's not exactly regulation, is it?
No, that's not free money.
No. So what I'm telling you is that government, like they say government have no business doing business. Let these people do business. They have the regulators that will regulate them. They are the employers of labor. That's why government don't own all these airlines. British Airways don't. It is not owned by the British government. You understand? Virgin is not owned by the British government. If this airline fault where it affects them, government will bail them out because they are the employers of labor. Like Walmart, the biggest grocery stores in the world. You understand? If Walmart is having problem, you hear government give Walmart 20 billion. It pays government to bail Walmart because Walmart creates employment. But who are the highest employer of labor in Nigeria? Government. And they don't take care of those people well. We only have thieves and we have very poor people all around them that don't even know their work as a regulator. Because what do you do in government? You work in ministries and parastatals to just go regulate different ministries and parastatals. That is what you do in government. But as I'm telling you, some people don't even know why they are there. They only compensate them. They campaign very well. They put you in this ministry. You campaign very well. They put you. King write you one letter. They put you in somewhere.
Is it accurate to say that Walmart is the largest employer? I think the U.S. government should be, because the U.S. government has over 2 million soldiers, but Walmart has 1.1 million if I'm not mistaken, workers or something. Are they more than 2 million?
Check Walmart, UPS. Check Walmart, UPS, and Amazon. They employ a lot.
You know, most of government services in America has been contracted. So
yes.
You know, if you go to
it says it's 2.2 million employees of Walmart. So, but if military alone in the US is over 2 million, then you can see that.
Remember the military team keeps flipping. It doesn't always
have
accurate.
The first budget is
1 minute people will go down, another minute they employ more. Like right now, they are begging seriously. Nobody want to join the military right now. They are begging like hell.
Don't you think that maybe it's a spin? Maybe it's a spin now. Maybe they are spinning it to make it look like the government is not a large employer. But we're just talking about the military. We're not talking about the police, secret services, NSA, home department, all kinds of departments that involve thousands of people. If you look at it really, the American government is still probably the largest employer in the country.
Yeah,
but they are spinning to make it look like they are not actually employed.
No, further, cumulatively, if you want to say so to some extent, I may want to agree with you. What do I mean by that? Remember that the way we have our state, the guard, you understand, and everything, those ones, they are still in the military, but you work in your state, except you choose to go active or they really need you. So to some extent, your state service will take care of you. I don't think they want to count everything together. I may be wrong.
That's dodgy, isn't it? The state, if the state is employing you, it's still part of the government.
I think
It's still part of the government as
No, you do some other business, but you're not an active
You work,
duty.
National Guard, yeah,
Yes.
you work, you
Yes,
still
Yeah,
work.
you work, you
You are
do
not a
different
full-time
exam.
worker. Yeah.
as long as yeah, I guess so. It depends on how the National Guard is in reserve, and that is
Reserve,
not the
yeah.
one
No,
that is being counted.
it's even different from reserve.
It's kind of different
Yeah,
from reserve, but it's reserve.
there are some. Yeah,
but
yeah.
like, so
It's
You get
a
your
bit
training
mixed up.
very well.
yeah,
Yeah.
they have the same training. So they have the
But
same
what he's talking here is about in Nigeria, government, most of Nigerian thing about employment hovers around government. Government this, government that, only few companies that are still, privately owned companies that are still active in Nigeria, like like in the manufacturing industry. You can name few companies. If you go to the banking industry, I don't even know where to place them. If you go to shipping, oil service, or you can look at oil industry now, the way things is happening now. You don't even know. Look at NNPC with how many, the number of people employed in NNPC, that if all the refineries are still having employees, paying them salaries, but no single refined product, are being delivered. But NNPC, like I have an uncle who is a top engineer in Kaduna in one of the refineries, and he's still there working at every month. I mean, he's one of the biggest boy in the community. And he's a senior engineer.
Hold on. I think the gear in my head is moving right now because
Your uncle is a consultant. It's not working.
Did we just stumble across something here that even if you look at most Western societies that like to say that everything is privatized, the government are still the largest employers in all these countries. If you like in the UK now, I just thought about it. NHS is one of the largest employers. That's just NHS alone, the healthcare alone, not the military, not home welfare, not all kinds of systems that the government has that they actually employ people doing, and they spin it to make it look like it's private sector that is doing all the employment.
But there are things some some countries prioritize very well that they know they don't want to live in the hands of private sector. We all know that. But in Nigeria, the so-called government, the ministries and the parastatals, none of them is active. My brother here just talked about his uncle who works in Kaduna refineries. Your uncle make money not because of his working in Kaduna refinery. Your uncle only use Kaduna refineries to train himself around the world and become consultant to an oil servicing company. So he's just taking free money from government, use government to train himself. But I can tell you confidently, to another oil servicing company to make his money. So it's not doing the job that the government is training him to do. You understand? So you're talking about the US now, you talk about CDC now.
He's in Texas now. He's in Texas now doing other things. Yeah, you're right.
Tell me.
One thing I would like to talk about after this topic is how does our opposition become really, really corrupt? How does it happen? Because I've always wondered that question, because I know that many of these people are like every one of us. We had that conversation before, I think, with Augustine some time ago. Augustine seems like the only Nigerian that has come out to say, no matter what, I will never take bribe. No matter what you do to me, I will never take bribe, and all that stuff. So it's an interesting topic that we really need to understand how it happens. Why is it that good Nigerians end up being like every other corrupt politician? But that said, anyway, Paul, I think what you suggested about the airline alliance with the arrangement with the Ethiopian Airlines is a good thing. And I think that many Nigerians, just because the aircraft went by, they just assume that, it wasn't ours. Actually, it just went back to Ethiopia. It's not, this guy said they tracked the aircraft from Nigeria. They were tracking the aircraft all the way to Ethiopia.
I tracked it. So I have the flight data. Been to Lebanon, been to Somalia, been to Mogadishu, then been to Abuja and back. So
you know what? I'm quite proud the way Nigerians are dedicated, to actually track that aircraft. I didn't know they were so passionate about this.
So for the aircraft,
hope day for Nigeria.
He tracked the aircraft. I can't believe that they tracked it.
Nigerians are intelligent.
I work with Arik Air. When Arik started flying JFK, I work with Arik Air. Arik died because of the lost 2015 election to Jonathan. I said to Jonathan lost that election to Buhari. during Jonathan era. Arumemi, chairman of ARIC, pump all this money. He was pumping money, pump money, pump money, pump money. When ARIC lost that election, it was like hell.
Is
It
it Eric
was
that lost
tough.
election?
Eric
Jonathan?
lost election.
Eric lost
Eric my brother, that's what we call him. Eric now lost the election. Because the man,
You know, the money the guy was spending was government money because
this guy spent.
he borrowed money from.
The man said, I remember he said, every first 50 million, Nigeria still pay cash. You understand? Every first 50 million does not go to bank, it go to Abuja. So I remember he spent a lot of money. And the way Eric came, when Eric initially started, Eric started with Odili. Eric started with Lucky Benidion, and Ibori. So when they had a loggerhead with Obasanjo, the clever one, it was way too much. Ibori lost out, Benidion lost out, Odili begged, and Odili promised to forever keep his mouth quiet. So when pushing. So some of the money that was hidden, remember the commission, I don't know whether if you remember very well, when they commissioned the $16.3 billion power project that they used to demonize Obasanjo today. The contract was given to Johnson Arumemi, that is the chairman of ARIC, by Roxton Engineering. Obasanjo went and commissioned that Omuk power plant. When Obasanjo commissioned the power plant, Obasanjo was fooled twice in Nigeria by Roxton Engineering and Ayofayoshi. Obasanjo turned the switch on, and Obasanjo light up the whole River State. That Obasanjo did not know that na generator na on. You understand? Obasanjo did not know. So Obasanjo invested a lot. Then the money turned around. These are the money this man they used and buying all those aircraft. ARIC bought 2,500 ELOS. Odili was pumping money. They use ARIC. All these guys, they use ARIC for money laundering. So as I'm telling you right now, ARIC have 20 brand new aircraft that have not touched. ARIC just won the case. Arumemi just won the case 2 months ago. He went back to ARIC. They sent him out. I hope Tinubu can manage that thing very well. I hope he supports Tinubu very well. So the aircraft that ARIC won route to start flying to Brazil. They want route to start going to Japan. China. To start going to China and one other popular place, I can't remember for now. Then also they want to increase that JFK to Atlanta, to start flying Atlanta. Those aircraft, you remember the Dreamliner that Ethiopia and one other country, is it Singapore? No, not Singapore. I can't remember the Dreamliner aircraft that have fought that Ethiopia crashed. One other country crashed. So everybody rejected that aircraft. Now, ARIC has already ordered. They are willing to give ARIC. Nigerian government, AMCON, tried to go get after AMCON take over ARIC due to all the government money. AMCON tried. The Boeing refused to give AMCON those aircraft. So ARIC have brand new 20 aircraft that is just parked down there in Seattle doing nothing. This and government has taken over ARIC. These are the deals you would have caught. Cut these deals. You already take over ARIC.
Does ARIC still exist now as a...
ARIC still exists with only 2 aircraft. They use one for offshore and they use one for passenger.
They had 20 aircrafts.
Right now, ARIC have 2. They have 20 brand new aircraft parked in Seattle, Washington, Seattle. They can't collect the aircraft because Arumemi order for the aircraft, order for everything. Arumemi is winning his case in court. You understand? But government is using government power. So Boeing refused to deal with the Nigerian government. Go and work with Arumemi that we are dealing with. So Arumemi pumped a lot of money under during this Tinubu election. From what we hear, maybe rumor, I don't know. I hope if Tinubu come, if they look into that this thing very well, they might use ARIC and Aero because government has already taken over ARIC and Aero. That's AMCON. Since they are heavily indebted.
Let's bring. I think Augustine was saying that he wanted to go. So He can have. I see, Buddy. I just wanted to ask Buddy this thing. This question about this in Tinubu, because I think he may know a bit more about Tinubu than a lot of us. So what do you think in terms of Tinubu's style?
Okay.
That when we talk about this Arik airline, the airline industry, and many other areas, is he going to just let it flourish? Because I don't know how he governed in Lagos. Is he going to allow things flourish, or is he going to like be like a control freak too, like Obasanjo, or the way Buhari was? To an extent, Buhari is a control freak. He likes to.
If it's going to benefit him now, he will allow him flourish. If it's not, maybe
like Mr. Paul said, government businesses require a lot of patronages from the politician and businessmen. So you could see wherever you see Tinubu this day, you see Aliko and other businessmen around them. Because you know how business environment operates in Nigeria, like you can't do it all alone. And Tinubu is the kind of person that like he go for what it works. He deal with whatever that works, and that will work fine. If the guy can approach him and discuss how things are with him and situation of things in detail, and if everything look promising, they can work things around.
Do you have an example of that in Lagos? Because we don't know how controlling he was in Lagos in terms of whether I clamp down on things or he just let things flow.
Let me quickly start an example for you. By the time they set up last month, I think like 6 months after they set up last month, they lost the head of last month. The guy died. And they were looking for another person, a professional, to head last month. They couldn't find anybody.
Yeah, they brought a guy from
was
US.
like, if this organization continue like this without an head, it's going to disband it because it's not working efficiently. And I could remember Agbonloye, Agbonloye and Wole Soyinka, they worked together during the old days of Federal Road Safety Club. So, and somebody recommended the guy to Tinubu that this guy will work perfectly. And they reach out to the guy. And he contacted, I think, is it Babatunde Fashola then? That has to reach out to that person. And they call on that man. He took over the last man. And they created the last man as an institution that we see today. The last man started having a training school. And the likes that we see today.
What is last man, by the way?
That's Lagos State Traffic Management.
Traffic Management Agency.
So,
okay, those ones that manage traffic and make sure that Molue is not stopping in the middle of the road and all.
Sorry, I wanted to ask a question.
All those Molues, they've done a lot of damage.
That's a guy that believes in institution.
Can I ask a question, Buddy?
Yes, sir.
You made a point that Aliko Dangote and the rest, Tinubu goes closer to them, they come closer to Tinubu and the rest for public-private partnership, maybe to make things work. Yes. Don't you feel that if Atiku could have won the election or Obi could have won the election, this business mogul could have still gone closer to them because they know that the policies affect them as well?
It depends on kind of personality. Like if you say you move closer to Buhari, how far does Buhari understand business? If you see the way Tinubu was able to open up Lagos, if you see where Jimovia, where is he today? He's a shit. And they call on the guy, come and develop this area. If I was able to like win Dangote, that Dangote refinery that you see today supposed to be sited in Ondo or Ogun State. And he was able to talk to this guy.
In Port Harcourt.
The first site is in Ondo State.
No, he bought Port Harcourt refinery. He bought Port Harcourt refinery.
Everything started with Ambassador revoke it.
Then Yaradua
revoke it. So that's when the idea of building his own started. So
why did Yaradua revoke it? He could also take in the money and build a new one.
No, because Nigeria was shouting then that their national assets have been sold.
One seller.
And he was forced then to revoke.
That would have been I can understand.
That's why they reversed the selling of.
It was a chicken change that they sold that.
Was due process followed? Was due process followed before it was revoked?
And build his own. And we could see within that same period, the federal government hasn't done anything with his own. So, whichever we want to look at it.
But body, you were saying something that I think may not necessarily follow when you said that just because some other person comes into office, business people do not necessarily surround him. When you look at P2B in the UK is a conservative, so as even as his policies are mostly business friendly anyway. So I don't see that anything will be contradicting. It's just going to be just as similar as
no. Forefather, you take it or you leave it. It's just like today now, the second richest man in the world is Elon Musk. Elon Musk is a foreigner. He's from Africa. He's from South Africa. You understand? But in the capital market, there is something they call the movers and shakers of the economy. Elon Musk threatened the governor of California, move almost 40% of his assets from California to Austin, Texas. You understand? So these guys, you understand, they have power. They are everywhere.
Yes, they definitely do.
In as much as they need you, you also need them. But where we make mistake in our own part of the world is that government, you might rub shoulders with government, but guess what? Government authorities that regulate whatever you are doing, you don't rub shoulder with them. They can bring you down. They can fine you. If you find yourself in trouble, they can punish you. Not like the one Aliko Dangote will put a phone call through. You understand? And everybody will people won't be begging that they just lost their job. No. You understand? If CDC is coming, if FAA is coming, if they are coming on you, they are coming on you. No matter the connection you have. That's just the difference.
Okay. Buddy, have you finished?
What I'm saying is that the disposition of the leader is very important. How you relate with the business community, and then in his capacity as a governor of Lagos, he had demonstrated it, by able to create an enabling environment. The situation of Lagos, security is paramount for business to thrive, and he was able to put that in place. People might say, "Oh, why are you speaking highly of him?" Because around the same time, we have colleagues, age group of him as a governor in other states, whereby they have the same opportunity to create.
So what areas do you think? Because you just made an assertion that he made security. What areas in Lagos did he improve security? Because I know Lagos Island was quite safe when I was there, even well before his time.
Okay, when he took over as a governor, if you could recall, even on Sunday there is robbery. On weekends there are robbery. So
which areas?
There are certain areas that there are certain. You say?
I say it depends on the areas that they're listening.
Yeah, even banking business are not safe in Lagos. Then he has to for these people, is the first person that institutes what they call RRS. Is the first governor that started paying insurance for police that work in Lagos. Is the first governor that equipped. Lagos police are more equipped than Nigerian police. You can check. Both on land, on here, and on water.
Insecurity still the Lagos border.
He was the one that did it.
You said?
Was it the one? Because P2B in his this thing where he was running his state, they said there was not even one robbery. I find that quite incredible. How is that possible? But if that is true, that is quite something.
There is security in Lagos up there now.
Buddy, I want to disagree with you.
No.
No, I'm not saying
security was a mess. Remember, we had Operation Sweep.
Also, Operation Sweep, yeah.
Operation Sweep came. You understand? I think Operation Sweep came during the time of Buba Marwa.
Yeah.
So governments in their own way, when governments change, everything changed. So those things went. Then the crime rate was way too high. Then they now brought
Operation Fire for Fire.
RRS.
We have Operation Fire for Fire.
Operation Fire for Fire.
Federal government.
Yes.
So after that, we have IRS.
Then IRS. Then when they brought that one too,
now that you mentioned that Operation Sweep, it looks like he hit me. What were they doing? What were they doing?
They are dealing with that boy.
Now that you mentioned it, they were just carrying. Because I remember one time, man, they just came and carried me took me away.
No, Operation Sweep don't do nothing. All Operation Sweep do, they have this very small car, this small Dazunka, and they will put 3-4 able men inside boot. If you see the thing, if you see Operation Stick, you cross road, run.
You know,
There was a time they came to one area in Lagos and they just came and carried a lot of young people. I was one of those people that was taken into a bus and they took us somewhere. So I remember that Operation Sweep. So I was
that
thinking
one will
maybe
be Operation Sweep. That one, what
hope
you call ready. They call it ready.
Oh my God, that was bad.
Now ready. See, they'll just follow Oshodi. Oh, your change to 20 naira. And you know Oshodi is 50 naira. You run enter that bus. They carry you go somewhere. Say tomorrow they'll take you to court.
It was
Now some
horrible.
bastard police officers. They
They were targeting Agberos, but I got caught up in it. And wow, that it wasn't good. It wasn't good, I can assure you. And that was during Abacha's time. So yeah, but when you mentioned Operation Sweep, that triggered something in my head. Like, oh, I think I've heard that before, and it looks like I was swept along too. So
what I think Tinubu did well in Lagos, Tinubu, though all of them is still so-called human rights abuse. They abuse.
Nobody did anything.
It is Kai. You understand? Kai kick against indiscipline. Kai did a great work, but he also abused people. The power was way too much. You understand? I just think, this thing that government want to take side. Kai did a great job. The way people cross road, you understand, the killings on the road. People abuse market women who block the whole road and everything. So Kai did a great job, when he create Kai. But at the same time, Kai abused so many people. You understand? They abused so many people. The same thing with last man too. The last man concept on paper in real time is a good thing. But the last man, the guys to also abuse it. This thing that I'm telling you, police people started resign. Police people will resign and join Kai. Join last man, because police work with last man. And last man will not make money now, make 50K, give police 10K.
Oh God.
The police say no, man will join last man.
Wow, it's all about the body.
At that same time, the federal government took the to court.
Let's allow KJ. I think he's been raising his hand. He appears to want to add something very, very, that will give us an epiphany. Because
I love this, my brother, Body, because when he's talking about Tinubu, you would think that Tinubu just left left being governor of Lagos State yesterday. We're talking about 2007. That's Tinubu of 2007.
That's why we have this free,
Hold on, sir. Just 1 minute. Tinubu of 2007 is not the same Tinubu we have today. Did you watch one of his videos just yesterday video, when he was walking out of one of the rooms of the villa and Buhari was following behind? He almost fell down.
I was just seeing it now.
Tinubu is tired.
Now,
oh God! Can please somebody share the link with me again?
Maybe you land on that.
Jesus Christ!
Hold on, sir. Just 1 minute, because in 2007, I was almost in and out of Lagos. Okay. That was one state where, when we go to do documentary or to do interviews in the street, we rent. We rent bodyguards. We rent bodyguards to take us around, because we couldn't put our cameras in the streets of Lagos. So this is the same Lagos that up to this moment, we don't even still have, in the most urban areas, we still lack so many amenities. Okay? And when you guys just say the way Tinubu developed Lagos, we seem to forget that Lagos was a protectorate of its own. Lagos was a protectorate of its own before it became the federal capital of Nigeria. Okay? At the coming together of Nigeria, Lagos came, the other protectorates came together. So
they don't have the same populations as today. The same population they have as a protectorate.
Hold on. It has always had development. But what I'm saying, what I'm trying to draw your attention is that this very, very beautiful pictures you guys are painting, it's just a question of few days. We'll all see. The only thing I can tell you is that if Tinubu was so effective, by now he will bring in those kind of people you're talking about. But what we see, and if you go back to those, if you have people in Lagos, call them. MC Olumo has not given up, still
water.
The only thing we saw at the time Tinubu became governor is that Agborship got titles. They became more formidable. That if we are going to do news in Lagos, we have to
you have to pay them.
Forefathers,
Let
He's
me
going back.
clear
He's going back. Let me go behind.
Let me clear
All right, then.
respond.
We'll see you.
So let's not
Let me
look
clear
at
respond.
nobody hates Tinubu. You see,
KJ, I'm not talking about it. Let me clearly respond.
Wait, hold on, sir.
And you said you watch video of Tinubu. Do you go look at picture of Tinubu? Go look at video of Tinubu in 1999, 2000, and compare with Tinubu of now. Go look at the same picture. Tinubu looks so fragile, looks so feeble. Then the same way it's looking today. Go look at his picture. It's a guy that you will never give a chance.
Hold on, buddy. What are you saying? Tinubu was feeble in 1999.
Go look at him very well. Go look at his.
Are you serious?
No,
I know of Tinubu during the Nadeko days. He wasn't looking feeble.
Buddy, I will disagree with you on one. Buddy, I will disagree with you on one aspect because I live and I love to watch Channel 10.
Okay.
You remember the lady Fumi in Yoda, New Dawn on 10. New Dawn on 10 is like the Arise News that all of us who wake up every morning want to watch.
Yeah.
That is how we watch Fumi and Yoda, New Dawn on 10. Tinubu is the spoken time. Tinubu come to New Dawn on 10. Tinubu come. He has a special program every Christmas day.
Healthy and strong.
Tinubu is the man who take interview. Tinubu is the man who has style, who knows how to dance.
I know.
You understand? So now that we can't see Tinubu give a speech no more.
No,
my brother.
He's talking about falling. Not like
no. That falling on. That falling on.
Guy that always appear to fall.
Nobody. That falling on. I feel for Tinubu, but that's the type of people we have. For example, the governor of Texas just won election November here. That is some 6 months ago. The governor just won election. Is in a wheelchair and won an election. There is nothing wrong if you say these are the things that I'm going through. According to them, I have backache. You understand? Sure. Stay on wheelchair and do your job. If you say your mental capability is okay, you understand. But playing full of force to ride bicycle or to do anything, it doesn't work. You understand? It will make us come so hard on you. It's not a crime. It's not a crime.
That's clear. Like the Agbero KJ is talking about. There are certain things that you don't have control on, that you have control, and you have control on certain things as well. Unionism, road transport union, NURW, they are in every state and they are legal to be there. Go and check. That's a fact. So how they control their affairs, they charge themselves. If you go to Ibadan, even the NURTW in Ibadan, they are even in other states. They're
not in Lagos now. They're not in Lagos now.
You said?
They are not in Lagos now.
So NURTW in Oyo State before is even more weaponized, more stronger than NURTW in Lagos.
Yeah.
Because politicians use them.
So
politicians use them. Institutions.
So when democracy came, when they started infiltrating them, they started having more factions and becoming more deadly. So charging people on the streets, they are not charging ordinary people, they are charging their members, which most time state does not have control over them.
Body.
Today, no.
Today look like since we stay side by side, I'll be disagreeing with you. Look, body. No. We have NRT, we have Lagos State Road Safety. We have I forgot the Lagos State one, the one that wear yellow. NRT wear white and green. Yeah. You understand? They have all type of thing. But the question that I'm telling you is that they are union in terms of their transport union. But how they used to operate these things all my life. They stay in their park. You collect your money from the bus when it's time for the bus to load. You don't take cane and take this cable to whip people. That is one. Then this thing that you are saying again, buddy, you are not being truthful to some extent.
This one we play.
Sorry, Paul, let me just ask you this, man.
Sorry, I'll just say one thing before I forget, I beg.
Okay.
They say road transport workers, how are they collecting money from market women? Does the woman who sell tomato on the road also road transport worker? Woman who carry load heavy tomato on their head, you collect money from them.
If you come,
they remit to government.
If you can't sell for their area, for their park, if you can't display your market for their park, They go call. That's what they are doing.
No, they are union. They don't own the park. They don't
It's
own the
illegal.
park.
That's
It's
why
illegal.
government needs to step in.
Then
That's why government needs to administer his park
they've been
by
telling
himself.
government, you can make these people pay automatically. You don't need all these things. If they can't arrange themselves very well, disband them. You remember Makinde disbanded for almost 1 year when Makinde become governor. Disband them.
They're still having the same issue. The last time I was in Ibadan, I went to Ijokodo. I was on bike. These people, they harassed me. I was like, I met, before I get to where I'm going, like 5 kilometers, I was stopped twice.
They are not there now in Lagos. MC Olomo is in charge now.
No,
Pack whatever.
What I'm thinking is that maybe government needs to do more in that aspect and sanitize the sector. Because, the way this sector has been operating for a very long time,
Bros, we are going too far. Every Nigerian institution should work. It's about institutions of Nigerian government.
It's liberalized. Governments have never taken a bull by the horn and intervened.
Now we are talking. Government fail. Nigerian government, both Tinubu, everybody, everywhere, that government fail.
It's not liberalized.
Buddy, when I asked you about the question about Tinubu, I was hoping that you were going to give us a very, very level, objective view, but you seem to be tilting towards just singing praises and not
singing praises. I'm talking about I'm talking about institutions. I told you of last month that the guy that you've appointed, he didn't know the guy. They just mentioned the name of the guy to him. That's what I'm looking at. And I said, is this position?
You could just say, and I think you could just say, and I think we'll give you the benefit of the doubt if he just said, you know what, the chances are that he's going to be more friendly to businesses and he's going to allow business activities.
The first economic summit by state is the one that instituted it. We can, those are facts. You can Google it. Business Economy Summit in Lagos.
But that does that mean that he changed transformed the Lagos economy? Lagos economy was always the strongest.
Whenever they talk about the plan for Lagos, 2020 plan, 20 years plan, 30 years plan, that's where they draw the plan. It's a business.
Can I ask you one question? Just one question. Because just one question before I forget. See, Tinubu, I have no problem with Tinubu, just like every Nigerian have no problem with Tinubu. We have problem with Nigerian politics and the Nigerian system, up to this moment. Anybody can be Nigerian president. But personally, I don't even ascribe presidency to any tribe. If you are good, if you are qualified, if people can check your track record and you have things to offer Nigerians to move Nigeria forward, Nigerians are all for you. Nigerians voted for this. Nigerians came out to vote for this last election just because Nigerians are tired of all these unproductive years and all these failed years of Nigeria as a country. So people really want to go forward. You see, so I wish Tinubu well, but what I don't like people telling me is what he has done in Lagos. I've been to Lagos. I've stayed in Lagos. If Lagos is a place, with the type of money being generated in Lagos, the type of economy Lagos, and the type of the human and the material resources in Lagos State, Lagos should be a place, comparing with the cities like Cairo, like Johannesburg, like Lagos should be a city where pipe-borne water, electricity.
What you are saying is that will you suggest now that if you have a student, I've been a teacher before, and every year when students write jams, they usually say, university usually set a cutoff, and I usually tell people then that universities and colleges will set the cutoff by the mark that the student got. Where there is nothing, you can't place anything. Like if you say a university set a cutoff of 250 and there's no student that got to 250. So that means no admission. If you look at our political system, you look at what they throw up, the kind of leadership, the leadership recruitment system. If you look at the candidates they presented to us, APC presented Tinubu. The system threw APC system threw up Tinubu.
Yeah.
PDP system threw up Atiku. Is that the best?
No.
But that's what they can do it. That's the system. That's how it operates. It's 40. We all agree. Labour's party system threw up Obi. And people have to make choice.
Okay.
People that abstain from election, they make choice. So, and when people went to ballots, a lot of things will come up. And do our people reason? Did you take their reason to ballots? No. I can tell you 100% of time. What do people take to ballots? Is it increment of salary? Is it no lights? Is it bad road they take to ballots? But what do people take to ballot most times? That, oh, this guy is a Muslim. This guy is a Christian. This guy is from my region.
But it didn't happen in this last election. It did not happen. It did not happen.
That's what people will call Omenu Shedibere.
I think we are gonna be seeing what he's gonna be offering soon.
If you look at the pattern of the ballots, go check the ballot, the voting pattern since 1999.
Buddy, we'll come back to you. We'll come back to it. Let's let KJ contribute so that Augustine can also add something to it. KJ, so what do you think about what you've been hearing? Do you think Jagaban would be more friendly to business? Because that was the question I put to Buddy, because I knew that he knew about some of the stuff Tinubu has done in the past.
Yes, I can see that my brother Austin is still laughing. I don't know whether it's the body is coming. I don't hear him laugh more, or he's just laughing on his own. But Tinubu, if you ask me, I don't know which company he owns, because Body has praised him so much. And I can only remember Alpha Beta, or what. That's the only thing I can remember. He wasn't like Abiola. Abiola is the
Alpha, you go better. Alpha, you go better.
Alpha Beta.
You know
Alpha, you go better.
You know the guy who's getting Ghanaian passport now, Alpha Conde.
Body don't start. Body don't start.
The problem with our leaders, or no, I won't call them leaders, because see, the Nigerian system are made in such a way that once it throws you up, just like Body have said, you become a leader on opinion mind move. Even if you don't know anything. Okay. And that is what has become. I mean, throughout the time, look at all the leaders that are thrown up right now. It doesn't always throw the best, into the space, but eventually those ones begin to determine that they are leaders and make policies. Like the one who is going now, who before now we have known, he was praised as the only honest man living in Nigeria. And
but could it be that from some of people are saying that Tinubu was whether he was the one that had somebody step down for P2B in Labour Party, so that Labour Party would take vote from PDP. And if that is the case, if let's say he did that, then could it also be that he was always working with Wike to sabotage P2B in PDP? So because if PDP had this in P2B, they would have defeated the APC.
Okay,
given the way the result came
I'll
out.
answer that question from
It depends on the INEC. INEC is the master planner for all these things.
The comment from Dr.
I think Tommy was the one that was saying something like that.
Yeah, Dr. Tom.
Yeah, that's okay.
Now, Governor of Lagos of Benue State said the G5 met and they decided to go their own way since they could not have a concession. They do come to a conclusion of who they should follow. And each person
after so much Ashwebi.
Yes.
And 40 years liquor. 40 years whiskey.
He chose to go with Peter Obi, and the governor of Rivers State chose to go with you can see how it all span out. Right now, we know that Peter Obi won Rivers State, but that is unofficial. Now, to what you said earlier, I don't know, and people have thrown all kinds of things that Tinubu knows how to select people and all that. Well, I don't know about that because when Fashola came to the national front, he wasn't able to deliver the electricity thing, which he said that any government that cannot provide electricity within 6 months should not be taken seriously. But he has spent 8 years. He didn't produce electricity. These are the people he has brought to the forefront. The only other person who we brought, we saw a little bit of him but couldn't see more, is the vice president. And right now they are not best of friends, so he's not even going to be able to collect any advice from him. But here is what I'm thinking, and you see, everything that I've played out is totally masterminded. The person who is going to run this government is going to be the vice president. I think the vice president is going to be the one running the government. Then you know that all the big industrialists who are not from the chosen group of people, population, we see nothing. Okay, we see nothing. And then you talked about the Nigerian Air, which was the reason why I even came on. The Nigerian Air, the last scam, you know. Think about it this way. You see,
but it involves the Ethiopian Airlines, bro. It's not fair now.
Listen, forefather.
It has been clearly stated by Mr. Paul. You know,
listen, forefather. So, you know, I listened to the guy who is in charge of the independent airline, you know, and the guy said, "How do you form an airline? You don't even have board of trustees. You don't have board of trustees. There's no agreement. There is, you know, there's no mode of MOU. Okay, you just go on and bring a plane in and say it's Air Nigeria. All right.
Are you sure there's no board of trustees?
No. He said it. Hold on.
The guy is one of the party that took the government to court. That took the Nigerian.
Yeah, they took the government to court.
Yes. Of course.
Because they know the market is going to be crashed.
He spoke.
They're quite aware that the market is going to be crashed.
Yes, especially. Hold on, man. You can't even crash the market with one aeroplane now.
Not just one aeroplane.
About it. Now, just like
when you have a giant in the market, it's understandable. None of the airlines in Nigeria who will stand.
My brother,
Ethiopian
how much does it cost to rent an aeroplane? You see, this aeroplane we are talking about still has the Ethiopian Airline mark on it.
Yeah, that's the business technicality behind it has been explained to us by Mr. Which is very correct. If you are familiar with the business templates, how they operate in the air sector, you will understand. The business models that like the Ethiopia will hold 49, whereby the sovereign wealth fund, which is a business enterprise owned by Nigerian government, will take another 49, whereby the federal government itself will have 5%.
Sorry, sir, who explained this to you?
It's the process has been there for over 2 years because the problem with us is that like we don't follow events. You know that's
KJ, maybe he has a point here. You know,
we jump at it and we want to discuss it.
But
why are they in court? Why are they in court today?
Buddy, you mentioned something that I wanted to ask you about sovereign wealth fund. Or what was that?
Sovereign wealth fund was created by the federal government of Nigeria as a portfolio investment fund for Nigeria to take part in the businesses across the world. The money from this.
Interesting. I've heard of that kind of those type of terms. I think there is this other nation in Europe that actually does a lot of investment in businesses and is making a lot of money.
The sovereign welfare I'm talking about was created during not this government, but this government. Okay.
Yeah.
No, we are not talking about who created it.
It's long. It's old story.
Talk our own.
So technically, you are saying that the Nigerian government owns 51%.
Technically, Nigerian government owns 51% if we add it together.
No.
We said technically. No, listen. You said technically.
Yes, because it's not directly.
It's not directly.
It's just through the funds.
The only federal government direct is 5%.
That's interesting.
Others.
Listen to what I'm saying. We're not gonna listen to my stupidity. Now,
so you know,
federal government owns 51% of what?
No, federal government.
Hold on now. Wait now. Of what? What are
you saying? The Niger Air.
Wait now. Who goes to buy a land? You want to buy land, they no show you the land. Now, the plane that landed here is one plane that we are owing 51% in.
No.
It's business.
No, KJ, can I explain to you?
Mm-hmm.
When an airline is starting, you don't park aircraft. You might bring 1, 2, 3 aircraft.
Okay.
Those aircraft that you bring, this is what you use in training crew. You fly them, you train them, you do everything. You understand? Because you're going to have your own model. You understand? Up to catering. This is how you train them to your own standard. You don't bring it, when you bring it like that, before even NCAA will even approve them.
God bless you.
You understand? To get all the certification, it's going to take time. So you don't want to put aircraft on ground, start paying money. So now in this case now, this aircraft is not fit to Nigeria. It's not registered to Nigeria. If you put that aircraft there, you're going to be spending money. That's why the aircraft make a U-turn and went back. Now where the aircraft is parking now, it's parking in its own base.
It's running, it's not parking. Brother, it is running. That aircraft is loading to another, is loading from Addis. Track it tomorrow. It is loading from Addis to another place.
Can you listen? The aircraft can fly now. The aircraft can do anything. They might paint the aircraft just to do this. But now, if federal government is to open, they'll use that aircraft now to start training your crew. You have to train the people that will fly the aircraft. You understand? Your own crew, your own pattern, your own model, how to do things. You start training them. So you can't bring much aircraft. I'm not cutting for the government. But what the minister did was a completely shady deed.
Yeah.
It was stupid because the memorandum of understanding, we don't know it. Initially, we hear Ethiopia are going to get 21%. Later, we hear Ethiopia are going to get 40%. They're going to sell 9% to the public. They're going to do private placement. Then they'll do private placement. They'll sell 9%. Government will 51%. So government right now has not even put any money on the aircraft.
Yeah.
And why government is doing all these things that you can bring together to help you. At the end of the day, Arik still have the biggest anger. Remember, Arik is the one that bought Nigerian Airways.
Yes.
You understand? So they still have the biggest anger in Lagos. You know, why not bring Arik and Aero together so that you can use it to gather so many things?
You know, because there's a litigation on Arik.
You see, you are gradually.
That's why
Arik don't have no litigation. Arik have litigation with government because they didn't pay the money that government gave them with AMCON. So AMCON is government. That's why I said. That's why I said, why not take over?
Oh, relax now, relax.
What is the bidding process before Ethiopia was selected? Do we need to? What is the bidding process? How did Ethiopia come on board? How did other local investors and international investors?
It's not contract.
So I can tell you, it's not even how Ethiopia come on board. I can put it to you clearly. In fact, we need to lobby Ethiopia. They have a lot to bring to the table.
That's right. They have a lot to offer.
Yeah,
they have. I agree. They have. What I'm saying is, there is no Nigerian air anywhere, no staff, no nothing, no cabin crew, no anything.
So this nonsense rush that the minister rush is what we are questioning, but the concept on its own is a good
to close this administration. It is just to show that this administration achieved this thing before they close. Just to show that
it's just like the way you will say Jonathan was the one that almost built River Niger, second Niger bridge, but Buhari finished him. That's just the same thing. So they just want to put that name so that they'll say we safe now we start Nigerian Air. That's just the nonsense. Go ahead.
Nigerian second Niger bridge has not been finished too. Don't say that.
They just officially commissioned it on Thursday, 2 days ago.
The bridge is already completed.
Oh my God. Maybe that's
2 days ago.
It's the connecting road.
It's not.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Are you saying the bridge has not been completed? No, let's get it right. Declare.
They say they just officially opened it completely 2 days ago on Thursday.
It's not finished. It's not finished.
Why is not finished? Tell us why it's not finished.
Have you been? Go there. It's not finished.
How do you cross the bridge then? How do you cross the bridge?
Didn't you? That's the problem. This Bode, do you follow NTA? Don't be following NTA. Follow who go to.
Did you pass across? Let us know.
No, they say the commission. They opened it 2 days ago. Let me see if I can see anything online.
Check online. Check current development. These are just hurry to leave. Just to make sure that we commission, we do this, we do the end of the day. It's still there. It's still there, my brother.
It's still there, but the main bridge, the crossover has been completed. But these ancillary roads.
70% done.
Yes. 70% done, but it's not complete. The
Yeah,
same
it's not
way
complete.
Nigerian Airways, the Nigerian line or Nigerian
You know,
Airways.
that the guy is just
all the way from
the guy is just
London.
trying to fool us. We understand that the guy is just
Yeah.
like, you know,
Yes.
because the guy has been really mocked.
And I
That
don't blame
it's
him. I
something
don't
appear
blame
on
him.
paper.
You know why I don't blame him?
Okay, thank you for saying that.
Why I don't blame him?
Everybody
Because
wants,
when he
we're
saw
not
the
speaking to the technicality of the business. That's what we are talking. What we are talking about. Like,
I hope Tinubu do well. I will be praying for him. I will be praying for him. Because Nigeria need to start at least.
We have no time to waste
move.
this time around. We can't play with anything.
Bro. Please don't be in the hurry of not time to waste. Please don't be in a hurry. The time to waste. Let us do things properly.
Let me explain myself. What I'm speaking is that like the economy is not it right now.
We have no economy. We have no money. We are poor.
So that's
start from there. From nothing zero.
Completely. We can't we can't waste time. We have to do something on time.
What can we do? What is the first thing?
Buddy, let me tell you, you see all these Nigerian politicians, the way you try to make it look as if it's stamped on stone that this and that and that. When Paul was talking, he mentioned this guy in is it Chicago, California, who is on a wheelchair and ruling the state very well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Governor
of Texas.
Yes, I don't care about somebody's state of maybe if Tinubu was on a wheelchair and is very strong mentally and can take time, read a lot of documents and understand them before penning a signature. That was Buhari's greatest weakness. They read.
Yeah, you get it. Mm-hmm.
So that's my own point. If Tinubu can sit, read a bill and read the bill and say, this is what the bill says and this is what they want from me as a head of state, then I think, okay. But he is a little bit weak, like the picture I just we were talking about now. He feels a little bit weak. He's a little bit weak, and that's the problem you see I have with this administration. But anyhow, I'll give the benefit of the doubt. Let's wait to see what comes out of it. But the way you are praising them as if everything
it's not praising. What I'm talking about is that the state of the economy right now.
Austin, I go pity for body. Say some of us, people like me, I vouch so much for Buhari. Buhari for my hand. It takes me 9 grand.
Man, the image I saw of Tinubu right now working with Buhari, and when he was like the way, man, I feel bad for him.
We are in trouble.
I felt
it seems so frail. It seems so frail and weak.
We don't manage the subsidies by June, by next month.
See, body, this is very frail.
We need to pray hard.
He looks so frail. He looks so frail. If he passes, we are going to have Shettima for president.
We're gonna pray harder, my brother. And every day foreign trip. France, hospital, France, hospital. That's my fear.
You know why Buhari is a little bit strong? Buhari was not strong when he contested.
Yeah.
Buhari's problem was that Buhari was a poor man, get money. Now, in come to power, his problem can be solved with money. So that's why the Nigerian state took care of him. And I'll tell you the truth. Let's try to be very open.
Mm-hmm.
If Buhari came to power, was sick. If I'm in charge of Nigeria, I cannot allow the commander-in-chief of the armed forces to die in office. You spend all the money on him to make sure that he stays alive. That's why the Americans will tell you that we don't negotiate with terrorists. Because nothing must happen to the commander-in-chief. Nothing must happen. It is law. That is why you see they say the military and the Roman Catholic Church are the two most strong institutions. Because once the Oga talk, whether they talk rubbish, you go obey.
Mm-hmm.
So
no, you're right.
But in Tinubu's case, what I'm a little bit afraid is that the guy get the cash already. So if not money team, they don't solve him.
You see, that's a very, very strong point. When I saw him just now, I was feeling bad. I literally felt bad. I didn't feel good looking at somebody that is the president trying to support himself with some kind of just like it's just thought that, come on, this is.
And you know
I don't know what's going on. I really don't like what I'm seeing.
Why I felt for him so bad, I felt for Tinubu because for a long time, we've not had anybody who dreamed to be a president. Tinubu is one of the first. Since 1999, none of them ever dreamed to be a president. You understand? Tinubu is the one that dreamed to be a president, but Tinubu can become a hand they shake, leg they shake. He say,
no.
Over time we always have reluctant leaders. This is the first time, which is true. to have a
Yeah.
leader that will come up and say he wanted to be a
Is
president.
his dream, and he worked on it from a very long time.
Long time.
You know, I feel
Make
on
all
that
of
aspect,
them
I
match
feel for
break.
him.
Make all of them
Oh,
match break.
I beg all
okay,
Mama
Make
Hetty
them
wants
match break.
okay, ma.
Oh, guys, are you they pray? You not see your where you put your prayer. Now, person when teach my children matter, now that they pray for, he not go leave. Allah, he not go leave. He will not leave. He will not serve 4 years there.
All of
Yeah,
them kneel down, and hands up.
I know the hands of it has been said. The blood of the innocent, they will hunt him till he dies.
Yeah, see, if
Wait, let me talk. Now that they talk since.
hold on now, you know we have to this thing now.
Make you let me talk my own talk.
I know, we are gonna let you talk. We're gonna let you talk. I will let you talk. I just wanted to add that with P2B's case is still going on. I don't want him. I don't want him to die in office because we're gonna get Shettima. You want to get Shettima? You want to get Shettima?
Fucking care. He go die.
Okay.
No, Mama, no.
This thing. If
that's against the rules. That's against the rules of the channel.
No, please.
I think say you the one will get the power of life and death.
Mama,
let me talk.
Can you be wishing your fellow
Mama, stay for your altar.
Mama, calm down. Calm down.
Mama, stay for your altar. Take do your prayer.
But you know the rules of the channel. Let's watch what we are saying.
Mama, go stay for your altar. Do that one now. You don't already light your candle. We don't see your light.
Mama, calm down.
Mama, go try
If
now.
I don't want match break, make una match una mouth.
Mama, no. Mama, just calm down.
Please allow me to talk. When I don't talk, una talk.
Okay, let her have a say. But what the
No, now this die matter. I know, like I don't like die.
Let her have a say, but she knows the rules.
Èmi ò mọ̀ rárá. Ìgbà tí wọ́n pààyàn láti wọ́n bẹ̀yẹ sorry yìí. Let me tell you, he who killed by the sword.
We know that, Mama. So let that
see body match your break.
Body, hold on. Let her speak.
Don't fucking interrupt me here.
Mama, don't flex for me.
Body, come on, don't do that.
Do you know how many people are in the grave because of him? Oh, you people have moved on. I will never move on as long as what happened in Lagos remain fresh in this heart. Do you know how many? Because it didn't happen to you, right? Do you know how many women are weeping today that they can't get that child back? Because he gave instruction to Oluomo that they should do everything they like to give him mandate. Abi, it didn't knock at you people's door. Leg never shake. If you want enter by fire by thunder, go buru. No buru rara, but you bang. Go itan. You think Hausa people let her enter to live before? Nothing say leave. When it happened to Jara, and they won't play for us. It is not. Yoruba, they laugh. Some of them will not get sense. They laugh, say their person enter. You think they enter to stay long? Do you people think that is why they allow him there? Because now they look beyond on our nose. Those when they support that we don't win. Wait till you win. Wait till you win. He ride on the top of the blood of Nigeria to enter. Is that victory? Is that victory? Because he knocked concern now. It didn't hit you. Listen, the blood of my children that were spilled on election day can never wash the street of Nigeria for nothing. Mbano. They will collect their pound of flesh. They will surely collect their pound of flesh. If not so, it will either happen. Let's move on. And you might move on. Let's go down the work they go. But me and my children, we go collect vengeance. So that's it, they move on for life, eh? If this is legacy you want to leave for your children, you born from in a lot talk. It will not happen. It will never happen. Oh, Unatiso on 29, when that's where I need. You know how many people that go follow? You know how many people go follow? Because the Agbero that go enter inside Lagos celebrate with the blood of some people. Now that one I want to move on. I'm not sure. Kole Shele. 4 years. Mbano. If the courts not give us justice, there will be another justice. So Benny Tosun Tobati, that is the person that rule. Is it not the person that sleep and wake up that will rule? I am asking you people. Not the person when sleep, wake up, now they rule. Now not the rule.
Mama, all those people that be pastor, they don't feel Nigeria. Now, juju people want
Hello. Paul, mash your break. And mash your mouth. You hear me? If you not like,
Mama, where did you do it? Mama, where did you do waiting for your village? Go use them. This prayer where they do, you know, go walk. You know, walk.
You not go only walk. If there was no blood of innocent, he ride upon.
Mama, that blood.
Say fragile.
Mama, that blood where they talk like Jogo. That drink they drink now.
No, because one that they talk, I keep quiet oh. But when they talk, all of them go they run on a mouth, they interrupt. Then when I go say one person they break rule. Sometimes no problem. Now hear me, I go there. I go to watch you now. I go to watch you now. Because by the time that drug barrel enter that place, at least if I'm not sappy, 10% of us go lose our job in the shortest time. You know why? They go plant drug for your package for work. Because they want proof, say, now drug leader, they lead to now. Now that time go down on some people. Wait till mama they talk. Let them they laugh. Now this one, now let us when they go suffer. No, hey, some of us here. I will go sabi say they are dead, not even like us. In your place of how many like you? I mean, see now hear me as I be say, if they open teeth, laugh with you, not me say that love you. My Nigeria, when are they come from? If they open teeth like this for you, you know say the person like you. If they not like you, they go zip their teeth. But here, they go open teeth like this. That is a sign that they never like you. Because I learned it in a hard way. So when I talk from experience. I said, when I go enter airport, they go stripe you naked. Where others, they walk out go, they go just stand there like this. When they know so you be Nigeria, they must stripe you naked. Why? As a result of una selected president. So make me notice say all of them won't go dance. Lie until they come out. I will never celebrate nothing because he ride on the blood of innocent Nigeria who go out just to vote. That is the blood he's sitting upon. So make me not tell me anything. The beginning of death, it's a bit that they kill before. Now go see. Now see what did they? Oh God! Is it last week? I've been waiting for just young people. We are just by and they loaded them. They load them for inside truck. Young men. Young men that supposed to marry some of my daughters. Young men that probably some of them don't get children for grant. They load them. Now they clap. That's Tinubu. Equarire. Man, they celebrate. Now don't get drop barrel. Guinea dual citizen. Now don't get it. The best one if they celebrate in this thing. Make una show me in village where he come from Nigeria. I want to know. Make una show me the village where he come from Nigeria.
Guinea-Bissau, Afakonde.
Oh, that be village. And it is in Nigeria. Two come in you. Two tell us, oh, if they do for Nigeria because they be neighbor, I be laboring country. No, no, say he was looting your treasure to Niger. Because he don't plan, say, Daura no agree take her. Now Niger is
Niger go now. In cause of there.
He buy how many cars with your money? He know that go Niger.
They go give it to Niger.
And now he get her. When we want
to in cow, they Niger.
Come on, body, hold on. See, Mama Echo, you see, what we were talking about here wasn't like praising him. We were complaining about the fact that he's not healthy and that if anything happens to him now, we are going to get Shettima. Personally, I don't want Shettima in office.
But wait. Did you? It's just, I don't know why Nigeria don't understand what they don't plan for grant. The very day I knew what the plan was the day when Shettima dressed with coat when my children they do disgrace for inside this thing. In that speech, he said he will be commander of chief of security. It wasn't just a talk. Because by constitution, the commander of security is not vice president. The commander of security is the president. So when he give us coded language, you people did you understand? I don't understand. Now that time, I say, oh, these people won't play Yaradua for us. Because Yarada spend whether two years I've been waiting, he buy. So this one they come, he go buy, so that this one go replace. That is what they want to play for us. They not consider person put to play. Now the distributor and the commander of Boko Haram. Hey, what a shame. Tinubu, it is how you go stay 4 years. If God don't give us verdict, Shettima and the people go give us verdict. One way or the other, verdict will be served. Oh my
okay. Thank you, Mama Echo.
I'll need to.
I don't know which one. I think I would rather see Tinubu in office than Shettima. That guy, Shettima looks like somebody that is going to set everything on fire.
I tell you, say sometimes they write them for face. Even me when I see a face, it seems they fighting me. Even though
that guy is the kind of person that other people's arrest just for insulting him.
From the masquerade, children will be laughing at you. This big brother, you are running for
make una get ready. Press up.
Can I say one thing? I wanted to talk before. Please, let me. Can I go on and say something?
Yeah, Augustine, please go ahead.
Look, I saw something on social media that got me talking on Twitter, where people, the government of the day is sending messages to people's phone to tell them that we need to forget about the election and come together and support the present administration. It got me thinking, you have the power and you have the money. Why then do you want to bring the other Nigerians under your fold, maybe try to bring them? And it brought me to one thing, that even the moral support of Nigerians for their leaders matters. That was what came to my mind. That the people don't have any power. They don't have money to fight you. They don't have power to fight you. But yet you still need that moral support. That still reminds us that the power of the power in the country rests with the people somehow. And that is one thing I see Tinubu lacks, because the people for now have not still come to that conclusion that we want to stand with you. Everybody is still very, very much aggrieved. And that is one thing I think he will not enjoy, because a leader is a leader if you have followers. If the followers are not there, trust me, you are not a leader. Even if you have all the powers in the world, but I don't think you will enjoy it. That is why somehow you see Peter Obi enjoying that support from the masses and his obedience, because once he knows, okay, this is our leader, they keep on telling you we are behind you, it makes you know that, okay, you are carrying people along. The situation where it's as everybody's not talking to you, even if you have the money and the power, somehow you still feel incomplete. So I think Tinubu has a lot to do when he comes to power, but I don't know. The thing still gets more like inside. If it's Mama Echo has a point somehow.
The entire thing is quite an episode, because in the Nigerian political space, there's a lot of statements and reverse statements. Sometimes you don't really get to know the truth of situations. Because just a year ago, I'm not even sure I knew who Peter Obi was, and from nowhere, and everybody knows about him now. And we have been hearing about Tinubu. He is the boogeyman of Nigerian politics. And we don't know the limitations of his powers. We don't know whether he's the worst demon under the sun that we know. Because right now, the way some people paint him is like the devil. And when I see him, I see an elderly man that is very frail. That people that are loyal to him, you wonder, how do these powerful people, why are they so loyal to this frail old man? That doesn't seem to be very, very, it's not even as threatening as Wike. Wike is the guy that talks about face, no the fear face. That one looks like Agbero. But Tinubu will just be like speaking like the Queen's English, and these people are just listening to him. So we don't necessarily understand. I don't necessarily understand Tinubu. I don't understand where. One thing I say is that for you to deal with him, you need to understand him. If you want to deal with people like Tinubu, you need to understand if he's not a good person, as people know that he is not, then understand who he truly is. Where does his power truly come from? Is it just money? I'm not sure, because most of the people that are around Tinubu, I don't know whether any of them have accused him of betraying them. He seems to inspire loyalty around him for whatever reason. If you understand that, then you can get to whatever is behind his power. And most people, we just paint him boogeyman, and because of that, we miss the point, and he still sails on to do whatever he's doing. But that said, anyway, that's my own take on it, because I really don't fully understand him. Samuel Nandi.
Yeah,
welcome. You were driving, so we couldn't just have you on. And policy.
Good evening, everyone on the platform. I don't even want to make the so-called president-elect mystical. When you asked, do we know him? We want to first to know him. There are antecedents on ground that could at least point, that could be a pointer. So
please elucidate us. Let us know. Because let's get all the worst things Tinubu has done.
What I mean by
list all of them.
What I mean by antecedents on ground is that, like, Peter B would come out and say, I did this, that, and the other, go verify, right? And a lot of people claim that even the Lagos that he was a governor of, some things were cornered to personal items. That claim is out there. I'm not trying to sound.
The Alphabeta one, the way they say he got about 10%, or the Alphabeta gets 10% from revenues. Okay.
Authoritatively over that claim, but that claim is there down to even the tollway.
Am I correct? Is it 10% or 15% or 20%? Before I go and use the wrong number, I think it's around 10% in my memory anyway. So go ahead. Sorry.
The percentage is never my headache, but they are dealing with that. They are dealing with the toll payment, toll fare that comes to him, and a whole lot of other things. So the antecedents were uncomfortable to some people. And then antecedentally speaking, you're also looking at how he has held grip of that state till now. Now, this is the point I want to make. I noticed something about the United States between the Republicans and Democrats. I don't know if this is a coded script. I don't know. But for many years, I've been looking at United States politics. It seems that these people are alternating this thing. I mean, somebody can prove me wrong. And like I said, I don't know if it's a coded script, but for many, many years, down to the time of, Bush the first, they moved this thing between Democrats and Republicans, Democrats and Republicans. I don't know if they do that to strike some balance, a healthy balance in the society. But no, in Nigeria, if there is another party that would seem to bring some form of balance, no, if we are here, we have to be here forever. So we have politicians who don't care about the people involved, who don't care about the cry of the people, who have no business about humanity, and I don't know why Nigeria will be so wealthy and the wealth is not generalized. I heard somebody talking about the recent money that was borrowed just at the exit point of this government. They were borrowing like mad. And they claim that some of the money will be used as a palliative to suffering Nigerians. Unless I don't know Nigeria, it will not be used as any palliative. So the question is, how do we live on with this kind of system? How are we comfortable? What I notice everywhere going on is that people are saying, okay, well, Tinubu is there now, Tinubu is there, let's support him. My brother, before he left, even talked about how that people are beginning to get text messages on their phone say, let's forget about the election and support him. Hey, oh boy. So that means another election cycle, electioneering cycle, another demon, and I'm not calling anybody demon, I'm just making reference. Another demon will come out, do whatever he wants to do, and we turn around, beg us to support him. Now, another 8 years will come, a worse demon will come out, hijack mandates, do whatever he wants to do, turn around, beg us. If that becomes the order, then Nigeria will not change. We should forget it. How can Ethiopia be more human than Nigerians? How can Kenya be more sensitive to their citizens? How can they be more thoughtful of doing something that will benefit the nation, the citizen, than the so-called giant of Africa? And all of us who are very intelligent, all of us who are well educated, well schooled, and we come out and we say, let's support him, he's already there. We should just understand and appreciate that we will keep supporting evil, because they know Nigerians. In their mind, is it not Nigerians? Let's do what we want to do. We will corner them. We will tell them to relax, to support. And all of us will support. I have heard it that Nigerians are very resilient people. They are so resilient. Oh, that Nigeria can survive anything. Oh boy, they are using that to insult us. What they call so resilient is not necessarily strength on our part. It is cowardice. It is idiocy. This thing they call resilient, the Nigerians are resilient people. It's not strength, it is cowardice, it is idiocy, because they will keep messing us up and say, we can take anything. The question is, when do we stop taking anything and start saying, hold on one second, we are human beings like other citizens of other countries. We want to stand for what is right. We want an election that the process is clean and generally acceptable. And this is my last point. One of us, I think he has left, said that, how did he say it now? He said something about Tinubu going in there without the support. And he talked about how much of a leader are you without followership? I mean, the people are not supporting him because the process is flawed. But all of us as a people, when can we start saying that we demand for a clean, transparent process, even if it's not 100% perfect, but at least more than 50%? There's no way everybody will support Tinubu, but let it be over 50. Let it not be that he got into power with 10% against 90%. What kind of presidency is that? More so, what kind of people are these that can put somebody in power with 10% over 90%? We need to stand up and treat ourselves like human beings and not like idiots.
Yeah, in as much as we want to stay.
I have questions for him. There's something he said that I think
go ahead.
It's very important at this juncture that people understand something. Hechi, Nandi, I want to ask you this question. According to your understanding of the way things work in Nigeria, who is supposed to declare the result, irrespective of the current situation?
Straight answer is INEC.
Okay,
And
good.
because I didn't want to go further. INEC
Okay.
is
So INEC has declared Tinubu the winner, irrespective of whatever is around it, right? So now there was something you now said that some people will say they let us move on. I don't think necessarily people are saying that that they want to move on. The thing is that respect. No, sir, wait. Let me try and land, please.
Now, I wanted to add to what you just said.
Okay. Sorry. I thought it was HE. So
no, Scrap, I want to add something to that.
Mm-hmm.
Who's supposed to give a judgment in the court?
The judiciary, a judge.
So can the judge work without the lawyers of both teams?
Well, he can declare judgment if one
without hearing from both teams.
Oh, they'll give you judgment. Now, if you don't turn up, they don't waste time.
I said without hearing from them. So when they don't turn up, it's a different thing. Do you know why I said that?
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Mm-hmm.
So because if we say INEC chairman should declare a result after hearing from representative of political parties. So that's the point. It's not just alone, because the other political parties are still not enemies of the nation. All of them should be able to certify.
Can I land my point, please?
Yeah,
I get where he's coming from, but I want to really address this issue about, I understand how people feel. I, for one, I supported P2B. I did everything. And we want to go into that. But what I want to say is that it's one thing for you to abide by the rules, and is one thing again for you to be able to say, okay, this is the rule, abide by it. Because, if you now say you're not going to wish the person who's going to go in there well, how then are you going, where are you going to find that your solitude? How are you going to find that thing? That people are saying that don't necessarily mean that they decide, they are now saying, oh, we leave it there. All they are trying to do is obey before sacrifice. I don't know if that makes sense. So I don't agree with you. I just felt a little bad that because a lot of people might die as a result of that.
Let me respond, sir. Let me respond.
Go ahead.
And I honestly see the angle you're coming from. I wish that is a healthy message to preach. Why I said so is I do not believe this angle is a healthy message to preach. I cannot wake up in good and clear conscience and just wish the one who is now proclaimed the winner well when I know that I was insulted. The whole world knew. It's not me talking now. Election observers from all over the world, international election observers, people cried out for the gross misconduct. The so-called INEC made rules of engagement and flouted their own rules by themselves. So a situation.
Wait. Isn't that a matter for the judiciary? Isn't that a matter that you should allow due process?
Hold on, let me land on this thought. A situation where I am now saying, oh, let's just go ahead and congratulate the one who is in there and not wish him bad is not a healthy situation. And I'm not in any way wishing him bad. I'm just saying, right, that please, 200 and something million people with professors, master degree holders, PhDs, 200 and something million people will go school, some of them the highest schools in the world, cannot be instead on a broad daylight, and we are meant to just go on. This goes on.
I respect your stand. I still join you in your. It's what the point I want to make is that you can still disagree or you can still show that good faith, because one thing we don't understand is first of all, Nigeria comes first. Whether you like it or not, this man is now being prepared to be sworn in as the president of Nigeria, right?
Sorry, can I say something?
Yeah, okay, wait, sorry, let me just land my point.
I want to ask you a question.
Please, I know I have a loaded gun, but let me unload it, please. When the Scottish referendum happened, I remember one of my relatives, then they lost it. She was now like, yes, the suffering will come upon them. This, that, because she did. It was the other side of the vote. When Brexit happened, they say yes, suffering will come upon them. This is the thing. At the end, both sides of the divide suffered for it. Both sides all had to come in as citizens of the United Kingdom to now come out of it, irrespective of where you are. And until Nigerians begin to understand this and understand that angle, that it is about your position as a citizen, irrespective of the fact that, yes, we all know that the whole system was flawed. I was here. I participated in showing the obvious evidence. But that does not mean that I should be disrespectful to the sovereignty that my ancestors submitted to create Nigeria. I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah. Sorry, Samuel. Let me come in. I want to address Stripe. I want to address. Sorry, just 1 minute.
Let me do this.
Look,
let me ask him this.
Stripe. I want to ask you a question you asked Samuel. Who declared the INEC result in Adamawa State? Who declared the result?
That's a different context. It was someone that was not supposed to do it.
Context. Who declared it? It's not the same INEC. If it's INEC that declared it, why did INEC cancel it? So you said it was be the court that would do. Why did INEC cancel the same result? Since they say once you declare the result, it cannot be cancelled. Is it not the same thing that Mahmoud did?
Yeah, Scribe, I want to weigh in here.
Anyways, go ahead.
Sorry, let me weigh in here. Scribe, my question is this. If you are writing examination with somebody and you read and you were given the scheme to work on the day of exam, you are writing after reading. The other person is carrying all the textbooks and is copying. At the end of the day, the person scored more mark than you. Will you say this person is more intelligent than me?
Sorry, repeat it again. The line was a little.
So at the end of you are in exam, you were given examination. You were given scheme of work. On the day of exam, you were you came to the hall, you wrote your own. This person copied from different textbooks. At the end of the day, he came up with a higher mark. What would be your reaction?
Look, that's up to the system. If he gained the system, then that's fine. So I will be happy.
No, wait. He gained the system because he gained the system.
Allegedly gained the system because he's not a competent court of law.
No, I'm addressing this thing directly. He gained the system because the lecturer was not interested, and you are not ready to report the person. But what would you feel about the person? Will you say this person is more intelligent than me?
Austin, me and you know that these things happened when I was sitting WAEC, other exams. We see people who cheat. Even I know them till today, right? These things are failures in the system. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to go there and assault the person. If I assault the person, I'm going to go to jail for 3 years for assaulting that person.
No, the challenge is
that's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making, that two wrongs cannot make it right. If the challenge as a citizen does not understand the role that you need to play in accordance to the way the law is, it's alleged that according to what we think we believe, that INEC didn't make a good decision. Allow the courts to do it. So therefore, now that things are the way it is, we focus on wishing that whatever, yes, we know it's not going to be good, but you cannot come out in negativity and just outrightly say that everything is going to be doomsday. No. It doesn't make sense. Where is that sense of patriotism that you have?
So
where is your understanding of what that sovereignty means?
No, you are living.
If Obi is conducting himself the way he is conducting, but his followers refuse to be rational. Come on, man.
You are making. Sorry, you are leaping from A. You are going from A to C. We need to finish A. It's only when you have finished A that you can go to B and C, but you're jumping B. So why am I saying this? This election is still going on, and there is no way I can take solace at this point until
Perfectly
we
fine.
finish,
I respect that. Perfectly fine.
until we finish
Together.
until we finish at the end of it. If the judiciary says, okay, it's okay, if you can cheat your way, if the judiciary said you can cheat your way to the highest and it's okay, we give you a mandate, then we'll come back and re-strategize.
Anyways, let's kill this argument, because the people in the comment section feel that I don't know what I'm talking about. But the truth is, the game is that if you like, go and overdo, you will die, and or something will happen to you. Two wrongs don't make it right. Okay?
Right.
So you cannot be a Nigerian and be wishing Nigeria death onto Nigeria.
Subscribe.
To be fair, this in Scribe, I'm not sure they are necessarily wishing death on Nigeria, but some people are not wishing somebody that they saw or they believe cheated on them. Goodwill. So somebody can wish Tinubu ill will, but not necessarily Nigeria.
Subscribe.
It's possible. So that's what Augustine is trying to highlight. Because Augustine, hold on, who is that? Who is that?
Samuel.
No, just hold on, Samuel, for a second. You see, Augustine was saying something about if he saw somebody cheating that he clearly saw, that this person cheated in the exam, and then the person, the invigilator or whoever is responsible for passing didn't notice it, and then the person is getting on to qualify, he is not going to be like, oh, this person is highly qualified, this thing. He's not going to do that. Even if everybody says, oh, it's good, just through the line, let's get on because we are part of the same school and stuff like that. For himself, to be honest with himself, he's not going to do that. But that said, though, there is also the argument there that says, okay, even if you know this person is not good, there are certain things that is not about the person anymore. It's about the nation now. That maybe you can just say, okay, for the sake of the nation, for the sake of the office, you know, they often use that term, for the sake of the office, let's wish this person well, because now he's the one in there.
Exactly.
See what I mean? So, not for him, for the sake of the office. About us.
Respect to that office. That's another good way of putting it. The respect of that office. You have to pay that office a respect.
Let me share my. Can I?
Okay, yes, I'm good.
Okay, let me share my last thought quickly. When I was speaking initially, I talked about how that other nations are consciously embracing the fact that their citizens are human and balancing. For example, I know in Kenya, they try to finish the judicial process before swearing in. That's just an example. I know that some African nations are beginning to say, hey, let's treat our people as though they are human beings. And that's what I'm querying. We cannot go through a process the wrong way, come around and just, beg the people to calm down. The election is over. Let's just move on. If you do that to me, you will always come around to do the same thing, and I will not get the right thing done. Now, why I am scared? For example, we had opportunities right from the time of Goodluck Jonathan, like many of us, we agree, to do things that are right. For example, we said, let's have this national conference. And they did. And they brought some suggestions. They kept that.
Samuel, just hold on.
Samuel,
in a roundabout way, you're doing
economical with the truth.
Samuel, you're hiding. Oh, sorry, please. Samuel, can you come out from the dark? I think the policies against people hiding in the dark, talking from the dark, except you are in Nigeria, we can excuse you.
Yes, please. I'm going somewhere with this. I'm just going somewhere with this. What I'm trying to
is put your light on.
Light up your face.
Now, where I am, there might be a reason.
Your teeth is real white, man. It's kind of scary.
You understand?
What are you? You are not. You are in America now. Why are you in the dark?
Believe me, I know. Give me. Let me just land on my thoughts, sir.
It's against policy because Kulata is not allowed here with the hiding this in his face. He's not showing up here because of it. And now Paul too has got into the dark like a weakness, like somebody that is a weakness that doesn't want to show up on a TV interview.
Yeah, Christ did not abolish Moses' law. So I choose to follow Samuel.
We need to we need to be we need to learn how to follow rules now. We keep talking about this rules thing, and now look at him, he's gone into the dark.
You know, I was driving, so I had to park by the side. That's why. I'm not.
Yeah, Samuel, you said something some minutes ago. You talk about Republican. You talk about Republican and then Democrat in America.
Let me end up.
Talk about. Hold on. You can't just be talking at us. You talk just so that we talk. It's a conversation.
Yeah.
You know, it's a conversation. It's a conversation. Let's enjoy it. You know, when you said something, we just have to clear those parts. If we listen, I can't just note everything finished. Then when I note, by the time I want to talk, you already went back to your car and you zoom off. That's not a conversation. It has become news that we just watch the news like we're watching CNN. This is a conversation. You know, so when you talk about Republican and a Democrat, every time Democrat take over the House or maybe the executive or the legislative arm, you know, they fail the system because they over-campaign, they promise so much and they cannot deliver. And the system going to punish them for it because of the over-promise and couldn't meet up the promise. This is where it works. So because they have very strong institutions and the institutions protect the people. But in our own case now, we don't have that institution that can protect us. You understand? So the leaders, the so-called leaders, the so-called politicians, they keep controlling us because they use these government apparatus, this institution, they use it to weaponize us so badly. And it just makes things don't work. Like if I have my way, I would have loved them, if we want to do election in Nigeria, let them do local government election, state government election, state house of assembly, senate, everything the same day. You understand? So that bad politician will not have all his men to help him go rig election because all of them is contesting the same day. You understand? That to some extent might reduce some of these things. You know, the way Wiki was acting all those stupid and everything. Maybe that day he would have had more time to fight for the governor that he wants. He would have abandoned the Tinubu thing. You know, so things like that will just help. So we don't have very strong institutions. That's why it just looks like the people are so docile. We can't do anything. So they just take advantage of us, knowing fully well when they leave power, they become statesmen and everything. Then you talk something about Goodluck Jonathan. You are not being economical with the truth, or maybe you don't really know history very well. Goodluck Jonathan was president for 6 years. How come you want to do constitutional conference? Almost to election time, that's when you do constitutional conference. If this thing is so important to you, before you came, there's one that they've already written. You couldn't take that one, you introduce your own. Why don't you start it from day one? Because it's so important to you. Is it that during election time, that's when you want to do it? Things just don't work like that. You understand? Things don't work like that. We cannot continue to run our nation this way. If you don't believe in continuity, why not start immediately when you came into power? So that you can make sure to some extent that you may want to achieve that purpose. That's my take.
Okay, so I was asking a question that I wanted us to move on to, and I'm sure Mama H.O. will have a lot. I think Mama H.O. will be one of the first to answer this question after Augustine, because she must have a lot of good examples of the worst things that Tinubu represents. So Augustine, the question was that because I've heard a lot of people, like, you know how Southeasterners talk about Oji Uzokalo, like he's the son of the Antichrist. So in the Nigerian politics, they talk about Tinubu like he's the Antichrist himself. And so what is the worst things that we know of Tinubu that he has done that makes people dislike him so much? Can we start taking them down so we can see how bad it can get for this period when he's in office?
Yeah, for me, the greatest challenge I have with Tinubu is perception. Perception is my greatest problem with him and his records.
Please explain the perception part then. Okay, carry on.
Yeah, perception in the sense that when you mention anything negative, you mention your leader. There is one thing I believe. If we have an outstanding leader as the president of Nigeria, the world will start respecting us. When your father is well behaved in public, people who do not even know you, who have not had any encounter with you, will start respecting you because of the respect they have on your father. So when I mean by perception in the Western world, look at what German France news reported. Nigerians have elected drug baron to be their president. And that means that all of us are drug barons. That means that all of us are legitimate drug pushers because we have our head as a drug baron. So that perception
what newspaper wrote that as a headline?
OGO reported it in her, what's it called? Her What is Trending. I listened to that in What is Trending. Many countries reported that Nigerians have him as a
Austin, don't let those things bother you. Do you know why I say don't let those things bother you? Look, do you know the population of America? America have 346 million people. China have 1.7 billion people, more than the whole population of Africa. China have more people. America have
Actually,
more men.
1.4 billion. China is 1.4 billion.
Okay, America have more people in cell than China. You understand? How do you want to just oppose that? But how did America manage themselves very well? Every country have their own flaws. Just your ability to sell yourself is very, very important. I live in the state of Arizona. You live in the state of Florida. These two states have one thing in common. You understand? We pride ourselves. It's a tourist state. You know, where people come, mostly old people, come to your state more, like in my state, because of the lovely weather that we have. I go to New York. I was in New York. I was in Jersey. I was in DC. I saw Sun City, Youngtown. They are doing advertisement on CNN about this place. This is where senior citizens live, from 55 and older, just to bring people here and everything. They market a whole city to attract people come. Because people will still say, oh, I don't want to go to Arizona. That place is hellfire. Saudi Arabia is a desert. They market the state so well. You see all the golf course and everything. This is how you market yourself. Everybody have flocks. So don't let that bother you.
Okay, that one is okay. You are saying that the way. So Augustine, I wanted to, because we don't have too much time left. It's going to be 12 hours soon.
Paul ended up in defining my perception. So are we now going to change the perception of Tinubu? I don't know him. So people gave me the perception. I said I had a patient in my hospital that gave me details.
See, Augustine, the question, I took that perception one because I thought you were naming one of the worst things we know about Tinubu. I understand in terms of the way people perceive the country in his presidency, that could be one of the biggest problems you have with it. But in terms of what we know about him now, because I am just trying to flesh out what is the worst he can do to us now. Because from the way people describe him sometimes,
the worst he can do to us is to do to us what he has done in Lagos State.
Okay, what are those bad things that he represents? That's what I want to start knowing.
The bad thing he represents is that teamship. That teamship, aside, if you are not part of that team, you really cannot grow. You can only succeed only when you are part of that team, no matter how excellent you are.
So it's like cronyism now. You are talking about cronyism then.
Yeah, so that's what they call it.
That's cronyism, yeah.
So it's a serious challenge for me. But
okay, cronyism is number one.
For him as a governor for 8 years, he has 3 deputy governors.
Yeah.
He has 3 deputy governors. He changes the Speaker of the House, Jokotola Pelumi. He changed them.
Paul, don't worry. We're going to get to you. Let's let Augustine, because Augustine has negative opinions of Tinubu too, so he must have things that he like. Cronyism is one of them. What is next?
Aside that, incompetency.
He's incompetent.
Sorry. Let me not use incompetency. Let me use health.
He's not very healthy at the moment.
No matter of being healthy. There's something Charlie Boy did 3 weeks ago. He came to the interview. People say, Charlie Boy, we've not been seeing you. He detailed his sickness, how he went to London how he was diagnosed, how a doctor approached him. We can do this in Nigeria. And he came back and it was treated. Charlie Boy is a private person. And he shared his health situation. The moment he shared that, there is no way you're going to question him. If somebody has cancer that have not gotten to stage 4, if you have stage 1 cancer, nobody will stop you from being our president because you can still manage it. So if Tinubu comes today and say, I have this sickness, I have this sickness, and we say that with this sickness, we can manage you can be our president. Everybody will tolerate him. And when he's not in office, there is what we do here. If you are sick that you can't perform optimally, you get accommodation. When you declare what you are suffering, they will give you accommodation. That accommodation gives you the right when you're not feeling well to stay home. And that's
so you're against him not declaring it too, as much as you're against him. You don't like the idea of him being ill, potentially in office. Am I correct?
Yes, because I don't know what he's suffering. If I know what he's suffering, it's free to share what you're suffering to me.
One of them, he can do something about it, which is declaring his health. But the second one, I don't know whether it's his fault that he's ill. So, but I'm trying to get down to something that the chronism one is one. But what other thing do you know of him that is really bad that makes you feel like this person is not a good person to lead the country at all?
See, that issue of sickness, because we just suffered greatly under Buhari. Up to today, we don't know how much we spent in treating Buhari. A country like that, we don't have a president that we can know what his sickness is. It's a serious challenge. Do you know why it's a challenge? I'm not interested in whether he's sick or not, but I'm interested to know what he's suffering from, because he's going to use my money to treat himself.
So how about the fact that he appeared there's discrepancy in his birthday, or is there anything else you think that is not? All the others are not much of a big deal to you. Your key ones is cronyism and health issue.
Health issue. No, when you talk about that, like what Paul was saying, I should remove perception. I have a man that came to my hospital. I use personal examples here. This man, after attending to him, he said, "Do you have a foundation?" I said, "Yes." He brought out his check. He said, "I want to write a check to your foundation. I just gave 3 people $10,000. I'm distributing my resources. I want to give you $10,000. So he brought out his check. He asked me, "Where are you from?" I said, "I'm from Nigeria." He dropped his check. He said, "I'm not giving you. Nigerians are fraudsters. They keep calling me." So it's a perception. Remember that you said this thing some days ago. We are no more fraudulent than. I went to Cameroon and I realized that these guys are as fraudulent as our own people. But because of the way we handle it, the perception is there that once you mention yourself that you're from Nigeria, they will look. Somebody will touch his pocket unconsciously to feel that everything about him is still intact. So it's a perception. And when we have a wrong perception, we need to work on it. Now, let me ask you a question about one of my problems with him. If Oshibanjo becomes our president, let's remove Atiku and Peter Obi. Do you think that the West will be treating us the way they are treating us?
They will treat us whatever way they want to. They feel like, and they have the room to do that. So I'm not sure whether whoever we elect is going to stop them to try to act the way they want. It is up to us to stop them from doing things we don't want them to do to us. So it doesn't affect them. The only thing that affects them is what we do to stop them. So I don't know how to respond to that other than I don't know that makes sense.
Do you know why I make that? I have a group here that once you come from Africa and you want to go home, they will contribute $5, $10 to help you. When I came in, I told them, I am not poor. I'm not wretched. I don't need those things. And I called it out. I said, I don't need it. And the moment I said it, today they will sit me on a table. We have conversation. They are no longer seeing me from the point of pity. They are no longer seeing me from the point of, let's help this poor African. When I was home during the election, somebody called me on video call. He saw my house. He was like, "Ooh, is that where you're living?" I said, "Yeah, that's where I'm living." He changed his perception about Nigerians. So we really, there are a perception and the way we carry ourselves, and the individual person has a lot to tell. Remember that any white man that have encounter with you will define Nigerians the way he has related with you.
True, true. Okay, so is there any more of the negatives you have, or are you out of this thing? Is that okay now? It's about 2 or 3 you listed.
So the greatest one is that our institution is going to be in shambles.
But that is not the one you are predicting the future, but I just need to know the bad things.
No, I'm not. It's not a prediction. Tell me an institution in Lagos that is free. If a governor, after 20 years, he's still the governor. After 20 years, he's still signing CFO. He is still the governor of Lagos. So tell me an institution that is free.
Obasanjo is still the governor of Lagos. Tinubu is still the governor of Lagos. What do you mean?
Well, who is the governor of Lagos?
I thought it's Sanwo-Olu.
That's what I thought too. But Obasanjo, Tinubu was still signing CFO before, at least as at October last year, he was still signing CFO.
What is CFO again?
For you to have a land,
that is a lie. That is a lie. And Lagos State don't even have what is called CFO. Augustine, anybody that tell you that, that's a lie.
What do they have?
Lagos State have what they call governor's consent. It's not CFO. Look it up. I have properties in Lagos.
I have property in Lagos. So what do you mean by
do you have CFO?
So what is CFO?
So it's a question now. If you say you have property in Lagos, do you have CFO?
I have not gotten it.
Okay, because there's nothing like CFO.
Paul,
it's called governor's consent.
Paul, hold on. You know what you just this in Augustine. All the things you listed just now about Tinubu indicates that it's not entirely impossible you could work with Tinubu someday. The reason why I say that is because some of the things you listed are not entirely insurmountable. Cronyism, what if he makes you part of the listed? You might like, oh, I'm good. He's now part, he's employing more people, bringing more people in. You'll be fine with him. That is the big one. Perception. Oh, you come and work for the perception. You'll be fine with him. You'll be okay. So the gap between you and Tinubu is not that far from that point of view. So I don't know if there is anything else I'm missing.
That is a lie. You may not understand what Austin is telling you. What Austin is telling you about this cronyism that you're talking about. I use the word dictator. Tinubu used 3 deputy governors. He changed the speaker 3 or 4 times of the house. He controlled everything. He make Fashola, he make Ambode, and he make Sanwo-Olu. If you, as a governor, you bring your predecessor, and your predecessor don't have power to bring his own predecessor, which you are very, very strong, so it literally takes everything. This Agbero thing that they are talking about, because some of us don't live in Lagos, we don't really understand. Agbero has been there, but that's where we know them as NRT. You understand? National Union of Road Transport Workers. You understand? But what he did, he kind of expanded, compensated. They started being in the street, on the road, take money from market women, market sellers, take money from everywhere. So these are the bad things. He's just in control. Then he captured Lagos. For example, he took Igodo, everything, Iba. Igondo. He took Igondo. This is place where they use for General Hospital. Tinubu take it to himself. Where TVC is today belongs to is Lagos State Polytechnic. Tinubu converted it to TVC. That is where TVC is today. He converted it to his own self. So these are the things. And nobody could say anything. Then the Alpha Beta is the most laughable one ever that I've ever seen. What is Alpha Beta doing? You still pay tax to Lagos State, but Alpha Beta take commission. Assuming we pay to Alpha Beta as third party, then Alpha Beta remit to Lagos State. You say, okay, you contract your tax thing, but you pay to Lagos State, but Alpha Beta take their own commission. That is the right, and nobody could do anything. So these are the things that he has captured the state.
Dictatorship, cronyism.
Up to all the traditional rulers, they can't even talk, even when they don't know fully
But
well
then
that
the
this man is
question
not even
is,
a Lagosian.
the question is it for the detriment or stagnation or betterment of Lagos? What would you say?
That's my thing that I keep saying all the time. If that had worked for Lagos, because every system has their own system of government, if it had worked for Lagos, I don't have a problem. But it didn't work for Lagos. That is where I have a problem. You understand?
How about the revenue collection that Lagos is capable of doing now? Is that not a good thing? Is that not revenue collection that goes into the coffers?
So, father, they keep fooling you with revenue collection. Remember the rate of inflation. So numbers keep going up, but people fail to understand inflation. Look, my brother, let me tell you one funny thing. I always do this thing. I send my mother $100 every month, and $100, my mother gets 28,000. The same $100, my mother started getting 30,000. The same $100, my mother started getting 35,000. Now my mother is getting 76,000. Now my $100 is still $100. This is the power of inflation. But I'm using this to weaponize my mother. I send you 30,000. I send you 70,000. You understand? But I fail to understand that inflation has even gone more than the money. My mother cannot use $100 right now to even cook 2 pots of soup. But guess what? She can use that same $100 of 30,000 to cook 4 pots of soup. So this is the thing. So when you see this humongous figure, the question that we that live in Lagos will tell you, Ghanaians take over Lagos. Cotonou people take over Lagos. We call them the Agoin people, the Togolese, who said this Agoin beans that some of you may not know about. We that live in Lagos. If Lagos is the 4th richest economy in Africa, with our porous border, how come all these people don't find themselves in Lagos, like the way Mexicans find themselves in Texas, Arizona, and California, border states? How come you don't see none of them? Because they come to Lagos, they can't survive it, they leave. You understand? So Lagos is not doing well. They are just telling you numbers. You understand? That cannot, if you want to equate it by the GDP, it doesn't happen. It does not work for people. You understand? So we get confused with Lagos when forefather go build a nice house and show me inside your house, but you will not show me the streets that you put your house. You understand that there's no good road to your street. There's no proper electricity to your street. There's no pipe-borne water to your street. There's no proper channeling of your seaway. These things are not there. You understand? All you just show me the interior inside your house, and I say you have a nice house. Then you cage yourself like you are a kirikiri. Put fence of almost 12 feet fence.
So is the dictatorial aspect that is your top
it's
one?
A big thing. But you know the beauty of it, even he tried it with other states in the Southwest, it never worked for him. So if he goes to federal, it can't work for him. My biggest concern, not all this thing, my biggest concern is his health. Because naturally, every president that comes don't want to give chance to their VP. You understand? So which means take Shettima out of it. Which means this government, we can't ask this government right now. Because why I said that, now if they don't want to give the vice president power, the president will feel bad. Among these guys that work tirelessly of him, he naturally will pick somebody that he can trust. Maybe that person may not like the other person. So there will be confusion. For example, you want to give a Bayo Ononuga a better position, and Bayo Ononuga is having loggerhead with Dele Alake. Dele Alake is having loggerhead with Festus Keyamo. Before you know, they start spilling the beans. You understand? So Kabah will naturally take over Tinubu's government because of his health. We all know, let's not deceive ourselves. He has a very fragile health.
His health is one of his bad traits, and dictatorial. And
because Tinubu is an extrovert, is the outspoken type. You understand? Is the flamboyant type that you see him in all the big party. He will come outside, he will dance, he will do stuff. For Tinubu to be running away from
how about a level of incompetence? Does he have that?
Incompetence? Yes, I would say so, because ruling Lagos with all the enormous resources attached to you, you did not transform Lagos to nothing. No railway, no nothing. Jakonde built Lagos State University. Lagos State.
But they said that the metro line that is in Lagos now is from something that he is envisioned. That's why he was against Ambode.
So Fofara, check your history. Go back to your history and check. Second Niger Bridge started from Shagari. You know when Shagari left power? Stop this thing now. You understand? Tinubu start and Fashola ruled for 8 years. Ambode ruled for 4 years. Someone has just done 4 again. They've not even started it. Brother, leave this thing now.
But are we supposed to admire Buhari now for having Dangote build refinery from 2017 to 2023? All done.
That is what I can give to anybody. You understand? Because if you say you want to give it to Tinubu, so the 8 years that Fashola ruled there, when Tinubu left, Fashola didn't touch the rail. The 4 years that Ambode ruled, Ambode didn't touch the rail. Who now did the rail? Let's just say this question.
Let me call Mama Echo because I think she may have a longer list. All of you are basically Jagaban. Augustine is like, no. Augustine, you're basically Jagaban. At this rate, Mama Echo, are you there? Let's get some proper obedience. Come and talk here because all these Jagaban supporters.
Forefathers, you see why this is behaving as if we are mad or angry over this situation is because of the misinformation and the unnecessary tribalism. I'm not a tribal person. If Tinubu had won fair and square, I will only be angry that my candidate did not win, but I will support him. Just like I am an Arsenal fan. Arsenal, we did well, but we couldn't carry the cup. Am I not going to say that Man City did not do well? Am I going to be angry with Man City? No. But I lost. Then what do? We go back and begin to disturb our coach, buy more players for us. We strategize. So that's the problem.
So also you play Borio politics. You say the better side lost this one. You play that for the better side lost this one.
Let's let the real obedient talk. Mama Echo, let us know what are the bad things we know about Tinubu, the negative things that makes us feel like he's not going to be a good leader.
He's a senior Agbero.
He's a senior Agbero. Okay, do we have anything to back it up?
During his time, is that not when they legalized Agbero in Lagos?
Okay, yeah, that's true. He gave them a job to do.
So he's going to carry Agbero into FCT. So with kind of Lagos Agbero in FCT, pickpocket and all these things go increase. So FCT, when they enjoy a better life before, they go see the version of Lagos in FCT. It's going to be times 10. Because in Lagos, he was a governor. In Abuja, now president. On his inauguration day, it's unfortunate some people will lose their life in Lagos. Because the Agbero, they go celebrate with some people's life.
Okay, so it's an Agbero. Is there any other thing? Because I wanted to know why we truly don't like him, man.
Drug baron. They go make Nigeria the headquarters of drug baron. There's no two way about it. Did you not see his helicopter picture with the drug baron in Guinea? You think all this money where they dish out in dollar, this is not letting you. All the drug baron give a part of the money to distribute now. And they go make them back. And like Kwere Madu, the children on the street will become drug baron trafficker. Because they go collect they not get address. They go polish them up, lie to them, then they carry the drug over. Knowing fully well that they catch them, they are gone and nobody go ask questions. So most of those children on the street will be turned to trafficker.
Then, so, but he's been a governor. Okay, go ahead. I know you have more lists.
There will be the drug one will never do obvious before I go there more obvious. So many of these young men and young girls, they go see drug. Mm. Oh my shit. And when your president is a drug baron, what do you expect of drug? I mean, when they bring the gun Nigeria, not be people to buy that to make them make the money. So the way the black is here, they help them, they distribute drug. Now so they go pay for Nigeria now. So while all this is going on, all the illegal miners go to enter Nigeria, now people when they are correct now, they look what they happen. So all the illegal miners, woman walling, pia, they go to drag, take them off.
Okay.
What a shame.
Drug and Aguero.
Then, when I go travel, I go to strap all of them naked. As long as you be Nigerian. How about that? Everywhere when we go, they go they talk at our face. When our president a drug baron. So everybody go use out there do foot mats. People ain't no feel when they see they wear pampers, and they see they soft in the bottle, they go look at us. They will take us to do yeah.
Okay.
As for him, I not say he not go last. Shebi Buhari they reach 3 months before he travel. If this will not travel, everyone 1 week. That's one. And Shettima,
That's the health issue again.
Shettima, they warm up. Shettima can't wait to become your chief security officer. Because it Kukuma tell you now before that I will be the chief security officer. And I know that the only way Shettima will be the chief security officer is for Tinubu to get out of the way. And the Kukuma know say don't they sick. So they go tell us they die for sickness. They don't know say they put injection for a body. So and when Shettima become a chief security officer, where they can remain. Hey.
But Mama Echo, everything you've told me now doesn't seem deep enough for you to dislike him as much. If I'm because
Mama
I feel like
Shettima is a
You want to know when you make me dislike her now? You want make I tell you?
Yes.
Good.
Mama Shettima is a citizen banker.
He asked them to go and get him the presidency by crook, snatch it, kill them, do this. The video is out there. And that is exactly what they did. And they buy my children in the process. So you can't expect me. Person when kill my children, make I do it.
Okay, you see what you just said just now. You see
for life.
You see, Mama Echo, you see what you just said just now. That is a very, very powerful point. The point is that what she just highlighted was divisiveness in politics. He can play tribal politics. That is another aspect that most people
if
miss.
He has played fair policy and won, then who cares? But you gave order that they should go and buy my children and make sure you get the ballot, you get the presidency. You can't expect me to call you president over my dead body. And if I see him face to face, I will tell him the way I thought to be. If you are playing fair game and won, we go clap for you. But spilling the blood of my children to enter the throne over my dead body. And my prayer every day, die.
I'm not sure are we allowed to do that? Sorry, Maichu.
Sorry, he who keep by the sword must surely die by the sword. So make una look my face. The highest una wan do when I reach Nigeria, una wan arrest me, go buru. If una try am, America go come look for me. Because before I come Nigeria, I go call my embassy. I go call my embassy. I go call my FBI. I go tell them where I dey go. And I go tell them, say, Nigerian government, they go look for me. But my family are there. I need to see my family. If anything happen to me, then I go after Nigeria president. Now, me, I go call, I will donate to myself to now, like chicken. No. When I reach, I go report myself for my embassy. Put every of my information there. And I go tell them those when they look for me. So make them not notice me, I go make sure no way. I have my blue passport. So I'm going to enter Nigeria like an American citizen. They're making a travel nonsense. They're going to let one of my head drop for Nigeria. Then I go see what they look for.
So divisive politics leading to sometimes violence and even death. So that's one of the stuff.
The truth is this: the people, 90% of the people don't want him, and he's forcing himself on the people. How do you rule people that doesn't want you?
So in other words, that's rigging.
You rig their election, and you think they will give you what?
Okay. So you got 4. She's got about 4 already, from health, divisive politics, rigging, and Agbero, and 4 at least she's got, which is not quite something to behold. Sorry, have you got more? Mama H, have you got more things to indict that you feel like?
Okay. She has tried. Let's go on.
Because you go only 2. You only 2. You come here every day say you are for obedient and you go only 2 things against Tinubu. That's surprising though.
It's not possible that I go only 2.
You see now GD 4 will cheat now. You see, because he's had everybody see this thing. You are not allowed to say what they've said though. GD 4.
Yeah. What can I say? I mean, we cannot keep on repeating ourselves because what the Dr. Austin said and Chief Paul and Mama Hecho. I mean, actually, these are the the things that every Nigerian know. Because we all followed this election even before the election because we are actually interested to see the change. That we always wanted. So we believe that maybe after Buhari, for having, what we witnessed under Buhari, so we actually thought that the next coming government, that Nigeria have learned their lessons, So, and actually Nigerians did, show the zeal, maybe not fully, not like maybe 100%, but at least they really showed, with the emergence of Obi leaving PDP and coming over to Labour. I mean, we all saw the voters card, registration and actually the election itself. So we all saw that Nigerians actually wanted to have a change. I mean, I'm talking about ordinary Nigerians now, but how the INEC got all of us, gave us high hope with the Electoral Act that we're gonna have a live transmission of the results in real time, and which never happened because they say they have glitches. If I should use their actual language,
but that one is not by Tinubu. What we wanted to get an idea of what do we not like about him that has not been said so far.
Yeah, so I'm trying to paint the whole picture because for me, Tinubu as an individual, I have no personal grudge, against him. I don't know him too well, so it's only that because of the what happened during the election, For him to either he gang up with INEC or INEC did it with the APC or what, but it didn't show a fair man. It doesn't show that he's a fair man going with what will also have Peter Obi, who always say that he will, it's not about he's not desperate to rule, but he wants Nigeria to change. He's desperate to see change come to Nigeria as a country. What I can pinpoint is, which might sound like, is that godfatherism. I think is something that we all be blaming Nigerian politicians, that a governor that have been there for 8 years or president want to choose who will replace him. And it is, if we check anything about godfatherism, I think it's very typical of Lagos State, where you have Tinubu having been there for the past 20 years, but he's still having to choose every governor all these governors, and even the House of Assembly guys. It's like you have to be in the team, in his sheet up, like you have a sheet where you have to say who will go for this. Like Shomolu, Butema, all those state assembly guys. So, and these are the tools he used to control the governor. Like I remember Ambo, they're trying to talk about going for the second tenure, and immediately they started talking about impeachment. You see, so these are the tools he will use. He have all those assembly guys. Those state assembly guys. I think he sponsored them. So then, having sponsored them, he will sponsor the governor too. So I think he continued to control, and they have.
I think what you mentioned there is godfatherism that is new. That because Paul mentioned dictatorship, I think it's somewhat like that, but not exactly the same thing, I guess.
Okay.
So godfatherism, and Augustine did mention cronyism, which rings similar to those two.
Yeah, actually, that's what it is.
So,
and
again, have you run out of? Is there anything else you
no,
want
no,
to add?
no, no, no. Initially, I talk about his health. Like I mean,
everybody has that one.
Yeah, I'm not just like everybody, like Austin said and Paul equally said. We are not much concerned about how old or how healthy he is. But I mean, if you're talking to if I'm talking to you now, and you have to lead me or represent me, I want to know your health status. I mean, just because of a decision making, if he will be able to have, I think it has to do with Nigerian constitution. I think maybe they should have the way to put it. Maybe these politicians are getting away with a lot of things. We should know the health status of, who is, especially the president, probably president and governors, just people who are the executive, who have this is so-called, so much power. Let us know their health status, So I think not be able to come up, but each time you will say, "Oh, I'm healthy," even though when he can even be seen that how frail, or he just, what are you going back to do to France all the time? So then apart from that, okay, again, not showing
you
up.
don't need to stress yourself. Don't mind.
I'm trying to, because he's supposed to be the Antichrist now, so I want just to get all the bad things out, so that we know what is really bad.
I want to ask Paul something. Paul, sorry, with your experience, do you believe that for somebody to be a security person at Aserok, the person will have to do drug test?
Definitely, he's going to do drug test.
He will.
They're going to do comprehensive check on him.
Serious?
Complete background check. Comprehensive.
We see Nigeria is far. Nigeria is far from getting to where we need to. From getting to where we
speed it up.
Austin,
the drug test
that my Pentecostal people
say
what God cannot do does not exist. So
the drug test is even far.
So, Dr. Emdee, the question was that given the reputation of Tinubu, people generally see alleged reputation that he's done so many things and he's not good and all that. So the idea was to try to flesh out the worst things we know about him that makes people that don't like him anyway. Some people do like him, he must have family members. So the people that don't like him, what are the things that the qualities that people really don't like about him that, I just thought we should flesh it out so that the viewers actually know why do people feel so strongly against Tinubu.
Well, thank you very much, forefathers, for that question or that observation or that opinion. Something is Nigeria is a country that is kind of diverse and is made up of different ethnic groups, and people have their opinion. People are entitled to their opinion. People are entitled to what they believe about who a person is. So coming back to Tinubu, the way you asked about what people don't like about him. From my own observation, I think dating back to even his own history, you can't really pinpoint what his name is, and that is not something that goes well with people. When people don't know your identity, it stands to create these doubts about who that person really is. And again, people don't really know about his qualifications. So, and that again, in a way, start building up, the doubts start building up. And again, talking about the crime, this thing that he was indicted with in the United States. So all these build up are creating a doubt about the kind of personality he is, about the kind of something that he stands for. And if we need a good leader in our country, I think Nigeria, the population of Nigeria is more than 200 million. So I think we should have at least Nigeria deserves to have somebody that has that credibility that you can at least vouch for, especially in that position of being the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So if you have this denting in your names and you have this all these controversies surrounding you, so definitely in a sane environment, people will question people that are kind of how would I call it, that are concerned about what this kind of person is bringing to the table. Definitely, they will question this person's character. They will question this person's capability of what he's going to deliver when he comes to power, because from the standpoint of what he has been portraying, or from his history of what he has stood for and what people have seen him for the age past. So, and those records are there. Those records are not like a straightforward record. So those things will start bringing doubts. They will start bringing questioning about who this Tinubu who this Tinubu really is. And again, apart from that, so those things will start causing confusions. It will start causing doubt in the mind of people. Even if his policies or what he stands for are to benefit people, but the most important thing is we are human beings. Even if you want to hire somebody in a company, first of all, you have to ask the person's name, where do you stay, what are your experience and all that. So those things are important things that needs to be answered, not the job that you want to go and do. So if those things if there are question marks on all those things, you will realize that people will not want to, even if they want to employ you, they will not employ you, even if you have within yourself, or you believe that you have the qualities to do those things which you're being employed to do. And again, talking about Tinubu's house,
let me just catch some of the ones you've listed. You've listed his background is a little bit shaky. We don't know this, and then you mentioned the drug conviction. So and then what next? I mean,
and again, his tactics of politics. Again, his tactics of politics is something that is dicey. It's not straightforward, because him from the statement that he made, which I saw on the television about his stance, I understand him very well. It's understandable that power is something that is not given a la carte. is understandable, but that is what we are. But that is not what democracy is all about. You know, democracy is power to the people, by the people, and for the people. So you don't have to drag it. You don't have to fight for it. You have to allow people to choose who they feel is right for them to rule them. So